Volume 5, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 165, New Stage Shostka. In the early morning of August 9, 1914, the 151st Division Headquarters special train drove onto the Duo River Iron Bridge. Wang Zhong stood in the open door of the tank truck and looked at the dense craters by the river. Correspondingly, there are a lot of repair marks on the iron bridge, and a large number of scratches from bombs on the bridge piers can be seen through the steel frame. As long as the piers of this kind of bridge are not blown up, the bridge deck can be easily repaired. Generally, it can be reopened to traffic at night after being blown up during the day. As for blowing up the bridge piers, not to mention using bombs to blow up the concrete blocks, the explosives must be placed in the right position to blow them up. Ants bridge piers are made of particularly abundant materials. It should be said that as long as ants buildings use reinforced concrete, the materials used are particularly sufficient. No, in ant, this country, as long as it involves the use of materials, it will be very good, and it will stand out like a silly, big, black, and thick person. The train arrived at the east bank of the Duo River, and Wang Zhong saw the anti-aircraft artillery position. Pavlov also stood next to Wang Zhong and said in a hoarse voice, "It's a good disguise. Wang Zhong, look at the new soil, it should have filled up the crater. This position has been bombed many times." At this time, a captain with a bandage on his head came out of the bunker, stood next to the railway and looked at the 151st Division train, his eyes always staring at the red flag on the train car. The train was very slow at this time. After all, the newly repaired railway bridge was not so strong and crossing it at full speed might be dangerous. "Wang Zhong, Captain. Do you belong to the garrison headquarters here?" "No, we are the anti-aircraft artillery regiment of the railway corps. There is no city defense headquarters in the city, and the defense lines are all in the west," the captain replied. At this time, the carriage where Wang Zhong was sitting passed in front of the captain. The captain asked, "Are you that Rokosov?" "General." Wang Zhong waved his hand, "I am." At this time more anti-aircraft artillerymen came out of their bunkers and looked at the train. Unfortunately, the train had already driven far away and Wang Zhong could not hear their discussion. At this time, the train whistle came from ahead. "Pavlov, it's time to enter the station. If nothing unexpected happens, Popov should be waiting for us at the station. I hope he has prepared the division headquarters." "Yeah." Wang Zhong paused and said, "I'm still more concerned about Exakov's situation. The division headquarters has also been deploying the radio station on the car to receive information, but because the antenna cannot be deployed on the car and the power supply on the car is not good, the content received is intermittent. Wang Zhong now only knows that the Southwest Front Army has launched a breakout operation, and Duke Myshkin is also working hard to support it." As he spoke, the train slowly slid into the Shostka railway station platform. Sure enough, Popov was on the platform, with his hands on his hips and looking worried. As soon as he met Wang Zhong's eyes, he immediately looked away. Wang Zhong had an ominous premonition. He thought again of the hallucination he had before leaving Kozalia yesterday. At this time, the train stopped, so Wang Zhong jumped directly onto the platform and came to Popov in 3 steps. "Are you okay, Bishop?" Popov saluted Wang Zhong, then stopped talking. "Wang Zhong, tell me, I've heard all kinds of bad news since the war started." Popov rubbed his nose. "I received a telegram late last night saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince died for his country while leading his troops to break out of the encirclement. Also martyred was the founding general, Constantine Alexandrovich Rokosso, Duke husband." Wang Zhong pursed his lips. In fact, he only met these 2 people when he arrived in Exakov. Theoretically speaking, he should not be too sad. But he still walked forward along the platform, away from the division clerks and staff who were getting off the train, away from the number 422 tank that was getting off the flatbed truck, and away from the restless busy Varas. Grigory carried the red flag and wanted to follow, but Popov made a gesture. So the sergeant major took the flag and followed from a distance, maintaining only visual contact. At this time Ludmila got off the train. Popov and Pavlov shouted together, "Ludmila Vasilievna." Ludmila ran over with a puzzled look on her face. "What's wrong?" "Duke Rokossov and the Crown Prince have both died for their country. Go and comfort them." Popov suddenly stopped talking. Because Ludmila couldn't hold back anymore and covered her mouth. "Uncle Connie passed away." Connie is Constantine's nickname. According to Aunt's tradition, if you can call your elders this way, you are definitely a child who has received extra love from your elders. Ludmila seemed to be struck by sadness all of a sudden, tears and snot flowing out uncontrollably. Nelly took out her handkerchief and handed it to her. "Ludmila, go to Elisha. He should be more sad than me." Nelly thrust the handkerchief into Ludmila's hand, and then ran forward along the platform, chasing the figure of Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossov. Wang Zhong walked to the end of the platform. It was not so noisy here. There were only 2 railway workers standing next to the switch and looking at him. There are also workers who are inspecting the locomotive, tapping each wheel with a hammer and listening to the sound to judge the condition. Amidst the monotonous knocking sound, Wang Zhong stopped and looked up at the blue sky. Although he didn't know when his good brother and old father died, he always felt that it was when he saw the hallucination. After all, there are praying hands and hymn monks in this world, so it doesn't seem strange that the dying person launches the last ripple. Wang Zhong carefully examined his inner thoughts and found that in addition to melancholy, the most important thing was regret. I haven't had time to get to know you better. At this time, he heard a snapping sound, and when he looked back, he first saw Gregory standing in the distance and the red flag he was carrying. Then Wang Zhong saw Nelly running over. Nelly didn't look overly sad, so Wang Zhong asked, "Did you know that my father and the crown prince died for their country?" "Yes." Liu Da cried very sadly. "Do you want to cry too?" Nelly asked. "Wang Zhong, aren't you sad?" Nelly didn't answer, just looked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, I'll teach you, next time this happens, just say, my threshold is relatively high." "Nelly, my threshold is relatively high. Apply what you learn at the speed of light." Wang Zhong was amused by Nelly's behavior, and his expression relaxed a little. He looked at the railway extending into the distance and said in a soliloquy tone, "I'm a little sadder than I thought. I don't know why this is happening." "Nelly, I thought you were going to say, no one will care about me after I die. Well, Lao Deng." "Wang Zhong, am I such a bastard?" "I think so. But I'm not sure now," Nelly said. Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that many people might have wrongly blamed the original owner. In fact, the original owner was very emotional, so much so that his emotions were even transmitted to his unrelated self through his body. "Elisha, Elisha, how many misunderstandings do people still have about you?" At this time, Pavlov and Popov appeared together, but they did not dare to come over and stand with Grigory. "Wang Zhong, come here, I'm fine." Popov and Pavlov looked at each other before walking over together. They were both very big, and they looked like 2 bears walking side by side. "Popov, there is another news. We are now transferred to the Reserve Front Army and still maintain the establishment of an independent division. The order given to us by the Reserve Front Army is to build fortifications locally and prepare for battle. Wang Zhong, we are familiar with this, so without further ado, let's set off to explore the terrain now. Call the mapping staff, that Arkady from last time, he is good at drawing maps. His leg is broken, and he has been evacuated to the Comprehensive Medical Center in Tula." Pavlov interrupted Wang Zhong, "I called another one, who is also a good young man. He was transferred from the Ranger Department. Come here, the original civil servant." Wang Zhong, "Okay, then ask Vasily to bring the Proson radio I captured. And busy Faraz, saddle it up." "Popov, you have 1 day to explore the terrain." Wang Zhong asked in confusion, "1 day? Why only 1 day?" "Because the plane coming to pick you up tomorrow will land at the airport next to the city." "The airport next to the city?" Wang Zhong was shocked, "So we are finally going to have an air force. There is only 1 destroyer group responsible for protecting the bridge. But it is often not dispatched in time." "Wang Zhong, let brother Peter come up. Find a high tower and make a sound array for him." "Popov, I will make arrangements, don't worry. Did you pay attention to what I just said? There will be a plane coming tomorrow to take you to St. Ekaterinburg." Wang Zhong frowned, "Why should I go there? My post is here. Do you know that the better the fortifications are repaired, the fewer casualties we will have? We were able to escape with so many combatants this time because it took almost half a month to repair them. Do you understand that it takes half a month for the fortification?" "I understand." Popov replied, "Have you forgotten that I organized the laborers who repaired the fortifications?" Wang Zhong, sorry. "That's true. So you should know that the more familiar I am with this area, the more skillfully I can dig out the fortifications. I can kill more enemies. Popov, I suggest you go to the capital. With the current situation, we may soon face the largest defeat since the beginning of the war." "So." Popov did not continue, but glanced at the railway worker next to him. "Wang Zhong, I understand, you need to promote me, right? When we were first defeated, we promoted me to boost morale, and now we promote me again." "Popov, the defeat cannot be changed, so now we need to deal with the aftermath and boost the morale of the entire army. Without morale, an army of millions will collapse in an instant. As Ant's best general, you don't understand this, right?" Wang Zhong understands, of course he understands. He gritted his teeth and said to Nelly, "Take out my dress and tidy it up in a state where I can see people today. Also, Gregory. You are my flag bearer, so tidy it up for me too." Grigory stood far away and replied after hearing this, I will let Aksanya take care of it, don't worry. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment. Who is Aksanya? The girl from the laundry team, I met her last night. Wang Zhong looked at his guard carefully. You, got one last night? Is he so powerful? Wait, it seems I was fucked on the train too. Is this some kind of ant tradition? Chapter 166 Navy, 25,000 monthly votes plus more updates. When Bucephalus saw Wang Zhong coming, he immediately broke away from the soldiers holding the horse and came straight to Wang Zhong, opening his mouth to bite his hair. But the horse suddenly stopped, sniffed in front of Wang Zhong, and then began to nudge his shoulder with its nose. Wang Zhong patted the horse's neck. Don't be like this, you make me very uncomfortable. Ma blew her nose hard. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhong set off with a dozen riders. Shastka looks like a city across the Duwar River on the city map. In fact, when you look at it, the buildings on the west bank are concentrated near the railway bridge, and there are basically only a row of houses on the west side of the riverside street. To the west are the fields. In addition to the train tracks, the railway bridge only has a one-person wide path on the edge, which is impossible to walk on by horse. To repair the damaged railway bridge, engineering ships were dispatched from the docks on the east bank for emergency repairs. The pier on the east bank is quite large, and there is a Navy river gunboat parked in the berth. There was a regiment of naval infantry stationed at the dock. The black military uniforms and sea-sole shirts made Wang Zhong feel at ease inexplicably. He stopped in front of the entrance to the pier and asked the naval infantry lieutenant guarding the door, "Where do you take command?" The lieutenant saluted, and then pointed to the 4-story building on the shore of the pier. "General, that is the headquarters of the river fleet. The entire river fleet of the Duwar River is under command there, and we are also commanded there." Wang Zhong said oh and turned around to ask Popov, "Have you established a good relationship with the river fleet?" "Popov, I wrote a letter to the commander of the river fleet, saying that General Rokosov's 151st Division is about to move here, and the general will arrive today." "A letter?" Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Yes, this is a safer approach. The Navy and Naval Infantry are generally under the command of the Front Army Headquarters. It is better for us as a division to pay attention to some etiquette." Wang Zhong nodded, dismounted, and tied the reins to the hitching post at the door. After he finished, he turned to the doorman and said, "I want to go in and visit the commander of the Navy's river fleet. Can you let me in?" "Your papers," said the lieutenant guarding the door. Wang Zhong took out his ID and handed it over. "Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, is that Major General Rokosov?" "Wang Zhong, yes." The lieutenant immediately returned the certificate to Wang Zhong, and then shouted, "Everyone has it, salute." The 2 naval infantrymen standing guard took off the rifles they were carrying with a click and switched to a gun salute. The lieutenant saluted and said solemnly, "Salute to you, General." Wang Zhong saluted back, "Does the Navy also know about my deeds?" "Of course, General." "Please come in." Wang Zhong nodded and walked into the dock. As he walked to the headquarters, he saw 2 sailors on the gunboat scrubbing the deck, and another sailor was applying new paint to the gunboat. The weaponry of this inland river gunboat reminded Wang Zhong of the famous yellow water battleship. However, this gunboat was not equipped with the twin 57mm guns on the Huangshui battleship. Instead, it was equipped with an 85mm naval gun on the front deck. The rear deck is equipped with 2 twin 37mm machine guns. Looking at this firepower configuration, it seems that it is quite good to use against Prasen tanks. It's a pity that there is only one. If we go to the capital, how many more ships will we bring? If there are larger inland river gunboats, they can be built a little bigger, but I don't know how big the Duwar River's navigation capacity can support the ship. Wang Zhong considered this and walked all the way to the entrance of the headquarters. He saw a naval colonel coming out of the headquarters with several senior officers. Wang Zhong thought they were going to do something and wanted to get out of the way, but they came directly to him and saluted directly. "I am Kozelsky, commander of the river fleet. Major General Rokosov, Mengan called to say that you are here. We thought you would go to the headquarters first, and we are preparing to pay a visit at the right time." Wang Zhong saluted back, "I'm exploring the terrain. After all, I was asked to build fortifications here. We have been notified that your division will be fortified here and we are asked to cooperate. Let me show you the defense we have constructed." "That's great." Wang Zhong smiled. Kozelsky made a gesture of invitation, and then led the way, introducing as he walked, "It is said to be an inland fleet, but in fact there is only one ship, as you have seen. The shipping capacity of the Duva River is not strong, so the small boat is still stranded from time to time during the dry season. Except for this ship, the main force of our headquarters is a naval infantry regiment. 1 battalion is stationed in the port area, and the other 2 battalions are placed at the ferry in front. We built concrete fortifications at the ferry and relocated all the fellow villagers on the other side. Come here, the buildings will be bulldozed to ensure a good shooting range. When Kozlowski introduced it, Wang Zhong had already seen the bulldozed buildings on the other side, and his entire field of vision was greatly broadened. Wang Zhong turned back and asked Popov, "Are there any fellow villagers on the other side? Move as many as possible over here, and then bulldoze the buildings to ensure shooting." "Popov, I'll go and ask. I should be able to bulldoze most of the buildings." "Most?" Wang Zhong frowned. "Popov, some people just don't like to leave their nest, and they are quite stubborn." "Wang Zhong, even if the Prasen soldiers invade the territory." "Yes. But I will let the priest do the work. You don't have to worry too much." "What if everything goes smoothly?" Wang Zhong nodded. Seeing that Wang Zhong and Popov had finished speaking, Kozlowski joined the conversation. "In addition to letting the naval infantry build positions, we also asked our dredging engineering department to deepen the entire river channel so that the enemy's tanks would not be able to wade through the water. Come over. We have received many reports that the enemy used a new device to allow tanks to cross the river bottom when they first started attacking. This will now be eliminated." The method of crossing the river mentioned by Kozlowski was quite common in later generations, because modern tanks are equipped with 3 defense systems, which prevent poison gas and radioactive fallout from nuclear explosions from entering the tank by maintaining positive pressure in the tank. One of the benefits brought by this 3-proof system is that after the tank enters the water after installing a breather pipe, as long as the depth does not exceed the limit, it can avoid water intrusion and drive from the bottom of the river to the other bank. Tanks of this era did not have such advanced equipment for maintaining positive pressure. To submerge, all possible places where water could enter must be blocked. This is how the 3 virtues of the earth crossed the Bug River. Apparently Prosen in this time and space also adopted the same method to cross the river on the border between Prosen and Ant. "Kozlowski, we've basically done everything we can think of. Is there anything else you would like to instruct?" Wang Zhong, Is it appropriate for an army to instruct the navy? Shouldn't there be an insurmountable barrier between the navy and the army? "Our orders are to help you defend Shastka," Kozlowski said. Wang Zhong, "Well, we are happy to have a regiment of naval infantry join us." "There's also a gunboat," Kozlowski reminded. "Oh, yes, there's also a gunboat." At this time, the air defense siren sounded. The gunboat members who had just been wiping the paint on the deck immediately took action, entering the 2 37mm machine gun emplacements on the rear deck, swinging the machine guns up and pointing them at the sky. Wang Zhong turned to Popov and said, "Replenish the Divine Arrow troops as soon as possible and join the air defense operations." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 Lagosans flew over the city and flew towards the west. Kozlowski exclaimed, "The destroyer fleet was dispatched so quickly today." Wang Zhong frowned, "Are all the destroyer groups here equipped with Lag-3? Are there no MiG-3 or Yak-3? Kozlowski asked doubtfully, "I know the MiG-3. Didn't Yakov just design the Yak-1? Wang Zhong was embarrassed. "I said String, Lager-3, MiG-3, and then I casually said Jacques-3. In fact, I meant Jacques-1, how could Jacques-3 come out so easily?" Kozlowski simply accepted Wang Zhong's argument, "Yeah, I sometimes call him IL-2 IL-3 or something." Wang Zhong said and stretched out his hand, "Then I already know the situation of the river fleet and naval infantry. I have to inspect other places, so I will leave first." Kozlowski held Wang Zhong's hand. "Goodbye, General Rokosov." Wang Zhong was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Apart from this ferry in the city, are there any other ferry crossings on the Duo River?" Kozlowski immediately replied, 30 kilometers downstream, there is a ferry, but it has left your defense area. There should be other troops stationed at that ferry, right?" Wang Zhong, "What about the iron bridge?" "It can't be just this bridge, right? There are 3 bridges, all quite far away from here. The Prosen people have to make a big circle to cross the river there." Kozlowski gestured, "I mean, if the enemy's target is St. Ekaterinburg, if..." He stopped and confirmed, "The enemy's next step is to attack the capital, right? I mean, after eating Ixakov's troops. Even the navy already knows about Ixakov's condition." Wang Zhong nodded, "Yes. The headquarters estimates that it will be mid-September, and we still have a month to build defenses." Kozlowski nodded, "Okay, I will let the naval infantry continue to strengthen the fortifications. Fortunately, there are cement factories in the city, and we can build more permanent cement bunkers." Wang Zhong was shocked, "Is there a cement factory in the city?" Popov, "Yes, I didn't find out until I arrived. Currently, the church is organizing workers to work overtime to produce cement, and it also sends a special transportation team to transport raw materials from the surrounding areas." Wang Zhong, "This is great. We can finally build concrete bunkers." In Aolikai, the enemy's heavy artillery left a deep impression on Wang Zhong. If it were not for squeezing out cement and building those strong support points, Aolikai would probably not be able to hold on. Wang Zhong muttered and clapped his palms with his riding crop. Cement, good, cement is good. Popov, I want to remind you that we only came here with people, and basically lost all the technical equipment. Only cement is not enough. Wang Zhong, let Pavlov do it. Popov, I believe Pavlov will do his best. However, you can also work hard when we go to the capital tomorrow. At this time, Colonel Kozlsky, who had already said goodbye, turned back. General, I heard that your highness the princess is your lover. Wang Zhong was shocked. Is there such a thing? No, didn't Ludmila say that the princess is the flower of the high mountains? Did I hit a wall with her? It must be a rumor. Wang Zhong, no, her highness the princess and I are just acquaintances. Chapter 167 The situation on the night of August 9, 26,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Wang Zhong then inspected the entire Shastka. This city is larger than Luktov and Araki. It can be said to be the largest city that Wang Zhong has defended so far, but this size is also relative. I have to say that this place is used for defense, which is much better than Aolikai on the plains. There are rivers, woods, and highlands that can monitor the opposite side. When Wang Zhong first traveled through time, he was a fake player who had only played war games, but now he has mastered it. Sometimes, he doesn't even need to switch to a bird's eye view to see which place is suitable for defense and which cafe can block 2 blocks. After going around in a circle, Wang Zhong already had a good idea of the entire combat area. The only thing left is to run around the area that our army's artillery can cover. He said to Popov who was following him on the patrol. Popov, look at the time. You leave the city today and don't come back before tomorrow morning. You still have to take a plane to the capital. Wang Zhong looked at the setting sun in the west and sighed, we can only wait until we come back from the capital. He paused and suddenly smiled, but it is certain that naval infantry will join the battle. This is good news. Popov asked doubtfully, isn't it just a group of infantry? At this time, the reputation of naval infantry has not yet been established, so Popov will find it strange. Wang Zhong didn't bother to explain, so he pinched Bizifara's belly and made him run. Let's go back to the headquarters. Pavlov should have already set up the stall. St. Catherine's Castle, Summer Palace, August 9, 2000 hours. When Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, who had been prohibited from entering the map room of the operations department, opened the door and came in, all the generals in the room stood up. Chief of General Staff Tkachev asked with concern, how is His Majesty's situation? Princess Olga should be called the Crown Princess now. Crown Princess Olga shook her head, he still locked himself in the study. The generals looked at each other. Chief of General Staff Tkachev was speechless, this is terrible. Many orders cannot be executed without His Majesty's approval. Crown Princess Olga showed the seal on her hand, my father asked me to approve the battle plan on his behalf. He shouted through the gate, the generals just want a responsible person anyway. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Semyon Konstantinovic and Chief of Staff Tkachev looked at each other before asking, is Patriarch Belinsky still waiting in the reception room? Olga, yes, the Patriarch is still waiting and asks the kitchen to serve him kebabs and champagne. Tkachev, he is a Patriarch, with meat skewers and champagne? Does he still want to toast the death of the Crown Prince? Olga suddenly said, I think from the perspective of the Patriarch, my brother's death is bad news. My brother's death inspired the breakout troops, and presumably other anti-soldiers and civilians. For the secularists, this isn't that a good thing. I'm heartbroken that you would come to such a conclusion. A calm and cold voice came from the door, and you knew who said it without even looking. Patriarch Belinsky entered the room, accompanied by 2 knights of the bodyguard. Of course I am very saddened by the death of the Crown Prince. At the same time, I am very inspired by the morale of our country's military and civilians that his death has inspired. I came here just to talk to His Majesty about holding a state funeral for the Crown Prince. Olga was a little surprised, state funeral. Yes, at this time, we want everyone to forget our huge failure. Oh, it's too early to say this now, the Patriarch waved his hand, and let everyone forget the huge failure we are about to encounter. Wouldn't a state funeral be appropriate? The generals looked at each other. Belinsky, you should understand the importance of morale better than me, a pastor, right? Moreover, the martyrdom of the Crown Prince can just cover up the royal family's mistakes in decision-making, making everyone forget that it was His Majesty the Tsar's mistakes that cost millions. Big army, isn't it? The Patriarch's words made many people feel relaxed. But then the Patriarch said, of course, the military status of the Crown Prince and the general rank of Prince Rokosov, who also died for the country, will make the people forget that it was the incompetence of the High Command that led to His Majesty the Tsar's mistake. Judgment. Tkachev said, no, let's start from the beginning. You pushed Gorky Konstantinovic to the St. Andrew's Fort front. You thought that this way he would not be able to show his commanding abilities. But the enemy advanced very quickly, and the St. Andrew's fort front had already exchanged fire with them. The Patriarch stared at Chief of General Staff Tikhachev. The Chief of General Staff was speechless by the Patriarch's gaze and could only turn to look at Marshal Semyon. Marshal, the headquarters admits that it made a strategic misjudgment. But Your Majesty the Patriarch, do you want to interfere with the military system? Let us put. No, 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 Fort St. Andrew is very important, both to the Eastern Holy Church and to the secularists. If you let other losers, other generals, guard it, we are not at ease. The Patriarch looked at Marshal and Zemiao, and finally his eyes returned to the Crown Princess. Not only does your brother deserve a state funeral, but so does Prince Constantine Alexandrovich Rokosov, who died for his country. We also plan to hold a collective memorial service to pay homage to the warriors who have died since the beginning of the war. Such a ceremony requires a bravest of warriors to swear an oath on behalf of the living servicemen. I happen to know such a brave man. As he spoke, the Patriarch glanced around the room. In fact, everyone was aware of the name that Damashi was talking about, but everyone tacitly agreed not to speak. Patriarch, he is a close friend of the Crown Prince, and the son of Duke Rokosov who died for his country as well. He is also a fierce general who is deeply loved by the frontline soldiers, and he also achieved extremely beautiful results. There is no more suitable candidate than him, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Princess Olga, you should tell your father. He doesn't see me, and don't you have his seal? You can also seal the order to hold the ceremony. The Patriarch made a gesture, and a cardinal immediately came over with the document. Olga pursed her lips. The Patriarch leaned forward slightly. Your Highness, I have always thought that you are the smartest person in the Antonov family. At this time, I hope you will make a choice that is beneficial to the entire ant. Olga picked up the seal. The cardinal immediately handed over the ink pad. A second later, the seal of the Tsar was affixed to the order for a state funeral and a collective memorial service. The Patriarch smiled. Very good. As a layman who doesn't understand military affairs, I won't interfere with your decision-making. I hope you can save as many troops in the encirclement as possible. With that said, the Patriarch left with a group of people. No one spoke in the map room for 3 full minutes. Then Tikhachev slapped the table and cursed. He actually directly said that we are losers. Olga looked at the Chief of General Staff and said nothing. Marshal Siemiao exclaimed, many of the mid-level and lower-level commanders are already familiar with the military chaplains, and intelligence shows that many outstanding commanders have been recorded by the Church. In addition, many officers have also discovered that if they want to achieve good results in defensive battles, they must establish a good cooperative relationship with the Church's Skiterii and labor battalions. This is the case with Major General Rokosov. He served in Luktov and Arakija, works closely with local churches. The senior officers present looked at each other. What Marshal Siemiao said was basically a clear statement, all the officers who fought well were having an affair with the Church. Can they still interfere with the personnel affairs of the army? Tikhachev said disdainfully. Marshal Siemiao, they don't need to interfere. Those who fight well will be promoted. Moreover, generally only those who fight well will survive. Tikhachev fell silent and held it in for a few minutes before cursing. The most important thing is that in order to win, we must promote these officers with good performance. Marshal Semyon, the most important thing is that if the situation is to continue, the Church must play its role. Tikhachev was silent for a few seconds, then changed the topic. That Major General Rokosov is a dude, right? He should be more like an old officer, right? Maybe we can win him over. At this time, Admiral Turgenev, who had been sitting silently in the corner, said, he has arrived at Shostka. The special plane will land at the airport outside Shostka tonight. After completing the maintenance, he will send it to the airport tomorrow. He brought it back. Tikhachev, what are the arrangements after bringing him back? First arrange a place to stay, and then mainly rest. After all, the journey is tiring. No, Tikhachev interrupted General Turgenev, arrange a war experience summary meeting tomorrow night to gather all officers with combat experience currently in the capital. It just so happens that we explore there after all, we can't always let the Church get involved with them. Olga frowned slightly. Can I attend this meeting? Marshal Semyon, if your Majesty is still in the same situation tomorrow, I'm afraid you will have to participate. Tikhachev smiled, the officers will be happy to have you. Shostka, headquarters of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division. Wang Zhong looked at the map and frowned, I will go to the capital tomorrow. What if I find that the capital is singing and dancing and the nobles are dancing and running around? He could already imagine that his blood pressure would explode when he saw that situation. If he had a weapon at hand, it might be like how can we defeat Prasen with these insects? Pavlov responded with a guilty conscience, This shouldn't be possible, right? A full-scale war has broken out, and it is impossible for the capital to still have such sufficient supplies. Wang Zhong, do you think you are not so outrageous because you don't have supplies, rather than because you have confidence in the nobles? At this time, a staff officer led 2 officers in Air Force uniforms into the map room. After standing at attention, he reported, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Harlamov, and Captain Ivan Fyodoruk. The 2 airmen saluted Wang Zhong together. Your Excellency, General, Lieutenant Colonel Harlamov said, I will lead the destroyer fleet to escort your plane. Wang Zhong, what kind of aircraft is your squadron equipped with? Lieutenant Colonel Harlamov, Yak-1, a very good low-altitude fighter, but it's a pity that the enemy attacks the capital from high altitude. I don't know why our fleet equipped with Yak-1 is placed in the capital. The Air Force Lieutenant Colonel should have just made a casual complaint. But Wang Zhong, the listener, was interested. Then are you willing to come and fight here? We have a lot of low-altitude battles here. The enemy's Stuka will run away at low altitude after dropping bombs. This is the time for you to show off. The lieutenant colonel looked at Wang Zhong's epaulets. You are a major general. We all know that only generals in the army can command the air force. Wang Zhong, let me try my best. When can we arrive in the capital tomorrow? The person who answered Wang Zhong was Captain Ivan Fyodoruk. We will arrive around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 168 4 o'clock in the afternoon on August 10th. 4 o'clock in the afternoon on August 10th, St. Ekaterinburg Airport. As soon as Wang Zhong walked out of the hatch, Slavic Woman's Farewell started playing outside. Oh no, this time and space is called Anti-Woman's Farewell. Then Wang Zhong saw his good brother's sister. He was stunned for a moment. Compared with the crown princess, my Lucia only has silver hair. This is too scary. Wang Zhong was shocked, and suddenly heard Ludmila's voice, go down, remember to salute when you come in front of the crown princess. He then walked down the boarding stairs, stood at attention in front of the crown princess, and saluted. The princess looked at Wang Zhong carefully. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Wang Zhong felt that the princess' gaze was like that of a cheetah assessing its prey. It seems that during this time in St. Ekaterinburg, I must be with Ludmila every day, otherwise I don't know when I will make a mistake. Wang Zhong put away these thoughts and said with a straight face, Your Highness. I want to say something. The crown princess cleared her throat and raised her voice, Welcome back victoriously, the brave White Horse General Duke Rokosov. Wang Zhong, I am a count. As far as I know, my brother has inherited the title of Duke. I'm not wrong, the crown princess smiled, we plan to make you the Duke of Karen. The relevant procedures are already being prepared. We are planning to establish an accelerated school in the Dukedom of Karen to train officers of our army. Pass on the experience of fighting against the Prasen army. Wang Zhong frowned and raised his voice, Are you planning to transfer me away from the front line? No, I, the plug-in, can support 5 armies. The princess' smile was as bright as a flower, of course not now. Maybe after the war is won. Suddenly an older man's voice came from behind the princess. Wang Zhong turned around and saw the rank of marshal at first sight. He immediately saluted the marshal. Relax, the marshal returned, then extended his hand, Semyon Konstantinovich. Wang Zhong held this man's hand and before he could say anything, the marshal said, Aolikai played very well. It was perfect on the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, there were too many enemies. It was already very good to be able to organize a breakthrough. The breakthrough on the 3rd day was due to the ability of my chief of staff. Wang Zongshi told the truth. When the breakthrough was made on the night of the 3rd day, all he did was driving a small tank and rushing in front. The real hero of the breakthrough was Pavlov. Marshal Semyon looked at Wang Zhong again, he is very humble and does not take credit from his subordinates. He is completely different from the Count Rokosov we heard about. Because he is not alone, Wang Zhong suddenly stopped. At this time, he did not want to have such thoughts again. He had felt Rokosov's emotions. He was Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. Wang Zhong, people can change, Marshal, especially in this kind of hell-like war. At this time, a general came into Wang Zhong's field of vision, Major General Rokosov, I have admired him for a long time. Wang Zhong didn't know this general, so he saluted first. Oh, it doesn't have to be like this. War heroes always enjoy some special treatment. I am Chief of General Staff Tkachev. The general stretched out his hand. Wang Zhong shook hands, hello. Are you the one who delayed in ordering the retreat? No, we proposed a retreat plan as early as August 4th, but His Majesty did not approve it. Tkachev paused and then said, now we are working hard to save Exukov Southwest Front. At present, Duke Mishkin is making good progress, and 2 divisions of troops have already broken out. Wang Zhong was shocked. Why did this person talk about the two divisions as if they were many? So he reminded, Exekov still has about 700,000 troops. Yes, we are still working hard, said the Chief of General Staff. The good news is that due to the heroic sacrifice of the Crown Prince, the surrounded troops have a strong will to fight. Although the enemy's encirclement is about to close, they are still continuing to fight. Wang Zhong, how long the troops in the encirclement can fight, in addition to their fighting will, also depends on how much supplies they have. We have stockpiled a large amount of food and ammunition in Exekov, so don't worry about it for the time being, said the Chief of General Staff. We will discuss these matters during the experience summary meeting tonight. Your Highness, I leave it to you. Princess Olga smiled at Wang Zhong, took his hand and said, come this way, I have arranged a reception banquet at the Summer Palace. Wang Zhong, no, I'm a soldier. I just eat the same as on the front line. Let's get down to business. Isn't there a sharing party tonight? Let's go ahead and share it while eating sausages. The Chief of General Staff and Marshal Semyon looked at each other. The Crown Princess said, this is also very good. Then I will notify the officers attending the sharing meeting tonight to gather at the headquarters. Wang Zhong had a feeling that the Crown Princess admired him even more. He couldn't help but look at Ludmila. The Crown Princess let go of Wang Zhong's hand as if she had just seen Ludmila. Ludmila saluted, salute to you, Your Highness. I am Captain Ludmila Vasilievna Malekhovna, a praying hand. I know. The Crown Princess smiled, you are Duke Rokosov's childhood sweetheart, and you are not engaged yet. Wang Zhong originally thought that the Crown Princess was going to start tea, but he didn't expect that someone threw a straight ball. It is true that he and Ludmila are not engaged. After all, Westerners have a very complicated process for getting engaged and it takes a long time to prepare. Ludmila, but we have decided to get married after the war. Crown Princess, that's it? How about I be your bridesmaid? Ludmila didn't expect such a development, bridesmaid. Yes, the Crown Princess shrugged, after all, I am a woman and cannot be the best man. At this time, Wang Zhong saw Nelly hiding nearby and watching from a distance, and said, Nelly can be the bridesmaid. Nelly. The Crown Princess looked confused. Wang Zhong, she is the daughter of my orderly, the wet nurse who has been taking care of me and Lucia. She has been with us since she was very young. The princess was shocked, will the servant's daughter be the bridesmaid? Wang Zhong, what's wrong with this? Nelly is the woman who can be my mother. The Crown Princess took 2 steps back and distanced herself from Wang Zhong and Ludmila. At this time, Wang Zhong discovered that the expressions of Chief of Staff Tkachev and Marshal Semyon were both serious. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that he seemed to have just said something that a noble would not say. A nobleman wouldn't let a servant be a bridesmaid, right? Ludmila smiled and said, Nelly is very good, I would like Nelly to be the bridesmaid. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a rich laughter. Wang Zhong had heard this laughter before. He turned around and saw Patriarch Belinsky walking towards him. After meeting their eyes, the Patriarch said like an old acquaintance, oh, Elisha, I see you again. You have lost a lot of weight compared to last time. Wang Zhong, probably not. We have sufficient supplies. We are basically not hungry. The Patriarch laughed loudly, maybe I saw it wrong. At this time, Tkachev and Marshal Semyon looked more serious, especially when they heard the Patriarch's Elisha. The Patriarch continued as if he didn't notice these two people, you have a very heavy task when you come back this time. We are going to arrange for you to give a speech at the public memorial ceremony. Can you, please? Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, don't you know? I am quite good at giving speeches to encourage the soldiers. Belinsky, I know, the Inquisition has already reported the content of your speech to me. But, the Inquisitor is good at interrogating and eliminating traitors, and they may not be able to distinguish between good and bad speeches. When can you give me the speech for the public ceremony? No, do you still need to write a speech? This bothers me the most. Huh. Belinsky raised his eyebrows, I understand, you are better at improvising. Wang Zhong smiled. Actually, no, he just had a ready-made template to copy. Once he cannot copy, his speech will become very rubbish. Wang Zhong remembered again how he had made up parallel sentences during his last speech, and finally passed the test by copying Tianjian's masterpiece If We Don't Go to War. Damn, I'm sweating. I have copied Xu We Will Never Surrender. Do I need to copy it again? Belinsky showed a knowing expression and patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder, okay, then I'm looking forward to it. Can you not look forward to it? By the way. The Patriarch changed the topic, I just said that I wanted to cancel the dinner and share my experience while eating. Can I come with you? Wang Zhong thought to himself that it didn't matter what I said, so he looked at the princess, who turned to look at Chief of General Staff Tkachev. Chief of General Staff, no problem, we welcome your majesty. Belinsky, that's it? Wang Zhong was shocked by the luxury of the summer palace. Logically speaking, as a modern person who has visited the palace museum, simple luxury can no longer shock him. Moreover, Wang Zhong had watched the Soviet version of War and Peace and had seen the palace dances that were recreated with all their efforts, but now he realized that seeing it in the movie and actually sitting down in the palace were two different things. While he was looking around like a fool, all the officers present were looking at him. It was him who rode on horseback and hacked to death 8 of General Prossen's fierce men. Nonsense, I heard 8 of them were crushed to death by tanks. You are all wrong. He was killed by a cannon. While everyone was talking about it, Patriarch Belinsky entered the room and sat silently in the corner. At first, only a few officers saw the Patriarch, but when they sat upright, they attracted the attention of more officers, and soon the whole room became quiet. Tkachev stood up. Today, we invite you all to come and share your experience. You are all grassroots officers who have survived on the front line, and you all have a lot of experience against the Prosins. What we are going to do today. Suddenly, the door opened. An officer with staff armbands came to Tkachev and whispered in his ear. Tkachev was shocked. Why is he back? Does he have the nerve to come back? Where are the other senior officers? Nonsense. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 169 Justice. After the Chief of General Staff finished cursing, he glanced at the curious crowd, and then said to General Turgenev, "You come to organize the exchange meeting." Admiral Turgenev, what happened? Who is back? Chief of General Staff Tkachev did not answer, and strode away with the staff officer who came to report the news. Seeing this situation, Wang Zhong stood up and followed him out. The Chief of General Staff was probably in a hurry and did not notice Wang Zhong at all. He walked with wind on his feet, as if he were entering the final sprint of an Olympic walking competition. Wang Zhong, a young man, had to take 2 quick steps to catch up with Lao Deng. At first, he was worried that it would be too obvious, but as a result, many people came out of the next room on the road and walked in the same direction. Marshal Xie Miao saw Wang Zhong when he came out of the room, but he obviously thought that Wang Zhong was called by the Chief of Staff, so he ignored him and said directly to the Chief of Staff, he actually left the troops and ran back. If he dies in the encirclement, we can still save his wife and children. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Could it be, that thing is back? His anger rose instantly. The group of people just broke into the reception room. Crown Princess Olga was already in the reception room. She was standing in front of General Skorobo, her face was red with anger, and she had obviously just exploded. Seeing everyone coming in, the princess turned around and went to the window to enjoy the cool air. Tkachev glanced at the back of the princess, glared at General Skorobo and cursed, "Why are you back? Do you still have the nerve to come back?" General Skorobo was sweating. "I think someone needs to take responsibility for this defeat, so." Chief of General Staff Tkachev, do you still have a reason to take responsibility? Do you think saying this can cover up the fact that you gave up your troops and fled? You coward. General Skorobo seemed to be stimulated when he heard the word coward. I am not a coward. I can lead a tank corps to rescue the siege. I will die on the battlefield like His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Zhong, that's nice to say. Everyone turned to look at him. Only now did Tkachev notice him, his face full of surprise. Wang Zhong walked directly to General Skorobo, leading a tank corps? Didn't you kill too many tank corps? There were so many T-34s and KV-1s in the 6th Tank Army and the 11th Tank Army. How many enemies were destroyed in total? How many? When the enemy's armored group arrived in front of me, not even a speck of paint had fallen off. The 5th, 6th, and 11th Tank Corps that launched the counterattack were wasted. General Skorobo said angrily, how much damage the counterattack has caused to the enemy needs a detailed assessment. You cannot rely on your own feelings, Major General Rokosov. Wang Zhong, then let the plane fly over the plain and see if those tank wreckage are with inclined armor or vertical armor. Let them count them carefully. General Skorobo kept his mouth shut, because aerial reconnaissance had confirmed that many Ant tanks had indeed been destroyed. At this time, the Patriarch and several cardinals came with the junior officers who had participated in the experience exchange meeting. The reception room, which originally seemed empty due to its huge size, was suddenly half-filled. Wang Zhong didn't even look at the door and continued to roar. The reason for this result is because some of our commanders are not familiar with the advantages and disadvantages of our tanks at all, thinking that our tanks won the armor and gun confrontation. It will definitely crush the enemy. Some commanders have no idea how poor the battlefield situational awareness of the T-34 tank is because the commander has been eliminated. They have no idea how much of an advantage the enemy's radio brings. The officers brought by the Patriarch, including many tank soldiers, nodded when they heard Wang Zhong's words. General Skorobo retorted, You know, did you say it? I said it. I spent the whole night writing the experience summary report. Did you read it? No, you didn't read it, because this is the last experience summary report. You also said in front of the Crown Prince that as long as there is if you get T-34, you can drive the Procenians home. General Skorobo retorted with a trembling voice, but you also reported that T-34 and KV armor have huge advantages in confrontation with enemy tanks. Wang Zhong, yes, it is indeed a huge advantage. That's why I was able to use more than 30 T-34 tanks to destroy so many enemy tanks in Aolachi. Let the plane go and see how many enemy tanks there are in the wilderness of Aolachi. The wreckage. Even if the enemy's maintenance personnel have repaired a considerable part of them now, a large number of wreckage can still be seen on the plains. An infantry division, strengthened a battalion of tanks and destroyed more enemy tanks than the entire Southwest Front. More than the entire Southwest Front. Those KVS and T-34s of the 6th and 11th Tank Corps could have caused huge damage to the enemy's damage. Just because of an incompetent idiot, they are now a wreck in the fields of Kozalia. Takakev glanced at Marshal Semyon. The Marshal stood up and said, "Okay, these can all be written in the post-war summary. General Skorobo, you will be tried by a military court. Do it well." Wang Zhong interrupted the Marshal loudly, "No. As early as July, I pointed out that the enemy might go south to outflank Iksakov. General Skorobo slandered me, dismissed my opinion, and then arranged for our most advanced the tanks launched a reckless attack and were wiped out in vain. If those tanks were under my command and fortified in appropriate places, the enemy would not be able to push them away. Now the entire Southwest Front is surrounded, but he ran away. With such an action, I doubt dash." Wang Zhong took a deep breath. "I suspect that he is a Prozan spy. When I broke out in Ranas, I met a Prozan spy disguised as our army's bishop and inquisitor. I suspect that the Prozan spy has infiltrated us into thousands of wounds. Hundreds of holes." Takakev sneered, "Absurd, I've known Skorobo since he was in the military academy. It's not impossible." Belinsky suddenly joined the conversation. General Skorobo led the tank troops to participate in the Castilian Civil War, where there were many opportunities to contact the Prasen army who also participated in the Civil War. General Skorobo said angrily, "This is slander. Marshal Semyon, this is a very serious accusation, Major General Rokosov." The Marshal deliberately did not mention the Patriarch, as if this was just an accusation made by Wang Zhong alone. "This kind of accusation requires evidence," said the Marshal. Wang Zhong pursed his lips. He really had no evidence. He just said this on a whim. General Skorobo sneered, "Can't you see it yet? This is Major General Rokosov's usual trick. He said it himself. He shot spies disguised as bishops and inquisitors of our army. But who knows if he was a spy? Maybe the bishop and the inquisitor were just trying to prevent him from escaping from Ranas. Then he thought about the spies' names and shot them. He might be thinking the same thing now, and he's going to pull out his pistol and shoot me because I ran away like him. Pull out your gun, Rokosov. Is that a toy on your waist? If you believe that I am a spy, pull out your gun. Then shoot here." Skorob pointed to his forehead. Wang Zhong was also on top, and the anger that had been brewing just now gathered into a volcano and erupted violently. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at General Skorobo. Everyone was shocked. Marshal Siemiao roared, "What do you want to do? Draw a gun at the Summer Palace." General Skorobo seemed to have won and said with a smile, "Look. All the accusations are groundless. He just wants to lynch me. Because in his opinion, it was me who killed his father. This is a personal vendetta. This guy talks all about and seems to be worried about the country and the people, but in fact he just wants to avenge his father. Her Royal Highness Princess Olga, remember his ugly appearance at this time. He drew a gun in the sacred Summer Palace and ignored the dignity of the royal family." Princess Olga turned around and looked at Wang Zhong, looking like she wanted him to shoot. "General Skorobo is still showing off, come on, shoot Rokosov. After shooting, you will be someone who despises the royal family. All your glory can't save you. Shoot Alexei Konstantin. Dinovich Rokosov." Wang Zhong opened fire. The first shot penetrated General Skorob's chest, and then as the muzzle of the gun was raised, the second shot just hit Skorob's throat, and the third shot hit his head. After 3 shots, Wang Zhong's pistol jammed, and the brass cartridge case got stuck on the ejection window. General Skorobo knelt on the ground before falling backward. Guards who heard the gunfire burst through the door. "Belinsky, calm down." The guard stopped. Belinsky stepped forward, pressed down Wang Zhong's gun hand, and took away the jammed gun. "What I just said is that this matter should be handed over to the court. You are too impulsive. The report says that you shot the enemy's fake bishop and inquisitor, and also shot boiler servant who prevented you from defending, and now you have added a general. It seems that you will not be able to enter the summer palace in the future. No more guns. Wang Zhong, he asked for it? Belinsky, he asked because shooting would really benefit him. Fortunately, you killed him. If you hadn't, there would have been a lot of trouble. For some reason, Wang Zhong always felt that Belinsky was very happy. At this time, Tkachev finally got out of his shock and said angrily, "This is a serious act of rebellion. A major general actually shot his superior, a general, in public. Major General Rokosov must be tried by a military court. Belinsky, he just acted improperly, but there is no big problem in shooting a spy and traitor. These are extraordinary times after all." Tkachev, this. The Patriarch looked at the Chief of General Staff. "You are so eager to protect the traitors and want to try the generals who have made great contributions. It seems that the Inquisition needs to examine your family relationships and private life." Tkachev's sweat dropped. Literal. The Patriarch continued, "According to the order issued by His Majesty the Tsar, all traitors need to sit with their immediate family members. Cardinal Ravkid, please go and implement it." The bespectacled cardinal bowed slightly, "As you command, Your Majesty." After speaking, the high priest pulled the trigger of Wang Zhong's gun, skillfully eliminated the fault, then turned off the safety, and returned the gun to Wang Zhong. "Remember, in the future, don't be so impulsive, and think more." After speaking, Belinsky nodded his head slightly. Chapter 170 For the Remembrance of Forgetfulness, 27,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Wang Zhong came to his senses at this time. Damn, did I get into trouble? If Damashi is not here, will I be miserable? He wanted to ask his own people, but then he realized that there was no one of his own around him now, not even Ludmila. At this time, Belinsky said, "Okay, everyone has witnessed the fate of this traitor, and you can go back and continue the experience exchange meeting. I look forward to you summarizing an effective method to deal with the Prasen army. Come on, let's go. Where are the palace servants?" Wang Zhong glanced at the Patriarch and felt again that he was so happy. What the hell? I have to think about it carefully. Just as Wang Zhong was thinking about it, the princess came over. She wore a court gown, a Victorian-era dress. A major feature of this kind of palace dress is that it is large when it is tolerant. But Wang Zhong is also a well-informed person, and he is not like a little virgin who doesn't know where to put his eyes. He looked at it openly, and then raised his gaze to look at the princess's face. At this time, everyone else left, leaving only the servants replacing the blood-stained carpet. The princess took Wang Zhong's hand and dragged him to the terrace outside. Then Olga Nikolaevna Antonov whispered, "Did Belinsky ask you to do it?" "No, this is really an accident." Wang Zhong replied. Olga asked again, "So this is a certificate of nomination?" "What? No. I was just on top and didn't think too much." Wang Zhong answered truthfully. Olga smiled, "If it were others, they would definitely not believe it. They would think that you acted after careful consideration. After all, you are the Imperial Iron Wall Rokosov. What the hell? Why have I become the Iron Wall of the Empire again?" When Wang Zhong was puzzled by this title, Olga continued, "But I know that you are just for the top. After all, you and your brother have such a good relationship." "Well, Olga, my brother once said that if something happens in the future and the church no longer needs the royal family, he asked me to find you and said that you will do everything possible to protect me." Wang Zhong frowned slightly. The Crown Prince said this? This doesn't sound like something a playboy would say. So he asked, "When did Ivan say this to you?" Olga thought for a while, "I think it was said when I was 10 years old." Wang Zhong glanced at the princess' chest. That was really a long time ago. Olga seemed to recall the past time and digressed directly, "Yes, it was a long time ago. At that time, you and your brother always took me to play around in the garden, and then we were scolded by the steward grandpa." "Is there such a thing?" "Olga, one time you climbed a tree, and my skirt was inconvenient to get up, so I sat under the tree and cried. Then you looked for scissors and tried to cut the hem of the skirt, but you got stuck on the whalebone. In order to deal with the whalebones, you and your brother took out the gardener's saw." Wang Zhong could only laugh dryly. He didn't know this at all. "But, didn't you say that I hit a wall with the princess? How did you hit a wall?" At this time, Princess Olga took Wang Zhong's arm. "Are you in a hurry to hold an experience sharing meeting?" "Well, it's okay. After all, I haven't eaten yet. Dinner will be provided at the sharing meeting." Wang Zhong said this as he wanted to run away. The princess's appearance of recalling the past was revealed in seconds. He even hoped that his stomach would gain some energy and that he could scream to show his presence. However, as if Princess Olga didn't hear Wang Zhong's words, she took his arm and pulled him to walk. "Stay with me for a little while. Soon, The two passed through several rooms and arrived at a secluded corner of the summer palace. Wang Zhong felt that he was about to be poked, because the girl here was too proactive. And she was very strong. Being pulled by the princess felt almost like being pulled by a bear. Princess Olga opened a huge and heavy door with a bang. When Wang Zhong was dragged in, he finished thinking about how sorry he was for Lucia. Ah Lucia, my Lucia. However, there is no bed in the room behind the door. It was a game room with several large tables filled with chess, poker, and other table games. The inside of the bar on the left wall was filled with what looked like expensive drinks. There is also a piano in the corner and a violin in a glass cabinet. Incompatible with everything is a bookcase filled with large books. It was almost 7 o'clock at this time, and the setting sun passed through the window and coated the entire room with a warm light yellow color. Princess Olga let go of Wang Zhong's arm, walked towards the chessboard, and looked at the half-played chess game on it. This is the last chess game my brother played with me before he went to the front line. I was about to win, but he cheated. I can't say any more, I'll continue when I get back. Wang Zhong looked at Princess Olga's back. The royal dress exposed her entire back. She looked white and slender, and she didn't seem weak enough to be a furry girl who could fight a bear. Olga, he clearly said that he would continue when he comes back. Her shoulders began to tremble, and her shoulder blades protruded particularly distinctly, as if the skin of her shoulders were being torn. Wang Zhong wanted to go up and put his arms around her shoulders, but for some reason, he knew that the next step he took to put his arms around her shoulders, the princess would jump into his arms. Why am I so skilled? How many times have I taken advantage of others in similar situations? Wang Zhong forced himself to turn around and start reading the books on the bookshelf. He thought he would see a lot of novels, but all he saw were works related to economics and philosophy. In the most conspicuous position, there is also a book with the ecclesiastical symbol, written by Saint Andrew. These books all look old. The spines are full of wrinkles from frequent flipping. Some of the books have obviously been turned over, and the spines have been reinforced with glue. Moreover, all the books are scattered on the bookshelf. It seems that the owner of the book can pick out any book and read it, so he doesn't care about the classification at all. Ivan Nikolaev Antonov, you damn prince who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Wang Zhong picked up the photo frame placed on the chest of drawers next to the bookshelf and looked at the three people taking a group photo inside. That was Ivan, Alexei, and Olga. The princess sat between the two handsome young men, with a smile on her face as if she owned the whole world. There is a line of words written on the photo, Catherine the Great and her imperial jewels. What, your inheritance rights are higher than hers, idiot. If she wants to be the emperor, you must die first. Wang Zhong was complaining, but suddenly his movements froze. Brother once said that if something happens in the future and the church no longer needs the royal family, let me find you. What Olga just said passed through Wang Zhong's mind. Wang Zhong looked at the photo frame again, as if he saw Ivan Nikolaevич's expression when he wrote this line on the photo frame. He turned his head again and looked at the bookcase, as if he saw Ivan holding St. Andrew's works in front of the bookcase, his brows furrowed and his face full of sorrow. He turned his head again and looked at the desk, as if he saw Ivan writing furiously on the desk, crossing out what he had written hysterically, and then lying on the desk with his head in his hands. Wang Zhong looked around the whole room. Although he had never been in this room for a moment, he seemed to be able to see Ivan in every corner. Finally, his eyes returned to the line Emperor Catherine the Great and her imperial jewels. Crown Prince Ivan's calligraphy is very good. Even Wang Zhong, who is not familiar with the art of Cyrillic calligraphy, thinks this line of calligraphy is very beautiful. The person who wrote this knew that there would be no more Catherine the Great. But he still wrote this line. Because his sister wanted to be Catherine the Great. Wang Zhong put down the photo frame. He remembered that on the day of departure from Ixikov, Ivan came to say goodbye. At that time Ivan said, "Take care of Olga." Wang Zhong looked at the photo. I am the only one left of Catherine's imperial jewels. No, actually there is not one left. Wang Zhong made up his mind, turned around and walked towards Olga Nikolaevna who was still talking about everything she had with her brother. He held her shoulders firmly but gently. The girl seemed startled and her body stiffened, but the next moment she turned around, threw herself into Wang Zhong's arms, and burst into tears. The sadness that had been suppressed surged out and turned into tears that soaked Wang Zhong's military uniform. Wang Zhong patted the girl's back gently. Drawn by some unspeakable factor, Wang Zhong looked towards the corner. He saw the still young Olga sitting in front of the piano, her fingertips flying on the piano. Ivan held the violin and played to the melody of the piano. And Alexei was standing next to him with a wine glass in his hand, not knowing what he was laughing at. The morning sun's light fell on the three of them through the window, making them warm and welcoming. Obviously Wang Zhong didn't remember the scene at all. It was obvious that they were just two dudes having fun with their sister, but Wang Zhong's eyes were still slightly moist. He even heard the sound of piano and violin. He didn't know what was playing at that time. Anyway, it couldn't be too sad music. After all, the three of them looked so happy. But the music he heard was sad and like fire. That's the background music of Invisible Guardian and one of his favorite game soundtracks. This song is called Far Away. The most famous scene in the game where this music is used is the scene where the returning Xiao Tu and Lu Wangshi reunite after everything is settled. Right now, it was clear that the enemy of Plosin had not yet been defeated, and the great and arduous war had only begun less than 2 months ago. Obviously there will be many sacrifices in the future, and even Wang Zhong himself may die on the way to victory. But that's how the music sounded. Perhaps, it was to say goodbye to the close relatives they both shared. Crown Prince Ivan Nikolov was born into a family destined to become the last royal family, and he never stopped looking for a way out. He was like Don Quixote rushing towards the windmill. He might not be a qualified prince, he might not be a qualified officer, he might be a bastard, he might be a damn flower-picking thief, he might. But he is definitely a good brother. He should also be a good brother. Wang Zhong gently stroked Olga's hair and said goodbye to the brother he had not yet gotten to know. Chapter 171 Experience Exchange Meeting, 28,000 monthly votes plus updates. I don't know how long it took, but Olga suddenly pushed Wang Zhong away. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. She took out her handkerchief and began to wipe her tears. While wiping her tears, she shouted, Natasha. When Wang Zhong heard the name, he subconsciously thought he would see a heroic unit with an AK in hand and a red beret on his head, but it turned out that what came in was just an old maid. Your Highness. The maid saluted Olga. Olga, I want to wash my face and give General Rokosov a new military uniform jacket. I want to wash this jacket. The maid bowed again, Your Highness, go this way. The coat will be delivered shortly. Although there were still tears on Olga's face, she still managed to smile at Wang Zhong, thank you. Oh, by the way, bring some food, the general is hungry. After speaking, Olga smiled at Wang Zhong again, then turned around and left with her skirt in hand. The old maid walked out backwards and closed the door. Wang Zhong looked down at the tears and snot on his chest, and was speechless. Then the maid came in with a new military uniform. As for why the Tsar's palace always wore major general uniforms, he decided not to ask. Wang Zhong changed into a brand new general uniform and was led back to the place where the meeting was originally scheduled by the maid. Patriarch Belinsky and several guards stood at the door, as if waiting for him. You came back faster than expected. The Patriarch took a step forward and looked at Wang Zhong's new military uniform. How is the condition of Her Highness Nikolaevna? I've ended a bit, and now I'm emotionally stable. Wang Zhong replied. Belinsky, to be honest, the death of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was beyond our expectations. After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was more self-aware. His Royal Highness the Crown Princess was not clear about it? Wang Zhong, she will. That's good. Belinsky patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder, now His Majesty the Tsar seems to have been beaten to the point of being unable to see things, and the command has been given to the general headquarters, although what you said will probably be taken seriously by the general headquarters. It's hard to hear, but I still have to say it. Wang Zhong, what am I talking about? In the experience sharing meeting, you just talk about your experience, and at the end you talk about your judgment of the future situation. After all, you accurately judged the enemy's second armored group's southward movement. Just as Wang Zhong was about to answer, Ludmila and Neely appeared at a trot. Elisha! Ludmila shouted loudly, and then she saw the Patriarch, braked quickly, stopped in front of the Patriarch, and gave a church salute, Your Majesty. Belinsky, I won't disturb you. I'll go in first and make an opening statement to buy you some time. After speaking, Belinsky led the guards into the room. Wang Zhong looked at Ludmila and began to think about how to explain the fact that he had just hugged his friend's sister. Ludmila grabbed Wang Zhong and said, Did you shoot in the palace? Wang Zhong, oh, that's it? Open it, I killed a traitor. Ludmila, they all said that you killed General Skorobo. Is the general a traitor? Yes. Wang Zhong pointed to the door of the meeting venue, Belinsky crowned a decree, and the trial court began to arrest General Skorobo's family, because according to the order issued by the Tsar, all the traitors' family members all guilty. Ludmila stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds, really? Is everything okay? You won't be tried by a military court. No, no. It's just that I may not be able to carry guns in the summer palace in the future. To be honest, Wang Zhong had thought before that after he became a marshal with outstanding military exploits, he would be qualified to go to the palace with swords and shoes. At that time, you must ride Bucephalus directly into the palace. After that, I need to find someone to write a song called The Rainy Season of Skorobo. Now, it seems that there will be no such development. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong doubtfully. Why do you look so sorry? Just because you can't bring a gun into the palace? I don't have to see His Majesty today. You can't bring a gun when you want to see His Majesty. Wang Zhong, that's it? It's okay anyway, don't worry. Ludmila nodded, that's good. So, how is Olga doing? Coming. Wang Zhong, I comforted her and let her cry, and then the situation got a lot better. She suppressed herself too much. That's it, that's good. Ludmila looked completely relieved. Wang Zhong couldn't help but ask, aren't you jealous? Ah. Why? That's Olga, you will only hit a wall with her. Ludmila spread her hands, or are you successful this time? Master Deo, I am done. Although he wanted to say this, Wang Zhong didn't want to cause trouble, so he said truthfully, no, she pushed me away directly after crying, called the maid to change me into military uniform, she said herself it's time to wash your face. Ludmila, I knew it. You are like a brother to her. Wang Zhong, I don't know who said I look like a younger brother before. Who was it? I can't remember. The girl punched him and pushed him toward the door, go to your meeting. I'll wait for you in the room assigned to us. Wang Zhong, the room assigned to us? I have a room in the palace. Neely replied on behalf of Ludmila, because the Rokossov family's house in the capital was not ready, butler Mikhail only arrived yesterday. Knowing this, General Turgenev asked the palace ceremonial hall arrangements were made. Admiral Turgenev, from Nelly's words, he seems to be an ally of the Rokossov family. We'll pay you a visit later. Wang Zhong opened the door. The voice of the patriarch came out, the situation on the front line is very bad. Our soldiers have been wiped out in large numbers. The art of war of the Plozans cannot be underestimated. But you all survived. Some of them have achieved amazing results. Like Lieutenant General Kashuk. When Belinsky saw Wang Zhong, he brought the topic to Wang Zhong. Another example is Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossov. Our meeting today is to share experiences. Secondly, it is to let everyone know that the Prosans can be eliminated. And they can be eliminated in large numbers. Wang Zhong entered the room directly and saluted everyone. The door closed behind him. Belinsky gave up his position to speak, come up quickly, General Rokossov, and tell everyone about your experience in defensive operations. Wang Zhong nodded, strode onto the podium, and saluted again. At this time, he noticed Olga wearing a maid outfit and sneaking in among the maids preparing meals. No, princess, what are you doing? Have I hit a wall? Forget it. Wang Zhong decided to pretend not to notice Princess Olga and started talking directly. The enemy is indeed very powerful, but we also have advantages. The first is our tank. At present, it is ahead of the enemy in some aspects of performance. As long as you master the combat methods, you can destroy a large number of enemies. Then Wang Zhong explained in detail the method of building tank bunkers and then allocating firepower intervals to the blind tanks. Through this method, the disadvantages of not having an independent commander and radio can be minimized. At this moment, Chief of General Staff Tkachev said, did you know that eliminating a member will allow us to use the same tank crew to drive more tanks? Wang Zhong, even if the number of tanks is doubled, it cannot offset the disadvantages caused by the lack of battlefield situational awareness. The additional tanks will only become the result of the enemy's ace tanker. Tkachev turned to the tank soldiers and shouted, can you tolerate his words? Regardless of their rank, the tank soldiers all looked at the Chief of General Staff indifferently. Anyone who has been on the battlefield personally will know how stupid it is to have the commander of the vehicle concurrently as the gunner. Tkachev was stared at by these tank soldiers who had been on the battlefield with murderous eyes, and he was obviously timid. I am not going to cancel the tank commander. You go to the armored headquarters, or the traitor Skrobo. We will also support the elimination of the commander. Good guy, have you become a traitor? You can turn the corner quickly enough, Your Excellency, Chief of General Staff. Wang Zhong decided to ignore this and continued, in addition, I have two main experiences in defensive operations. First, we must thoroughly understand the terrain of the defense area, not only the terrain where the defense positions are located, but also the terrain of the area about 20 kilometers in front of the defense area. We must put ourselves in someone else's shoes and think about where the enemy will place the supply center. What will happen at night? Where to sleep? This way we can bombard these positions, bring enough damage to the enemy, and make the enemy restless. Second, we must have good relations with the church in the defense area. The labor camp launched by the church can greatly speed up our fortification, and the ski terrii can fill the defense gaps and block unimportant directions to prevent the enemy from leaking through. And the meat, eggs, and milk that the church can provide will also greatly enhance our army's combat capabilities. Finally, the masses can become our eyes and bring us intelligence about the enemy. When Wang Zhong said the second point, the patriarch looked very happy. And those senior officers who were obviously of noble origin were all exchanging glances. However, the middle and lower level officers with military exploits all showed expressions of appreciation, and seemed to fully agree with Wang Zhong's words. Next, Wang Zhong carefully introduced a series of experiences such as how to carry out ladder defense, how to preset positions to ambush the enemy, and how to protect one's own artillery positions by blocking enemy reconnaissance aircraft. After he finished speaking, Belinsky said, "It sounds like, in addition to the prayer hands and hymn monks, our sound array master is also very important." Wang Zhong, yes. The Prasen people will use radar, but we don't have radar. We can temporarily use the sound array master instead. Very good, very good. In the past, we only asked them to conduct air defense warnings, but we underestimated them. Belinsky said. Wang Zhong thought for a while, and it seemed that he had almost enough content to share. He looked at the time and saw that he had been speaking for almost 2 hours, so he decided to give up his seat to others and listen to other people's experiences. That's almost all my sharing. Next. At this time Belinsky asked, "How do you judge the future situation? Especially, when our headquarters is relatively mediocre." The senior generals in the headquarters all had dark faces. Wang Zhong looked at them, then at Princess Olga who was hiding among the maids, and said, "I think that no matter how the headquarters performs, the final victory will definitely belong to us." Chapter 172 Prosan will be destroyed. There is no doubt, Wang Zhong paused, Prosan is very powerful. If you deny this, it would be disrespectful to those comrades who died on the battlefield. Wang Zhong pointed to the map on the wall, it is precisely because they are so strong that they have now occupied the entire Europa except Anti. But, at this point, Wang Zhong suddenly felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the cup to drink water, and someone protested below, "Go on. Next, it's time to talk about our advantages, right? Talk about it? Wang Zhong, don't be in a hurry. However, there is a huge difference between us and other countries conquered by Prasen. Look at the map. The Prasen people have been advancing triumphantly for a month and a half, and they have actually only occupied a small part of our territory. And compared with other Europa countries, our infrastructure is worse. Our roads are even less tarmac roads, and most of them are dirt roads. Our railway system is not only much lower in density than developed industrial countries, but also has far fewer supporting locomotive factories and other facilities than other countries. This sounds like self-deprecation, but it's actually true. After the Prosans entered our territory, the supply situation of their millions of troops must have been very bad. When I escaped from Ronnie's, I commanded the troops to attack an enemy supply station. There we seized a large number of station documents, and it can be seen from the documents that the Prosans' logistics and transportation were seriously blocked. Wang Zhong's words were half true and half false. It was indeed possible to see from the documents that there was a blockage, but these documents could not prove that the blockage was a common phenomenon. However, as a time traveler, Wang Zhong had information brought from another time and space. At the beginning of Barbarossa, the 3 Germans on Earth were pitted by the poor Soviet infrastructure, and later they were pitted again under the city of Moscow. Of course, this wave was mainly due to the credit of General Ni and General Dong. Wang Zhong picked up the pointer and gestured on the map. We observed that the enemy stopped twice for replenishment, once 2 weeks after the offensive began, and the second time before the second armored group moved south. The second replenishment lasted for a week. As the enemy continues to advance, the supply lines will become longer and their consumption will become more difficult to replenish. As time goes into October, the entire Anti will enter the mud-turning period. All roads will be swallowed by mud, and the trucks of the Prosans will be unable to move, and all the supply burdens will fall on the railway. However, as I just said, the state of our railway network is definitely not enough for the enemy to rely on railways alone. The enemy will have to crawl in the mud. At that time, all their offensives will become difficult. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, a lieutenant general asked, "The mud-turning period is only 1 month. After freezing, the land will become hard and easier to pass than it is now. What should we do then?" Wang Zhong smiled, "You are right, Lieutenant General. But I remind you that no matter which front is now, I have not seen the Prosans distribute winter clothes. The Prosans have implemented blitzkrieg continuously before, whether it is the Low Countries or the Carolingians, they were quickly defeated and surrendered. They will form path dependence and think that they can fight us for at most half a year. They didn't prepare winter clothes. Of course, with Prosan's strong industrial capacity, it's also very fast to prepare winter clothes for millions of troops. But, winter clothes, cold-proof equipment, heating fuel, etc., will take up another part of the transportation capacity in addition to the daily supply of the troops." Wang Zhong scanned the entire room. "They can't transport it? After all, before General Dong came, General Ni was rampant, and the enemy's logistics would be semi-paralyzed at this time. This means that most of Proson's troops cannot get winter clothes, cold-proof equipment, and heating fuel. I boldly predict that we will launch a large-scale counterattack this winter. No matter how much progress they have made after September, we will restore the front line to the state before they set out in September. Chief of General Staff Tkachev frowned. We have counterattacked, but we have only restored the state before September? What kind of counterattack is this? Wang Zhong, Proson is very powerful. It is impossible to defeat it quickly, and a quick victory is not desirable. We must be mentally prepared to fight a hard and arduous war with them for 3 to 4 years. I want to remind you, Mr. Chief of General Staff, when we advance, Proson's supply line will continue to shorten, and their logistics situation will improve rapidly. At present, we have no way to defeat the well-supplied Proson army. Tkachev said angrily, you actually boosted the enemy's morale and destroyed our own prestige. Wang Zhong, war is not a battle of wills, war must be down to earth. At this time, Patriarch Belinsky spoke, Major General Rokosov, so you think the capital can be defended? Yes. Wang Zhong said confidently, the enemy turned to the south. Although the situation of the southwestern front is very bad now, they have more than 600,000 people after all, and the death of the Crown Prince boosted their morale. I think the enemy will attack the capital again in mid-September. The muddy period is coming. As long as we stop them for 1 to 2 weeks, the mud will force them to stop. Belinsky, and then winter will come. Yes, the enemy will become a spent force, and the time for counterattack will come. Before that, we should accumulate as many troops as possible. Belinsky nodded repeatedly, okay, that's good. This is the best news today, General Rokosov. The best news. Wang Zhong, this is my judgment on the prospects of war. I'm done. He stepped back and saluted. Thunderous applause broke out. Many people also stood up and applauded Wang Zhong. Obviously, Wang Zhong's judgment just now was supported by the young officers who could fight. The lieutenant general who had just asked General Dong what to do now that the road was easier to travel was drumming particularly hard, and Wang Zhong couldn't help but look at him a few more times. At this time, Belinsky came on stage again. He seemed to regard himself as the host, then let Lieutenant General Kazhuk talk about it. At this time, the lieutenant general who asked the question waved his hand, no, my experience is similar to that of General Rokosov. My suggestion is that General Rokosov can retreat from the front line first and summarize these experiences into a book. Printing in large quantities is much more effective than commanding the troops yourself. Wang Zhong thought to himself, I am a good plug-in on the front line, so I should wait until General Dong arrives and the enemy is driven back before summarizing the booklet. So he replied, now that the front line is so tight, it is better to postpone the compilation of the pamphlet. If my prediction is not wrong, the mud plowing will start in February next year, and there will be a period of calm before the land dries out again next June. At that time, we will have enough time to publish various pamphlets to introduce our experience to the entire army. Someone among the senior officers muttered, he really thinks he is a contemporary Bonaparte. Wang Zhong frowned, and all the other young officers also looked back. At this time, Wang Zhong noticed that General Turgenev, who had the same name as the literary giant, shook his head as if he hated iron. As expected, he is an acquaintance of my father. I will pay him a visit later. At this time, Belinsky ordered another young man, Andrei Pupper, please talk about your experience in field air defense and teach us how to deal with Stukas, without magic arrows. Situation. Now thanks to Rokosov, everyone is killing enemy pilots with magic arrows. Andrei Pupil stood up, okay, let me tell you. The exchange meeting will last until 0300 hours on August 11th. After finally disbanding, Wang Zhong found an opportunity to stop General Turgenev. Hello, General. My maid said that you asked to prepare a room for me in the summer palace. Turgenev looked at Wang Zhong, who was a head taller than him. Well, from a close look, he is indeed an iron-blooded soldier. Connie will be happy. Wang Zhong, listen to the title, you are very familiar with my father. Of course. Admiral Turgenev smiled, he and I once had an argument about whether to get involved in the Civil War. That was more than 10 years ago. At this time, Olga, who had been pretending to be a maid, appeared. It was General Turgenev who suggested that I go to the church and contact you through the choir. You asked for Air Force support, and I also asked the General for help. The Air Force has just been mobilized to support you. Did those airmen help? Wang Zhong, that would be a big help, especially the MiG-3 destroyer group you sent. If they hadn't shot down Road 217 where the enemy dropped remote-controlled guided bombs, we might not have been able to break through at night. Olga smiled, that helped, that's great. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly noticed the details of Olga's words and asked, General, can you command the Air Force? Admiral Turgenev, no, I just suggested where they should attack. What's the matter? Wang Zhong, I got the news from the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel who escorted me here. The Yak-1 aircraft, which is good at low-altitude dogfights with the enemy, is a waste in the capital. Because the enemy air force that invades the capital enters from high altitude. But if the Yak-1 is placed on the front line, the enemy's Stukas will finish dropping bombs at low altitude, which is exactly the height of the Yak-1's unique skill. The Yak-1 can destroy all the Stukas and solve a serious problem. The general touched the beard on his chin. Your suggestion sounds good. But, why are you so familiar with the conditions of the Air Force? Playing War Thunder. But I couldn't say that, so Wang Zhong replied, I learned about it from chatting with the Air Force pilots. Admiral Turgenev nodded. Next time, tell the people in the Air Force that if you want to complain, go directly to their commander. Don't take this turn. Good guy. Turgenev seems to think that Wang Zhong knew that these were deliberately revealed by the Air Force. But now that he had mentioned it, Wang Zhong still asked, at least get a 1st Yak regiment for Shastka where I am stationed. Those planes are useless in the capital. Turgenev, I'll give it a try. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go back and rest first. You should also rest early. And Her Royal Highness, you are the Crown Princess now, and you can no longer wander around in a maid outfit. Olga gasped, oh. Chapter 173 The sun also rises. In the early morning of August 11th, Wang Zhong opened his eyes and stared at the canopy in his field of vision for a few seconds before he remembered that he had occupied a guest room in the Tsar's summer palace and fell asleep yesterday. He touched the side and found that Lucia had been up for a while, and the sheets were cold. Hey, it's not good for your fiancée to be too self-disciplined, even if she wants to hold her tenderly. At this time, the sleepy Wang Zhong saw a maid coming to the bedside, probably Nelly, so he sat up and hugged her over. Nelly will definitely tolerate my coquettishness with a mother-like heart. Wang Zhong buried his face in Nelly's chest, and then realized that something was not right. Nelly usually doesn't wear extra perfume, and it usually only smells of a slight lavender scent. But the fragrance that penetrates Wang Zhong's nose now smells expensive. There is also this soft touch that is comparable to Ludmila. Could it be that Nelly is a succubus, and can be switched by throwing the dice every morning? Wang Zhong pulled away suspiciously. The next moment, he rolled out of the bed from the other side and stood upright. Your Majesty. No, Your Highness. Princess Olga, you do this to your little maid every morning. No, generally not. Today, the luxury of the palace made me relax, and my head is a little abnormal. Wang Zhong replied seriously, while picking up his pants and holding them in front of himself. He felt that he could not give the initiative to the princess, so he said before the princess could answer, Your Highness, in this extraordinary period, you should not just wear a maid uniform and enter an occupied guest room. If there is another scandal in the royal family at this time, the situation will be even worse. Bad. Princess Olga, I didn't know you would do such a thing to a maid in the morning. I wouldn't do such a thing to a maid. Today it's an environmental problem. This luxurious environment makes me weird. Wang Zhong said firmly. As soon as Princess Olga opened her mouth, the door opened and Ludmila walked in. Alyosha, are you up? Ah, you are already up. I asked Neely to push the breakfast cart over, and we are here eat here. Neely followed Ludmila in pushing the cart. Princess Olga turned her back to the two people who entered the door, looking a little panicked. Ludmila glanced at the princess's back. Is this the maid of the palace? Did I tell you not to come in before we leave? I'm going to complain to the head maid. Wang Zhong, no, this is. Olga turned around directly and bowed to Ludmila. I'm very sorry. Yesterday, the news that the general drew his gun was spread among the servants, saying that the general shot the spy who broke into the palace and saved Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. Everyone admires the general, and so do I, so I sneaked in. I'm extremely sorry. Wang Zhong hesitated. He didn't know what kind of medicine the princess was selling in the gourd, so he could only scratch his head in confusion. Ludmila sighed, I can understand, don't do this again in the future, you can go. Olga raised her head, thanked her, and moved toward the servant's door. Wait a minute. Ludmila stopped her, and then gasped, Your Highness the Crown Princess. No, I am. Wang Zhong, it's her shadow warrior. It's to prevent others from assassinating her. Ludmila, what are you talking about? I have never heard of such a thing. Your Highness, what are you doing? In this situation, you are already the princess. Olga, okay, I know I was wrong. I don't know what happened to me. Last night I dreamed that the Procenians captured me and wanted to betroth me to their fat pig. Air Marshal named Meyer. Then at the wedding, Alio, Prince Rokosov came to my rescue in a train. Wang Zhong exclaimed, driving a train. Where is my little tank? Olga, Lyuda, I feel relieved when I see Rokosov. You must understand. Ludmila, I understand. How about letting him sleep with you next to the bed every night? Wang Zhong? Olga smiled and said, okay, my brother would read me storybooks when I was little until I fell asleep. Wang Zhong looked back and forth between the two of them and decided to put on his pants first and clean himself up first. Nelly silently placed the food on the table. Ludmila, how old were you when that happened? About 10 years old. Olga replied, my brother won't be like this now, but as long as he spends the night in the palace, he will come and kiss my forehead at night and say good night to me. Ludmila was a little slow to react. She probably didn't know how to respond. The crown prince died for his country on the battlefield, so her sister's request seemed not too much. Wang Zhong had put on his trousers at this time and just picked up his shirt. When he saw his fiancée was embarrassed, he said, Your Highness, Your Majesty, the Tsar is like this. You have to be strong. You can't act like a baby like this anymore. Ludmila glanced at Wang Zhong with grateful eyes. Olga, Your Excellency General, as a war hero who is about to give a speech at the public memorial ceremony, you must also be strong and stop being coquettish with the maid. Neely was setting the tableware. When she heard this, she raised her head and looked at Wang Zhong doubtfully. Ludmila squinted at Wang Zhong, as if you were just waiting, and you will give me an explanation later. But Olga seemed to have had enough fun. She pulled up her skirt and curtsied in court etiquette, then, I wish you both a pleasant meal and a good mood today. Then she slipped away. Ludmila turned to Wang Zhong, what's going on with acting coquettishly with the maid? Wang Zhong, I just asked her to wash my face. It's not what you think. How about that, please show me. Wang Zhong, okay, come here and I'll demonstrate it to you. No, Ludmila put her hands on her hips, isn't Neely here? Show me how to act coquettishly with the maid. Wang Zhong glanced at Neely and felt that the long-term pain was better than the short-term pain, so he hugged Neely's waist and slapped her chest, that's it, Neely, please touch my head. Neely looked at Wang Zhong with disgust and reluctantly touched his head. Wang Zhong quickly left the steel plate, the demonstration is over, are you still satisfied? Ludmila, you would actually do such a thing to Neely? Nelly, no, today is the first time. Someone saw the princess and pretended not to notice anything wrong with her, and took advantage of the situation. He is a habitual offender. Ludmila, yes, he is indeed a habitual offender. He just took the opportunity to take advantage of you. Wang Zhong, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat and eat. By the way, are there any activities today? Ludmila, the military command office informed us that we can move freely today, and Grandpa Mikhail called around 5 o'clock in the morning and said that the manor is ready and we can move there. Wang Zhong, I know. I have free time today, so of course I have to go to the logistics department to collect equipment. Where is the ordnance bureau in the capital? Wang Zhong originally came to the capital to equip and recruit soldiers, and the rest was incidental. He put on his coat, sat down at the table, picked up a spoon and started to stir the oatmeal. While stirring, he said, we want to see if there are any other noble young masters ceremonial cars like number 422, and get 1 or 2 more. Stationed to form a tank platoon, all with commanders and radios. Then there are heavy artillery and Katyusha rocket launchers. We need to buy some. We also need to buy some Su-76 self-propelled artillery for temporary emergency. Ludmila squinted her eyes, you don't think that just talking about this can put aside what happened this morning, right? Wang Zhong, isn't it possible? And I didn't do anything evil. It was the princess who attacked me, and I just wanted a hug. I was planning to ask you for it. You ran away, and the bed was cold. Speaking of this, Wang Zhong felt aggrieved. Yes, it's all Lucia's fault. You want to give me a warm hug and a good morning kiss in the morning. How can this happen? It can't be done. Ludmila sighed, sat down at the table, and pulled the oatmeal in front of her. Nelly quickly filled her cup with hot milk. Ludmila said while eating, then Neely and I will go to the manor first, and Sergeant Major Grigory will accompany you to the Ordnance Bureau. Okay. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. Gregory looked at Wang Zhong with a half-smile and saluted, General, good morning. Wang Zhong casually replied with an awkward gift and asked, why do you look at me like this? It has been spread that you are going to be a prince. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the authentic work of his old friend he saw in the game room yesterday. Originally, the Tsar's family might have ended up as miserable as the earth, but now, maybe they can spend the rest of their lives in a remote villa? Then when filming War and Peace, he was asked to be the court etiquette instructor. Anyway, judging from the heated discussions among the palace servants about the future prince, at least they are not very resistant to having a Tsar now. Gregory, so is it possible for me to become a bodyguard? What do you mean? You don't feel comfortable being my guard? Wang Zhong asked. That's not possible. Because of your high popularity, I have become a favorite. It was really fun last night. If Wang Zhong hadn't been in a hurry to pick out equipment, he would have wanted Gregory to explain in detail what a cool way to do it. Wang Zhong got into the jeep, patted the backrest of the driver's seat and drove quickly. Gregory got into the car and started moving quickly. The guards at the palace gate seemed to recognize Wang Zhong and saluted him directly without checking his ID. After leaving the palace gate, Wang Zhong looked at the officers on the street and asked, "Why are there so many officers?" The street in front of the palace gate is now full of officer dormitories, not only for the officers of the headquarters, but also for the temporarily recalled senior officers. This street is now called Officer Street. Wang Zhong said oh, and suddenly, he saw an acquaintance. "Stop ahead. Just on the roadside ahead. Stop next to the lieutenant general wearing cavalry pants. Ant's cavalry trousers have a very wide seam and are brightly colored, so they can be seen from a distance." Gregory skillfully stopped in front of the officer. Wang Zhong stood up, "Lieutenant General Kyrienko." The cavalry officer was startled by the jeep that suddenly rushed out, but he raised his head when he heard Wang Zhong's voice, "Major General Rokosov. You are alive too. Oh no, I will know you are alive just by reading the newspaper." "Wang Zhong, but there is no news about you in the newspapers." "Great, you guys survived too." He got out of the car and hugged the lieutenant general, who had met Lufthoff once before, as warmly as if he had been friends for 30 years. Chapter 174 Old Friends New Friends, 29,000 monthly votes plus more updates. After the hug, Wang Zhong said, "That time I said goodbye to you and said I'd see you in Prosonia, I thought I couldn't do it." "How could it be?" Lieutenant General Kyrienko said with a smile, "First of all, I am not surrounded, and secondly, I am a cavalry. If I abandon my troops ruthlessly, I can escape even if the enemy sets a dragnet." Wang Zhong heard him mention his troops and asked, "Where is the 7th Cavalry Army?" When Wang Zhong lost most of Rokosov, Kyrienko's 7th Cavalry Corps flooded the enemy like a tide and rescued the dying Rokosov battle group. This unit is Wang Zhong's savior. Kyrienko sighed, "The losses were huge, so we all retreated to the east of St. Yekaterina Castle for replenishment. My boys are all cavalry, and they are really not suitable for grinding meat with the Prosan people in the city." "Wang Zhong, what a pity. Don't worry too much. I didn't make it to the sharing meeting yesterday, but last night I was drinking in the corridor and met Lieutenant General Kazha who lives across the street. I talked about your idea of dragging the enemy to death with mud and winter. It's a good idea, but some people say that your real idea is to level St. Catherine's Castle." Wang Zhong laughed dumbly. "Who said that? How is it possible? Look at the surrounding reinforced concrete buildings and the factories in the industrial zone in the distance. How much explosives will it take to blow them up? No, we will not leave St. Catherine Fort. The enemy can't capture it either. If the enemy enters the city, we will rely on the city's reinforced concrete buildings to grind against them. This is not a small town like Luchthof. This will kill Prosen." At this time, a group of officers gathered around. They did not come close, but listened from a distance, as if they were waiting for the commuter bus. At this time, Lieutenant General Kashuch, whom he had met once last night, came over while eating a piece of cake. "Major General Rokosov, I heard that you will be placed under my command." Wang Zhong was very happy when he heard this. "Isn't this a good thing? You said it very well yesterday. It's much better than accepting the traitor-level command from that idiot Skorob. General Skrobo has been characterized as a traitor. It is said that his wife has been found to be 1/4 of Prosen blood. Her grandmother is a Bavarian noble and she has written letters to her family. All I can say is that the Inquisition is fast." Kashuch frowned. "Aren't you angry? I was originally a farmer." "Wang Zhong, what's wrong with the farmers? The wheat we eat is grown by farmers, and the beef we eat is raised by farmers. If you hate farmers, don't eat it." As if he wanted to get to know Wang Zhong again, Kashuch looked at him carefully. "You are different from the rumors. They say you are a dandy and a flower-picking thief. Let's talk about the flower-picking thief in detail. Who are my old friends in the city?" At this time Kyrienko said, "I guess the people in the headquarters want to create a conflict between you two. Most of them are nobles from the old army and are on the right side. Their personal grudges are more important than winning the war. If you are surrounded and let the old officers lead the troops to rescue you, with the current level of their hatred for you, the rescue troops may only advance 1 kilometer a day." Wang Zhong scolded, "How can we win the battle with these insects?" Although the surrounding officers did not express it clearly, judging from their expressions, they all agreed with Wang Zhong's words. "Kazhuk, it would be great if General Gorky Konstantinovic came back. His father is a shoemaker and he will definitely not share his anger with those noble lords. It's a pity that he was sent away." Wang Zhong has long wanted to say, "Chekhov, Turgenev, Gorky, my dear, the entire Tsarist Russian literary community has traveled through time. However, Wang Zhong thought about it and realized that it was not particularly strange that there were so many familiar names. After all, the Ant people chose their names according to the list. If it is on the list, can you still stipulate that others cannot choose it? Kyrienko said, let me see, we should join forces to prevent the execution of the orders of these stupid men. We will make changes ourselves below. You see, the three of us, the two lieutenant generals, can do it. Commanding a group army, Major General, although you are a Major General, with so many military exploits, it is only a matter of time before you become a Lieutenant General. The three of us put together, 3 armies, if we are all arranged in one place, there will be linkage. Wang Zhong, isn't your 7th army disabled? Yes, so I handed it over to my deputy. He has been promoted to army commander. I may take over an army group when I come back now, and Kashuhi should also be the same. Kashuhi finished the cake and took out a cigarette. Damn it, they won't let my staff team be transferred with me. They don't know what kind of chief of staff they will give me. If he is an old aristocrat, that would be disgusting. Wang Zhong, as long as the staff can organize the troops well, the impact is not particularly big. If the troops cannot be organized well, then change them. And there are also good ones from the old aristocracy. My chief of staff is an old aristocrat, except for my mother-in-law. Everything is fine. The other 2 people looked at Wang Zhong and smiled. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? Kashuch, you are also an old aristocrat, Major General. There are also capable people in the old aristocracy, and they cannot be beaten to death with a stick. At this time, someone was riding a horse and leading 2 other horses. Kyrienko, okay, my mount is here, it's time to go do something. Wang Zhong, doing business. My wife and children are coming by train today. Go to the station and wait. Kyrienko got on his horse and waved to Wang Zhong, see you in Prosonia. Wang Zhong smiled and shouted, see you in Prosonia. After watching Kyrienko disappear into the distance, Kazhuk asked, is it too early to say this? Wang Zhong, not too early. It will come true one day. I don't doubt that. At this time, another jeep drove over. Kashuhi threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. My car is here too. He paused, stretched out his hand and said, see you in Prosonia. See you in Prosonia. Wang Zhong held his hand tightly. The handshake ended, Lieutenant General Kashuch jumped into his jeep and drove east along the street. Wang Zhong got into the car that had been waiting for Gregory for a long time and went straight to the Ordnance Bureau. After they left, the assembled officers also said their farewells. See you Prosonia. You too, see you Prosonia. A tradition quietly began that lasted throughout the war. The Ordnance Bureau building looks square-headed and incompatible with other classical buildings in the capital. As soon as Wang Zhong got off the car, he heard several people dressed as engineers walking out of the car and cursing and discussing, it is unreasonable to move the factory eastward while asking us to maintain production at the same time. Yes, but Solia's factories have all been moved out. Some have just moved to new locations, and some are still choosing locations. How are they going to produce? Fortunately, the factories along the Valdecho River are in operation, otherwise it would really I don't know where to turn out so many T-34s. Wang Zhong became excited when he heard T-34, and stopped these people directly, hello everyone, who are you? We are from the Land Equipment Production Management Committee. What can I do for you, General? Asked the engineer who had just said, this is unreasonable. Wang Zhong, I want to know where to go if I want to get a T-34 tank with a viewing tower. Several engineers looked at each other, and then the one who said that makes no sense replied, this is a special car. You may have some in some clubs in the capital. I mean, the kind of club where young men play cards. It's not a professional technical club run by the church. Wang Zhong, okay, then if I want an ordinary T-34 and an ordinary KV-1, where should I go? Several engineers pointed at the Ordnance Bureau building behind them. Wang Zhong, does the Ordnance Bureau only care about this? Of course, they are responsible for the distribution of all equipment. In addition, the logistics supply headquarters of the Reserve Front Army is also here. If you are a general of the Reserve Front Army, it is natural for you to come here, but you may have to fill out a form and get a seal first. Wang Zhong smiled, he was really in the right place. And I also know where to find T-34 with a viewing tower. He waved goodbye to several engineers, goodbye, see you in Prosonia. Goodbye. Prosonia, huh? Several engineers were stunned. Wang Zhong had already taken Gregory to the entrance of the Ordnance Bureau. As soon as he entered the hall, Wang Zhong saw the sign of the Reserve Front Army Logistics Command. So he strode in quickly. The Front Army Logistics Headquarters is very large, with the sound of stamps everywhere, and people shouting into the phone, What did you say? Canned cucumbers? What happened to the canned cucumbers? What you want are artillery shells. Wang Zhong couldn't help but frown. What the hell, this conversation is so familiar. At this time, he heard another civilian officer shouting, what's written on your form is sausage. What is sausage, just a substitute name? Ah. It's a convention? Ah. I don't care, I will give out sausages if the form says sausage. Remember to write the real sausage next time. Item name. Wang Zhong had a dark look on his face. What is the conventional name for something on the battlefield called sausage? How come I didn't know there was this thing? He walked all the way through the headquarters office area, went straight to the logistics headquarters, opened the door and barged in. Then he noticed that the guy on the phone looked familiar. Lieutenant General Chekhov. The Lieutenant General looked up and saw Wang Zhong stunned for a moment, and then said to the receiver, I've got something going on. Yes, it's really going on. I'm not trying to frustrate you, Lieutenant General. Goodbye then. After speaking, the Lieutenant General hung up the phone and cursed into the phone, Sucka. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? Nothing, someone wants to borrow a truck to evacuate his estate. If you ask me, estates that are not along the railway line should not be evacuated. Wang Zhong, my estate does not occupy much railway transportation capacity. It mainly transports people to the rear. Lieutenant General Chekhov shrugged, and then extended his hand to Wang Zhong, long time no see, Rokosov. Duke. Wang Zhong, still account, the canonization of Duke Karen has not yet come down. Chekhov nodded, are you here to see your brother? Ah, I know not. Tell me, what do you want? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 175. The Lieutenant General teaches you how to get supplies, 30,000 monthly votes for Aditya. Wang Zhong, I still have to go and see my brother. He arrived at St. Catherine Castle so early, why didn't he go back to his own home? Who knows? I'm not your housekeeper. Let's talk business. Wang Zhong stared at Chekhov for a few seconds, don't you have to fill out the form this time? You can fill it out if you want. Lieutenant General Chekhov said. Wang Zhong, no, I don't want to fill it out. But didn't you say last time that filling out the form is a special case? You misunderstood, the form is still required, but we can do it for you. Anyway, there are so many forms thrown there, and no one will really check them carefully. The key lies in the content summarized on the dispatch list. This operation is against the rules, but the war situation is so urgent, even the Crown Prince has died for his country, so of course some red tape can be omitted. Lieutenant General Chekhov spread his hands. Good guy, this guy simply didn't want to stick to the pot last time, so he followed the process. Special cases are special cases within the process framework. Wang Zhong, okay, then I want T-34. No. We don't have any ready-made T-34s now. If you tell us what you need, we will give you the T-34s that will roll off the factory in the future. Wang Zhong, then I'll take 100. Do you have so many tankers? No, that's not appropriate. And if you want so many at once, others will have opinions. Our logistics headquarters is mainly a department that handles things, understand? Lieutenant General Chekhov leaned forward, stared at Wang Zhong and said, don't take so many at once. The correct approach is to have a large total amount, but each item is very small, scattered among countless requirements. Wang Zhong, then how many do you suggest I take? How many tankers do you have? You suffered a lot in Araki, right? This is the truth. Even if the surviving tankers of the 5th Tank Army are added, Wang Zhong can't get 30 crews. But he is going to take 30, plus the ones left over from the last battle, there will be 36, but the ones left over from the last battle have all been returned to the factory for repair, and it is estimated that it will take at least half a month to be sent back. Wang Zhong, I want 30, don't worry about the crews. Lieutenant General Chekhov wrote down in the notebook in front of him, 1 battalion, okay. Not too much. And then there are ZIS-3. There are really not many of them. The main production plant is retreating, and now the output is basically zero. But the production capacity of 45mm guns is sufficient. How many do you want? Wang Zhong, first get a battalion, and then I want heavy mortars. I hope to strengthen the heavy mortars to the infantry battalion. You have 2 regiments. Chekhov asked back. Wang Zhong, yes, 2 infantry regiments. That's 6 heavy mortar companies, not too many. In fact, the requirements for heavy mortars on the front line are not high now. Everyone is shouting anti-tank, anti-tank. Wang Zhong pointed to the sky with his finger, I am also forced by the war. The enemy likes to use reconnaissance planes to observe our artillery positions and then bombard them. If there are not enough MiG-3s to knock down high-altitude reconnaissance planes, We can only use heavy mortars to cover the positions occupied by the enemy. Now the focus of the Air Force is to protect St. Ekaterina Castle, and most of the MiG-3s are deployed near St. Ekaterina Castle. Some fighter regiments have been sent to the front line, but not many. Chekhov said, what else? Wang Zhong, heavy artillery, my artillery regiment has lost all the heavy artillery, and my anti-aircraft battalion is gone. At least give me 24 152 howitzers. Lieutenant General Chekhov raised his eyebrows, don't you want B4? The user experience is not good. Wang Zhong, it's too heavy, and it's too slow to load. It's really not as convenient as 152 howitzers. Instead of replenishing B4, it's better to replenish me with 12 more 152 howitzers. The enemy's artillery firepower at the division level is very strong, and the army level is even stronger. In the absence of army level or even campaign level artillery cluster support, we must have strong enough firepower. Wang Zhong's words are actually a bit beyond time and space. Now the officers of Ant can't realize the artillery firepower configuration of the Prosan army. At most, they know a lot. But Wang Zhong has read a lot of war history. He knows that Santazi's artillery is mainly dispersed at the division level, and even knows Santazi's specific artillery firepower configuration. Lieutenant General Chekhov made a note in the notebook, then looked up and asked, anything else? Wang Zhong, I want the BM-13 rocket launcher. Lieutenant General Chekhov frowned, how do you know this weapon exists? At this time, the existence of rocket launchers was still confidential. Even long after the weapons were put into the front line, the troops did not know that the model of this thing was called BM-13, so it was nicknamed Katyusha. Wang Zhong smiled, the Crown Prince and I are good friends. Lieutenant General Chekhov was amazed, that's right. You will really become a prince. No. Wang Zhong said firmly, anyway, can you get it? No, all rocket launchers are used in a centralized manner, and they will not be allocated to you. Give up this idea. Wang Zhong sighed and had to give up. He began to think about what other powerful weapons at this time could be won over. At this time, Lieutenant General Chekhov said, based on the experience of the front line, we have produced a simple incendiary bomb, which is much more effective and safer than the one you made with wine bottles. It also has the function of automatic ignition of white phosphorus, and it will spontaneously ignite when the lid is opened. Wang Zhong, really? Really? The troop response Molotov cocktail is very useful, but it needs to be ignited before throwing. Sometimes the fuel will spill out and ignite the grenadier when throwing. So the engineers of the design bureau made targeted improvements. Wang Zhong, that's good, I want enough. Chekhov continued, also, we have accelerated the mass production of the Deshka heavy machine gun, which is much more powerful than the previous old machine guns. Wang Zhong, yes, it just so happened that we lost all our heavy machine guns when we broke out from Araki, and now our troops only have DP light machine guns. Our light weapons gap is not big, but if we have Tokarev semi-automatic, the more the better. Lieutenant General Chekhov nodded, we also tried to imitate some enemy combat armors, which can be used by your combat engineers. Do you have combat engineers? Wang Zhong, no, but I can have it. Yes. Lieutenant General Chekhov, there are also light mortars, which would be very good as a support weapon for the infantry company. Yes. Wang Zhong said in advance, wait a minute, I don't think I need to order it, so I can just leave it to you. Lieutenant General Chekhov, no, I still want you to nod. How can I nod? I can't decide for you. But you see, as a logistics lieutenant general, I am definitely more familiar with what I have. Let me make suggestions. This is reasonable, right? It's really, very reasonable. Wang Zhong asked, Lieutenant General Chekhov, who is familiar with equipment, do you know that besides the 45mm gun, is there anything that can make up for our lack of anti-tank firepower? I just said. Lieutenant General Chekhov stopped and frowned. Wang Zhong sat up straight, yes? Is it there? Lieutenant General, there is a trial production artillery piece. Because we were in such a hurry, we haven't done detailed range testing yet. Do you want it? Wang Zhong, what kind of gun? A 57mm artillery was sent back for remanufacturing due to design flaws. Now the flaws have been improved, but it has not been tested. Because of the emergency, the Ordnance Bureau planned to use the production line, so it ordered its production. The output was not very high. But I estimate that I can get 24 doors for you before the 15th of next month. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, 57 mm. Could it be the legendary 57 magic needles? This thing is one of the best anti-tank guns in the Soviet Union on Earth. Even in the middle and late stages of the war, when faced with a large number of Santokazus, the 57 magic needle still had useful penetrating capabilities. However, this thing has a fatal weakness, That is, it is too difficult to produce, requiring a lot of man-hours and skilled workers, and the output has not been able to increase. So in the end, the Soviet Union chose a mindless caliber and swamped the Sandoka troops with crude 85mm guns. The performance of the 85 gun is actually very mediocre among the anti-tank guns produced by all parties involved in the war in the mid to late period, but it is easy to produce if it cannot stand up. When Wang Zhong heard that there were 57 cannons that no one wanted, he felt like he had found a treasure. He had to confirm, "Can you give it to me? This 57mm gun?" "Yes, we didn't have artillery of this caliber before, and we had zero experience in design and use. Then this gun had major design flaws discovered before, so no one wanted it. Of course, people don't know that this kind of gun exists, which is also a big reason. Wang Zhong, give it to me. Give me as much as you have." Lieutenant General Chekhov stood up, went to the filing cabinet, dug out a stack of documents, flipped through them carefully and said, "There is also a production plan here. On August 22, the 912ND arsenal will start producing ZIS-30 tank destroyers also use this 57mm gun. If they are all issued to you, there will be no need to issue 57mm ammunition to other troops." "Wang Zhong, what's the matter, are you trying to save trouble?" Lieutenant General Chekhov shrugged, "My principle is that each unit should be equipped with one type of gun, and the calibers should be as unmixed as possible. Your unit already has so many 45mm guns, and then there are so many 152mm. Supply one more type of 57mm. The artillery shells are nothing, since there is a railway leading to you. Since you want this 57mm gun, how about I not supply you with the 45mm gun?" Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, "Okay. 57mm gun, plus the ZIS-30 mobile self-propelled anti-tank gun, suddenly the anti-tank firepower becomes richer." Lieutenant General Chekhov added, "Oh, by the way, when I looked at this document, I discovered that we still have many machine gun tanks here, only equipped with machine guns. How about I grant this to you as a half-track transport vehicle? Take it. It's good for transporting ammunition or as a tractor towing anti-tank guns." Wang Zhong frowned and pretended to be angry, "What do you think I am? A scrap collector? But you said so, give it to me. And you have to give me a driver." Lieutenant General Chekhov said seriously, "I am in charge of supplies here. If you want people, go to the church and ask for them yourself. I guess there are many young people in the church who have learned to drive tractors and have just been drafted into the army." Chapter 176 Gap. When Lieutenant General Wang Zhong came out of Lieutenant General Wang Zhong's office, Gregory narrowed his eyes in confusion. "The commander inside is a woman." "General, why do you look like you came out of a red light district?" "Humph," Wang Zhong sneered, "this is much more exciting than the red light district. Inside is Lieutenant General Chekhov, an old acquaintance of Iksukov, who approved a lot of equipment for us." Gregory reminded awkwardly, "I am a sergeant major and I don't know so many big people." "You said I don't know who Lieutenant General Chekhov is. He is an old slippery man who doesn't stick to the pot, but he can get things done." Wang Zhong said with a smile, "In peacetime, this kind of person will become the mainstay of a department." Wang Zhong actually has little social experience, but he has seen people like Lieutenant General Chekhov in a British TV series called Yes, Prime Minister. "Gregory, anyway, it's a good result. Where to go next?" "Go to the church and ask for people. We need a lot of recruits who can drive tractors to drive the machine gun tanks I just got here." "Are you talking about something like BT-1? Gregory's face was full of black lines. "What's the use of that thing? As an ammunition carrier. This is okay." The two of them walked towards the door one after another. When he arrived at the door of the church, Wang Zhong saw a familiar scene again. A large number of young people crowded at the entrance of the recruitment station, and the huge team blocked the entire street. Gregory honked his horn frantically to no avail. The crowd showed no intention of giving way. Wang Zhong stood up and looked toward the church. At this time, someone around noticed Wang Zhong. "Look, it's a major general." "What's wrong with the major general?" "There are many major generals in St. Catherine's Castle now. I heard that even the Great White Horse General has come to St. Catherine's Castle to marry Her Royal Highness the Princess. I am now the Crown Princess." Wang Zhong thought that this rumor spread too fast. There is no internet in this era. How can it be transmitted so fast? What happened last night was already known to the whole city this afternoon. At this time, he ignored the fact that a large number of middle and lower level officers stayed at the Summer Palace for an exchange meeting last night. After these people were injected with blood at the exchange meeting, most of them wanted to drink. When you drink, you will brag, and then the old men will go home with what they heard last night and tell their wives, and the old ladies who went out to buy groceries the next morning will chew it like this, and then the whole city will know. It's that fast. Wang Zhong sighed and shouted at the top of his lungs, Boys and girls, give way. I want to recruit men for my army. A young man who was not afraid of trouble shouted, Major General, what kind of army are you in? Wang Zhong, 151st Provisional Infantry Division. No, the temporary troops are not going. The guards can consider it. Major General, have your troops ever fought in a war? You still have to ask, the temporary troops must have never fought before. Wang Zhong frowned, thinking to these little bastards, I am a Major General after all, I can die if I give them some respect. At this time, someone held up a newspaper and said, wait a minute. The newspaper says that the troops commanded by General Whitehorse are the 151st Provisional Infantry Division. Ah. What? Isn't General Whitehorse 6 meters tall? Wang Zhong raised his forehead. Why did the rumor that he was 6 meters tall spread from Shepatovka to the capital? The distance is almost 500 kilometers. Forget it, gather the people first, so he shouted, everyone. I am the White Horse General. Although I am not riding a white horse now, I am. I want to recruit additional soldiers for my army, can't you get out of the way and let me drive in front of the church recruitment point? As soon as he finished speaking, a female voice replied, no. General, the church says we are not old enough and won't let us join the army. This statement immediately triggered a large number of responses. That's right, General. We graduated from the 10th grade, we're just not old enough. I have the strength of a general, so I can carry a gun with no problem. I have never lost a fight in the village. I will definitely beat up the Prosenjaps. Wang Zhong finally understood that these young people were not old enough, so he blocked the door and wanted the church to relax the age for conscription. Those who were old enough would have been registered and taken to boot camp in a truck. Wang Zhong, you guys, do you think you can only fight the Prosenjaps by going to the front line? The work at the rear is also very important. There is no one to grow food and no one to graze, so what do the soldiers on the front line eat? The clothes the soldiers wear and the ammunition they fire are all produced by people. These positions in the rear are also very important. You should go home, participate in labor, and transfuse blood for the war. Instead of wasting time here. It's August now, the autumn harvest is coming, and no one has harvested the wheat in the fields. Without wheat, there will be a famine next year. The Plozans did not defeat us, but we lost because of hunger. War, just because you are wasting your time here. The children looked at each other. Someone shouted, the newspaper said that the war can be won in half a year. Wang Zhong was shocked, what? Who said that? It's impossible for the church newspaper to say that. Because the patriarch obviously agreed with Wang Zhong yesterday and believed that the war would last 3 to 4 years. That's what the Ekaterina Review said. Wang Zhong frowned. He didn't know which faction this newspaper belonged to. It was probably not the church. This is incorrect. Neither quick victory nor quick defeat is possible. War will be a protracted battle to compete with war potential. Wang Zhong tried hard to make his statement plain and easy to understand and acceptable to children. You guys, if you are 1 to 2 years away from reaching adulthood, you can go home and join the army when you are old enough. I promise, let me go now, okay, kids. The young people looked at each other and finally gave way. Gregory started the car and drove towards the recruiting table at a very slow speed for fear of hitting anyone. When he arrived at the recruitment table, Wang Zhong said to the priest in charge, I need recruits who can drive tractors, and I need them right away. Priest, understood, we will select suitable candidates from the recruits who have joined these days. However, if you are not in a special hurry, you can wait until our training class graduates. Wang Zhong frowned, training class. Yes, we are training drivers and other technical units that are urgently needed now. Drivers should be the fastest to graduate. The first phase should be completed in early September. Wang Zhong, I want both. Find me someone who can drive a tractor first, and then I also want students who graduate in early September. The priest looked troubled, isn't this a bit too greedy? At this time, a blue-hat judge quickly ran over and whispered to the priest. The priest's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, how many drivers do you need? Wang Zhong, I want 3,000. In fact, Wang Zhong originally wanted to say 5,000, but then he thought about whether he could equip his division with 5,000 trucks. It was a problem, so he had to ask for 3,000. The trucks were not enough for machine guns and tanks. In the history of the Earth, both Sandoku and the Soviet Army used backward machine gun tanks as ammunition transport vehicles and other miscellaneous vehicles. After all, the tanks have already been produced. Taking them to the factory for scrapping will consume precious man-hours. During the war, all factories were eager to break one man-hour into two. After recording Wang Zhong's request, the priest said, I will try my best to satisfy it. Where will these drivers be sent? Wang Zhong, Shastka, my troops are stationed in Shastka. Okay. Even after this matter was done, Wang Zhong asked Gregory, do you know where there is a club in the city where noble buddies go? Gregory frowned and looked at Wang Zhong, I am a Cossack. Are you asking me if this is a bit too professional and inappropriate, General? Wang Zhong, okay. He scratched his cheek. At this time, a young man next to me said, are you going to find the dandies to have a good time? Wang Zhong, no, I will look for a tank to watch the ceremony and change the tank into my command vehicle. Young man, then you should go to the Novgorod mansion, where there is music and music every night. Wang Zhong, are there tanks there? I don't know. The young man who spoke spread his hands, but you can go there and ask the noble young men where there is such a viewing tank. Wang Zhong was overjoyed and patted Grigory on the shoulder, let's go to the Novgorod mansion. The mansion is located on the east side of St. Ekaterinburg, close to the outskirts of the city. Gregory drove the car until he reached the iron gate of the mansion yard. An old servant opened the small door next to the iron door and said, please come back. Wearing military uniforms is not allowed here. Wang Zhong was furious and pulled out his pistol, my name is Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. Go find out who I killed yesterday. The old servant's pupils were dilated, Rokosov? I will report it right away. Bullshit, open the door. Otherwise I will suspect you of harboring spies. Don't force me to inform the Inquisitor. The old servant opened the door tremblingly. Gregory stepped on the accelerator and the car drove in. Wang Zhong heard that the old servant behind him might be using a phone or something to inform people inside. When the car arrived at the main entrance of the mansion, a large group of dandies in costumes were already standing at the gate of the mansion. Like Aksukov's dandies, these people are all wearing customized luxury military uniforms, good guys, real military uniforms are not allowed in, but gorgeous fake military uniforms are allowed in, right? Elisha. The leader opened his arms, and his collar badge actually imitated the rank of marshal, of course it was just an imitation, you are back. We are commemorating Ivan. Wang Zhong frowned, to commemorate. Yes, we are recalling everything about him, and several ladies are crying. Come on, tell me, what did Ivan look like in the end? You were the last person in our group to see him. Wang Zhong glanced at this group of people, not wanting to waste even a minute with them, and said, I'm here to find the tank. Is there a T-34 tank for viewing here? If not, where should I go? Turn up. Chapter 177 Production Tasks from the Royal Family. Faced with Wang Zhong's question, the marshal just replied, didn't Her Royal Highness transfer the only tank to watch the ceremony? Wang Zhong was stunned, that's it? Are there no other tanks watching the ceremony? Marshal frowned, except for you and His Highness Ivan, no one likes to play with this. Only you two direct that thing to run around all day long. That thing is so noisy when driving, and it is bumpy when you sit on it. We meet from time to time, no one wants to play. Marshal's words were immediately recognized by everyone, yes, that thing makes a lot of noise when driven. The last time I sat down, my head was full of tears. Wang Zhong's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He originally thought that this was a popular sport among the young masters in the capital, but it turned out that only the crown prince and his friends liked it. At this time, it suddenly became noisy outside. Then several trucks appeared, full of blue-hat inquisitors. A noble lady started screaming when she saw the judge, and the high-pitched sound made Wang Zhongtian's spirit numb. Wang Zhong was also confused. Why did the church decide to take action so quickly? No, the patriarch's intention last night seemed to be to resolve the primary conflict first. The truck stopped behind Wang Zhong, and the inquisitors got out of the truck and surrounded the mansion. The inquisitor leading the team, with his left hand still in plaster and bandaged, opened the car door with his remaining right hand and got out of the passenger seat, walking towards Wang Zhong. Hey, hello, returner from hell. Wang Zhong recognized this person as an old acquaintance, the judge whom Bogdanovka took him to the headquarters. You ran away from Bogdanovka. The judge smiled and said, we broke out with a group of judges. Wang Zhong, is there another one? He remains in hell, answered the inquisitor. Wang Zhong, my condolences. No, we went to heaven to see Saint Andrew. There is nothing sad about it. What is sad is these people. After saying this, the one-armed judge pursed his lips at the horrified dandies huddled together. Suddenly, he smiled, oh, look, someone peed their pants. Wang Zhong already had stress symptoms and frowned immediately when he heard the diaper. He followed the gaze of the one-armed judge and saw a large amount of wetness on the pants of the dude wearing a marshal uniform who greeted Wang Zhong arrogantly. Why are you here? He asked the inquisitor while carefully studying the large map. Their parents were found to be spies. After Wang Zhong said this, there was immediately a burst of crying. The judge shook his head, no, we heard that you were coming here, so we followed you. If we find corpses everywhere when we arrive, We will deal with the aftermath as soon as possible. After all, the main enemy now is the Prasen people. To unite all forces that can be united to resist the Prasen people. After speaking, he looked at the bearish looks of these people and shook his head. Now it seems that we almost scared them to death. On the other hand, these guys have ghosts in their hearts. Wang Zhong, how are you prepared for the situation now? Let me confirm, you don't plan to open fire, right? It won't turn into a bloodshed here, right? The old servant at the door said that you came in with a gun. It was just a small accident, right? Wang Zhong, yes, the old servant said that people wearing military uniforms are not allowed to enter. The one-armed judge frowned. Are they so blatant? Hey, you. Does this club stipulate that no one in military uniform can enter? The last sentence was said to the frightened dandies. Immediately someone shouted, it was Pandalay who said it? The marshal who had already drawn a map on his pants screamed, me. I was drunk and lost my head. One-armed inquisitor, take him away and examine him carefully. Pandalay made a sound like a killing pig. The two judges came up and held him up, one on the left and the other on the right, and pulled him away. The one-armed judge smiled at Wang Zhong and said, you've come here, right? Don't worry, we usually won't embarrass him too much. Then we will close the team. Remember, don't draw your gun casually, you are on the cusp of the storm now. The judges gathered together and got into the car at the same speed as they had just unfolded, and left in a hurry. Wang Zhong turned to look at these dudes and found that everyone was sitting directly on the ground. You are too cowardly. He teased. We are not princes. Someone replied. Wang Zhong, me neither. He was unhappy because he couldn't find the viewing tank, but a new idea soon came to him. This tank couldn't have been made by the crown prince and himself, and since a tank is such an easy-to-break thing, someone must help maintain it. So he asked again, do you know who you ordered the ceremony tank from? At this time, the club steward who had been silent at the side replied, it was ordered from Zaiabao United Machinery Factory. This factory has been responsible for producing various special vehicles for royal and review purposes. Now it is said that it is also under the orders of the Ordnance Bureau. Production of T-34 tanks. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Okay, so the hen that laid the eggs is here. The steward continued, you should go to the general director of the machinery factory, Morozov. There should be design drawings and other things in the factory. We do still have the design drawings. Morozov, the general director of the Lower Yebao United Machinery Plant, replied, but now all the workshops are producing T-34, and the design of this viewing tank is very different from the T-34. If we want to produce it, the entire production line will have to be stopped for adaptation and modification, which will affect our production progress. Wang Zhong, how did you build this car at that time? At that time, our factory was not operating at full capacity, and its main job was to produce various royal cars. So we allocated our strength to assemble one. Wang Zhong, I am now asking to stop a production line and switch to producing this kind of viewing vehicle, because its combat effectiveness is much higher than the ordinary T-34. Morozov frowned, this is impossible. We accept the leadership of the Ordnance Bureau. You are just a major general. Although you have outstanding military exploits, I cannot stop the production line just because of your words. Morozov stopped, thought for a while and said, in this way, after all, we are a factory dedicated to serving the royal family. If you can take the next task in the name of the royal family, I can find the manpower to start the work. We can think of ways to build the factory. I think the original warehouse can be used as a factory if it is renovated. Now that the production tasks are so heavy, the raw materials will be shipped and used up quickly, so there is no need for the warehouse. Wang Zhong, how can I take on a mission in the name of the royal family? Morozov looked confused, aren't you a prince? Just let Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess speak. Isn't that all? I'm not a prince. But I can make Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess talk. Please borrow the phone. An hour later, Morozov looked suspiciously at the Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna who arrived after a long journey, and then looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously. Wang Zhong was also embarrassed. Olga, why don't you send a servant? Princess Olga, I am the most idle person in the summer palace at the moment, so I came here in person. Director Morozov, this is a production task issued by the palace. We need to order 100 tanks for the ceremony. National Day celebrations this November. Morozov took the document handed over by Olga and looked at it carefully. Well, the format and procedures of the document are complete. I will start arranging the production right away. Huh. The document also has the seal of the Cardinal Hall of the Church? Ah, that's right. I called the Cardinal's office and told them about it. They also support the production of tanks for the ceremony, so I went there to get a seal stamped on the way over. Olga explained with a smile. They also said that if there is a shortage of workers, they can contact the church in the factory. Wang Zhong listened to this conversation and connected it with the words of the one-armed judge just now. Olga looked at Wang Zhong. By the way, the Major General is here. He is the person who has the most say on the battlefield performance of this tank. Why not let him give some suggestions for improvement? Anyway, it will take time for you to organize the production line. Morozov nodded and looked at Wang Zhong. We can make limited improvements. Wang Zhong, can you change the sighting equipment? We have captured a lot of Proson sights. The right edge of their sights is the ruler used by the main gun. It is very convenient to adjust and is much more advanced than ours. Damn it! With this set of sights, the Proson tanker can hit the target at a long distance. We can hit the enemy more stably at a distance of 300 meters. Morozov, do you have the captured Plosen scope? Wang Zhong, I dismantled a lot of the wreckage of Prosen. Most of them were thrown into Aolikai, and only a little was brought out. Morozov, then give them to me and I'll see if I can imitate them. Do you have any other requirements? Wang Zhong, the reliability of the engine is too low. Every time we fight for about 2 days, it will break down and require a whole day to repair it. The engine has low reliability. Morozov wrote this line next to the design drawing. Let's see if we can solve it. Is there anything else? Wang Zhong, the turret is too easy to be jammed by enemy attacks. The enemy has now discovered this, and basically everyone will hit the neck. Moreover, the tracks are also very fragile and are always interrupted by the enemy. Morozov shook his head. The track will be interrupted by enemy artillery, and we have no way to solve it. The problem of the seat ring being stuck may be solved by adding obstacles to deflect the artillery shells. Wang Zhong continued, also, and most importantly, every car must have a radio. Morozov, of course, that's how it is drawn on the drawing. Every car will have a radio and viewing seats. But, are there so many nobles willing to sit in a tank and watch the ceremony? Olga said, I am very willing, and there are probably many other ladies who are also willing, because they all admire Duke Rokosov. I see. Morozov looked at Wang Zhong with a look that was very difficult to explain. Wang Zhong could only pretend to enjoy the scenery. Chapter 178 Night on the outskirts of Yebeo, 31,000 monthly tickets plus more updates. After that, Wang Zhong made a series of suggestions, and Morozov recorded them all. Wang Zhong still felt unsatisfied, and asked again, can you design some other ceremonial equipment for the royal family? For example, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and self-propelled artillery. I think the ladies should like to ride these. Right, Olga. Oh, yes, I like them. Princess Olga replied quickly. Morozov's face was tense. Although the ladies have such needs, we are a factory, not a design bureau. This drawing was also sent to the design bureau for them to draw before it was sent to us for work. Look at this design drawing, there is the signature of designer Koshkin on it. He should be the chief engineer of the 190 design bureau. If you want other viewing cars, you can go to him to draw the drawings. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Where is he? In St. Andrew's Castle, the entire design bureau is there. Morozov replied. Wang Zhong looked at the map of the anti-empire on the wall of the factory director's office, and estimated the distance between St. Andrew's Castle and Ye Castle, so he had to give up. Princess Olga, look for other designers, after all, there are so many design bureaus here. At this time, the phone in the factory director's office rang. Morozov answered the phone. This is the United Machinery Factory. In the palace? Please wait. He handed the phone to me. Olga, Your Highness, I'm looking for you. Olga looked embarrassed. Can I say I'm not here? Do you think this is appropriate? Morozov asked back. Olga could only sigh and took the receiver. I'm Olga Nikolavna. I don't need those things, right? Okay, I'll go back now. After returning the receiver to Morozov, Olga sighed. I have to go back. You will continue to live in the summer palace tonight, right? No, I will go back to my own manor. Wang Zhong replied, my father's housekeeper has tidied up the manor yesterday. Is that so? Goodbye, Alyosha. Princess Olga waved and left, looking back every few steps. Morozov looked at Wang Zhong. Your Highness sneaked out of the palace to help you? You. Wang Zhong, that's not the case. My fiancée is my childhood sweetheart, Ludmila Vasilievna Malekhovna. She has moved into my estate in Yeburg. Oh. Morozov nodded, I understand. Your expression shows that you don't understand at all. Wang Zhong was too lazy to care. When can the tanks be produced? It will take until the end of August to adjust the production line. I estimate that the first tank will be off the production line in early September. Will we send them to you one by one, or will we send them all together when we have enough for a train? Wang Zhong, Send them all together when we have enough for a train. How many can a train hold? 2. That's it? Go ask Lieutenant General Chekhov of the Reserve Front for the wagons. He'll take care of it. Got it? Morozov took out his notebook and wrote down Lieutenant General Chekhov's name and the unit he belonged to. Then I'll arrange the production. Wang Zhong looked at the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Although he had been running around Yebeo all day, the result was very good. No, it can't be said to be very good, it can be described as a huge harvest. After running through the production links and opening up the design bureau in the future, you can make things yourself. With Princess Olga holding the seal, you can make a lot of good things in the form of special royal missions. But it's really tiring. I haven't stopped all day, and the mileage is dozens of kilometers. I have to go back to my own manor and have a good rest. Ludmila and Nelly went to the manor in the morning, and I don't know how it went. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong said goodbye to Morozov, then I'll leave. Is my guard still in the waiting room? Please notify him. Okay. Half an hour later, Wang Zhong saw the gate of his own manor. And a large number of refugees in front of the gate. Rokosov's manor is on the outskirts of Yebeo, surrounded by the urban and rural areas of Yebeo, and now these places are full of tents. Church priests and nuns are seen distributing food everywhere. Wang Zhong, see that church stall? Pull over. Gregory did it immediately. Wang Zhong got off the car and asked the priest, what's going on? Why are there so many refugees? The priest glanced at Wang Zhong, General Rokosov. Wang Zhong, it's me. Answer my question. Priest, Yebeo is the intersection of all railways. People who escaped from the lost land in the west have to pass through Yebeo to go to the east. But now the railway cannot be dispatched, so people are stranded here. Of course, the conditions in the east are difficult, and some people don't want to go there and stay in Yebeo. As soon as the priest finished speaking, an old lady spoke up, I'm so old. I heard that Siberia can reach minus 50 degrees Celsius in winter. There is no complete heating and you can only burn firewood. I couldn't survive the first winter. Wang Zhong wanted to say something, but he held it in for a long time and didn't say it. At this time, the priest said, you can only burn fuel in Yebeo. There is no heating boiler nearby. In fact, there are warm places in the east, and there are huge pastures. Now our meat and eggs are supplied from there. Wang Zhong silently took a step back and returned to the car. Compared with the church, there is really not much he can do. Let's go into the manor. Gregory released the handbrake. Butler Mikhail and a team of maids greeted Wang Zhong at the fountain at the entrance of the main building of the manor. When Grigory stopped the car, all the maids saluted in unison, Master Rokosov. Wang Zhong frowned slightly, isn't it a waste to have so many people serving only me? Butler Mikhail immediately replied, they are also responsible for running the estate of the manor. We provide a considerable part of the meat and eggs distributed to the refugees by outside churches. Wang Zhong was shocked, is this so? I thought this manor was only responsible for the rich wine and meat. Mikhail, since the end of the Civil War, I have been working hard to transform the industrial structure and release the fields to farmers. I mainly operate large ranches, wineries, meat processing plants and other grain processing industries. Wang Zhong said, oh. Mikhail, most of these maids are also paid. Only those families who have been serving you don't get paid like me. In the past, we even had to pay taxes to you. Got it, you are my vassals. Wang Zhong got out of the car and waved to the maids, okay, stop bowing, that's it? Don't treat me like a noble. The maids straightened up. Wang Zhong found that Nelly was not inside, so he asked, where is Nelly? She is your orderly and is no longer a member of the maid team. Mikhail explained, after all, she is wearing a boat hat, not a maid's headband. Is this still happening? Wang Zhong, what about Lucia? Where has my dear Lucia gone? I have been tired for a long day and want Lucia to hug me. Mikhail, Lyuda, as the hostess, is directing tonight's dance. Wang Zhong frowned, prom? Do you know when it is now? A dance is held at a time of national crisis. Mikhail was unmoved, of course the dance will be as simple as possible, and it will mainly serve a social purpose. There will be many friends of the master coming over tonight, and it is a good time to introduce you to them. I assure you, there won't be any extravagance. Wang Zhong didn't believe it at all. In his concept, holding a dance itself was an act of extravagance and waste, because there was no such need during the war years. Wang Zhong, don't have any dance party. Introduce my father's old friends, and we can have a simple dinner. Let Lucia not prepare anything. Mikhail, want to eat? Isn't this rude? If anyone thinks this is rude, then he is not qualified to be my friend Rokosov, do you understand? Mikhail looked at Wang Zhong again, I understand. Wang Zhong, In addition, the list of invitations also needs to be changed. In addition to my father's old friends, plus the weapons designers currently in Yebeo, as well as the young officers who get along well with me in Yebeo. Young officer? Mikhail narrowed his eyes and confirmed. Yes, young officer. It is best not to have an old aristocratic background. The family is a farmer, a fisherman, or a shoemaker. It is also okay to come from a family that is a forest ranger, a clerk, or a dentist. The old aristocrats can also come, provided that they do not hate being from civilian backgrounds. Officer. Mikhail reminded, Master, it's almost 6 o'clock today. We don't have so many announcements. We might as well invite these people to dinner tomorrow. Wang Zhong looked up at the sky and saw that the sunset had indeed appeared. He nodded and said, Okay. Let Lucia decide on the order. Well, can you still decide now? Isn't everything ready? It's ready, Mikhail said. Wang Zhong, okay. Now I'm going to take a shower. At the impromptu dinner party, Wang Zhong saw many old men he didn't know at all. If it is a dance, there will be an entrance ceremony before the start, and Mikhail and Liasha can introduce the guests one by one. There was no choice but to change it to a dinner party. Mikhail could only stand next to Wang Zhong and introduce whoever came to toast. There were so many people in this group, and the end people's names were so long that Wang Zhong fainted immediately after one round, as if he was drinking real vodka instead of boiled water. Anyway, by 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhong's dislike of the wine table culture had reached a new level. Just after 10 o'clock, the maids brought in many chairs, and a small band came in with instruments and sat down in a corner of the dining room. The conductor of the orchestra seized the opportunity when no one was toasting in front of Wang Zhong and said loudly, Everyone. Everyone knows that heroic epics have always been an enduring music theme. As the leader of the Yebeo Symphony Orchestra, I was asked by Rocco. I was moved by the heroic deeds of Duke Husband. I have created a brand new heroic epic. Now please allow me to dedicate it to the Duke. Wang Zhong frowned, I'm not a Duke yet. Ludmila came over and whispered, I didn't call you Prince, just snicker. Wang Zhong, why have you started telling this joke? I want to marry you. Ludmila smiled and said, I know. That's why I can afford to make this joke. At this time, the orchestra leader turned around, picked up his baton, and made a starting gesture. Chapter 179 Rokosov knows a little about music, 32,000 monthly votes plus more updates. When the conductor turned around, the maid just changed a new dish for Wang Zhong. Since it's already dessert time, this is a milk pancake with sour cream. Wang Zhong used a fork to cut a small piece of waffle with the intention of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, when the fork cut, it was like cutting tofu, and the solidified milk residue seemed to be broken off by the touch of the fork. The taste is just right sour, and the sour cream covering the waffles and the milk residue inside the waffles form a wonderful combination. Wang Zhong, who was so immersed in the food, completely ignored the music. When he was almost finished eating, he noticed what the band was playing. This is typical carol music. You say the song is not good, that is definitely not the case. As a soundtrack for animation, it will definitely enter the palace level. If it is paired with some memorable scenes, it can even become a classic. Yes, animated soundtrack. Wang Zhong could only describe the song like this. He stood up and yelled, that's enough. Stop. Some musicians saw Wang Zhong's actions and stopped playing first. When the band leader saw the musician stop, he was about to get angry, but he immediately realized something, looked back, and then quickly asked the others to stop playing. Wang Zhong, what are you doing? It doesn't show the temperament of this war at all. If you put this music out, others will think that this war is a war game played by a group of noble knights. No. I refuse to admit this kind of thing. It's my hymn. The leader of the Yebeo orchestra hesitated for a moment, then said, if you have any needs, please let me know. I have tried my best to express grandeur in the music. If you feel that it is not powerful enough, it should be because there is only a small orchestra now, etc. When our whole band performs for you, it will be great if we add majestic string music. Grandiose string music? The kind that Party A will like very much. Wang Zhong, no. Your understanding of this war is wrong. Are you the best composer in Yebeo? The orchestra leader hesitated for a moment and then admitted, in terms of the number of honors I have received, I should be. Wang Zhong, what's your name? His question caused a lot of whispers. After all, a nobleman didn't know the name of the best musician in Yeberg, even if he was a dandy, he should be more than that. Otherwise, how could he seduce a noble lady in the salon? But Wang Zhongzhen didn't know. He wanted to confirm by name whether this was one of the musicians he was familiar with. When the orchestra leader announced his name, Wang Zhong was completely unimpressed. In a world where Turgenev became a general, Tchaikovsky might be able to command an army. Wang Zhong, Your music is totally inadequate. The tone of this war, at least now, is tragic. The people endured the great sadness of losing their relatives and friends, but still moved firmly to the front line. This is what the music should sound like. As he spoke, Wang Zhong hummed a piece of Holy War. Do you understand? He asked. Originally, he thought that after he finished humming, others would start to be shocked. However, the orchestra leader and his musicians looked at each other for a few seconds before replying, "Oh, you want to add this melody to the music? Okay, I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he took out his pencil and started writing on the sheet of music in front of him, and then showed the sheet music to others. They discussed for dozens of seconds more before picking up the instruments again. Orchestra leader, we have made some changes based on your opinions, please listen. The orchestra started playing again, but it was not the music Wang Zhong wanted at all. No, no. Stop. Wang Zhong shouted and interrupted the orchestra's performance again. What are you doing? Can't you feel the emotions in this melody? Not only the orchestra leader, but also all the musicians looked very confused. Wang Zhong was convinced. He was vaguely aware of the problem. There were two possibilities. First, as a layman, he must not have hummed the melody accurately. The second song conveys emotions not only through melody, but also through arrangement. I just hummed it, maybe I couldn't convey it. He could only wave his hand. Go away, go away. I don't want to listen to your arrogant words. Get out of here. The orchestra leader and the musicians ran away in a mess. Wang Zhong sat down, looked at the half-eaten cheesecake on the table, and sighed, I'm full, and I'm tired. I want to rest. After saying that, he stood up and went directly to the restaurant door. Ludmila quickly wiped her mouth and stood up, and began to take over the situation. Everyone, Elisha has seen too many deaths on the battlefield, please understand. The dinner will continue, and I will accompany you to the end on his behalf. At 11 o'clock at night, Ludmila saw off the last group of guests and couples and returned to Wang Zhong's study. Wang Zhong sat on the windowsill and looked at the moon. Because of the blackout, there were no candles lit in the entire room, and it was pitch black with only the moonlight shining in from the window. Wang Zhong heard Ludmila's movements and said, why can't these people feel it? Obviously when I hummed to Vasily, he felt it. Ludmila, have you ever hummed it to Vasily? Just the melody in the restaurant. Wang Zhong, yes, we had just arrived in Exakov, and I had just sent the letter from the former number 422 tank gunner to his mother. That night I thought of the old lady's performance, and suddenly I thought of this song, just hummed. Vasily just heard it? Ludmila sat on the same windowsill, her knees touching Wang Zhong's knees. Hum again, maybe I can understand. After all, we fought together. Wang Zhong looked out the window. Under the moonlight, Castle had no lights and was sleeping in the night. Ludmila saw that he didn't speak, so she said, remember when the war just started? We were trapped in the basement, and the enemy tanks were passing by on the road next to us. Wang Zhong nodded. How could he forget that that was where everything started? One day in the future, he must return to Rognez, back to that basement, and see where the story begins. Ludmila, since that day, many people have left. Many of them I actually hate, but now that I think about it. Ludmila did not continue. Wang Zhong recalled the sergeant whose name he had forgotten when he first traveled through time. The sergeant said at that time that he would not listen to the command of the pants-wetting officer, and then left with the team, and was immediately beaten into a sieve. Then he thought about the female medical soldier who bandaged him. He wondered if she had followed him to break through the encirclement. Then, after occupying the enemy's military station, he saw a family dying tragically in a cesspool. Too many sacrifices passed through Wang Zhong's mind one by one. He subconsciously began to hum. The melody was sad but also full of determination. Rise up, great country, and fight to the death. Wang Zhong looked out the window and hummed the melody with all his heart. Ludmila, who was sitting opposite him, stared at his face with her eyes wide open, as if she had even forgotten to breathe. Shostka, General Soldier Vasily of the 31st Guards Regiment is leaning on the table and writing hard. Filipov, who lived in the same dormitory, came out of the shower and looked at him curiously. What are you writing about? Vasily, tune. Didn't you say that you would never compose music in this life? Because it will make people think of your father. No, Vasily shook his head, I didn't compose the music. It was a tune that General Rokosov sang in Exakov. At that time, I felt that the general was so full of emotions. But anyway, these days the song always rings in my ears. Filipov leaned over, looked carefully at the musical score in his notebook by the light of the candle, and hummed softly. The music is good, but the mood. Vasily, wait a minute. He marked the beat and key at the beginning of the musical score. Hum again. Filipov hummed again, hum. I feel a little bit better. Vasily added a series of symbols to the musical score and adjusted the entire tune. Come again. After Filippo finished humming for the third time, he exclaimed, a tragic and solemn atmosphere, a determination to sacrifice life and death, good, very good. Vasily, let me tell you, I think the general is a layman in music. If I hadn't seen the general's expression when humming this song with my own eyes and felt the general's emotions, I probably wouldn't have been able to understand this emotion. Filippov, then isn't this contradictory to you? Wasn't this piece written by the general? I don't know. My father, N.A. Laudeng, said that the music was already ready-made, and the composer just accidentally fished it out of another world. I think the same is true for the general. Filippo frowned, are you going to plagiarize the music and make it your own? No, of course not, I'm going to submit it to the magazine for which my father, the old man, is a consultant, and it bears the name of General Rokosov. But before that I have to give it the whole word, you think about it, you write poetry better than me. Filippov, well. I will write the first sentence, stand up, great country. Fight for survival. Okay, this first sentence is good. Vasily quickly split the lyrics and filled them in under the musical score. Well, I need to adjust the words. You can change the sentence fight for survival. Change it to something else. Filippov hummed the melody again, thought for a moment and said, how about changing it to fight to the death? I'll give it a try, it looks pretty good. Second sentence, come on, Filippov, say it quickly. Filippov leaned against the window, looking at the ripples of the Duva River under the moonlight outside. He pondered for a while and said, if I want to talk about the goal of the struggle, how about the second sentence being annihilation of the Prosen invaders? Vasily filled in the sentence, sang it softly several times, and nodded, okay. Keep going. Don't continue. This song only has the main melody repeated over and over. You write the chorus first. Vasily was speechless, the general didn't hum the chorus. He only repeated this part. Filippov, you are the son of a music professor. Come and do it. You feel the general's emotions, and you follow these emotions. Vasily hummed the main melody repeatedly, and suddenly he was overjoyed and added a chorus after the main melody. I added a sublimation, like charging to the enemy, like an artillery battery firing rapidly, how about it? Filippov frowned, it's just okay, far worse than the general's main theme. Stop talking nonsense and fill in the lyrics. In the silence, the moon quietly looked at the two people who were immersed in creation. Chapter 180 Rokosov gets a hug. On Wang Zhong's side, he was immersed in memories, humming a song while recalling his war history, and the corners of his eyes began to get wet as he recalled it. But after all, a man won't shed tears easily, so he stopped recalling them abruptly. He turned to look at Ludmila, only to find that the girl was already wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Wang Zhong was embarrassed, don't cry. Ludmila, I cried for you because I saw you were so sentimental but couldn't cry. I'm okay, actually. Wang Zhong scratched his head. He wanted to stand up from the windowsill, but Ludmila held him back. The girl looked at him and said softly, you can rely on me more. When I first arrived in Shostka, as soon as I heard the news that Uncle Connie was martyred, I cried so hard that I couldn't move. Later, I heard Nelly say, you walked to the end of the platform and looked like you were going to cry at any moment. Wang Zhong smiled, does Nelly think I looked like this at that time? I was really looked down upon by him. However, Ludmila gently touched his face with her hand, no, I don't think Nelly looks down on you, because I feel the same way. Alyosha, let it out when it's time to vent. After I cried last time, the feeling is completely different. After I came here, I cleaned up Uncle Connie's study and found that he had hidden the painting I drew for him when he was a child in the bookshelf. I looked at the painting and then at Uncle Connie's portrait, and I didn't cry again. It seems that the sadness has gone away with that cry, and only the good memories are left. I think you should give it a try. Wang Zhong stared into Ludmila's eyes and read concern and love in them. He suddenly realized that the girl might feel guilty because she had been crying and failed to comfort him the day the news came. So Wang Zhong said, okay, but you have to lend yourself to me, sitting like this. He pulled Ludmila to sit on a stool, then knelt in front of the girl and buried his face in her arms. When Wang Zhong played the game Elden's Ring, he especially liked to let the character he controlled go to the dead girl to ask for a hug. In fact, the benefit given by a hug was better than nothing. Wang Zhong just wanted a hug. Ludmila was surprised at first, but soon she held Wang Zhong's head with both hands and gently stroked his hair. Wang Zhong became intoxicated, and his dream for many years finally came true. Then Ludmila said, I see, you did this to Her Royal Highness this morning. Do you still remember it? Ludmila, it's my fault. I'll wait for you to wake up every morning from now on, okay? Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds and replied, okay. Ludmila, you can cry, I will accept everything, and tears and snot can be wiped on my clothes, and no one will know. After Ludmila said this, Wang Zhong really wanted to give it a try, but in the end the man's boring pride took over. Wang Zhong heard a heavenly king singing in his ears, it is not a sin for a man to cry. But I just couldn't cry. Wang Zhong heard Lucia chuckle, not only chuckled, but also felt the air in her chest when she laughed. Elisha, she said, and the resonance in her chest made her voice seem to wrap around Wang Zhong as she spoke, my Elisha, stubborn and strong. Wang Zhong raised his hand and put it around Ludmila's waist. It was such an intimate gesture, but Wang Zhong didn't have any evil thoughts. He suddenly remembered a saying that if you are holding a super beautiful and sexy girl but don't want to have sex with her, then you either like the man or you are in love. Wang Zhong carefully examined his heart and realized that he probably didn't like men, so he was in love. I don't know how long it took, but he stood up, okay, go to sleep. Ludmila looked at him with a high face, tonight you scolded the band leader, tomorrow I don't know what they will write in the newspaper to blame you. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, that's not true, the church is watching. Are they not afraid of being treated as spies by the church? Ludmila shrugged. Wang Zhong threw away his clothes and lay down on the bed to get ready for sleep. Ludmila stood beside him and looked at him with a half smile, did you forget something? Wang Zhong frowned, look at the atmosphere, do you want it at this time? Don't sleep, what are you doing? Hey. Early the next morning, as soon as Wang Zhong opened his eyes, he habitually touched to the side, and this time he touched someone. Are you awake? Ludmila's voice came, you slept so well, I didn't even have time to do my morning lessons this morning. Wang Zhong, morning class. Yes, a little secret to staying beautiful. Come on, do you want a hug? Want. Just then Nelly opened the door and came in. She glanced at it, then silently exited and closed the door. Wang Zhong, Nelly, come in, it's okay, we're done. Nelly opened the door and came in, frowning and looking at Wang Zhong, do you want to prepare hedgehog meat? Wang Zhong, hedgehog meat? Why? Then he realized that hedgehog meat is aphrodisiac from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine. It seems that some men have nosebleeds immediately after eating it. Wang Zhong, don't get me wrong. We are not finished. Ludmila also helped, yes, he is fine. This morning just allowed him to bid farewell to his weak self and become the iron-faced general. Major General. Wang Zhong corrected, Major General is quite good. If you become the commander of Yebeo, you can also become the president. Nelly said hey and went straight to the point, a cardinal from the church came over this morning and sent a schedule. It was a schedule for state funerals and public sacrifices. It marked the links that you, young master, need to attend, and marked them. When and where to go. Also. Ludmila suddenly smiled, Nelly, why did you start working as a housekeeper? Where is Mikhail? He said that he is the butler of Duke Rokosov, not Duke Karen. Your Duke's canonization document has arrived this morning, but His Majesty the Tsar is unable to see the matter, so the canonization ceremony cannot be held for the time being, so it has not officially taken effect. Nelly paused and said, you should find a housekeeper of your own. Wang Zhong, it's so troublesome. Ludmila, not only do you need to find your own housekeeper, but you also need a female official who is responsible for managing female servants, that is, the head maid, and... Wang Zhong, can't Nelly do it? Nelly, I'm not even a maid. The Duke's head maid needs to be at least a state lady. Wang Zhong, fuck your rank, I say you are who you are, that's it? As for the housekeeper, is it okay for Gregory? Nelly and Ludmila shouted together, no. Wang Zhong helped his forehead. It was too troublesome and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he broke up with the old society. Ludmila, but now that the war is going on, it's okay to ignore these things for the time being. Let Nelly take on the concurrent role, that's fine. Nelly, me. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh when he saw Nelly's expression, so he said with the idea of bullying her, yes, it's you. Tell me what else you need to do today. Nelly, there is an investiture ceremony. His Majesty the Tsar cannot attend, so the Crown Princess will attend on behalf of His Majesty the Tsar. Then there is an invitation for you to participate in the selection of the music to be used in the state funeral. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Ludmila also frowned, this invitation, it's better to refuse it. They want to make you look bad, those musicians. Wang Zhong, no, go and see what they are doing. The state funeral is the state funeral for my good brother and my father, and the public memorial is the public memorial for countless fallen soldiers. I can't let the indescribable sounds of these bastards be played on such an occasion. No way. August 12th, 12 noon, Anti-Modern Music Magazine. Editor-in-Chief Oshanen was preparing for a lunch break and had to attend a selection meeting for music for public sacrifices in the afternoon. He went downstairs from the office, and when he came to the communication room, the receptionist said, "Your Excellency, Editor-in-Chief, I have an urgent letter from you." Oshanen stopped and looked inside. "Urgent? Deliver the letter at noon." Ants letters are delivered twice in the morning and evening, and there are almost no deliveries at noon. "Take a look, Your Excellency, Editor-in-Chief, the sender is a celebrity. Very famous. He might be a prince." So when the postman delivered it, he was speechless. Oshanen was shocked. General Rokosov? He just cursed the leader of the Yebeo orchestra last night, and now he writes a letter to a music magazine. The old man in the delivery room had already taken out the letter and put it in the window. Editor-in-Chief Oshanen picked up the letter. "Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. It is indeed him. Military mail? The postmark time is this morning, and the place of origin is Shastka? This what's going on? Isn't Rokosov in the capital? He even cursed the band leader last night, and everyone in the music industry knows about it." The old man in the reception room spread his hands. Editor-in-Chief Oshanen opened the letter directly. The old man was shocked. "Are you going to open it like this? No need for a letter opener. There's no sealing wax or family emblem on it, so it's okay." Editor-in-Chief Oshanen took out the letter and unfolded it. "Ah, it's a song. The group leader was very angry last night, although he didn't dare to speak ill of the famous man. But the attitude is very clear. Let me take a look." The Editor-in-Chief Oshanen has first-class professionalism, but his eyesight is not very good, so he has to hold the letter almost close to his face in order to hum the song to the musical notation. He stopped. "Old man in the reception room, what's wrong?" "I'm not sure, let me take a closer look." Editor-in-Chief Oshanen took out his glasses from his briefcase, put them on, assumed a standard reading posture, and started reading. The old man in the reception room craned his neck to see what was going on. Editor-in-Chief Oshanen read the letter, turned it to the back and found that there was no word, so he turned it back. "Old man in the reception room, how is it?" Oshanen turned directly to the stairs and shouted to the editorial office above, "Hey! Editors who can play musical instruments are all going to the music room. Is there Marison here? Let him go to the music room too." Maluzin poked his head out from the second floor. "Editor-in-Chief, what's wrong?" Another contribution from a young man who doesn't know the heights of the world. No, this time it's fierce." Editor-in-Chief Oshanen looked at the song in his hand. "If you sing this song, maybe you will leave your name in history." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 181 The Situation of the Southwest Front during the day on August 12. At 1300 hours on August 12, Exukov, Southwestern Front Headquarters. The Chief of Staff and the Bishop of the Front Army were sitting in the map room of the Front Army Headquarters, where the number of personnel was significantly reduced, and they watched the staff burning documents. In this morning's telegram, it seems that Skorobo was regarded as a traitor and his whole family was arrested. The Chief of Staff looked at the Front Army Bishop. "Is there any different information from the church?" The bishop was speechless. "There is a rumor that Skorob himself was shot to death by Rokosov, the thin Rokosov. Is it underground at the tribunal headquarters?" The Chief of Staff asked curiously. "No, in the Summer Palace, in front of the current Crown Princess and many senior officers of the headquarters." The Chief of Staff's eyes widened. "Really? The telegram didn't say anything. Can you escape unharmed after doing such a thing?" The bishop spread his hands. Not only did he escape unharmed, he also had to speak on behalf of all the soldiers at the state funeral ceremony on the 18th. It seems that the Patriarch intends to establish Rokosov as a new model, and he will be the same as the Supreme Command's generals and marshals confront each other. The Chief of Staff actually laughed. A reasonable choice, an old nobleman, very close to the royal family, and obviously ideologically and secularly wearing the same trousers, but also able to fight. The only Achilles heel of this choice now is Rokosov's military capabilities. There are many officers who can command a brigade or a division well, but when they begin to command army-level forces, they will obviously hit the ceiling. When they command front-level troops, they may become mediocre. The military education Rokosov received is the end of commanding an army. According to the general promotion path, further promotion requires attending a military academy to study more advanced command courses. The current situation probably won't let him come back. The bishop took over. Of course not. Even if the church wants him to return, the high command will not. The high command probably can't wait to see Rokosov make a fool of himself. It would be best to lose dozens of people like General Skorobo. Thousands of troops. After the words fell, the Chief of Staff suddenly laughed. "Don't be like this, we are not dead yet, don't count yourself as dead first." The Bishop of the Front Army looked at the map and smiled. Is there any difference between now and the dead? You see, we are both here discussing these things that are going to kill our heads. The two laughed loudly, causing the staff officer burning documents next to them to look over curiously. At this time, the communications staff officer came in and saluted, received a telegram from Duke Mishkin, reporting that 3 divisions of troops arrived at his unit's position early this morning. The chief of staff snapped his fingers. Okay, 3 more divisions, orderlies. His orderly appeared and stood at attention. Chief of staff, there is a bottle of vodka in my office that I have treasured for a long time. There is no reason to give it to the frozen devil. Bring it over. After a while, the wine arrived on the table, along with the wine glass. The chief of staff took the wine glass from the orderly's hand, waved his hand and said, I don't need you to serve me anymore. Just change into civilian clothes and run away. The orderly is not a soldier in the first place, and the Prosons will not treat you like a prisoner of war. The orderly hesitated to speak, and finally just bowed and left. The chief of staff placed the filled wine glass in front of the front army bishop. Here, let's do it. The bishop picked up his glass and took a sip. The chief of staff poured the wine and said, if we had listened to Rokosov's suggestion. Stop talking, the front commander interrupted. It was impossible to abandon Exukov's retreat at that time. I didn't say retreat. I meant, listen to his suggestion and set up defenses on the north side, dig in like he did, and wait for the enemy to attack. Maybe the situation will be more than that, and maybe we can really defend it. The bishop sighed, it's hard to say, we have fought against the Procenians on various terrains these days. They can play a good exchange ratio most of the time. Even if we are the defensive side. This is not something that can be changed by adding a few advanced weapons. With the quality of our soldiers, if we add new weapons, we might become a wedding dress for the opponent. Chief of Staff, on the contrary, the naval infantry achieved quite good results. The naval infantry has high recruitment requirements. Most of our soldiers graduated from the 10th grade. The naval infantry basically graduated from high school, and the training time is also long. It is not comparable to us. The bishop shook his head. Chief of Staff, Rokosov has achieved a pretty good exchange ratio. If I can get out alive, I really want to hear his experience sharing. The commander of the front army smiled and said, let's talk about it when we can go out. He drained the vodka in the glass in one gulp and pushed the glass forward. However, the 2 of us will start to break out. It will probably be a week later. The chief of staff nodded, it's almost the same. By then, almost all the troops who can run will have run out, or they will be defeated on the way to break out. It will be up to us to lead the last troops to break out. At this time, the staff officer who burned the documents came over and saluted, Sir, all the documents have been burned. Chief of Staff, very good. You will be organized into the 41st Infantry Corps as planned and begin to break out. Yes. The staff officer saluted, but did not leave immediately. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? Asked the bishop. Staff officer, I want to wish you good luck. The chief of staff raised his wine glass, I also wish you good luck. The front army bishop said, I heard that when Rokosov and Kyrienko said goodbye, they said they would see each other in Prosonia, and that they ate beef and potatoes before breaking out. Now they are both in Yebeo. Chief of staff, the beef stew with potatoes is probably not available now, but we can say see you in Prosonia. He turned to the staff who were reluctant to leave and said, see you in Prosonia. The staff looked greatly moved and shouted, see you Prosnia. The bishop raised his glass, see you in Prosonia. Then, the 2 most senior officers of the front army watched the staff leave. Without the order from His Majesty the Tsar, these young people could have been allowed to follow the plane. Said the chief of staff. Now in order to show that they did not run away from the battlefield, we can only let them rush out with the troops. Bishop of the front army, fortunately, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince fought hard to the end. At least now we don't have to worry about the morale of the troops. Chief of Staff, although morale cannot make up for the technical and tactical gap. I don't know how long it will take to recover Exukov. It will probably take a long time, said the bishop. Rise up, great country, and fight to the death. In the music room on the 2nd floor of Anti-Modern Music magazine, Marison, the magazine's dedicated male singer, sang loudly. We must eliminate the Prosen forces and eliminate all evil bandits. Let the noblest anger. Rolling like a wave. The band improvised by the magazine played a passionate melody. The melody was sad, but it contained anger, and it had a sacred feeling like a hymn. Just listening to this song, you can see thousands of ant-men rushing to the battlefield without hesitation. Maluzin took the lyrics. In fact, it had only been half an hour since he had read the lyrics, and even less time had listened to the music, but he could already sing it relatively perfectly. This is not only because of his excellent professional skills, but also because the song resonates with him. As Marison sang, he felt the anger pouring out of his heart. Although he is not on the front line, he seems to be on the front line. Let the noblest anger roll like a wave, to wage a people's war. Holy war. The rhythm of this chorus is completely different from the main melody. It speeds up a lot, as if a group of cannons are firing rapidly. After singing the song, Marison excitedly asked the editor-in-chief Ashanan, "Do you really want me to sing this? I just need to find a place with a lot of people and leave my name after singing." Editor-in-chief Ashanan, "You're not happy?" "No, you will be happy. There will be a selection meeting for the music to be used for state funerals and public memorials later, so just go up and sing, with the accompaniment of our small band. The song itself is enough." "Excellent, even us amateurs can appreciate its greatness." At this time there was a knock on the door. "Come in." As soon as Ashanan finished speaking, the door of the music room opened, and Vladimir Bradsky, a special consultant of Anti-Modern Music magazine and a professor of the music department of Yeburg University, walked in. "What kind of music was that just now?" the professor shouted without regard for dignity. "Who wrote it?" Ashanan asked in surprise, "Did you hear that? A large group of people have gathered downstairs, all attracted by the music." "What kind of music is that? A new tune from the church? After all, it smells like hymns." Ashanan, "No, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov wrote the music." The professor frowned, "Is it him?" "Well, wait a minute, it seems that the main melody is indeed the same as the melody that the band leader joked about in the musicians' club yesterday." Ashanan frowned, "The melody that was laughed at?" "Yes, yesterday Rokosov scolded the orchestra leader and then hummed a melody, but his skills were so bad that the orchestra leader returned to the club angrily and told us who were playing bridge that he also hummed melody. But I just listened to it once, so it may not be accurate. Please show me the score." Ashanan immediately took out the original sheet of music that he had just asked everyone to copy and handed it to Professor Bradsky. The professor frowned when he saw the score. "Is this, written by Rokosov?" "No, I also find it strange. The general is in Yeburg, but the postmark on this letter shows that it was sent from Shostka just this morning." "Shostka?" The professor frowned, "What a coincidence. What's wrong?" Ashanan asked. "It's nothing." The professor shook his head. "You guys hurry up and rehearse. I think this song should be included in the selection meeting later. The whole country should hear this song on Memorial Day. It will greatly boost our morale." Chapter 182. Wang Zhong originally went to the medal ceremony first according to the schedule. When the results arrived, I was informed that the church had interfered with the investiture ceremony and directly postponed the ceremony to the morning of August 13. The Tsar's agent, the crown princess, who was originally scheduled to attend the investiture ceremony, also had other commitments and was temporarily unable to attend. Wang Zhong, who was let go, could only turn around and go to the music audition. Ludmila was very happy. "This is just like driving in Ye Castle. Although I know it's not good to say this, it is a war era, but it is so fun to drive." Wang Zhong smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. It's like playing cards between battles. It's harmless." "You were against the ball yesterday," Ludmila said. "I was obviously prepared, but it was all in vain." Wang Zhong could only look to the side. At this time, Gregory, who was driving, braked and turned around and said, "The Grand Theatre is here. The address on the invitation is here." Ludmila asked curiously, "Gregory, why are you so familiar with the place name of Yebeo?" Gregory, "Because I am tall, I served in the Yeburg Royal Guard Regiment for the first time, and was later assigned to the 3rd Amur Regiment. When I was in the Guard Regiment, I basically covered the terrain of Yeburg." "Ripe. Wang Zhong, then I can count on you in street fighting in Yebeo from now on." Ludmila was shocked, "Will it develop into street fighting in Yebeo?" Wang Zhong, "I don't know. Anything can happen on the battlefield. However, the basic judgment remains unchanged. The mud and harsh winter will weaken the Prasen people, and we will push back part of the front in the winter. But the war will still continue." As he said this, he got out of the car and turned to Ludmila's side as quickly as possible. Ludmila originally wanted to get out of the car by herself, but seeing Wang Zhong turn around, she smiled slightly and stretched out her hand to give her fiancé a chance. After Wang Zhong helped her out of the car, he held her hand and walked toward the theater. Gregory directly handed the car to the waiter who came over, and followed the two of them with a submachine gun on his arm. The Grand Theatre has a row of Roman-style columns, which look very majestic up close, but Wang Zhong's only idea was to place a machine gun somewhere to block the entire staircase. It is estimated that the symptom will not get better until the end of the war. When he reached the top of the steps and looked at the entrance of the Grand Theatre, Wang Zhong looked around. "Why is no one coming to greet us?" "Okay, you gave someone a hard time last night, and they will give you a hard time today. You don't want to rush in with your gun drawn, do you? Don't do this. I suggested you not to come from the beginning, as if this invitation does not exist. But if you want to review the music, you still have to come, so just bear with it. Ludmila's words directly suppressed Wang Zhong's inner impulse. He smiled at the girl, hugged her and walked inside. As he approached the door, a group of maids suddenly appeared, opened the door and bowed to Wang Zhong. "General Rokosov, welcome to the Grand Theater." Wang Zhong was confused. "Are you here to greet me? Aren't you trying to show me off? What's the purpose of this?" Then Princess Olga came out. Wang Zhong and Ludmila were both stunned. "Crown Princess, the palace manager asked me to attend this selection meeting to show that the royal family attaches great importance to this event. I saw that the awarding of honors was cancelled, so I came over happily." "Ludmila, you came here even though the awarding of honors was cancelled? Your Highness, you will meet Elisha in all your activities today." "No, this is the last event where I will meet him. I can't go to your officers' dinner tonight." The Crown Princess smiled slightly. Wang Zhong forcibly changed the subject. "Why was the award ceremony cancelled?" "The church said it wanted to modify the military flag and title awarded to your unit, so it stopped the ceremony." Olga paused and changed the question. "I heard that you scolded the band leader last night. That he composed it for you. Is music the sound of overwhelming music?" "Yes, has it all spread to the palace?" "Because the band leader later went to a club frequented by people in the music industry and complained fiercely. They also made fun of the melody you composed, saying it was rubbish." "What song is it? Can you let me listen to it?" Wang Zhong was about to answer when Ludmila grabbed the opportunity and said, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Your Highness. It's not good for us to be blocking the door like this now." "You're right." Olga smiled slightly. "Then let's go in." She turned around and walked along the theater's main corridor. Wang Zhong wanted to follow, but Ludmila grabbed him. He waited for all the maids of the Crown Princess to catch up before following the maid. "This is only in line with etiquette." Ludmila whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, "I'm not jealous." "Wang Zhong, if you are jealous, I will be happier, really." "Then I am." Ludmila said, "Are you happy?" Wang Zhong nodded, "Yeah, no, I'm not happy, I don't dare to be happy." Entering the Grand Theater, I found that the auditorium was filled with celebrities from Yebeo, or celebrities on the surface. They were paying tribute to Crown Princess Olga. Ludmila dragged Wang Zhong and quietly walked aside. A waiter came to guide the way. "General Rokosov, your position is here." The waiter guided Wang Zhong and his party to the edge of the auditorium. "Because the invitation to you is a temporary decision, I can only sit here." "Wang Zhong, let me sit in this position. Sometimes if my voice cannot be heard by the people on the stage, I will choose to fire. Does it really matter?" The waiter smiled and said, "Don't worry, the acoustic design of the theater is very advanced. You just need to raise your chin slightly and speak to the wall, and your voice will be very clear throughout the theater. Just like now." At this time, many people looked over here. But most people didn't mean to come over to shake hands. A well-dressed middle-aged gentleman walked over side by side with an old scholar in his early 40s wearing a monocle. The gentleman handed over his business card. "I am Oshinin, the editor-in-chief of the magazine Anti-Modern Music, and the one next to me is Professor Vladimir Bradsky." The professor said, "Professor of the Department of Music at Yeberg University, I have a small question. Prince Rokosov, is there a young man named Vasily Vladimirovich Bradsky in your army?" Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten Vasily's full name, but the person in front of him was a music professor, and he happened to match it, so he opened his mouth to confirm, "Do you have a bad relationship with your son?" "I think he should be a composer, but he ran to join the army." "Good guy, it's matched." "Wang Zhong, Vasily is indeed in my army. Because he is familiar with the Prosan language, he is responsible for monitoring the Prosan people's radio communications. Do you need me to bring your letter to him?" No, the editor next to you received an expedited letter from Shostka at noon. Do you have any clues?" Wang Zhong frowned, thinking that Vasily might have written the song and sent it to editor Oshinin, right? "But I only hummed the melody in front of Vasily. Could it be that I sang the lyrics subconsciously?" "Wang Zhong, I hummed a tuneless melody in front of him, maybe this inspired his music creation." If the Holy War was really written by Vasily, Wang Zhong would not mind signing Vasily's name. After all, this thing was not his original work. He was just a porter. And he only brought a tune. Vasily was able to make it into a song. That was awesome. It's not too much for him to sign his name. If he also wrote the lyrics, he should be signed even more. The professor shook his head. No, I know that kid too well. He would never give up his credit if it was his. He signed the name of the composer as you, so it must be you. He wrote the lyrics as Filipov. Do you know this Filipov? Wang Zhong, he is a good brother he met in the military academy. The two survived the brutal defense of Uktov and the Arich blocking battle. The professor hesitated and said, they have such talents. Can they be transferred back to Yebeo to be responsible for music creation? Boosting morale is also a very important job. Wang Zhong, then you have to talk to Vasily yourself. Shostka is still safe at the moment. The enemy is about 100 kilometers away. You can go and see him. The professor frowned, no. I will never go to see him. Unless he comes to admit his mistake to me. Good guy, the father and son are a bit alike. At this time, Ludmila said, don't let stubbornness turn into regret. You should go and see him. The professor obviously hesitated. At this time, the orchestra leader shouted from afar, Sir Oshinin, the audition is about to begin, please come quickly. Oshinin said loudly, okay. However, dear orchestra leader, I request to change the audition order. We have a program that we just rehearsed and want to perform. The orchestra leader looked embarrassed. At this time, Vladimir Bradsky said, I support changing the audition order. This song deserves it. Nonsense, it's the Holy War. But Bradsky's next sentence was, after all, it was composed by the war hero Rokosov, and it is real music from the battlefield. After saying this, the whole venue was suddenly filled with a buzz. I can only say that the acoustic design of this theater is really awesome, and whispering suddenly became like a vegetable market. The orchestra leader frowned, we have a process. If you want to add undeclared music, it is not in compliance with the regulations. It is not good to squeeze it in front of everyone. At this time, Olga, who was sitting in the royal box, said, I think it's okay. If you just add it in the front, the other procedures don't need to change at all, just postpone it. Besides, Mr. Orchestra Leader, if General Rokosov's music is really so unbearable, wouldn't it be better to show it to everyone first? Then the general will not be able to make comments later. The musicians looked at each other. Ludmila whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, she is still so on your side, your highness. Wang Zhong was sweating profusely. At this time, the orchestra leader sighed, since editor-in-chief Oshinin and Professor Bradsky are so praised, let's listen to it first. This is music from the battlefield. Chapter 183, Ringing Through Yekaterinburg, 34,000 monthly votes plus more updates. After everyone was seated, editor-in-chief Oshinin took the commanding position. There was only a small band in the orchestra pit. Wang Zhong heard someone joking, aren't these band editors from their magazine? I remember they are all amateurs, right? Without a single professional musician, how can they perform? Another person replied, I didn't even hear that they had this plan yesterday. Maybe it was just a temporary rush to put it on the shelves today. Perhaps this is just to make the general look embarrassed. Since the general is going to make a fool of himself, what do they mean by saying hello just now? I don't know if it was due to the special structure of the concert hall, but Wang Zhong heard these gossips very clearly. Ludmila kept holding his arm, looking really scared to death that he drew his gun and shot randomly. Wang Zhong couldn't help but comfort him, what do you think of me? I won't draw a gun. You still said. You pulled out a gun when you went to the club yesterday. Maybe you have developed path dependence and subconsciously used to draw a gun to solve the problem? Wang Zhong was speechless, but it was quite satisfying to have Ludmila hold his hands like this, so he didn't say anything. Editor-in-chief Oshinin was already ready on the podium. After exchanging glances with the solo singer, he gently raised the baton in his hand. The music starts. Wang Zhong felt relieved as soon as he heard the melody, it was a rearranged version of Holy War, and he was so familiar with the rhythm that sounded like a heavy heartbeat at the beginning. The musicians who were chatting just now all fell silent. The fat male singer started singing. The words seemed a little different from the original words, but the overall tone was correct. Wang Zhong was completely relaxed, knowing that this song would be a success, as long as the musicians were not unconscionable, they must admit that this was an excellent war song. Suddenly, Wang Zhong's arm was pinched so hard that he couldn't concentrate on listening to the song, so he could only turn his head to look at the person who caused the pain. Ludmila's eyes were moist, and she pinched Wang Zhong's arm wildly while wiping the runny nose with a handkerchief. Being pinched like this by his fiancée, Wang Zhong couldn't concentrate on listening to the song. He could only look at the situation around him. He found that most of the noble ladies had tense faces, while the old men all looked moved. Good guys, noble ladies have never been to the battlefield and don't care about war, so they have no feelings. Are you gentlemen naturally moved by the tragedy in the song? But Wang Zhong immediately saw an exception. Princess Olga had stood up in the box and pressed her hands on the railing of the box. This kind of theater is designed to have the best listening experience when seated. Olga's practice of standing up during the performance was actually impolite. But the crown princess probably doesn't care about this much. When the song ended, the whole theater became eerily quiet. The next moment, the crown princess took the lead in applauding. While applauding, she shouted, "Great, I seem to see my brother charging decisively towards the enemy." No, it actually has nothing to do with personal bravery. This is a song that praises the entire country and the fighting people, Your Highness Princess. When Wang Zhong seriously considered whether to stand up and explain to the princess, Professor Vladimir Bradsky stood up. This is not only a praise of personal bravery. In my opinion, this song praises they are thousands of ordinary people flocking to the battlefield. This song praises the entire Ant nation. This song does not use any fancy arrangement techniques. If my students handed in such an assignment in music theory class, I might not give high marks. But as a war song, it's perfect. As soon as the professor finished speaking, someone retorted, "The lyrics of the song say people's war. Isn't it appropriate to use it at the state funeral of the Crown Prince and Duke Rokosov?" "Yeah," someone echoed, "it's like a song tailor-made for the church, especially the carol-like chorus." Olga spoke again, "No. It's very suitable. My brother will definitely like this song." "He will." Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that he seemed to be a relative of the person enjoying the state funeral, so he said after the princess, "When I wrote, I also thought of my father's face and the smile of my best friend Ivan. Do you want to question it? Do I have a deep relationship with the two warriors who died for their country?" All those who had objected just now were silent. At this time, the leader of the Yebeo orchestra said, "I have to admit that the song is very good. Although the melody is indeed the melody that General Rokosov hummed last night, but, the listening experience is completely different from when the Major General hummed it yesterday." "Ah. Can I ask who arranged this piece? Could it be that General Rokosov arranged it himself? I don't think the general has such professional qualities." Wang Zhong admitted generously, "Yes, I am not the arranger, nor am I even the lyricist. I just provided a melody, and it was the arranger who expanded it into music." The band leader immediately showed a victorious smile, then the composer only wrote the Major General's name. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Bradsky said, "I know the person who put the music of Major General on the score. His character determines that he will never take credit for himself. Believe me, even if this song has 70% to 80% it's his credit. As long as the original song comes from Major General, the composer will not be signed, absolutely not." When the professor said this, he was completely bragging about his son. He was as proud as a fisherman who caught a fish weighing 10 kilograms. He wanted to have someone carry the fish around the world, using a loudspeaker as he walked. Boast. At this time, Princess Olga said, "I think the music for state funerals and public memorials should be based on this. General Rokosov, can you still write it?" Wang Zhong was really afraid that the princess would call him Alyosha in public, but he didn't. Instead, he called him General Rokosov, which was very good. Last time she seemed to have just called Alyosha, but this time she may have used a more formal title because she was worried about the public occasion. "Wang Zhong, I'm sorry, Your Highness, as you know, I'm actually not good at music. When I was a child, you and Your Highness Ivan played the piano and the violin, and I could only clap and play the rhythm next to you. I can't even play the drums. I heard the song in my dream, so I remembered it." What Wang Zhong means is that the world I traveled through before was just like a dream. As a result, everyone gasped when these words came out. Wang Zhong was stunned. "What happened?" Ludmila whispered in his ear thoughtfully, "Saint Andrew once said the same thing. He heard the melody in a dream, so he wrote it down. Saint Andrew is a senior? Or did he really hear angels singing to him? After all, this world really has mysterious power." Rather than the latter, Wang Zhong hoped that Saint Andrew would be his predecessor. At this time, Professor Bradsky broke the silence, "Then the first song is decided. I think we should organize an orchestra to study immediately, and then go to the train station to perform. Young people from all over the country are on their way to the front line. They need the song to boost their morale." The band leader didn't answer. Another tall, thin gentleman stood up and said, "Okay. Sir, band leader, I think the band should start rehearsing the song immediately and try to perform at the train station tomorrow morning." Wang Zhong asked Ludmila, "Who is speaking?" "The deputy leader of the orchestra is very close to the church." Lucia replied. "Good guy, the church has penetrated into every aspect." The regiment leader stared at the deputy regiment leader for a long time before saying, "You are right, Alex Andropov, you go organize the rehearsal." The deputy leader immediately saluted, then strode onto the stage and asked the editor-in-chief Oshanin for the music score. When he came down with the music score, he also saluted Wang Zhong. Like a wilted carrot, the band leader cleared his throat and said, "Then let's continue the process and start the selection." I want to listen to this song again. Princess Olga interrupted the group leader, what is the name of this song? Editor-in-Chief Oshinin on the stage rubbed his nose in embarrassment, it's called The Night of July 15th in Ixikov. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh. Vasily took the time of Hung's song as the title. The key point is that he remembered the time wrong. This was the night he met Alexeyevna. Oceaning looked at Wang Zhong, Your Majesty General, that's the name. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, this song is called Holy War. Princess Olga, did you also hear it in your dream? Wang Zhong nodded, yes, Saint Andrew told me. I had stepped on a thunderstorm unconsciously just now, so I might as well step on it harder and scare these insects. Sure enough, these words stirred up waves again. But Crown Princess Olga smiled happily, as if she only regarded this as a joke, Major General Rokosov, you are so funny. Wang Zhong also smiled. A little later, the Basilica of Mary of the Eastern Saints. Patriarch Belinsky took a sip of Triani and made a sound of satisfaction. At this time, an inquisitor came in with a report, Your Majesty, this is the piece that Major General Rokosov just sent to the magazine and Modern Music. Oh? Major General Rokosov can also write songs. Didn't I hear last night that he offended the entire music industry? Why, are you still writing songs to win back? This is not good. One person cannot be an all-rounder. There is no need to be so proud in music. Belinsky said and made a gesture to the inquisitor to bring over the music. The judge immediately handed the score to Belinsky. Well, Belinsky couldn't understand the music score. He only glanced at it and then threw it down and asked, how did the musicians react? I was very shocked. Even the leader of the Yebeo band, who had a problem with the Major General, thought it was a good song. Belinsky was shocked, really or not? He picked up the tune again, there are words, let me take a look, let the noblest anger roll like waves. Carry out a people's war, a sacred war. The Patriarch looked at the Inquisitor, go and ask the propaganda office. Isn't this the word they gave the general? No. The judge said firmly, both the propaganda department and the poetry department said it was none of their business. Belinsky raised his eyebrows, go and investigate the situation of Filipov, the author of this lyric. And make sure again whether this was written by the general. Chapter 184 Another Father. Wang Zhong had no idea that his song had reached the church. He only knew that after Oshinin played the song with his fans, his voice suddenly increased. He even felt that after each piece of music was played, everyone was waiting for him to say a few words. The presence of Princess Olga enhanced this feeling. At the end of each song, the host would look at Wang Zhong to confirm whether he meant to comment critically. However, Wang Zhong himself is still very self-aware, so he only comes out to curse a few words when the song he plays is obviously not good, so as to maintain the solemnity of the funeral of his good brother and father. At the end of the 2.5-hour selection meeting, Wang Zhong's legs were almost numb. Ludmila smiled and pulled him up and said, are you really a fierce general galloping on the battlefield? Wang Zhong, when I am galloping on the battlefield, I mainly rely on my small tank. After speaking, Wang Zhong seemed to hear the neighing of the horse, and quickly added, and my beloved horse. Ludmila sighed, your answer reminds me that on the battlefield you care about tanks and horses more than me. This is your misunderstanding. Wang Zhong said seriously, I care about you the same as horses and tanks. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong with a half-smile, while the noble ladies around her were already looking at her with pity. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that something was wrong, so he changed his words and said, I care about you more than horses and tanks. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. Ludmila laughed twice and said. Just when Wang Zhong was about to make amends, she sighed, forget it, I feel like all men are like this. When I was a child, Uncle Connie and my father would talk enthusiastically about the stages of the battle and where General So-and-so's troops were at. Wherever you are on what day of the month, you will definitely be like this in the future. Wang Zhong looked to the side because he also thought he would become like this. At this moment, Professor Vladimir Bradsky came over and asked with some anxiety, General, do you really think I should go to Shostka to see Vasily? Wang Zhong, don't hesitate, go quickly. Everything is normal in Shostka now, and there is even an ordinary civilian bus leaving every day. But it will not be so leisurely soon. Wang Zhong originally wanted to say that mid-September would not be so leisurely, but it was not appropriate to reveal military judgment at this time, so he could only say so. Bradsky held the hat with a hesitant look on his face and kept rubbing it, it's before the war again, isn't it? Will there be any taboos in going to the army to see children at this time? I heard that the army is a very evil place. Some people will bring amulets with them when they go to the battlefield. Once the amulets are lost, they will never come back, and so on. So is there a saying that if you meet your family before the war, you will be unlucky in the future? Wang Zhong, no. Don't worry. War is not so kind. Death comes without warning and it has nothing to do with what you do. Ludmila hurriedly poked his waist, and then said with a smile, what the Major General means is that you just relax and go see what you need. Bring whatever delicious food you need. The professor nodded repeatedly and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and asked, Vasily, does he hate me? Wang Zhong, he keeps complaining that you force him to be a composer, but there is nothing else. The professor sighed, I'm different from other parents. I discovered that he had talent in this area, so I let him develop in this direction. As you can see, he does have this talent. Wang Zhong had to admit that Vasily was indeed talented in making a song he had heard once look like this. The father in front of him was right. So he said, should you have a good talk with him? Not as a father or an elder to give him advice, but as a friend. The professor was shocked, but I am his father and elder? How could I be his friend? I discovered his talent and pointed him to the best way. As a father, I have a clear conscience. General, if you just be a father. I'm not a father yet. Wang Zhong smiled slightly, although I look weathered, that's the mark left by the war. I'm actually less than 30 years old. I don't have the experience of being a father, so. I'm sorry, I and you have no common language. I can only tell you that Vasily hopes that you can respect him and have a drink with you as a friend. In fact, Wang Zhong is talking about his own wishes here. Before traveling through time, he hoped to have a drink with his father and chat as friends. However, this is already an impossible wish. It's still a bit sentimental to think about it this way. The considerate Lucia looked at Wang Zhong tenderly. The professor sighed, okay, I understand what you mean. Bring a bottle of wine and have a good chat with him. Wang Zhong, as a friend. I'll try my best. The professor smiled and turned to leave, but then he remembered something and asked, can I go with my wife? Are there any taboos? Wang Zhong smiled, no, don't worry. After saying this, Wang Zhong suddenly thought, if Vasily died this time, would these two people feel that they had violated a taboo and killed him? At this time, we should make up a taboo and let them pay attention to it at all times. Just like a sailor can't turn the fish over when eating it, and so on. But before Wang Zhong could start, the professor had already left, putting the crumpled hat on his head as he walked. Ludmila said softly, what a lovely father. It can be seen that he loves Vasily very much. Yeah. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, Crown Princess Olga appeared, it's finally over. I heard that you will invite young officers to a dance at the house tonight. Dinner party. Wang Zhong corrected. Ludmila joked, Alyosha doesn't want to entertain girls, he just wants to entertain young men. Wang Zhong did not deny it. Olga sighed, that means you definitely won't come to the palace dance tonight. Sure. Wang Zhong replied. The dance will definitely be boring. Olga pouted, and suddenly she seemed to think of something happy and said, then I will let the band play Holy War between the two dances. Wang Zhong was shocked. He could already imagine someone with high blood pressure tonight. Ludmila changed the subject, is His Majesty the Tsar still like that now? Still the same, locking himself in his room all day long. The good news is that he has eaten. Wang Zhong nodded, trying hard to show that he was worried about His Majesty the Tsar. Princess Olga, well, I'm going back. I wish you have a good time tonight. That night, on the outskirts of Yebeo, Rokosov Manor. A large number of young officers gathered in the garden which served as an outdoor dinner party. Many of them are familiar faces from previous experience-sharing meetings, such as Kazha. In addition, there are officers like Kyrenenko who are not young but not old enough. If I had to sum up one thing in common for the officers gathered in the manor at this moment, it should be that they had all personally fought against the Prosens on the front line. Due to the blackout, only the food area was illuminated by candlelight, and the rest of the venue was only illuminated by moonlight. If you rely on dancing in this situation, a lot of not-so-sound things will definitely happen. But this isn't a dance. The young officers were not discussing women, either, but the war. Wang Zhong found a smoked herring salad at the food pickup area. It smelled very bad, but after taking one bite, he fell in love with the taste. While he was feasting, several armored officers came to the dining area. Because it was too dark, they did not notice Wang Zhong, but chatted to themselves. The content of the sharing session the day before yesterday was very useful, but the people who came up to talk about their experiences were those who had won the battle, or at least those who had defended and escaped unscathed, so they only introduced how to win, not how to lose. Yeah, I think it's more valuable to share if you lose. When Wang Zhong heard this, he was very interested and asked, how did you lose? He deliberately blocked his Major General collar badge to make his voice different from Rokosov. Several armored officers glanced at Wang Zhong, and seeing that he was an infantryman, they said generously, how did you lose? You infantrymen must not know, but we know it too well. The first tank army to which I belong is the richest army in the entire Western Front. We have a large number of new tanks. There are 40 KV-1S alone and 20 KV-2S. Do you know KV-2? We call it the toilet head. That thing has 152 mm heavy howitzer. Our army still has 80 T-34S, understand? 80. The moment the armor came into contact, the Prosenians were stunned. They have never seen such a terrifying tank. There are so many. How do you think we ended up? Wang Zhong thought of what happened to the 6th Tank Corps and said, 88 guns. No, no, no. The officer of the 1st Tank Corps waved his hands repeatedly, guess again. Wang Zhong, Stuka. That one did blow up a little, but not much. In fact, the Stuka's attack efficiency is not as high as the Prosenians advertise. Guess again. Wang Zhong, I can't guess it, just tell me. The officer sighed, it's because we lack everything except tanks. How many accompanying troops does Prosen's tank division have? There are only 3 armored battalions. Some divisions even only have 2 armored battalions, and the rest are accompanying troops. Force. Armored grenadiers, artillery, air defense battalions, logistics regiments, maintenance battalions, they have everything. An armored battalion can even be directly equipped with a grenadier battalion, and there are more half-tracks than tanks. And what about us? It's good if our platoon can be divided into 1 squad. Sometimes a tank company can be divided into 1 infantry squad. Even if there are few infantry, the equipment is not enough. Brother, how many machine guns does your infantry regiment have? Wang Zhong, it depends on which regiment. My 31st Guards Regiment has 114 light machine guns. The main reason is that a large number of enemy light machine guns have been captured. Look. 114. Our entire tank corps has only 81 light machine guns in its infantry. The firepower of our infantry has no way to compare with the enemy's armored grenadiers. They were suppressed in the first exchange of fire and then collapsed. Then the enemy's infantry can deal with our tanks in close combat. The enemy also likes to throw smoke. You know, smoke is everywhere, and tanks without infantry accompanying them are useless. We are still short of tractors. My division only has 7 tractors in the entire division, and they are all for artillery. They are used to tow artillery. The tank is stuck in a pit, and there is no tractor to pull it out. Many tanks were abandoned on the battlefield like this, with no fighting at all. The division commander was talking vigorously when he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, what unit did you just say you have under your command? Wang Zhong, Guards 31st Regiment. Division commander, are you Major General Rokasov? Yes. I will report all your dissatisfaction to the equipment department. In the future, we will also try our best to synthesize and provide you with enough other technical arms. The division commander shook his head, it's useless. If General Sergei, the director of the Ordnance Bureau, is not replaced, he will only continue to expand the tank force and continuously form a disabled tank army that lacks everything except tanks, and then be used as a reward by the enemy. See you tomorrow. By the way, recommend a friend's book. Chapter 185. Just as the tank commander finished speaking, another lieutenant colonel spoke again. The reason why the infantry lacks machine guns is because they install all the machine guns on tanks. There are only so many machine guns in total, and if they are installed on tanks, there will be less for the infantry. Moreover, the number of machine guns in the tank is really unnecessary. In actual combat, the machine gun on the back of the turret is completely useless. Originally, the BT-7 has a 2-person turret. During the battle, it is so busy that who has time to operate the machine gun on the back of the turret? Wang Zhong laughed dumbly. He himself had commanded a T-28. There was a machine gun on the back of the T-28's turret, and it was designed to be used by the commander, but Wang Zhong simply forgot about the existence of this machine gun. It's so funny that you can't even focus on the front during the battle, but you turn around and shoot the machine gun behind you. There is also a machine gun on the back of the BT-7 turret. Wang Zhong was standing behind the BT-7 turret and commanding the tank. The only function of this machine gun was to punch him in the stomach from time to time. By the way, at first Wang Zhong was worried that the machine gun would go off and kill him. Then the commander of BT-7 reassured him because the machine gun was not loaded at all and all the ammunition had been removed to save space. Wang Zhong had read many memoirs of Soviet tank soldiers before traveling through time. He either forgot about the existence of this machine gun and never mentioned it during the whole process, or complained that this machine gun took up a lot of turret space and was not used. But this backward machine gun has always existed. Most tanks had it at the beginning of the war, IS-1 had it in the middle and later stages, and IS-2 had it in the later period. It was not cancelled until the IS-3, which only caught up with the victory parade. I have to suspect that the machine gun on the back of this turret is the personal preference of a certain designer. By the way, this incident had a very humorous ending many years later. In War Thunder, a war game made by Mazi himself, all the rear-facing machine guns were just models and had no shooting function at all. This design is just like the elimination of the commander at the beginning of the BT series, and has become a laughing stock of Mazi tank design. Before Wang Zhong traveled through time, he thought that the troops actually had no objections. Now it seems that the troops have great objections. I don't know why they were not adopted by the design bureau. Even adding a commander to the T-3485 was only added after the T-3485 was modified. The designers of the original version of the T-3485 only added a commander's observation tower to the gunner to enhance the gunner's field of vision when not operating the cannon. Just reading the description makes my blood pressure rise. Wang Zhong thought to himself, now that I'm here, I can bring a gun, destroy this shit designer who refuses to admit his mistakes, and replace him with a designer who can meet the requirements of the army. When he was thinking about this, the tank soldiers were still having a heated discussion. To be honest, I don't understand the use of installing 2 coaxial machine guns in the turret. One machine gun can complete most tasks. Installing an extra machine gun can make the generals more capable. Will the Rosen people die more? The turret space is already small, and it will be even more crowded if there is an extra machine gun. It is better to free up the space and store more machine gun ammunition. Another said, yeah, if you remove the machine gun on the back, you can put a lot more ammunition. The bugs in the design bureau don't understand tanks at all. Forget it if you don't understand, why not copy the Prosin tank? The Prosin tank we destroyed did not have a rear machine gun at all, and a commander, a new model there is also a commander's observation tower. At this time, a bald middle-aged man came over and said in a low voice, stop talking, the rear firing machine gun and the elimination of the commander were all the ideas of His Majesty the Tsar's popular man Valentine. He is as deep as General Skrobo. With His Majesty's trust, even General Sergei's words in front of His Majesty are not as important as Valentine's. He presided over the design of the B-4 howitzer and T-35 heavy tank, both of which are loved by His Majesty. All the tank commanders present frowned. Wang Zhong, it seems that everyone knows how bad the T-35 is. Don't you know? The tank school uses this crap as a teaching vehicle because it has a large capacity and can accommodate more people attending classes. The Major General Tank Division Commander just said with a frown. Good guy, it turns out there is such a connection. Wang Zhong patted his chest, I will be responsible for correcting the wrong course of the Ordnance Bureau. I will try to build a new tank with a commander and a radio next year based on my T-34 that was used for the ceremony. All the tank's expressions lit up, really? I went to the garage to see your car number 422. It's really good. Wang Zhong's car actually returned to Yebeo earlier than others. At that time, these cars did not get off the train and were sent directly to Yebeo to return to the factory. Wang Zhong patted his chest confidently, really? In fact, I used the Royal Special Plan to have the Yebeo United Machinery Factory start construction of 100 viewing tanks. It was nominally used for the military parade on the founding day of the People's Republic of China. In fact, it was planned to be used for the National Day military parade. Fight on the front lines. My division only has 1 tank battalion, and it will definitely not be able to accommodate these 100 tanks. It is estimated that it can form 2 battalions. The royal family has the final say as to who will receive the tanks for the ceremony. I can operate them. In fact, it was Crown Princess Olga who had the final say. That basically means that I, Wang Zhong, have the final say. All the officers looked understanding. But obviously their understanding may be slightly different from Wang Zhong's understanding. At this time, the teacher just suggested, I finally heard the good news today, let's celebrate with a toast. He turned to the people present and raised his voice, everyone. The general just promised us that there will be more and better tanks for the tank crews and more machine guns for the infantry. Let us raise a toast to Rocco. Cheers, General Sovereign. All the officers present picked up their wine glasses, and those who did not have a wine glass quickly asked the waiter to get one. Soon everyone was holding drinks. Wang Zhong picked up a glass of red wine, looked at everyone and said, everyone. Today we are like a big family reunion, so happy. He raised his glass. Well, I'm the happiest today. I estimate that victory will take 5 years. Let's drink to victory in 5 years. See you in Prosonia. After saying that, he drank the whole drink in one gulp. The young and combat-experienced officers present shouted in unison, see you in Prosnia. After drinking, Wang Zhong saw the orchestra appearing near the fountain. It turned out that the dinner party had just started, and it was just a chatting time before everyone arrived. The band began to play, and it turned out to be Holy War that Wang Zhongke released today. It sounded like a melody that combined a hymn and a march. The choir of only 6 people began to sing, Rise Up, Great country. Fight to the death. The officers who had just finished their drinks stopped. People who have been on the battlefield feel much deeper when listening to the song than the average person. Everyone's expressions became extremely serious. They might be thinking of their comrades who died on the battlefield, or their relatives who didn't know the details of the lost country. The band made some creative arrangements, such as the heart-beating rhythm, which was achieved by plucking strings on the double bass, making it heavier. August 13th, early morning. St. Catherine's Castle, King's Cross Station. The train full of new recruits is about to leave, and the girls are saying goodbye to their beloved boys. The band at the station was playing Anti-Woman's Farewell, and everything was the same as before. Until the musicians of the Yebeo Philharmonic Orchestra appeared with long guns and short cannons. Instruments were their weapons. All the musicians have dark circles under their eyes, obviously they didn't sleep well yesterday. Alex Andropov, the deputy leader of the group, came to the military band of the station and said to the leader, "Okay, stop, we will come next." The leader of the military band is Alessandro's student. "Huh? Teacher, what's going on? Are you going to perform at the station?" "No, it's not a performance, it's just to carry out your mission. Just listen." At this time, all the musicians of the Philharmonic Orchestra were in place. Alessandro moved a box himself, stood on it, nodded to the leading musician, then nodded to the choir, and finally to the group he had been preparing. The announcer said, "Announcement." The announcer took a deep breath and said loudly, "Please listen to the song Holy War, composed by General Rokosov and written by Warrant Officer Filipov." Alessandro raised his right hand and gently picked up the baton. A deep and majestic melody sounded. The basses of the choir began, "Rise up, great country. Fight to the death." All the young people who had just been saying tender words of love and kissing each other goodbye stopped and looked at the musicians. The people who were bidding farewell to their children also stopped and listened quietly to the musicians singing. The railway workers at the train station also stopped and listened to this majestic music together. A young driver said to the old driver, "It's almost ready, it's time to blow the horn." "Shh, Elisha. Let's talk after listening. There will be times when you blow the whistle in the future." The old driver raised his index finger and said so. At this time, the station manager opened the door and came out. After listening to a few words, he entered the broadcasting room next to the station master's office and said to the technician in the broadcasting room, "Take out the microphone. I want the song to be heard by the whole station right away. And record now." "Technician, webmaster, just record half of the song now. You can ask them to sing it again later and record the whole thing." "Okay, hurry up and put the microphone on. I want to broadcast it to the entire site." After a while, all the loudspeakers in the train station, including the loudspeaker in front of the station, played Holy War. The crowds of people in front of the station stopped immediately and looked up at the loudspeaker. "Let the noblest anger roll like waves. Make a people's war, a holy war." The sonorous and powerful lyrics were driven into everyone's hearts by the melody, igniting endless anger and continuous fighting spirit. It was just a song, and the entire station the entire station square burst into applause. The station master rushed over excitedly and held Alexandropov's hand, "Do it again. I want to record it and play it every day. They say that La Marseillaise is better than a legion, and this song is the same. Sing it again, Mr. Musician." Alexandropov, "Okay. Then bring the microphone and prepare the recording. Let's sing it again." "No, you can sing it as many times as you want." Chapter 186 Medal Ceremony, 35,000 monthly votes plus more updates. While Holy War was fermenting, Wang Zhong and 450 officers who were about to receive awards lined up on the review ground at the Summer Palace. Wang Zhong was not surprised to find that most of the people were familiar faces from last night's dinner party. When these people saw Wang Zhong, they all came up to shake hands after saluting. General Tikakev stood on the viewing platform and watched the scene. His adjutant whispered in his ear, "It has been confirmed that Major General Rokosov placed an order for 100 spectator tanks to the United Machinery Factory in the name of the royal family." Valentin was furious and said that the production of such toys the cars a mockery of his perfect design. Before General Tikakev could speak, Marshal Semyon said, "There are indeed many feedbacks from the front line, and they are very opposed to the elimination of the commander. Some people would rather command a T-28 tank with a commander than drive a T-34. There are also radios." Everyone on the front line criticized the design for not installing a radio, and they also thought of many crude ways to deal with it, including running telephone lines between the tanks. "But His Majesty the Tsar likes Valentin's design very much," Tikakev said. Marshal Semyon was silent, but after a moment he spoke again, "The battlefield will not change because of personal preferences. Neither can His Majesty the Tsar. It just so happens that His Majesty the Tsar cannot take care of things right now, so we take advantage of it." At this time, General Turgenev interjected, no, production has dropped sharply due to the relocation of the factory. If we change the design, the production of tanks will plummet. We can only produce defective products first, and then gradually expand the battlefield. The scale of production of products that are well received. This can also appease Valentine, can't it? Tkachev and Marshal Semyon were silent. At this time, Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess appeared in a corner of the parade ground with a group of female officers and walked straight to the viewing platform. Tkachev looked at the Crown Princess, and then followed the Crown Princess's gaze to Major General Rokosov. He's almost like a prince. Tkachev muttered. I heard that the song he wrote was a big hit at the audition yesterday. This posture is like the reincarnation of Saint Andrew. Marshal Semyon, this is a good thing for Ant, as it can unite the officers. Tkachev was silent. At this time, the Crown Princess walked up to the viewing platform and greeted Tkachev and others, hello, generals and marshals. Hello, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Tkachev saluted the Crown Princess like everyone else. Crown Princess, in today's process, I am only responsible for awarding the Gold Star Medal, right? There is also the flag of the unit that has been newly awarded the title of Guards. You don't have to carry the flag yourself. You just need to take it from the flag bearer and hand it to the commander of the unit. The commanders will hand the flag to the sergeants on standby behind them. In fact, it just goes through a process, and the flags and equipment will be sent to the troops by the transportation team later, Turgenev explained dutifully. Crown Princess, what about the other honors? So many people won't all be awarded the title of Guards and the Medal of Gold Star, right? With so many honors, I would doubt that we actually won the battle, and the Procenians are almost finished. No, Marshal Siemiao shook his head, there are indeed many gold stars, but not many guards. The title of main guards requires the troops to withdraw in an organized manner. Many troops who have achieved the title of guards have not withdrawn. The expression of the Crown Princess was a little sad, that's it? I understand. What about the others? Some other medals will be awarded by us. Your Highness, the Crown Princess, you will be in charge of the guards and the Venus. Turgenev warned. The Crown Princess nodded, okay. Without further ado, let's begin the ceremony. Suddenly, she stopped and looked doubtfully at the Guards flag team that had just entered the field. Among the white Guards flags, there was a red Guards flag mixed in. Tkachev immediately turned to the adjutant and asked, what's going on? Why is there a red flag? Adjutant, there was none originally. The flag assigned to Rokosov's department is the normal Guards flag, with a message from Princess Olga on it. But the church interfered with our decision. Yesterday's investiture ceremony was postponed because of this. The red flag was requested by the church, and the church also requested that a gerfalcon image be added to the flag. Olga tilted her head slightly, gerfalcon? What is that? No one present could answer the Crown Princess's question. Tkachev's adjutant seemed to finally have a chance to show off in front of the Crown Princess and said, it is a raptor from Hazalaya, which usually inhabits the grasslands. Olga said hey, without even looking at the adjutant, she turned back to look at General Rokosov, the eagle of the steppe, it suits him quite well. Tkachev sighed, we have no precedent of using a red flag. The church wants to destroy our tradition. I've heard about this. Crown Princess Olga smiled and said, the red symbolizes the blood of the sacrificed warriors, and is the blood-stained style of the warriors. This saying has been widely spread, don't you know? Tkachev turned away. Princess Olga, let's start the ceremony quickly. Before the ceremony even started, Wang Zhong saw the Red Guards flag. That should be the flag awarded to his 151st Provisional Infantry Division. I just don't know what the number has been changed to. There won't be another 30 Guards divisions ahead, right? But to be honest, among the white and blue flags, a red flag is really conspicuous. Regardless of the number, this red flag has made Wang Zhong the most beautiful cub. The ceremony officially began, and the military band began to play the national anthem of the Ant Empire. Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots when he heard the national anthem. He originally thought the Tsar was the one and the national anthem should be God Save the Tsar. A bit retro is the March of the Preobrazhensky Ensemble. If it were the era of the Tsarina's rule, it would be Thunder of Victory. After all, the lyrics include Glory belongs to you, Mother Catherine the Great. As a result, now, Wang Zhong almost couldn't hold his breath when he heard the melody. This song was so familiar to Wang Zhong that he subconsciously turned his head to confirm that the national flag was indeed Ant's blue St. Andrew's cross with a double-headed eagle on a white background. At this time, the people around him began to sing, and Wang Zhong was relieved. The word is wrong, it is a word in praise of the Tsar. Wang Zhong hummed along with the people next to him, and finally finished the song. Immediately afterwards, the Crown Princess stood at the front of the auditorium and began to recite the speech. The main idea was to thank everyone for their hard work. Generally speaking, she still did not leave the monarch's glory. After the speech, General Turgenev, whom he had met several times, came forward. Next, let's start awarding awards. First, the guards' flags will be awarded. This time, a total of 11 troops have won the title of guards. Wang Zhong fought 11 guards in more than a month, and these were still retreating. The intensity of the battle was indeed great. Turgenev read out the name of the first unit, the 151st Provisional Infantry Division. The division faced a superior force several times its own in Araki, resisted tenaciously for 3 days, destroyed more than 200 enemy tanks, and successfully completed the mission and broke out. Due to this heroic performance, the military command awarded the unit the title of the 1st Red Flag Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards. Please invite Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, commander of the division, to come to the stage to accept the flag. Wang Zhong strode out of the queue, letting his body's muscle memory take him out of the standard military steps and onto the viewing stand. The crown princess handed the red flag to Wang Zhong with a straight face. Wang Zhong looked at the thing on the flag curiously and found that it was not a double-headed eagle, but an eagle. What's the meaning? What about the double-headed eagle? Cut off a head and stewed it? Or do you think the double-headed eagle is not Roman enough? After all, it is the symbol of Byzantium, and the violet is not Roman enough. Simply using the original Roman eagle emblem is Roman enough. But is there Rome in this world? When Wang Zhong was puzzled, Olga said softly, "Go down quickly, eagle of the grassland. This means that others are waiting to take the flag." Wang Zhong turned around and saw General Turgenev waiting. The general couldn't read the next person unless he got there. So Wang Zhong handed the flag to the attendant on standby and strode off the viewing platform. The guards' flags were distributed quickly, and the next step was to award the Gold Star medals. Wang Zhong went to the viewing platform with other Gold Star recipients. There seemed to be about 100 of them. Olga came to Wang Zhong again, this time starting with him. After all, he was the first achievement designated by the emperor. When giving Wang Zhong the medal, Olga hummed Katyusha softly. "Good guy, the eagle of the prairie is here." There is a sentence in the lyrics of Katyusha, she is singing about the eagle of the grassland, and then the next sentence of the sentence is she is singing about the beloved. Can you stop playing so straight? But now is the time when women play straight and men play pull off. Let me guard against it. Wang Zhong originally wanted to show off his world championship level pulling skills, but Olga went to hand out the prize to the next one. Wang Zhong, there was no time to pull. Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking it? Maybe people suddenly want to hum Katyusha. Wang Zhong successfully carried out a wave of self-pull. After that, the ceremony continued for another half hour. Wang Zhong's legs were numb from standing. Fortunately, he didn't need to carry the flag, as it would be sent directly to Shastka. When everything was over, air raid sirens suddenly sounded all around. Wang Zhong had made an appointment with the Prasen people, and they happened to come to the capital for bombing at the end of the ceremony. Under the command of the palace staff, Wang Zhong followed other officers and quickly got into the air raid shelter. As soon as he entered, news came, and the alarm was lifted. It seems that the MiG-3 troops defending the capital blocked the enemy bombers on the outskirts. Wang Zhong breathed a long sigh of relief. The investiture ceremony was over. There was one last thing left for him in the capital, to attend the state funeral of his father and his good brother and speak at it. Wang Zhong started to have a headache when he mentioned this. Whose speech should he copy? I tried writing it myself last time, but the effect was really not good, so I still have to copy it myself. The good news is that the state funeral is on the 18th and today is only the 13th. I still have 5 days to worry about it. Chapter 187 State Funeral, 36,000 monthly votes plus more updates. 5 days passed in a flash. On the morning of August 18th, Wang Zhong stood at the ceremony preparation area, looking at the grand scene outside, and suddenly found that his mind was blank, and he hurriedly took out the speech to take a look. Seeing this, Ludmila gently comforted him, "Don't worry, your speech last night was very good, and there will be no problem today." Wang Zhong, "Well, I'm just taking a look." Ludmila, "Don't worry, there will be staff with reminder boards in front, this is the meaning of asking you to teach the speech script. Relax. Then, let's go to the viewing area." Ludmila has not married Wang Zhong yet, so she is not a duchess yet. She cannot accompany him on such occasions, but she and Nelly go to the viewing area next to him with the special invitation of the royal family. Wang Zhong nodded, and then watched the two walk to the viewing area. Now only his guard Gregory and the ceremony staff are standing with him at the preparation area. The royal viewing platform was still empty. Wang Zhong heard the generals and marshals gossiping in the distance, "Will His Majesty appear today? If he doesn't, it will be troublesome." The crown princess seems to have become close to the church because of Rokosov's close relationship with the church. In this situation, We can't win without relying on the church. If the royal family doesn't stand up again, I dare not think about it. On the bright side, the crown prince's sacrifice has boosted the influence of the royal family among the people, and also allowed Exekov's heavy troops to resist until now. It would be better if more troops were rescued. In this situation, if we can rescue an army group in an organized manner, we can declare that we have won. Wang Zhong was originally reading the speech, but his attention was attracted by the chat of the generals. Listening to the conversation of the generals, he subconsciously glanced at the main viewing platform of the church, which seemed to deliberately compete with the royal family. The viewing platform happened to be on the other side of the road, facing the royal viewing platform across the widest avenue of Yebeo. Exekov's logistics are now almost completely cut off. There is less than 10 kilometers of fortified area between the two armored fists of the Prosan people. The enemy did not attack it because both armored groups had rushed for hundreds of kilometers and needed to stop for repairs. Moreover, the distance of 10 kilometers seems wide, but in fact it is blocked by artillery and aviation, and there is no way for the troops to pass through. The enemy's encirclement has actually been completed. It depends on when the Prosan propaganda minister will announce the victory. At present, it is confirmed that there are 800,000 troops in the encirclement according to the establishment, but most of the troops have been fighting tenaciously, so the loss of personnel is serious. In fact, there may be only 500,000 troops who can still fight, and many of them are wounded. Although the Southwestern Front dismissed the staff and destroyed the code book, the radio station is still using clear code to send messages, reporting the situation every day, and proudly declaring that the Southwestern Front is still fighting. It is said that it is this clear code that prevented the propaganda department of the Prosan Empire from declaring victory. Wang Zhong looked down at the speech in his hand. Ivan, did you calculate from the beginning that your sacrifice would have such an effect? Wang Zhong didn't know the crown prince well. After all, he had only known him for a short time. Perhaps for the rest of his life, he would repeatedly recall the crown prince's smile and speculate on how far he had calculated. If the Southwest Front army, which continued to resist, dragged the enemy's main force until the mud descended, the pressure on the front would be reduced. In that case, the enemy might be able to spend a severe winter in a place with sufficient supplies, so that so many people would not be frozen to death by general winter, which would lead to a more brutal war next year. But in the current situation, it would be good for Ant to take a breath. When the factory move to the east is operational again and the recruits are trained, the elite Prosan army may find themselves facing several times the number of Ant troops. As Wang Zhong was thinking about this, someone cleared his throat behind him. It was a refreshing male voice. He thought it was an official related to the ceremony who came to finalize the details with him, so he turned around and said, "I have memorized the speech, and now I am just reviewing it a little bit." Wang Zhong stopped because he saw a military uniform that was completely different from Ant and Prosan's style. However, this military rank is an oak leaf, and Wang Zhong happens to know a country that uses oak leaves as military ranks. In this country, the golden oak leaf is a major, the silver oak leaf is a lieutenant colonel, and the colonel is the eagle emblem. This young man should be a lieutenant colonel. Wang Zhong, who are you? John Wick, military attaché of the United States Embassy, General Rokosov. The man saluted Wang Zhong first, then extended his hand. Wang Zhong shook his hand. "Hello, what can I do for you? I heard that you once talked about your judgment on the war situation at the sharing meeting of young officers." "Sorry, I am a straightforward person. Can you tell me again?" Lieutenant Colonel John said sincerely, "The United States is very concerned about this. This is related to an ongoing top-secret negotiation and a bill being discussed in Congress." Wang Zhong, Lend-Lease bill, right? Lieutenant Colonel John's eyelids twitched. "You actually know?" Wang Zhong realized that he spoke too quickly. Theoretically, it was impossible for him to know the Lend-Lease bill at this time. So he started to fool people. The United Kingdom already knows about this, and the United Kingdom knowing this is equivalent to us knowing it. Lieutenant Colonel John smiled and said, "It's good that Raberville doesn't know." Although this is the first time Wang Zhong has heard the name of Raberville, the name of Santoku's intelligence agency on the other side of the earth is well known. The biggest characteristic of this agency is its incompetence, and it has made an indelible contribution to the world's anti-FXS cause. Contribute. Raberville may be the other time and space counterpart of Abbeville. After all, the name only differs by one sound. Wang Zhong laughed and then went straight to the point. "We will block the enemy." Lieutenant Colonel John, what's your basis? Wang Zhong, the basis is the vast territory of Ant, and the upcoming generals Ni and Dong. No, no country can conquer the vast territory of Ant. Well, maybe the Mongols can. Lieutenant Colonel John laughed loudly. "You have a great sense of humor. Yes, the Mongols can. What about the right time and place?" Wang Zhong asked back. "You have the right time and right place, so what else can you ask for?" "The will to fight," said Lieutenant Colonel John. Wang Zhong, Exekov is still fighting. Doesn't this explain the problem? They have been de facto surrounded. The hundreds of thousands of troops must have eaten up their supplies, but they are still fighting. Lieutenant Colonel John shrugged. The sacrifice of the Crown Prince inspired the fighting will of the Exekov group, and the continued resistance indeed encouraged the domestic lawmakers who supported the Lend-Lease bill. But the performance of His Majesty the Tsar inspired the opposition. Look at the Carolingians. The Carolingian soldiers still have the will to fight, but the higher UPS still chose to surrender. It is clear that most of the country has not fallen, and there are still millions of troops, a vast African colony, armored forces, and air force, but the top brass chose to surrender. Wang Zhong, as far as I know, General Degao is still fighting. Ah, yes, General Degao and his Free Carolingians are still fighting, but the Carolingians surrendered. If An surrenders, you can also go to the United States to continue fighting. Wang Zhong, I won't. My best friend and my dear father have died fighting on this land. Their sacrifices have allowed me to stand here. In order to preserve my vitality, I have given up on those who trust me twice, no, 3 times. I cannot stop fighting, otherwise even if I die and go to hell, I will not be forgiven by them. Just as Lieutenant Colonel John was about to speak, Wang Zhong continued, furthermore, I am a smart man. It is clear that this is a battle that must be won. As long as I persist, I will win in the end, and I will also become the same as Suvorov and Suvorov. A military strategist as famous as Kutuzov, as a smart man, I will choose to continue fighting. Lieutenant Colonel John squinted his eyes and stared at Wang Zhong. He stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds before showing an admiring smile. No wonder they call you the Star of Victory. I have felt your obsession with victory, and I will keep this confidence intact. Immediately convey this to His Excellency the President. Wang Zhong, it's not obsession, it sounds like a kind of pathological paranoia, and I'm just stating the facts to you. Lieutenant Colonel John just smiled and saluted Wang Zhong. Compared with the initial salute, this time he was obviously full of respect. The Lieutenant Colonel of the United States turned around and left with a quick stride. Wang Zhong took a deep breath. At this time, he heard the voices around him suddenly increase. Everyone looked towards the royal viewing platform. Wang Zhong also looked over, and saw the haggard His Majesty the Tsar appeared with the support of Princess Olga, and slowly came to sit on the most luxurious chair. Wang Zhong suddenly noticed that His Majesty Belinsky also appeared on the auditorium of the church across the street holding a scepter. The two sides looked at each other across the street, across the crowds lining up on the street. Holy war sounded. His Majesty the Tsar seemed startled by the sacred war and looked around blankly, like a timid little animal. Wang Zhong sighed, His Majesty the Tsar would have been better off not appearing in this situation. The generals on both sides appeared, and the ceremony began to advance. Wang Zhong didn't think about anything else at all and was just observing the state of His Majesty the Tsar. He always felt that the Tsar now looked like someone from the movie Downfall. The feeling of exhaustion, madness, and being on the verge of collapse is almost exactly the same. As the ceremony progressed, it was time for Wang Zhong to speak. The master of ceremonies signaled Wang Zhong to prepare. Just then, His Majesty the Tsar stood up. Everyone looked at him. There was originally a microphone on the royal viewing platform, but the Tsar directly motioned for the microphone to be moved to him. My son, Ivan Nikolaev Antonov, died a heroic death for his country. The Tsar began, his voice full of madness, we have lost a hero. But does this mean failure? No. This is just the beginning. Our military strength now seems to be far inferior to that of the Procenians. Although we continue to expand our army is as vulnerable as a castle on the sand. The enemy advanced crazily in the first 2 weeks of the war. 170 kilometers. And my generals are still bragging shamelessly. They said they would counterattack into Plosen within a month. What's the result? They actually want to put the responsibility for Exekov's failure on me. No. Huh. Olga whispered something in the ear of His Majesty the Tsar. The Tsar laughed loudly, it is true. That General Skorobo is a shameful traitor. A traitor. He deceived me and the people of Ant. Everything that happened before was a scam created by them. It was an illusion. My son, my dear son Ivan, died. He died just to wake you up from that naive illusion. Now, the war has just begun. Our military strength is gradually recovering, the Prasen Empire is no longer to be feared. Your fathers and brothers also died in the massacre of Prasen. We must never forget the sadness and anger. This is the revelation that my Ivan gave us with his own death. We should now gather this anger to destroy the Prasen army and win the real victory for the first time. This victory is the greatest consolation for the dead. Citizens, rise up. Turn grief into strength, rise up, citizens. Ant needs your strength. Wang Zhong was shocked. This speech sounded a bit familiar. At this time, the master of ceremonies said to Wang Zhong, the ceremony command has changed the ceremony process. You don't need to give a speech. Wang Zhong frowned. He looked at the viewing stand where the generals were, and found that Tkachev had just put down the phone. In the row behind him, General Turgenev shook his head slightly and winked at Wang Zhong. Boy, these people blocked my speech in order to fight against the church. Wang Zhong looked at his speech. Most of the content in the speech is indeed repeated from His Majesty the Tsar's speech, and there is really no need to repeat it again. But if this continues, it always feels like the people's sense of existence has been weakened. Although the Tsar also mentioned your fathers and brothers, it feels like they are accessories to the crown prince. If this continues, the sacred war will turn into another noble war between the royal family and the royal family. In that case, you really may not be able to win. After all, Prasen is ridiculously strong. And I always feel that this is not in line with Ivan's wishes. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the scene when he set off from Ixikov. At that time, Ivan said to him, "Take care of Olga." He glanced at the crown princess. Then he looked towards the church's auditorium. It always felt like Belinsky was nodding. Wang Zhong pushed away the MC, rushed to the podium, and walked to the microphone. The person holding the sign in front of the microphone didn't know what was going on, but he still held up the sign with the speech written on it. Wang Zhong glanced at the sign and thought that the current situation was useless as it was. The whole tone needs to be reversed. So he said loudly, "Everyone." The sound echoed over the entire state funeral venue. After Wang Zhong caught everyone's attention, he raised the speech in his hand high, tore it up and threw it into the wind. Now everyone's curiosity was aroused. Wang Zhong began an impromptu speech. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 188 Victory belongs to the people of Ant. Wang Zhong glanced at the royal viewing platform. In fact, he mainly looked at Olga, but Olga supported her father and looked like she was looking at the Tsar. Wang Zhong continued, "Some people may already know that Ivan and I are good brothers who wear the same pair of pants. In the military academy, we teased the professor together and were last in the exam. I was the last and he was the second last. I can't tell you all the ridiculous things we did together for 3 days and 3 nights. I know my brother very, very well. His Majesty the Tsar probably doesn't know him very well." The whole place was in an uproar when these words came out. Wang Zhong ignored the reactions of others and continued, "My brother is indeed very brave. He died heroically for his country. When I set off from Ixikov to Araki to stop the enemy, my brother came to see me off. At that time he asked me to take good care of our common sister Princess Olga. Thinking about it now, he already had the intention to die at that time. But if you want to say that he died so generously because he was the crown prince, because he was a noble among nobles, then I, as Ivan the best friend, the most knowledgeable brother, was the first to say no. This is an insult to him, to my brother. Why? Do nobles have to be brave? I was in the village of Upper Penier, and the local nobles had fled without a trace. Not only that, they also left a loyal dog behind, preventing us from entering his winery to get spirits. Make a Molotov cocktail. In Luchtov, the nobles also ran away without a trace. If you are around people who have come back from the battlefield for vacation, ask them, and you will definitely hear the stories of baskets of nobles running away like shit. Do nobles have to be brave? Bullshit. Thousands of ordinary people are the ones who are truly brave. In Haute Penier, the gunner in my crew gave me a letter before he died and asked me to give it to his mother. I sent it off, and the old lady asked me calmly which son died. Her 3 sons all went to the battlefield and may have died. Even the old lady herself is staying in Ixuk Cove. I believe she will fight the invaders in her own way until the last moment. In Luchtov, I was caught in a tight siege. All my weapons were destroyed by the vicious Prasens. I could only hide under the tank with a small pistol, preparing to kill everyone. At this time, tens of thousands of ordinary people rushed out, wiped out the Prasens, and pulled me out from under the tank. Are each of them a prince? Echoes drifted back and forth across the square. No. They are female workers in textile factories, mechanics in tractor factories, milkers on ranches, tractor drivers, farmers and fishermen. I have to give them a common identity, that is, they are all members of the Ant people. These ordinary people realize one thing: if they don't fight, their country will be destroyed. They realize that if they don't fight, the enemy will not only kill them, but also step on their bones and say, "Look, these are slaves." So they showed an amazing burst of courage. The brave Ant people have supported me and allowed me to fight until now. And my good brothers and my father are brave only because they are part of the Ant people. After Wang Zhong said it, he immediately realized that it seemed a bit far-fetched. Sure enough, I'm not good at speaking. At this time, just use your momentum to deal with it. Wang Zhong, they are the children of Ant's mother. They grew up eating food grown in the black soil. They cannot turn a blind eye to the atrocities committed by the Prosan invaders. So they died heroically for their country, together with thousands of ordinary ant people. The names of those who died with them may not be passed down, because all the documents of the Southwestern Front have been destroyed. But they still chose to move forward without hesitation. Fight. In order not to be slaves. Not to be slaves. Wang Zhong's voice even broke due to his excessive emotion. He stopped and let his voice rest for a while. A few seconds later he spoke again, as a close friend, no, brother of Ivan Nikolaevich Antonov, I am very sad. Likewise, as Constantine Alexander I am also very sad about the son of Rovik Rokosov. These days, in Ivan's playroom at the Summer Palace and in the study at Rokosov Manor, I think about every moment of the past and the voice and smile of my old friend. But I know that I am not the only one who is sad. Hundreds of thousands of people have already died, and there will be hundreds of thousands or even millions of people who will die in the future. Sadness will spread all over Ant's mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes. But we still have to fight. Not for those medals and honors. But for one day, this land will no longer be sad. Wang Zhong saw Olga wiping away tears desperately, while Lucia on the other side of the auditorium was also crying. He calmed down and continued, just now, Lieutenant Colonel John Wick, the military attaché of the United States, asked me what the prospects of the war were, and I said we will definitely win. I'm not saying this because I'm an optimist. I have 3 reasons. First, we have the right time and place. This is our homeland, and no one knows its temper better than we do. We know when it turns into a damn quagmire, and we know when it snows up to our waists. We are familiar with every swamp and every path. But the enemy doesn't understand this at all. They just entered our country and they were stuck in traffic because they were not familiar with the road conditions. I was able to beat them hard in Haute-Pinier because their heavy artillery was blocked behind Can't Get Up. When I saw Prosen's tanks, I knew they wouldn't work in the mud because their tracks were too narrow. Look at the wide tracks of our tanks, which look like a girl's big feet. They are just for running on this bad ground. Second, we have people. The Prosen people are killing people everywhere, but they will soon find that they cannot kill all the civilians in the occupied area, because Ant is too vast, and the population of Prosen alone cannot fill Anti. It's a special wilderness. After killing all the people, they will have no more workers. At that time, their supplies will not be transported, no one will repair the roads, and no one will maintain and operate the railways. No, they cannot possibly kill all the ant people in the ant lands. But as long as they don't kill them all, guerrilla athletes will appear in all the places they occupy. In the green gauze tent of Hazalaya, in the forests of Livonia, and on the ice fields of Novgorod. They will soon fall into a state of intimidation. As long as they are on ants' land, they will never be able to sleep peacefully. In front of them, our troops will appear continuously. So what if they wipe out 3 million or even 4 million troops? 6 million or even 7 million troops will appear. And as time goes by, we will also learn war, and we will be as proficient in the art of war as they are. By then, even the exchange ratio that they are proud of will become mediocre. We will become mediocre little by little. Destroy them and restore the lost land. Third. The Plozans are too arrogant, and they have made too many enemies. In the countries they conquered, resistance will never stop. General Dago's Free Carolingians are fighting. The United Kingdom is fighting. The combined strength of Ant and the United Kingdom alone is several times that of Prosen. What's more, across the sea, there is a United States that is watching. They will also join the fight one day. The forces of justice around the world will stand together with the brave people of Ant. Of course, the first 2 of the 3 reasons are enough for us to defeat the Prosenians. One day, we will rush into their proud capital Prosonia and put the sharp blade of judgment on that unstoppable place. On the neck of Emperor Prosen of I. Prosan will surely perish. The brave people of Ant will win. Ula. Wang Zhong made a fist with his right hand and raised it high. The whole audience cheered together, Ula. It seemed like the entire city was chanting, Ula. Wave after wave of Ula rushes into the sky. The roars of countless people converged into a terrifying sound that made reinforced concrete tremble, as if thousands of troops were sweeping across the earth. Ula. Patriarch Belinsky stood up and chanted along. The generals on the viewing platform looked at each other. General Turgenev stood up first, and then the generals and marshals stood up one by one. With the support of his daughter, His Majesty the Tsar looked at everything in front of him. The paranoia and madness on his face faded away, giving way to confusion and panic. Olga looked at all this with surprise, as if she had discovered a new world. Lieutenant Colonel John Wick, the military attaché of the United States, was speechless, the star of victory. It seems that we should return to the United States. I wonder if the shuttle boat from Vladivostok to San Francisco can still leave. See you tomorrow. Chapter 189 Return to Shastka. On August 20, 2 days after the state funeral and public memorial ceremony, the Reserve Army Logistics Headquarters. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the Ordnance Bureau building, he saw several people changing the sign of the Reserve Front Logistics Command. He paused to watch them put up the new sign, Logistics Command of the Western Front. This has been replaced by the Western Front Logistics Headquarters. What about the Reserve Front Headquarters? Wang Zhong couldn't help but ask. Still here, the Reserve Front Army and the Western Front Army have been merged, and all logistics are coordinated by Lieutenant General Chekhov. The lieutenant who changed the brand said so. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Zhong, and then stood at attention and saluted as if he was electrocuted. Rocco General SOV. Wang Zhong, okay, don't be nervous, and don't call Ula, I've had enough of people calling me Ula when they see me. This is true. Now it seems that the whole city knows him, and every time they see him, they feel as if they have taken a huge amount of energy and get excited. The speech at the state funeral seemed to be broadcast directly to the whole world through the radio, and all the young and old men in Yebeo gathered under the loudspeakers everywhere to listen to the whole speech. Now Wang Zhong is the top star in Yebeo, the kind who can get trending searches every time he sneezes. Of course there are no trending searches in this era, this is a metaphor. The lieutenant who put up the sign asked excitedly, can you sign it for me? Wang Zhong, okay, if you promise me not to make any noise and don't go around saying, Rokosov is here, I will sign it. I promise. 10 seconds later, Wang Zhong returned the notebook with his name written on it to the lieutenant and walked directly inside. As a result, after walking a few steps, someone heard a gasp and the sound of documents falling to the ground. General Rokosov. Wang Zhong sighed. 20 minutes later, Wang Zhong finally pushed open the door of the logistics commander. Lieutenant General Chekhov glanced at him, don't look disgusted. This is your duty. It is better than reminding everyone that there are still hundreds of thousands of troops surrounded by the enemy. By the way, there is still a bad guy. According to the news, the Northern Front has retreated, and General Gorky's Fort St. Andrew Front has fully engaged the enemy. Wang Zhong, how is the situation? General Gorky is relying on complex terrain for defense. At present, it seems that the enemy's attack has hit a wall. Why do I, a logistics commander, tell you this? To understand the battlefield, go to the military headquarters to find General Turgenev. I am planning to attack again. What? Wang Zhong, you said you didn't give me enough trucks and tractors. Because this is not enough. I have tried my best to prepare it for you. Wang Zhong, I asked the church for 3,000 drivers. Although many of them are still training and have not graduated. When they come, they will find that it is a waste to drive without a car. Lieutenant General Chekhov, no waste, we are short of vehicles across the board, and the Ordnance Bureau is going all out to produce tanks. Wang Zhong, the tank unit lacks infantry. I can't take care of this. I said I can only take care of supplies. You said the infantry unit is short of machine guns and I can help. I will send more to whichever infantry unit you mentioned. For example, you said before that Kazhuka's No. 1 stationed at the ferry downstream of you the 51st Army was short of machine guns, so I fired 200 more. But if you want me to send infantry to the tank force, I can't do it. I can't control this, you know. You can only give your opinions to the superiors and write a summary of experience. I have a suggestion for you. Summarize your experience to Princess Olga, maybe it will be implemented one day. Wang Zhong, I gave it. Lieutenant General Chekhov spread his hands, then there is nothing to do. Wang Zhong scratched his head, since there are not enough vehicles, please give me more mules and horses. No. Lieutenant General Chekhov refused clearly. Wang Zhong, you can't just do it directly. Why don't you teach me some tricks this time? You ask if it is possible, that is not possible, because your division is a mechanized division and cannot have mules and horses. According to the regulations, this will affect the mobility of the mechanized troops. If you ask for a little tip, it is indeed possible. Think about your identity, what is your brother's identity? Wang Zhong didn't understand at first, but he quickly came to his senses, you mean, I can organize my own mule and horse transport team to go to the front line. I didn't say that. But you see, the great nobles are very enthusiastic and it is normal for them to organize a front team. Wang Zhong slapped his thigh. The Ant Empire used a double-headed eagle as its logo. Rounding it all off was Rome. As a mule and horse noble, it was only natural that he would provide mules and horses to support the front line. He stood up directly and was about to leave the headquarters. Lieutenant General Chekhov said, by the way, can you give me an autograph? My son wants it. Wang Zhong was stunned, do you have a son? Why doesn't it look like it? Come on, sign it. August 25th, Yebeo Railway Station. Wang Zhong was at the freight platform, watching the front support troops he recruited from the refugees get on the train. The family's ranch provided most of the mules and horses for this former army, and the refugees were mainly middle-aged women who were inspired by Wang Zhong's speech. They handed over their children to child care institutions for unified management and education, and took care of themselves. The child care institution was opened by Wang Zhong at Mikhail's request, and the people who manage and educate the children are old maids from the Rokosov family. Wang Zhong obtained the status of migrant workers for them from General Turgenev, distributed them uniform clothes, and received monthly subsidies. In this way, the problem of insufficient troop logistics transportation capabilities is solved. Now these uniformed migrant workers drove their mules and horses onto the train. In addition to tank cars and livestock cars transporting frontline troops, this train also has 8 flat cars. 3 of them are used to transport T-34 tanks that have been returned to the factory for repairs, 1 is used to transport the spectator tanks that have just rolled off the production line, and the remaining 4 are all used to transport the hot-release ZIS-30 self-propelled anti-tank guns. The ZIS-30 anti-tank gun looks like a tractor with a cannon forcibly inserted on it. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that it is a temporary emergency product. But Wang Zhong didn't dislike it at all and wanted to have more. In War Thunder, he likes to drive this car to work and slaughter newbies. The only regret is that this car is not small enough and cannot be compared to the smaller M56 when it comes to handling. When they get to Shastka, Wang Zhong will definitely teach his troops how to use this thing to survive. Don't be too happy about hitting and running from a preset position. He was supervising the driver hired from the church to drive the car onto the flatbed, when a man in a suit and a man with a camera appeared. "Is this General Rokosov?" The man in a suit asked, his Ant language obviously accented. "I am, you are. I am a reporter from the United States Hungry Village Daily. We plan to reprint the full text of your speech at the state funeral a week ago. In addition, we will add an exclusive interview." Wang Zhong, "No. I'm going back to the front line soon." At this time the person holding the camera said, "Please move a step to the left so that I can use the tanks and cannons as the background." Wang Zhong did not resist taking pictures, so he took a step to the left and looked back. "Okay, it just blocks the gap between the 2 wagons. The former wagon transports the smaller ZIS-30, and the latter wagon transports the T-34. The reporter from the United States knelt down in front of Wang Zhong, adjusted his position slightly, and found a good angle. "Please don't smile. Don't you smile. Yes, stay serious. This will complement the tanks and artillery behind you." The next moment, the photographer pressed the switch, and the flash made a snapping sound, spraying out white light and emitting a large plume of smoke. All flashlights of this era are like this. Photojournalist, "Very good, I feel like I can win the Pulitzer this year, Mike." The journalist named Mike said, "Look, if you are famous enough in the United States, some things may develop in a direction that is beneficial to your motherland." Wang Zhong, "Okay, I can accept your exclusive interview. In this way, you can get on the train and interview me on the train. After the train arrives at Shastka, it will unload the cargo and return on its own. Will you come back then?" Late. Reporter, "Okay." At this time Ludmila appeared. "This train does not have a tank car, but a passenger carriage specially hung for us. I also brought good tea and snacks from the manor." Without waiting for the text reporter Mike to reply, the photojournalist said, "Ma'am, please take the general's hand." Ludmila was stunned for a moment. "Huh?" Photojournalist, "There are currently no female officers in the United States, and you are so beautiful. Our readers will love it." Mike smiled bitterly. "Of course they will like it, the beautiful women, the officers with outstanding combat achievements, and the tanks behind them. Oh, they love these to death. They would like it even more if Madam could change into a tube skirt." Ludmila said seriously, "I am a combatant and must wear breeches like male soldiers." A moment later, the second photo was taken, but the photojournalist did not say Pulitzer. Wang Zhong joked, "Why, my Lucia can't win the Pulitzer." The photojournalist just smiled. Lucia said, "Get in the car, you two. The carriage is over there." The passenger car assigned to Wang Zhong by the station's General Dispatch Center is a super luxurious aristocratic box. The desk in the box looked 100 times more luxurious than the old Duke's desk in Rokosov Manor. There is also a shield hanging behind the desk, with a double-headed eagle on it. Wang Zhong was dumbfounded when he saw this carriage. "What, they sent me the carriage for His Majesty the Tsar." Before he could sigh, the photographer said, "Can you please sit behind the desk and pose for signing documents?" Wang Zhong, "No, no, it will cause misunderstanding. But our readers love these." Wang Zhong could only sit down behind the desk and pose to sign the document. At this time, Nellie opened the door from the dining car and pushed the trolley in. She saw the 2 outsiders frowning slightly, but said nothing more. Mike was shocked. "Your life on the front line is quite colorful." "Nellie is my orderly. As soon as Wang Zhong finished his introduction, the photographer squatted in front of Nelly and took a photo. Oh, that's great. This boat-shaped hat and maid outfit, plus the petite figure, our readers will like it. What's going on with you readers? At this time, the whistle of the train departure came from the front. Text reporter Mike opened his notebook again. Can we start the interview? Chapter 190. That Mike from the United States, Gao, I don't know where he is, 37,000 monthly votes PL. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, I actually don't understand. You are all going to reprint the full text of my speech, so why do you need an exclusive interview? The important things are all mentioned in the speech. Yes, it was all mentioned in the speech. So the interview mainly asked about unimportant things. Reporter Mike smiled. Just at this time, an announcement came from outside the train. The song composed by General Rokasov will be played next, Holy War, please listen. Then the version played by the Yebeo Philharmonic Orchestra sounded throughout the station, and even the carriage where Wang Zhong was sitting was filled with majestic music. Mike smiled and said, let's start with this song. During the preliminary investigation, I found that you did not receive music-related education? But you created the song that is destined to leave a mark in music history. Wang Zhong, about this, the actual situation is like this. I just felt it on the battlefield and hummed a melody casually, like this. Wang Zhong immediately hummed to reporters on the spot, but was affected by the music outside and could not hear clearly. Mike, sounds like. Wang Zhong, it's very clumsy, right? That's it? I actually hummed the song at the dinner party that night, and the band leader laughed at me. Did you laugh at it? Yes, I laughed at it. The song you are listening to now was written by one of my soldiers named Vasily Vladimirovich Bradsky. His father was a music student at the University of Yebburg. He is a professor in the department and has received the best music education. He wrote this song based on the piece of music I hummed and the emotion I felt while humming it. Mike frowned. Then why didn't he sign it? Because he hates being a composer very much. This is the conflict between father and son. When one day he lets go, I think he will sign it. Wang Zhong said. At this time, a whistle came from the window, indicating that the train was about to leave. Wang Zhong stared at Mike to see if he would activate the passive skill of journalism. However, the United States man directly changed the subject. I heard that in addition to music, you also like to write poetry. Can you share some with us? Wang Zhong, what? Poetry. At this time, Ludmila, who was standing next to him, said, it should be referring to the crooked poems you used to read in salons. Now because of your fame, many ladies have translated the poems you gave them. Wang Zhong suddenly had a bad premonition and asked, I can't remember what I wrote. What kind of poems are they? Ludmila smiled and said, don't worry, at least those poems rhyme. Wang Zhong began to sweat profusely. What do you mean it at least rhymes? Are they all on the same level as Zhang Zongchang's poems? Daming Lake is a big lake, and there are lotuses in Daming Lake. There are toads on the lotuses, and they pop up when you poke them. Mike continued to ask, have you sent poems to many ladies? Wang Zhong, yeah. Just sending poems. Let's talk about Proson's offensive. Mike laughed and said, there will always be front-page headlines about offensive things. Readers will read those if they want to read them. Our interview will not be on the front-page headlines. So are we just sending poems? Ludmila, of course not, I will dance with them at the ball, right Elisha? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded, I like dancing and exercising. Mike, I see, then do you often dance with the current crown princess? Wang Zhong, of course, most of the ladies in Yebeo and I have danced and socialized. And I also like to accompany the crown prince and am a good friend of the crown prince, so many girls approach me in order to get close to the crown prince. Just at this time, the train shook, and then the platform outside the window began to retreat. Mike continued to ask, you have a very close relationship with the crown prince, right? Right. You publicly accused the Tsar during the state funeral, saying that he did not understand his children. This is a very serious accusation. Does this mean that you think the Tsar has neglected his duties as a father? Hey guys, here we come, those in front are all smoke bombs. Wang Zhong replied calmly, what I mean is that His Majesty the Tsar has many things to do and pays too little attention to the children. Mike, but you have also pointed out His Majesty the Tsar's mistakes in decision-making and army building on many occasions on various occasions. Wang Zhong, this is my duty as a loyal officer of His Majesty. Doesn't your country have loyal officers like me who will point out the mistakes of the President or the Joint Chiefs of Staff at all costs? Mike, of course we do too. But some people think that you feel that His Majesty the Tsar has failed in his duties as a leader in this situation. Wang Zhong, who thinks so? Is it convenient to disclose it? I have a friend in the Inquisition, and he is very concerned about this matter. Mike smiled and asked, do you think His Majesty the Tsar should bear the main responsibility for Exukov's fiasco? Wang Zhong, the main responsibility should be borne by General Skorobo. He was a spy of the Prasen Empire and deliberately sent away our country's millions of troops. He deceived His Majesty and the headquarters. This is the current official statement, and Wang Zhong will of course be consistent with this statement. Mike, are you saying that no one else in the headquarters should be responsible for this? Aren't you worried that a large number of troops will be ruined? Wang Zhong, I think the headquarters will learn a lesson. Mike stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds. During this time, the entire carriage became quiet. Outside the car window next to me, the city has disappeared, and the endless rural scenery is constantly passing by. The reporter changed the question, you said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince entrusted his sister to you. Did anyone else hear this? Wang Zhong, is this important? No, it's not important. How do you understand this? Wang Zhong, Olga is our common sister. I think His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants me to take his place as his brother. Is there a possibility that he wants you to marry her? Mike asked while glancing at Ludmila. Wang Zhong, I know my brother. He is a smart man and knows that the marriage of a princess has basically nothing to do with love, and it is not something we can decide. Just kidding, the princess is an important resource. Whether it is used to exchange for claims, the right to inherit the crown, or to form an alliance with someone, it is very useful. Wang Zhong, a paradox player, thought so. Mike, what if? I mean, if the anti-empire is no longer an empire, but becomes a federal state like the United States, then marrying the crown princess with such a reputation is the best way to protect her, isn't it? Wang Zhong, Mr. Reporter, let's talk about the war situation. Okay, we got the news that you think the Prasen Empire will start the offensive against the capital again in mid-September. May I ask? Wang Zhong, where did you get the news? I have a friend in the tribunal who is very interested in this. On August 25, at 2100, Wang Zhong entered the headquarters of the 1st Guards Red Flag Mechanized Division in Shostka. Pavlov, who did not go to the station to greet him, said the first thing he said when he saw him, you look so haggard, what happened in the capital? Popov, who went to the station to pick up Wang Zhong, replied, it's because he brought a United States reporter into the car, and then was bombarded by the reporter for 8 hours. Wang Zhong, don't mention it. Report to me about the situation of the troops. Pavlov, the construction of the bunker is currently about 40% complete. In addition, we have moved all the residents on the west bank of the Duva River to the east bank. We have requisitioned the mansions of local nobles to accommodate these residents. We have blown up and filled all the empty residential buildings on the west bank. Now the entire west bank is bare, and the shooting range is good. Pavlov pointed to the window. Wang Zhong came to the window and looked out. Sure enough, he saw that the west bank of the Duva River was open, and there was nothing blocking the shooting range. Pavlov, of course, we also left some inconspicuous things as targets for shooting, such as the wreckage of the truck. In fact, it was burned out of a scrap truck. It was an 800-meter target. Wang Zhong raised his hand to see more clearly, only to find that there was no telescope on his chest, so he stretched out his hand to the side, telescope. Immediately, a staff officer handed him a telescope. Wang Zhong took a look. Although it was getting dark, he could still clearly see a streak of white paint in an inconspicuous position on the wreckage. Very good, very good. He just finished speaking, and suddenly reacted, turned his head and looked at the staff officer who handed him the telescope, Vasily. The young warrant officer grinned, it's me. I'm now a staff officer at the division headquarters. Wang Zhong punched him on the shoulder, you guys, you gave me a surprise. You're welcome. Vasily smiled. Wang Zhong, did your father come here to see you? Vasily's smile froze directly, and then disappeared at the speed of light. What's wrong? Wang Zhong asked puzzledly. Vasily, don't mention it, he came, holding 2 bottles of wine and planned to chat with me like a friend. Wang Zhong, isn't this a good thing? This is a wish that I have never been able to realize. Vasily shook his head, but that old den can't drink. He drank a few glasses and started to get drunk and ran to the street to sing Rise Up, Great Country, Fight to the Death. Singing this is fine. After singing, he started to use the bottle as a saxophone and played it in the street. Playing is fine, he is not in the same place, he saw me approaching and ran away. He ran all the way in front, and I chased him all the way behind. Wang Zhong immediately imagined the scene and laughed. Vasily was anxious, what are you laughing at? I am so embarrassed. Even the naval infantry came out to laugh at me. Now the whole city knows me. Wang Zhong, isn't this a good thing? No one will talk about you carrying manure in the future. I would rather carry manure. Vasily stamped his feet. Now everyone in the room laughed, and the headquarters was filled with a happy atmosphere. After laughing, Wang Zhong sighed sincerely, compared to the capital, I still like the atmosphere here. I can feel at ease here. Others were stunned, not knowing why Wang Zhong suddenly sighed like this. At this time, the staff officer opened the door and came in. Lieutenant Colonel Kharlamov of the 31st Fighter Regiment is here. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Kharlamov? Isn't this the one who escorted me to Yebeo before? He was transferred to the airport next to us to be responsible for air defense. Pavlov said, it should be the photos of today's aerial reconnaissance that came out. Wang Zhong, please invite the Lieutenant Colonel in. Chapter 191 Situation on August 26, 38,000 monthly votes plus update. Kharlamov entered the room and saluted Wang Zhong first. His Excellency General Rokosov, I say hello to you. Wang Zhong, are you used to coming here? After all, there are no cocktail parties and girls in the capital. I know you pilots. When you are on the ground, you pick up girls one by one very quickly. This is prejudice, Your Majesty General. We would rather go to heaven and dance with our enemies than dance with girls. Wang Zhong, what was the result of the dance? 3 were shot down. Kharlamov smiled, and all of them were stuck as shot at low altitude according to your suggestion. They often use the high speed to break away after rushing down, while we were flying level at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Save your speed and find that the enemy plane is rushing down faster than him, and you can achieve victory with just one stagger. Wang Zhong, didn't the enemy's 109 fight with you? I didn't encounter them, but Semyon from the same team said that he could kill the enemy with a little maneuvering. Wang Zhong laughed. The performance of Yak 1 was far from that of Yak 3, but there was no problem in beating the current 109 at low altitude. The key is to stay low. Kharlamov, General, why are you so familiar with air combat? Because I play War Thunder, it's a pity that I can't say that, so Wang Zhong said casually, Vasily told me. Vasily was shocked, me. Wang Zhong, well, another Vasily said that he joins the flying club. Vasily, he also picked shit. Wang Zhong was extremely embarrassed and forcefully changed the subject, where are the photos? Where are the aerial reconnaissance photos? Kharlamov took out a document bag with top secret printed on it, here it is. After I handed it over to the church and the intelligence agency of the front army, the church said that I can give you a copy. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. Wang Zhong, because I am very familiar with His Excellency the Patriarch. Wang Zhong didn't lie, he was really familiar with her. The Patriarch even toasted me. But the others obviously took it as a joke and laughed. Pavlov took the document bag and handed it to Popov, you unpack it, it will be less likely to overturn if something happens in the future. Popov opened the document bag without hesitation and dumped the photos on the map table. Wang Zhong picked up one and then determined that his plug-in was useless for the photo. His plug-in can only highlight enemies within his own field of vision, and that's been the case from the beginning. So Wang Zhong gave up interpreting these very blurry photos and asked Kharlamov directly, is there anything worth noting? Kharlamov immediately picked out several photos according to their numbers, these are enemy military stations discovered during reconnaissance, and they are located in these places. Kharlamov took a pencil and marked the corresponding photo numbers on the map. Wang Zhong, can our cannon hit it? Pavlov picked up the compass and drew on the map, it can't be hit. It's beyond the maximum range. Kharlamov continued, judging from the supplies that the enemy has hoarded at these military stations, there are 2 main directions for the enemy's next attack. The first is here, and the second is the ferry guarded by Kashuch's army downstream. Pavlov, we have a bridge here, but the water is relatively deep. Even if the enemy uses the technology that can sneak attack from the bottom of the river, it will be difficult to get away from us. But Lieutenant General Kashuka's side is due to the dry season. It's relatively shallow. They should have more pressure than us. Wang Zhong nodded, and then asked Kharlamov, how is the enemy's troop deployment? Are there any enemy defenses on the way to these military stations? Yes. Kharlamov quickly found new photos. Look, these are trenches. Obviously there are enemy troops in front of us. There is also this village, look here. He put a photo in front of Wang Zhong and pointed to a yard, this is the enemy's truck, and here. Obviously the enemy has entered this village. Wang Zhong, can our cannon hit it? Pavlov picked up the compass, but immediately realized that Kharlamov had not marked the map yet, so he looked up at the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel. Kharlamov wrote the photo numbers on the map. Tuhaka. Pavlov muttered the place name on the map and made a gesture with the compass. It can be hit. We actually went to investigate. There is a slight deviation in the coordinates of the map, which does not affect the aiming. Wang Zhong, did you actually go investigate? Let's do some reconnaissance before the enemy comes up. As you said when summarizing your experience, if you have something to do and you leave, of course we will take care of it for you. Wang Zhong, very good, let's fire the cannon. Wait a minute, have we replenished the cannon? Popov, we have reached a certain point. There are now 1,152 heavy artillery pieces in preparation. The number of artillery shells has also been sent up to a base of 1.5. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, then fire. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone, pick up the artillery regiment. In the artillery regiment camp, a whistle suddenly sounded for assembly. Dmitry, who was transferred to the artillery unit, shouted, I knew it. The general will start artillery fire soon after he comes back. And it will be in the middle of the night. The recruit asked curiously, what is this bombing? The enemy. The enemy is coming. The recruit was shocked, I didn't see it. Idiot, this is blowing up an enemy more than 10 kilometers away. What we want is to send the enemy to the sky in his sleep. Hurry up, move. Pavlov put down the phone, the artillery regiment needs time to assemble. After all, they are not on the verge of war. And it is so late now, many recruits should be asleep. Wang Zhong, let them get used to it as soon as possible. Is there any other information? Kharlamov, currently, the enemy's infantry units should be in front of us. We didn't see any armored units. It's over. It seems that the efficiency of aerial reconnaissance in this era can only be achieved so far. Wang Zhong was thinking about when he would take a plane and take a walk in the sky, lighting up all the enemies. He looked at the map and suddenly remembered something, so he asked, there are enemy infantry in front of us. Has the railway to Shepetovka been cut off? What about their supplies? Pavlov, currently maintained by the road to Borsk. And it looks like they will retreat that way to join the Bolsk front. At the moment the Duke is still trying to relieve the siege, but to no avail. The enemy's infantry has been strengthened. The battle line has been blocked and cannot be attacked in its current state. Except for the Air Force, everyone at the scene knew how powerful the combat effectiveness of the Prasen infantry was. Wang Zhong, are we in direct contact with the enemy? The patrol we sent was in contact with the enemy. Pavlov drew two crosses on the map. The exchange of fire did not take advantage of each other. Yesterday at noon, we also saw a small group of motorized troops appearing at the bridgehead of our army. In sight. On the entire West Bank, the 1st Guards Division controlled a bridgehead. Wang Zhong, how are the bridgehead fortifications being repaired? They are all permanent fortifications made of concrete. However, the concrete takes time to harden. If the enemy attacks immediately, the 152 heavy artillery can easily lift the bridgehead. Pavlov was stunned. Fortunately, the enemy will not attack immediately. Wang Zhong, the enemy's armored forces should have completed their mission now, and they are resting. I don't know how long they will be resting. We expect to rest until mid-September. Heinz Wilhelm von Moltke of the 2nd Panzer Group told Emperor Plassen Reinhardt. We have 2 divisions with heavy losses and the number of combat-ready tanks is once it dropped to less than 5%. This is all the fault of the famous General Rokosov. Seeing His Majesty's frown, von Moltke immediately added, fortunately, after driving the enemy Rokosov's troops out of Araki, our army's battlefield emergency repair team repaired some tanks. It is expected that they will be repaired in the next 30 days. Some tanks. The number of combat-ready tanks in the 2 divisions that were severely damaged will be restored to 50%. In addition, they still have some redundant tank crews. As long as they replenish their tanks, these 2 divisions can fully restore their strength. After Moltke finished speaking, Marshal von Pog immediately added, the enemy abandoned many tanks on the battlefield. These tanks can be used with a little repair. This shows that the enemy's logistics supplies are very rubbish and they basically have no maintenance capabilities. We can put these tanks to good use and use their weapons to hit them hard. Von Moltke nodded, yes. The troops have received some enemy tanks and have high praise for the heavy tanks. The other T-34 tanks are also very good, but the troops have no commander and are not used to using the radio. They were only willing to use the platoon leader's vehicles among these tanks. In addition, the Anders were widely criticized for their poor sights and gun accuracy. Emperor Prasen shook his head, since these tanks are so bad, why are they still achieving brilliant results? Especially heavy tanks. I have seen many reports that these heavy tanks destroyed a large number of our tanks, and finally relied on infantry to go up. Just get rid of it? Von Moltke replied, this should refer to the KV tank. The current evaluation of this tank by the army is very good. Except for serious mechanical failures, it can be said that there are no bad reviews. I have sent a KV back to the Imperial Tank Research Center. In order to deal with the enemy's armor superiority, we urgently need a heavy tank equipped with an 88mm gun and a heavy tank that can match the enemy's armor. Emperor Prasen stood up and shook his head, no, everyone. You are worrying too much. Although the process of eliminating Exukov's enemies is slower than we expected, we have already severely damaged the Ant people. Ant's elite troops have been surrounded and eliminated by us. Since the beginning of the war, we have eliminated 3 million enemies, and our army has shown surprisingly high efficiency. Anti is like an old house now, it will collapse if you kick it. At this time, Siegfried, the commander-in-chief of the Asgard Knights of the Empire, who had been silent, said, "Your Majesty, the enemy has just relied on the state funeral to boost the morale of the whole country. Isn't it bad to make such an optimistic estimate?" Reinhardt waved his hand, "That's just a flashback. As long as we kick it, this old, backward country will fall apart, and its fertile land will become the granary of our prasen. The blockade imposed by the United Kingdom and the United States on us will break down, and we will get everything we lack, oil, rubber, all kinds of mineral deposits. We will win in the end, and we will get the whole world." Chapter 192 Typhoon. Siegfried touched his red hair, "Be careful, Your Majesty. Ant is very vast and has great potential for war." Reinhardt stopped, "Yes, they have great potential for war, I know. So from the beginning my goal was to destroy their fighting spirit. The fighting spirit they inspired by the death of the Crown Prince is only temporary. Without the support of a new leader, this fighting spirit will soon disappear. Unfortunately, they have a new leader, but they did not put this leader in the center and worship him as a spiritual symbol. This is our chance, Sieg. According to reliable intelligence, General Rokosov is currently in Shostka on the Duva River. This is the direction of our next attack. We will launch a pincer attack from the north and south with 1.8 million people and 2,000 tanks. Shostka will block the pincers on the southern front. In order to eliminate him, I will give the main force on the southern front, the 2nd Armored Group, 2 more Knights divisions." Von Moltke immediately raised his head, "Thank you very much, I will not let your Majesty down." "Reinhardt, you let this Rokosov run away in your previous battle. But you didn't know at the time that he would become an important figure in boosting Anti's morale, and he also had the mission of advancing south. Now, you can make up for this mistake. To help you complete the task, I will also hand over the Brandenburg troops of Otto's Kotz to you. This is a special force that played an important role in the initial stage of our invasion and captured many key bridges. You should make good use of these troops and completely eliminate this Rokosov." Von Moltke stood at attention, raised his head and answered, "Yes. After 20 days of replenishment, my group will start the attack. I can finally realize my long-cherished wish and lead the army to attack Ekaterinburg. My noble Majesty, I apply to name this operation as the November Festival to celebrate our complete elimination of the anti-steamroller that has been threatening Europa." Reinhardt shook his head, "No, this is too polite for an inferior race like Anti. No, we can't use such a weak name. This operation should be called Typhoon. We must destroy Anti like a typhoon and end the war before winter comes. This December, we will sign a surrender agreement with the enemy in Ekaterinburg, just like we did in Karolinja last May." Marshal von Borg and other generals stood up and shouted, "Long live Prasen! Long live the Emperor!" Wang Zhong raised his head when he heard the sound of artillery fire outside and came to the window. Unfortunately, the fired shells could not be seen in the dark. Even if you switch to a bird's eye view, you can't see it at all. By the way, from a bird's eye view, the entire West Bank is dark, indicating that there are no enemy units. Wang Zhong, I don't know how long this calm can last. Vasily, the enemy can't be calm. Tomorrow morning they will dig pits for the enemies who died in their sleep. Wang Zhong, we will do the same if the enemy's artillery comes up. The good news is that we have ready-made reinforced concrete buildings to avoid artillery. How is the reinforcement of the buildings on the East Bank going?" "Pavlov, it hasn't started yet. The main task at present is to pour concrete bunkers. The sooner they are poured, the sooner they can reach the strongest hardness. But we have reinforced some key buildings with steel bars." Wang Zhong nodded, "Very good. In addition, we brought a brand new artillery and a brand new self-propelled artillery. Tomorrow we will gather the anti-tank artillery troops and let them get familiar with these two weapons as soon as possible before the enemy attacks. Especially the self-propelled anti-tank guns. We need to prepare bunkers and transfer routes specifically for this anti-tank gun." Popov frowned, "You mean the ugly-looking tractor? That thing looks like a stick tied to a tractor. And although I am not familiar with artillery, that artillery looks different from all our artillery. It looks slimmer than the 76 gun, but the barrel is very long. Like an embroidery needle." Wang Zhong, "Yes, it is an embroidery needle, and it consumes a lot of production hours to make an embroidery needle. The man-hours to produce one of these guns can make several 76 guns. But correspondingly, this gun is amazingly powerful and has terrible accuracy." Vasily smiled and said, "It sounds good. It just so happens that our anti-tank artillery unit has only withdrawn the gunners." "Where did you get this gun, General?" Wang Zhong, others don't want it because they think it has not been tested. Others were stunned. Vasily smiled and said, General, you are teasing us again. You are bragging about this without testing it. Wang Zhong thought that I was bragging because this gun has been used in actual combat on Earth. He looked at Vasily, tomorrow we will test this gun. The smile on Vasily's face froze. Wang Zhong, you have to understand that we are very short of weapons now, because most of the factories are moving eastward, and even if the transfer is completed, it will take time to restore production efficiency. Because of this, we can only continue to produce defective T-34s to supplement the troops and slowly expand the production of the well-received parade tanks. Kharlamov is in the Air Force, and when he heard about the parade tanks, he was full of questions. Parade tanks. Wang Zhong, in order to allow me, an infantry general with no tank training, to ride a tank to command operations, my vehicle number 422 was a ceremonial tank. But it showed excellent combat performance. Kharlamov blinked. Did you just say infantry generals without tank training ride tanks to fight? Wang Zhong, I am an infantry general. Kharlamov gasped, what? I thought you were an armored soldier. After all, you commanded tanks to kill 8 General Prasen, didn't you? 2 Generals Proshin. Wang Zhong was almost tired of correcting this statement again, and one of them was killed by artillery. Is that so? However, war is really strange. One of the most powerful tank generals on Proshin's side actually wrote infantry attack. Kharlamov shook his head, maybe one day you, an infantry general, can become an Air Force marshal. Wang Zhong laughed, but what he thought in his heart was to tell you the truth, I am a super pilot who shot down more than 1,000 enemy planes in War Thunder. If my physique can withstand flying, I will definitely show you what an ace pilot is. But now there are no ejection seats on airplanes, and the death rate of pilots being shot down is too high, so it is better to be a general on the ground. Although being on the ground may not be much safer than in the air. At this time, Nelly opened the door and came in with a cart. Snack time. Today's snack is yogurt and muffins brought from Yebeo. Kharlamov's eyes widened when he saw Nelly. Why is there such a young girl here? She looks about the same age as my daughter, and should still be in the 5th grade. Nelly looked at the pilot with disdain. I have graduated from the 10th grade for a long time. Huh? Is that so? Lieutenant Colonel Kharlamov was shocked. Vasily said, you have a daughter. Of course, I carry the photo of them as a talisman. Look. Kharlamov took out the pendant, opened it and showed the photo inside to everyone. It was obviously a family photo folded in half, with only the daughter and wife side exposed. Pavlov was amazed after seeing the photo. You are really enviable. Wang Zhong, Chief of Staff, don't you have a wedding ring too? Yes, I do. But my wife, let's not talk about it. The bear-like Chief of Staff shook his head. She is already strong enough to go to the mountains to hunt bears. Wang Zhong smiled and said, isn't that normal? Anti-women will go to the mountains to fight bears in the future. Nelly frowned and looked at Wang Zhong. Kharlamov looked at the photo of his wife and shook his head. My wife probably can't beat a bear. She is a middle school teacher and is relatively weak. In winter, she will have backaches when she chops firewood outside. Later, the church installed coal stoves for the families of intellectuals in the city. She has been thanking the church for this for many years. Every winter, she sits outside and makes coal balls, and tells her daughter about the time when she could only burn firewood to keep warm. Wang Zhong, don't we use Cuba fuel oil for heating in winter now? Kharlamov shook his head, we can't send it there, so it's better to use coal nearby. There are coal mines nearby. The output of coal mines was very low before, but after the church took over, the output increased and everyone could afford coal. Wang Zhong, is that so? Kharlamov continued, we were originally planning to move to Kazalia, but now Kazalia has fallen. Wang Zhong answered seriously, it has not fallen. I still have a box with me. As long as I am not dead, there will always be a piece of land in Kazalia that has not fallen, and this piece of land is next to me. Kharlamov was stunned for a moment, then apologized, I'm sorry, General, Also, the Borsk front is still fighting, and that is also Kazalia's land. So it is not accurate to say that Kazalia has fallen. Wang Zhong corrected seriously. I'm sorry. Kharlamov apologized sincerely. Pavlov said, the situation of the Borsk front is not very good, but if the enemy's attack direction is mainly Yebeo for the rest of this year, then maybe they can take a breath. If the enemy wants to obtain Cuba's oil, they will always attack Borsk in the future. Wang Zhong, no matter how much territory we lose, we will eventually recover it. We will. The others in the room said in unison, of course. Nelly, would you like sour cream for the pancakes? Wang Zhong, yes. See you tomorrow. Chapter 193 Rokosov and Former Enemy Reconnaissance. August 26, 0500 hours, Shastka. Wang Zhong got dressed with the help of Ludmila and Neely, looked at himself in the full-length mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Ludmila, I will go back to the army today. Wang Zhong, what about my hug every morning? You can ask for Nelly. As soon as Ludmila finished speaking, Neely took a step back, showing her unhappiness on her face. Wang Zhong pointed at Nelly, look. You scared Nelly. Ludmila smiled and gently rubbed Wang Zhong's hair, Elisha, haven't you slept by yourself since the beginning? It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, do you understand? Elisha. Ludmila just called Wang Zhong's name and looked at him. Wang Zhong sighed, I'm just showing my dissatisfaction with you. Fight a few more enemy planes down. As he spoke, he hugged Ludmila, let the girl lie on his chest, and gently stroked the girl's hair. Tens of seconds later, Wang Zhong reluctantly distanced himself and said to Neely, send one to Lucia. Yeah. Nelly nodded. Wang Zhong turned around and left the dormitory, and said to Gregory outside the door, saddle up busy Ferris and gather a capable team, all with submachine guns. Is the enemy conducting reconnaissance? Gregory spit out the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out, I'm going to gather the troops right now. Ludmila chased him out the door, Elisha, you are the commander of the entire division, why are you still investigating in person? It's because I am the commander of the entire division that I have to conduct the investigation myself. Wang Zhong patted his fiancée on the shoulder, don't worry, I have a pair of eyes that can spot the enemy. I can spot them 2 kilometers away. This is real. Ludmila, what if you don't find the enemy? What if you are trapped in a tight siege? Are you willing to give up the troops you have worked so hard to bring out to others? At this time, Gregory ran away silently, obviously not wanting to get involved in the quarrel between the couple. Pavlov came out of the division headquarters building, stretched his head to look over, and was immediately caught by Ludmila, Chief of Staff, tell him, he wants to investigate in person. Pavlov, he did this in Araki. Later, the enemy's motorized troops appeared near us, so I didn't let him go. Now, our patrol troops are still patrolling the West Bank normally. It's okay for him to go take a look. Ludmila was shocked, do you support him? The commander will personally investigate the enemy's situation, and the morale of the troops will be greatly improved. This is what military schools teach, and it has been like this since Suvorov's time. Pavlov shrugged. Ludmila, but he is the last one. Before he could finish his words, Wang Zhong picked up Ludmila and chewed her. Nelly couldn't help but comment, it's like chewing a pig's knuckle. Wang Zhong nibbled until Ludmila pushed his chest hard with both hands before he stopped. While his fiancée was breathing heavily, he was smacking his mouth. Nelly, salty. Wang Zhong looked at Neely, you are quite humorous. Excuse me. Nelly said modestly. Wang Zhong looked back at Ludmila, who had regained her composure, and said, anti-women won't stop men from fulfilling their duties, right? Ludmila sighed, yes, I was just discussing with you whether it is necessary. Yes, believe me. Wang Zhong looked directly at the girl's face. Okay, you go ahead. Wang Zhong turned around and ran downstairs in a hurry. Then Bucephalus appeared swinging his bit. Because he wore the bit, he couldn't bite Wang Zhong's head and could only breathe in front of his face. Wang Zhong gently stroked the horse's neck and said with a smile, do you miss me? The horse neighed and beat its hooves backwards. At this time Gregory and the assembled security forces appeared. Wang Zhong got on his horse and nodded to Ludmila, who looked worried. Just as he was about to turn his horse around, Vasily appeared with a captured walkie-talkie on his back, I'll go too, otherwise you won't be able to contact us if anything happens. Division headquarters. Wang Zhong, okay. But why did you bring this captured device? Vasily, its battery is reliable, I only recharged it in the morning. Our battery is not reliable, and we have to bring a hand generator. Give me a horse. Gregory said to a soldier, go to the stable and pick another horse. Give this one to the ensign. The warrior immediately dismounted and handed the reins to Vasily. After a few minutes, the small force was ready. Wang Zhong waved to Ludmila and led the troops out of the division headquarters compound. Bucephalus was so happy that he ran very fast and rushed along the road to the river. Then he ran to the river beach and started drinking water. Wang Zhong, hey. You are so free. At this time, the naval infantry patrolling under the bridge said to Wang Zhong, General, although it is the dry season, there can be no one passing by. You need to be careful when swimming. Wang Zhong, can't we swim across the river section we defend? I just say you need to be careful. We can still swim here, bring light weapons and grenades. I just don't know if the Prosen infantry is as good at water as we are. The naval infantry said, pulling down his black uniform and letting him the collar of the sea sole shirt is exposed a little more. Wang Zhong thought for a moment and asked, Then if we spray oil on the river and then light it on fire, can we prevent the enemy from swimming? Of course. But how much gasoline does it cost, and it's a one-time use? It's better to have more machine guns. Wang Zhong, use it in times of crisis. I mean, when the machine gun is too late to block the river. Then you decide. The naval infantry said, in fact, there is no need to worry. With such a wide river, the enemy will definitely consider coming over the bridge as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will use engineering troops to build a pontoon bridge. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, Busy Faraz finished drinking the water, let out a sigh, and then started running again. In a few steps, he jumped up the stairs next to the river, onto the avenue along the river, and then turned on bridge. The main body of the bridge is a railway bridge. Only the rails are not paved and there is a wooden path next to it. Bucephalus ran along the path to the bridgehead. The troops guarding the bridgehead saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong stopped, looked at the bridge, and muttered, if the enemy sets up machine guns to block the bridge, the troops on the west bank will be alone. The soldier standing guard next to the bunker laughed and said, the enemy's machine guns have to withstand our artillery fire. Look, there are no bunkers here for the enemy. You might as well worry about the planks on the bridge being lifted by the enemy. Wang Zhong looked back and nodded, indeed, wait until it is replaced with an iron plate and then fixed with bolts. Then let me thank you for everyone, General. Wang Zhong asked again, are the grain and ammunition reserves sufficient? It's enough. It can last for about a week. Don't worry. Wang Zhong nodded, clamped the horse's belly again, and Bucephalus galloped away. It was already half an hour before we encountered the enemy. And it was not the enemy's reconnaissance force, but the Prosen infantry fortified on the high ground. Wang Zhong ordered the troops to dismount all the way, leaving a few people watching the horses in the woods, and led the others to a place only a few hundred meters away from the enemy's position. Unlike the vast plains of Kosalia, there are many trees here, so it is possible to covertly engage the enemy. Wang Zhong directly switched to a bird's eye view and observed the enemies on the high ground. There is a platoon of enemies, and they are not in a state of combat readiness. Wang Zhong turned to ask Gregory, if we call for an artillery strike, can you take the high ground with the existing troops after the strike is over? There may be a platoon on it. Gregory, my suggestion is not to use artillery fire to alert the enemy. Let's crawl over and launch a surprise attack. Those who follow are veterans, and they are all equipped with submachine guns. We have an advantage in close combat. Wang Zhong, okay. You go. Just as Gregory was about to crawl forward, he suddenly remembered something and turned around and said to a sergeant, you stay with Lavrov and protect the general. The sergeant frowned, General, isn't Vasily following him? Gregory, execute the order. You can't let the general die even if you die, do you understand? Leave it to me, the sergeant saluted. Then Gregory led the people out of the hidden bushes. The sergeant who was left behind glanced at Vasily, the sergeant major doesn't trust you, musician. Wang Zhong, musician. They've been calling me that since my father became drunk and crazy. Vasily said with a bitter face. Wang Zhong, that's a good title. You are indeed a great musician. Vasily, stop making fun of me. I'm not kidding you. After Wang Zhong said that, he turned his attention to the high ground again. From the naked eye perspective, it is basically impossible to see where Gregory and the others are, but when you cut to the bird's eye view, you can see that they have advanced to a place separated from the enemy by a hedge. Gregory is assigning tasks to the soldiers. Listen from the bird's eye view. Not sure what he said. Anyway, they quickly dispersed and headed towards the high ground in pairs. Gregory touched around the enemy's machine gun position, and then rushed out while the enemy turned around, killing the two enemies in the machine gun position one by one. Other teams also began to move out, and in the blink of an eye, all the sentries on the position were touched. But a sentry fired a shot before he died, alerting the enemy. Several Prosens immediately rushed out of the bunker next to Gregory, but he mowed them all down with his submachine gun. The corporal who followed him threw a grenade at the hole, and the next moment the shockwave of the explosion rushed out of the hole. Others also occupied key positions and opened fire one after another. The sound of submachine gun fire and grenades could be heard constantly. Gregory rushed to the enemy's command post and killed two guards with a burst of bullets. Then he asked the corporal to set the gun while he took the grenade. Wang Zhong thought to himself, let's arrest someone who is an official. However, Gregory's grenade had already been thrown. Several people in the command post were stunned. They were about to be cooked in a pot. As a result, the adjutant of the enemy commander threw the commander to the ground. Wang Zhong, okay. Vasily. After the explosion, Gregory rushed in first. The enemy commander drew his pistol, but was kicked away by Gregory. Facing the muzzle of a submachine gun, the enemy could only surrender obediently. Chapter 194. Is it so strange for the general to come and grab his tongue in person? 39,000 monthly. After confirming that the position was captured, Wang Zhong personally took Vasily and 2 guards to the position. Gregory saluted Wang Zhong. 15 prisoners were captured, except for 1 major, the highest rank of warrant officer. Wang Zhong, are there any medicines here? Yes, there are medicines and bandages. Wang Zhong, give each of them a shot in the shoulder, then bandage them with their medicine, and then order them to go to the garrison. Gregory nodded and turned to carry out the order. He left a corporal behind to escort the major he had just captured. Wang Zhong, Vasily, it's your turn. Vasily went up and gave the major a rifle butt. Wang Zhong was shocked. I asked you to ask questions in Prosen. Vasily, huh? Oh, that's right. Switching to Prosen, the general wants to ask you something. Major Prosen had just received the butt of a rifle and was still stunned. He replied, Prosen, I demand to be treated as a prisoner of war. Vasily, Plosen, what kind of treatment do animals want as prisoners of war? At this time, gunshots were heard from Gregory's side. From this angle, we cannot see Wang Zhong's disposal of ordinary soldiers, so the major misunderstood and thought he was shooting prisoners of war. Major, you are violating international conventions by doing this. Vasily gave the major another rifle butt, smashing his nose and causing blood to flow from his nose. Plosen, shit, why didn't you speak of international law when you were massacring our civilians? You should all be put in jail, drowned in the toilet. Wang Zhong, what's going on? Vasily turned back. He thought we were shooting prisoners of war, and then accused us of not abiding by international law. Wang Zhong, tell him that international law is made for humans, and no international law applies to animals. Vasily translated immediately. The major's eyes widened. Wang Zhong pulled out his pistol and loaded it skillfully. My pistol was personally blessed by Belinsky, the patriarch of the Eastern Holy Church. It is suitable for shooting the Prosen devil. After Vasily translated, the major stared at Wang Zhong's gun in horror. Don't shoot me with this, I won't be able to go to heaven. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily, who translated. He said he would not be able to go to heaven after being beaten to death. Tell him he was going to hell. After speaking, Wang Zhong raised his gun and took aim. The major spoke a lot at a very fast pace. Wang Zhong, what did he say? He said he could use anything. He just asked not to kill him with this gun. Even with a bayonet. Wang Zhong thought that these people were quite superstitious, so he said, then it depends on his performance. What army does he belong to, and why are he here? After Vasily finished translating, the major immediately replied, I am the staff officer of the 337th Infantry Division of the 35th Army of the 9th Army. Our division is stationed here, and I am here to check the fortification situation. When Wang Zhong heard Vasily's translator say 9th Army, he interrupted and asked, who is the commander of the 9th Army? Vasily, let me ask you, what is the name of the commander of the 9th Army? It's Lieutenant General Walter Mendel. Wang Zhong frowned when he heard the pronunciation, Walter? Mendel. He likes playing with peas. Vasily was stunned. Do we need to translate this too? I mean, the P part. Wang Zhong, no, I just ask subconsciously. Where is the headquarters of your 337th Division? Where is the military headquarters, and where is the group army headquarters? Major, omitting the translation process, there is a map in the document bag my adjutant carries, and it is all marked. After Vasily translated, Wang Zhong immediately asked the corporal who was escorting the major, where is the document package? The corporal took it out, here. Vasily took it, opened it, took out the map and unfolded it. Wang Zhong couldn't understand the Prosen language on it, but he could understand the military symbols on it. At a glance, there are no armored units on the entire front. If he hadn't considered that the enemy might have positioned 88 guns and garrisoned packed 38 anti-tank guns, Wang Zhong would have wanted to launch an armored assault to make a profit. Judging from the map, the nearest armored battalion is 200 kilometers away. Wang Zhong, put the map away. Let's evacuate quickly to avoid a long night of nightmares. Make a copy of the map and hand it over. As for the major, knock him out, tie him up, and put him on the saddle. The corporal who was escorting the major smiled, I am familiar with this. I am a hunter. When I kill a deer, I tie it up and put it on the saddle. A man is much lighter than a deer. Vasily asked, don't you call for artillery? From the map, the headquarters of the 337th Division is within the range of our artillery. Wang Zhong, they will avoid the shelling now and wait until night. Vasily grinned, you are right. When Wang Zhong led this capable force back to the completely demolished west bank of Shostakina, he found that many soldiers were active on the west bank. They presumably came by ferry, a ferry parked next to the demolished ferry ticket office. These men were unloading concrete blocks from trucks. Wang Zhong rode over and asked curiously, "What's going on with this trap?" The lieutenant who was questioned immediately saluted, "Report to the general, this is the target. The anti-tank artillery unit will shoot at this target later." Wang Zhong, shooting a trap. "Lieutenant, that's wrong. It's a wooden target set up on the shooting pier, but the target hasn't been mounted yet. The army had hit an 800-meter target before, and it was that car, and it hit the target perfectly, so let's come over and set it up." "New target," the lieutenant said, pointing to the wreckage of the truck that was the subject. "It's really easy to use the wreckage as a target." He looked at the wreckage of the truck, turned to look at the east bank, and saw a ZIS-30 parked there. It's really hard to see the thing clearly at this distance unless you look at it from a bird's eye view, it's too small. If we get some more camouflage grass and put up a bunker, I'm afraid the enemy won't be able to see it without firing. Wang Zhong put down the telescope and asked the lieutenant who arranged the target, "How about the new equipment?" "Lieutenant, see for yourself, the wreckage was shot straight through, and the accuracy was very high. It was said to be the engine air inlet that was aimed at, but it was really hit. This is more than 800 meters. If the 45mm cannon could have hit it, missed." "Wang Zhong, because you can shoot accurately, you came to set up a 1000-meter target." "Yes." While they were talking, the soldiers were loading targets made of wooden boards onto the pillars. Wang Zhong turned around and ordered, "Send that venison across the river first, and let's see how the artillerymen do with their new weapons." "Yes." The corporal carrying the prisoner immediately dismounted the horse and rode towards the bridge. The major on the saddle looked at Wang Zhong as if he was relieved. Wang Zhong thought without mercy, "When you get into the hands of the Inquisition, you will feel that it is better to be shot to death by my blessed pistol." A minute later, the target was set, and the lieutenant said to Wang Zhong, "General, come here quickly, let's stay away." "Wang Zhong, you drive away, and we can follow on horseback." "Yes." The lieutenant got into the car with his men and quickly moved away from the target. Wang Zhong also followed the truck on a bus. Soon, the group of people and the target were about 100 meters away, and the lieutenant fired a flare from the cab of the truck. There was a lack of radios on both sides, so they could only use flares to communicate. Wang Zhong raised the telescope, which actually cut to a bird's eye view, and saw that the gunners on the ZIS-30 had completed loading and began to adjust the height of the artillery. The aiming process lasted about 20 seconds, and then the 57 gun fired. It seems that the movement is slightly less than that of the 76 gun. A ray of light hit the target, the pier below. A puff of dust rose from the pier. The lieutenant cursed and raised the yellow flag to signal a ceasefire, and then walked towards the target with the flag. Wang Zhong dismounted and followed the lieutenant. He heard him muttering, "You have to do this kind of show-off. That piece of shit has to be the target." When he arrived at the pier, Wang Zhong knelt down and took a look. The shell penetrated the pier and then passed out from the side. It looked like the concrete piers were forcibly changing the direction of the cannonballs. Wang Zhong gestured at the depth of the marks on the pier and exclaimed, "I'm afraid not all the enemy's tanks can withstand this attack." "Lieutenant, I think so. After all, we just used a truck as a target and hit it directly through it. Although the engine of the truck has been removed, it is still very powerful." Wang Zhong, "Yeah. The results are gratifying. If there were more guns like this, none of the Prosens would be able to come back," the lieutenant sighed. Wang Zhong could only smile bitterly. The performance of the 57 cannon is indeed excellent, but the production time is too long and the production is too slow. If you want more equipment, you can only rely on Wang Zhong to awaken a system to refresh equipment in the void. Wang Zhongqi took a look at the bird's eye view and confirmed that he did not have this ability. "I can only make the best use of the 57 guns in my hand." Wang Zhong glanced at the ZIS-30 self-propelled artillery on the other side of the river. Wang Zhong crossed the river and came directly to ZIS-30. Several veterans of the anti-tank artillery who had experienced the bloody Battle of Araki praised the new weapon. "If we had had this thing in Araki, coupled with the bunkers dug for the tanks at that time, we would have wiped out the entire enemy armored division long ago." Entire annihilation. "Wang Zhong, you can also annihilate the entire enemy armored division now." Everyone turned around, then stood at attention and saluted, "Your Excellency, General." At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly thought, will there be a day in the future when the troops will only shout Ula when they see him? Like a certain little dwarf, the Carolingians would only shout "Long live the Emperor" when they saw him. If you just think about it, it's quite touching. It's a pity that Ant probably won't have a czar in the future. "Wang Zhong, how do you like the things I got for you?" "Great." The veteran who just spoke said, "It's a pity that it only exists now." "No, this is the result of your hard work in Aalachi. The results of the battle in Aalachi gave me enough reputation to give you this kind of weapon." Wang Zhong glanced at the crowd, "This is yours, fighting is recognized. Do you understand?" Both new and old soldiers looked happy at this time. It is a great honor for a soldier to be recognized for his hard work. Wang Zhong, ZIS-30 will continue to be sent from the rear. You must become familiar with them as soon as possible. The enemy will come in 20 days at the latest. Don't worry, General. The old sergeant just responded on behalf of everyone, we will make sure that the Prosenyans never come back. Chapter 195 The situation on the night of September 9th, 40,000 monthly votes for additional updates. Jules 914, September 9th, Shostka, headquarters of the 1st Guards Mechanized Division of the Ant Army, 2,300 hours. Pavlov raised his watch and looked at it, there won't be any telegrams tonight. It seems that Exakov has finally fallen. The telegrams Pavlov was talking about were the clear-coded telegrams from Exakov that had been going on since the beginning of August. All Exakov's code books had been destroyed, so he could only send clear-coded messages. The content of the telegram was very brief, basically we are Exakov and we are still fighting. For a while, Exakov's radio station also repeatedly broadcast this message on shortwave, and all anti-Tokaunpo radios can be received. But this broadcast has been interrupted for almost half a month. Wang Zhong stood in front of the map, looking at the entire defensive posture of the Western Front and said, it is a good thing that Exakov has resisted long enough. The enemy's armored forces have been resting for almost a month, but the infantry units have been fighting. Popov, the infantry of the 9th Army in front of us and Kashuk also rested for a long time, I mean, not counting the shelling by us every night. At this time, there was a sound of breaking through the sky. Wang Zhong is already like a veteran, he will not lie down immediately when he hears the roar. However, it was still impossible to judge the impact based on the sound. He could only change the perspective and actually look at the bombed place. Sounds like the train station was bombed, he said like a seasoned veteran. Pavlov, it should be that the main buildings in the city have been reinforced. They also know that bombing is of little use. They might as well bet that they can blow up our locomotives and the things that have not been transported away in time. After saying this, Pavlov smiled, it's a pity that we don't have a single locomotive at the station. They all come and leave on the same day. What do you think of these Plosin people, why don't they use it to bomb during the day? Wang Zhong spread his hands, maybe it's because we all bomb at night. Vasily interjected, sometimes I really think the Prosens are terribly rigid. It's these rigid guys who beat us to the point of ruin. Wang Zhong responded, don't underestimate them just because of their rigid style. At this time the phone rang, and Pavlov picked up, division headquarters. Can't you wait? He pressed the receiver and looked at Wang Zhong, the artillery regiment asked if they wanted to fight back. Wang Zhong, fight back. But take it easy, we have to save some artillery shells for future battles. At the same time as Pavlov gave the order, Popov said, it is obvious that the enemy's supplies have improved, and the artillery shells no longer have the same fussy feeling as before. It seems that the enemy has finally adapted to our domestic roads system. Wang Zhong, it may also be that they restored our railway system. Such a rapid restoration of the railway system cannot be done entirely by railway workers from Plosin. At least the railway system has not been massacred on a large scale. Popov was speechless, how should I put it? The railway workers are the most pro-secular church. They massacred the peasants and ignited the people's anger, and then left the railway workers behind. Wang Zhong could already imagine how the secular Eastern Saints believers hiding among the railway workers were causing trouble. How about getting a clay lute and sending it there as a sacred object? In this world, maybe some powerful existence will come down, like a steel knife thrust into the chest of the Prosen Empire. At this time, the communications staff officer came from next door, report to the general, a telegram from the 51st Army in Kazakh. Wang Zhong, read it. According to our army's reconnaissance, the composition of the enemy forces on the front has changed. We suspect that the enemy's 5th and 9th Armored Divisions have moved to the front of our army. Wang Zhong looked at the map on the wall, have the armored troops finally moved over? Pavlov, yesterday's aerial reconnaissance also discovered the enemy's field maintenance factory, and the Air Force also launched an attack. Although no tanks were seen, the maintenance factories are all here, right? Wang Zhong nodded, yes. Unfortunately, the enemy has strengthened its defense since the last sneak attack. Pavlov, since then, the most people who have caught tongues are captains, and no one has a briefcase. You can be said to have beaten the enemy into a long memory. Popov, yes, we also beat the enemy so hard that they didn't even dare to live in their houses. As long as they were within the range of our artillery, the villagers' houses were all empty. The Prosen army didn't even dare to set up tents on the roadside. I heard that Koshuhi also followed your experience. The enemy side of the military demarcation line between the two sides was 20 kilometers away, and the rooms were all empty. Wang Zhong laughed loudly and said, This is mainly because there are basically no solid reinforced concrete buildings within the range, and at most they are brick houses. You see, we live in a big city, so we are not very afraid of enemy shelling. Pavlov said, we are now protected from rain. It is not surprising that we have this advantage. But when we attack, will we not dare to live in the house? Wang Zhong, the enemy's firepower composition is different from ours. Their heavy artillery is at the group army level at most, and there is no battle-level heavy artillery cluster. In fact, at the group army level, our firepower is far stronger than theirs. You ask how to solve it? Of course it is solved with quantity. Battle-level heavy firepower clusters are used intensively to send all the enemy's key nodes to the sky, so there is no need to worry about the enemy's daily bombardment. Pavlov, you have begun to think about things at the battle level. Are you preparing to become the commander of the front army? Wang Zhong, as long as the people of Anti need it, I can command a division, an army, a group army, and a front army. My personal honor and disgrace are not important. What is important is to defeat the Dampulosan people. At this time the phone rang, and Pavlov picked up, division headquarters. Engine sound? Now. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Pavlov said to Wang Zhong, Brother Peter heard the sound of an engine coming from the east. It seemed to be a small aircraft. Didn't we receive any notification from the Air Force? Wang Zhong waved his hand, don't worry, it's our night bomber. Let the troops not be nervous. Pavlov and Popov looked at each other, then picked up the phone, call the Air Defense Regiment. After the notification went down, Pavlov turned to Wang Zhong, how did you know it was a night bomber? Wang Zhong, Vasily said that. Did I say that again? Vasily sighed, don't do this, it's not fun. Wang Zhong, my acquaintance in the capital told me. In fact, this is knowledge that transcends time and space. Pavlov, this acquaintance of yours is a woman, right? Male. Wang Zhong corrected him seriously, don't make it sound like I can only be acquaintances with women. At this time, there was the sound of an engine in the air. Wang Zhong stood up, came to the window and looked at the sky. In fact, if you cut the perspective, you can see 6 Bo-2 biplanes flying slowly over the city. Others also came to the window, but did not see the plane. Suddenly, the engine roar became lighter. Pavlov, what's going on? This way they can glide quietly to the enemy's head and attack. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he saw the plane with his naked eyes, pointed to the sky and shouted, look! Vasily, really? Why is it a biplane? Are we so miserable that we have to use such a backward thing? Wang Zhong, this is called making the best use of everything. What happened to the biplane? The bombs dropped by the biplane are just as deadly. Proson's battleship will also be sunk by the biplane. Are you right, Bismarck? Vasily shook his head repeatedly, how is that possible? You are bluffing me. Sometimes, General, you don't know what to say. You are exactly the same as me. You also know that you don't have a door to your mouth? Jules 914, on the evening of September 9th. Headquarters of the 2nd Armored Group of the Prasen Army. The red-haired Lieutenant General Siegfried got out of the car and frowned when he saw the brightly lit headquarters. No blackouts. The staff officer of the 2nd Armored Group who came to greet him smiled and said, what are you doing with control? Anti no longer has any power to attack us, and today we captured the headquarters of the southwest front of the anti-army, and Exukov's organic resistance has ended. Yes, the whole army is celebrating this. Celebrating this does not conflict with the blackout. Lieutenant General Siegfried asked, whose order? General von Moltke. Siegfried could only sigh, okay, take me to see the general. The staff officer immediately made a gesture of invitation. Siegfried followed him all the way into the headquarters and arrived in front of the general. Your Excellency von Moltke, my troops and I will fight under your command starting today. Von Moltke glanced at Siegfried and said with a smile, I don't dare to take it seriously. We are all troops under His Majesty's command, we just fight side by side. Lieutenant General Siegfried, unified command can avoid delaying fighter aircraft. Please command me like you command the military commanders under your command. Don't worry, I will. The general came to the map. We already have 2 armored divisions deployed in the lower reaches of the Duo River. These 2 divisions are supported by 4 infantry divisions. Of course, we cannot launch so many attacks on the front of the battlefield. Troops, so the infantry can only wait for the armored division to break through the ferry and follow up. Siegfried, have the submersible crossing modifications of these 2 divisions been completed? General Moltke, we are already stepping up our efforts and it is expected to be completely completed on September 19th. Taking into account other supplements and the accumulation of ammunition, we plan to launch an attack on September 20. Siegfried nodded, my troops will deploy in front of Shastka. The Panzer Grenadier Division under my command is equipped with the latest amphibious tanks. In addition, the Brandenburg troops will be airborne behind the enemy, along with Duke Meyer's 100th Airborne Infantry Division. General Moltke was about to reply when suddenly a stone smashed into the glass window of the headquarters. Everyone turned to look at the broken window, and the next moment an explosion occurred. Several staff officers closest to the window were instantly hit by shrapnel. The others all huffed and fell down, except for General Moltke and Lieutenant General Siegfried. At this time, the anti-aircraft guns outside started firing, and the sirens also sounded. General Mauchi said angrily, "What's going on?" "Airstrike, Your Excellency Commander." Lieutenant General Siegfried, "Your Excellency, General, it seems that the Enters have a way to attack your headquarters, so it would be better to implement a blackout." The general shook his head. "No, this kind of attack just shows that the enemy is at the end of his strength. We must win the victory with dignity. Lieutenant General Siegfried, we will accept the Tsar's surrender at the Summer Palace in 2 months. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 196 Launch. Jules 914, September 19, Shostka, headquarters of the 1st Guards Mechanized Division, 2,200 hours. A prisoner was escorted into the division headquarters by a team sent out for reconnaissance. Everyone in the division looked at the prisoners together. "Pavlov, this military uniform, doesn't it look like the kind of local tycoon division we encountered in Araki? It's just that the equipment is very rich, not even the number 2 tanks, but the number 3 and number 4 tanks." The teacher. "Wang Zhong, the Asgard Knights Division, a division specially formed by Emperor Prosen in order to strengthen his base and break away from the checks and balances of the military." "Ah, yes, that's the name." Pavlov nodded. "Is it just my wrong impression? Last time we fought quite easily." "Popov, the first 2 days last time were easy because the pressure of the enemy's attack was on Duke Mishkin's troops. On the 3rd day we encountered the enemy's main force and were defeated at once." "Wang Zhong, what you said is not accurate. What does it mean to be defeated?" "We maintained our organization and ran out." "Let's talk about the matter at hand. Vasily." Vasily stepped forward and punched the prisoner in the face, causing his nose to bleed. "Oh," Vasily said with an expression like a fool, "you want me to translate, right? Damn it, you just wanted to punch this. Stop pretending." Popov said solemnly, beating a prisoner privately, "Vasily, this is not good." "Won't the judge also beat me?" Vasily retorted. "Popov, that's your job as a judge. You have to pick shit when you're fighting." "Vasily, it's worth it?" After saying that, he punched the prisoner again, then turned to Wang Zhong and asked, "What do you want to ask?" "Wang Zhong, ask them where they belong and who their commander is." As soon as Vasily finished translating, the prisoner began to chatter, showing a proud expression while talking. "Vasily," he said, "your Ant army was wiped out like a pig, and an army of millions is not as strong as a wild boar. I didn't deliberately add to the fire, that's what he said." The enemy looked at Wang Zhong with provocative eyes and continued to chirp. "Vasily, he said he recognized you. All the troops had sent your photo. If you are caught, you will get the title of Earl regardless of your life or death." Wang Zhong frowned. "Am I so famous? Let him show me my photos." Vasily said something to the enemy. At this time, the escort said, "Here, we found him when we searched his body and gave it to you." With that said, the escort put the photo up and showed it to everyone. It was the photo taken by a reporter from the United States. It was obviously taken from a newspaper from the United States, so the picture was somewhat deteriorated, but Wang Zhong's face could still be seen clearly. Wang Zhong stood in front of the ZIS-30 and T-34 tanks, looking ahead with a solemn expression. "The photo looks quite handsome on me." Wang Zhong was speechless and stretched out his hand. "Come here, give it to me. I want to show it off in front of Lucia." Pavlov took the photo from the scout, looked at it, and then handed it to Wang Zhong. "It's quite impressive." Wang Zhong took it and looked at it and praised. No wonder the photojournalist boasted about Haikou and said it could win a Pulitzer. "What is a Pulitzer?" Vasily asked. "Wang Zhong, a journalism award established by a big liar." At this time, the prisoner saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he started chattering again. "Vasily, he said that his biggest regret is that he has no chance to catch you. But it doesn't matter, his comrades will catch you and kill you. Can I hit him?" Wang Zhong spread his hands and said, "Since you have applied, of course I have to say, you can't fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Nelly opened the door and came in. She walked up to the prisoner and kicked him in the crotch. The prisoner made a sound like a killing pig. After all, he was kicked in the head by the hard part of the maid's little leather shoe, and he might have been beaten to pieces. No one else could react and looked at Nelly blankly. Pavlov reacted first and turned to Popov. How to deal with this? Popov, the employees of the orderly army are the same as laundresses. They can only be criticized and educated, and at most they can be put in solitary confinement. Wang Zhong was about to criticize and educate his own washerwoman, when he heard the prisoner say a lot of things angrily. Vasily, he said that you, that is, we, will die tomorrow. The new weapons of the Prasen Empire will crush you. There will also be airborne troops to cooperate with the operation. It will be the largest assault operation of the empire. Before Vasily had finished translating, the prisoner laughed hysterically, wiped his neck, and started chattering a lot. Vasily, he said that our death is imminent and that all of Ant will be finished before the anniversary of the founding of the country this year. Then everyone who participates in the conquest will receive huge estates. Wang Zhong and others looked at each other. Popov, a plan to suspect soldiers. Pavlov shook his head. No, our reconnaissance does show that the enemy is about to attack, and in terms of time, they must attack. If it continues, it will rain. Ant has 2 mud periods a year. One is that when the snow begins to melt in the spring, the ground becomes extremely muddy, which lasts from March to June. The second one is shorter and is the rainy season in late autumn. The ground will become extremely muddy and the river will enter a short period of high water. Pavlov, after it rains, the water in the Duva River will rise to at least the 3rd level of the hydrological column on the shore. At that time, it will be difficult to cross the river. And after the flood season, the Navy's gunboats can come up. Could they? Do you want to use tanks and gunboats to shoot at each other? Wang Zhong, so what this guy said is true. He will attack us tomorrow, as well as the airborne troops. Call Lieutenant General Kyrenenko in the rear. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver. Get Lieutenant General Kyrenenko, this is the Army Command Post. Hello. I am Pavlov, Chief of Staff of the 1st Guards Division. We have just received the latest news. Please Kyrenenko. Lieutenant General Section will answer the call. After a while, Pavlov handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. The Lieutenant General is over there. Wang Zhong took the receiver. Lieutenant General Kyrenenko, I have the latest news here. We have captured a prisoner. He said that the enemy will launch an attack tomorrow and airborne troops will land behind our division. Kyrenenko, what size of airborne troops? Behind you is the position of the 331st Division. They are ordered to protect the railway line. Wang Zhong held down the microphone, turned to Vasily and said, provoke the general and try to get him to tell the size of the airborne troops. Vasily, Plozin, you won't succeed. Our troops at the rear are powerful and can easily crush your airborne troops. Those airborne troops can do nothing but add to our military exploits. The prisoner laughed loudly and said, Vasily, as I said, it's the 100th Airborne Chasseur Division, and everyone said there is also a special unit. Wang Zhong, Kyrenenko, the enemy is probably an airborne Jaeger division and a special force of unknown size. I estimate that the special force will wear our military uniforms and speak the Ant language. The latter sentence was added by Wang Zhong, based on the history of war on Earth. Kyrenenko was speechless. Are we going to do this trick of disguised infiltration again? Yes, I happen to have an internal security division composed of inquisitors here. I'll let them go. They are professionals. Wang Zhong, there are also tank troops. The enemy's light infantry has no anti-tank weapons on the plains. The tank troops can destroy them. I will have the tank units in reserve ready to go at any time. Have you notified the Air Force? I was about to inform you, but I only have the Yak-1 destroyer group here, so it probably won't be able to intercept the airdrop aircraft entering at high altitude. MiG-3 is needed. Then let me inform you that Kyrenenko is done. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone directly. Wang Zhong handed the receiver to Pavlov. Call Kashuch again. It is impossible to attack only us. The 51st Army will also be attacked. Call the airport again and tell them to prepare for an emergency attack tomorrow morning. There may be enemy air attack. I need Yak-1 to protect our heads. The ZIS-30 is particularly afraid of the Air Force because it has no protection at all. Even if the aircraft does not drop bombs and just strafes, the gunner operating the cannon will die. If a Stuka drops a 500-kilogram bomb within 50 meters of the ZIS-30, it will lose its combat effectiveness. In addition to the 500-kilogram bomb, the small sweet potato with 50 attacks is also quite joking, and that's the price of the convertible. Of course, Wang Zhong's ZIS-30 may not be so afraid of enemy air attacks, because these days, Wang Zhong's troops have built many bunkers for ZIS-30 in buildings on the river bank. They opened a hole on the side of the building facing away from the river bank so that the ZIS-30 could drive in, so that the windows on the side facing the river bank became a natural shooting port. And as long as the gun barrel is not exposed and the gun is fired inside the house, it may not be discovered by the other side. Despite this preparation, air cover was still better than none. If the Stuka can throw 500 kilograms accurately, it will definitely cause a lot of damage to the ground. Pavlov made several phone calls, and after finally issuing all the orders, he pressed the phone and looked at Wang Zhong. I suggest you go to sleep now so that you can command us when the war starts. Wang Zhong looked at the prisoner and said to Vasily, find a way to get him to tell you when to attack tomorrow. Vasily immediately made a provocation. The prisoner smiled contemptuously and said a lot. Vasily, he said there was nothing we could do even if we knew. The attack would be launched at 4:30 in the morning. Wang Zhong and Pavlov looked at each other. In fact, if this kind of thing hadn't really happened in the history of the Earth, Wang Zhong would definitely suspect that this person was a spy. In the history of war on Earth, Sandoku's prisoners exploded in self-confidence and revealed the plan, so the Soviet army was prepared. Wang Zhong, then we will launch counter-artillery preparations at the enemy's assembly area at 4 o'clock, and try to let the enemy delay the attack time until 9 o'clock in the morning, so that we cannot cooperate with their airborne troops. Pavlov nodded, okay. You'd better go to bed quickly and let Nelly wake you up at 3 o'clock. See you tomorrow. Chapter 197 War begins. On September 20, 1914, at 0330 hours, Wang Zhong arrived at the division headquarters bunker early. Pavlov was holding a large steel cup. When he saw Wang Zhong coming in, he asked, want tea? Today is probably going to be a long day. Wang Zhong, no, forget about your tea. Nelly, make me some tea. Popov, I want it too. Nelly left immediately. Wang Zhong picked up the telescope and went to the observation window of the bunker to look outside. The view from this observation window is much worse than the window in the division map room, but Wang Zhong has a plug-in, and he can get a clear view by cutting the viewing angle. In the misty morning light, the West Bank was silent. Even in Wang Zhong's plug-in perspective, there are no highlighted units. Wang Zhong, is the enemy not conducting reconnaissance at all? Pavlov replied, there was an enemy reconnaissance team after you went to bed yesterday. Didn't you hear the sound of machine gun fire? Wang Zhong shook his head, and then realized a question, are you awake? Pavlov, I slept for a while, about 2 hours. Don't worry, it won't affect my performance of my duties. I am the chief of staff. Most of my work is mechanical. Sometimes it is enough to leave it to the staff. Wang Zhong couldn't help but switch back to the naked eye perspective and looked at Pavlov's dark circles. It's really worrying that you're like this. At this time Nelly came in with a large serving plate, which contained not only teapots and cups, but also refreshments. She put the things on the map table. Wang Zhong, well, don't focus on the specific city defense map. Focus on that. We won't be able to use the overall battle line map today. Nelly moved the big plate and poured a full cup of hot tea for Wang Zhong. Popov sent his teapot over, a little more. Nelly poured all the tea in the teapot directly to him, and then left with the empty teapot. Vasily, okay, the rest of us don't have to drink. Wang Zhong smiled and continued to observe the West Bank. Suddenly, he saw enemy reconnaissance troops appearing on the West Bank from an overhead perspective. Wang Zhong, here we come. Vasily rushed to the side and used the artillery scope to observe, where is it? I didn't see it. Wang Zhong, answer the anti-tank battalion. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver and shouted anti-tank battalion and then handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong took it over and happened to hear the voice from the other side, anti-tank battalion, please speak. The enemy's reconnaissance force has appeared on the other side. I'll let the bridgehead fire flares, and you load grenades. Don't fire with towed artillery, let ZIS-30 fire, and transfer after firing. Understood, ZIS-30 fires, transfer after firing. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Pavlov had already connected the bridgehead with another phone, set up flares, be careful not to expose the position of the machine gun, and fire with individual weapons. 10 seconds later, a flare was launched from the bridgehead, illuminating the crawling enemy scouts on the other side. The ZIS-30 deployed at the preset position number 7 on the river bank opened fire immediately, and high explosive bombs exploded on the flat land on the west bank. Then the gunshots sounded like exploding beans, all of which were rifle shots. Unfortunately, the lighting is too poor and the enemy is too far away, so the accuracy is limited. The second round of high explosive bombs came. After the first wave was calibrated, this wave fell directly into the center of the enemy team, causing the enemy to flip over. Then they began to retreat. Popov also arrived at the observation port of the bunker and looked at the opposite side with a telescope. Isn't it a bit late to conduct reconnaissance now? Could the enemy have entered a state of underestimating the enemy? Think about the performance of the prisoner yesterday. Wang Zhong, isn't this a good thing? An arrogant army will be defeated. Today we will let their corpses litter the fields. Pavlov also joined the conversation. I'm more worried about the bridgehead. If you ask me, just pull the people back, the bridge will explode. Wang Zhong, then the enemies will be scattered on the river bank, and it will be difficult for us to concentrate on destroying them. Our purpose of leaving this bridge is to attract the enemy's attention and kill them as much as possible, and the bridgehead is the bait we set. After speaking, Wang Zhong took a sip of tea, then went to get refreshments, only to find that the refreshments were cut cucumber strips. Wang Zhong, where's the pickled cucumber? Vasily, a few days ago, we opened them all and used the lids to make fake landmines. We discovered one thing. Real mines detonated when they were hit by enemy artillery. But the lids of pickled cucumber cans will not detonate. We only need to bury it shallowly, and after the shelling, the soil above will be blown away, and the enemy's engineers will come to clear the mines. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. It's not simple, musician, this is a very good use. When Vasily heard the title musician, he looked like he had eaten a fly, but he continued, we also hid some real mines, but we removed the fuses so that they would not be hit by artillery shells. The overpressure detonates. We set up a new fuse under the mine and used a magnet to maintain contact. Once the enemy picks up the mine and the magnet is no longer in contact with the ground, the current will be directed to the fuse and it will explode. Wang Zhong, okay, musician. Vasily's expression changed from eating a fly to eating a cockroach, and he looked like he would find half a cockroach left after taking one bite. Popov, I don't know anything about electricity, but if the mine is deflected by the enemy's cannon, won't it explode? Vasily, there is no loss in that. Ordinary pressure mines would have been detonated by overpressure. Wang Zhong, this experience can be generalized. You can write about it when the front line stabilizes. Vasily, okay, as long as you don't let me write music, anything will do. At this time the alarm clock on the table rang. Nelly just entered the room with new tea and was startled by the alarm clock. Pavlov pressed the alarm clock. It's time, shall we start preparing for counterfire? Wang Zhong looked at the time, let's get started. Pavlov picked up the phone receiver, catch the artillery regiment. Artillery regiment? Start shooting. Lieutenant General Siegfried Giles had just arrived at his offensive command post when he heard a sound like rolling thunder coming from the distance. He frowned and asked the adjutant, what's going on? Adjutant, I'm going to find out the situation. After speaking, the adjutant, who was much older than Siegfried, turned and left. In the Asgardian Knights, it is common for the chief officers to be younger than their subordinates. This reflects Emperor Reinhardt's will, to quickly replace the old officers with new, younger officers who are more familiar with the latest military technology. Croat Officer Corps. Paradoxically, without these younger officers, the huge machine of the army will become unable to move. This is true even for the Asgard Knights, who try their best to use officers from the civil class. In Reinhardt's plan, the entire replacement plan would last 10 years. By the time the replacement was completed, Preußen had already landed on the land of the United States and became the true world hegemon. The adjutant came back soon. The enemy is shelling our army assembly area and supply center. Siegfried, is it the usual bombardment? Probably not, the time is wrong. Moreover, the enemy did not conduct shelling last night, which caused many people not to sleep well. Siegfried frowned, is the attack plan exposed? It's possible that the soldiers have recently been talking about quickly wiping out and going to Castle to celebrate New Year's Day. Maybe the enemy captured prisoners and brought this information with them. Siegfried, can our artillery suppress the enemy's artillery? Yes, aerial reconnaissance has discovered enemy artillery positions. Siegfried, then let's fire. Pavlov looked up first, this whistle is wrong. Wang Zhong looked confused. From the moment he heard the roar of his own artillery shells streaking across the sky, he couldn't tell what was wrong. However, there was an explosion from behind. Wang Zhong quickly zoomed out and saw that the enemy's shells were falling continuously. It landed on a fake artillery position made of wood and camouflage netting. Didn't you expect that the reason why I didn't shoot down your reconnaissance plane was to let you see the fake position? This is called a war that never tires of deceit, and you pro-sens have to learn another lesson. That Sun Wu of Ceres is taller than you. I don't know where he is. Pavlov had no plug-in, so he could only call everywhere to confirm where the enemy was bombing. After making a third phone call, he got the accurate information and reported to Wang Zhong, the enemy is bombing our fake artillery position. Wang Zhong, give the troops who bully the enemy extra food today. When it gets dark, let them drive out the new false positions as soon as possible. Vasily muttered, fake positions, fake mines, Rokosov's war is full of fake stuff. Wang Zhong, this is called a war that never tires of deceit. The enemy is stronger than us, so we have to use our brains to fight them. Do you understand? Wang Zhong didn't realize until he finished speaking, damn it, it wasn't me who made the fake landmines. Before he could say anything to Vasily, the phone rang. Pavlov picked up as usual, division headquarters. How many planes? Have you notified the Air Force? Okay, got it? After putting down the phone, the bear-like chief of staff said to Wang Zhong, Brother Peter heard a large number of three-engine transport planes in the sky, probably airborne troops. The Air Force has been notified to take off to intercept. Wang Zhong, three-engine transport aircraft, Junkers 52. Vasily exclaimed, General, you are really familiar with Prasen's weapons. Wang Zhong thought that was not the case. Most military fans were attracted by German military uniforms at first, and then gradually turned into other types of military fans, so most military fans were quite familiar with Sandoku's equipment. Wang Zhong, I have long realized that we will have a battle with Prasen, so I know their situation secretly. The other people in the headquarters looked at each other and in a tacit understanding did not say anything about the last thing. Not even Nelly mentioned it. At this time, the call came again. After receiving it, Pavlov reported to Wang Zhong, the air defense observation post saw the enemy aircraft flying in this direction. As he spoke, he drew a few lines on the map with a pencil. Wang Zhong, it looks like the airborne field is between Kalinka and Seneca. Call the army group and inform Kyrenenko. While Pavlov was on the phone, Popov said, the internal guards of the tribunal will take care of them. They are better equipped than ordinary infantry, and they are all warriors with firm beliefs. Now they also have tanks to support them. Wang Zhong, I believe Kyrenenko. I had a long talk with him in Yebeo. He is a trustworthy general. Popov stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds, that's it? At this time, the enemy's artillery preparations for the defense line officially began. Heavy artillery shells caused a lot of dust to fall sparsely on the ceiling of the bunker, which had just been built more than 20 days ago. Chapter 198, Engage the Enemy, 41,000 monthly votes plus more updates. The enemy's artillery preparations continued until 7 o'clock in the morning. Different from being prepared for artillery fire several times before, this time Wang Zhong and others sat on chairs and withstood the artillery preparations. After all, the bunker is well repaired, so as long as it is not directly hit by heavy artillery, there is not much danger. There may not be any danger in a direct hit. After all, there is an entire reinforced concrete building above the bunker. This bunker was converted from the original basement. Wang Zhong looked out from the observation port. The sun had come out at this time, and he had a clear view of the entire west bank. No one could be seen regardless of whether he was using a plug-in or not. Vasily occupied the artillery mirror, looked at it for a long time and said, it's so quiet, I can't hear the engine sound of the enemy tanks at all. Even Brother Peter did not hear the sound of the engine, which meant that the enemy was prepared to be blinded by counter-battery fire. At this time the phone rang, and Wang Zhong said, it's probably Brother Peter. He heard the tank engine and came to notify us. Pavlov answered the phone, Division Headquarters, what's wrong? Okay, continue to monitor. He put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, the division reserve team waiting in the rear reported that they heard gunshots in the east. It was not particularly intense. Wang Zhong, the enemy's paratroopers, let them be on guard. Remember to call Kyrenenko at noon to ask about the status of the paratroopers. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Pavlov picked up the receiver, Division Headquarters. Okay, got it? Putting down the receiver, the chief of staff looked up at Wang Zhong, here it comes, the sound of the engine. Wang Zhong, according to the original plan, the artillery regiment started firing. Pavlov picked up the receiver he had just put down. Nelly suddenly whispered, the chief of staff is like a bear eating fish. Wang Zhong originally wanted to look at the observation window, but when he heard what Nelly said, he quickly turned around and found that it was indeed like, the earpiece was a fish, and Pavlov was eating the fish with one hand. The chief of staff did not hear Nelly's muttering and gave a loud order, artillery regiment, follow the fire plan and block the firing. Immediately, Wang Zhong heard the sound of the shells breaking through the air above his head, but unlike the last time, this time he could hear the explosion of the shells falling to the ground. A sound like rolling thunder came from the horizon. Pavlov was just about to leave the phone and go to the observation window, but the phone rang again. After answering the call, Pavlov said, the observation post saw smoke, the enemy tanks are coming. Wang Zhong hurried to the observation window and looked out. However, the location of the divisional bunker was too low, and nothing could be seen, whether it was smoke or explosions that blocked firing. Even with Wang Zhong's perspective, he couldn't see it. He withdrew his gaze, and then he saw Nelly wanting to look out. She was trying hard to tiptoe, but even if she tiptoed to the limit, her eyes could only reach the lower edge of the observation window. Wang Zhong pulled an ammunition box, picked up Nelly and placed it on it. Vasily smiled and said, this reminds me of a novel about the United Kingdom that I read when I was a child. In it, there was a dwarf warrior who was too short to see outside when he was defending the city. Nelly frowned, got off the ammunition box, picked up the big plate with tea and refreshments, and left. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, just leave it alone. You will stay in the division headquarters bunker during the battle. It is not safe elsewhere. Nelly put the plate down, then ran to the corner and stood with her hands folded in front of her, holding down her skirt. Wang Zhong continued to look outside. At this time the phone rang again, and a few seconds later Pavlov reported, Brother Peter heard the sound of a group of dive bombers, accompanied by fighter escort. Wang Zhong, the enemy finally brought an escort. Has our plane taken off? Pavlov, we just landed and replenished fuel and ammunition, and are now taking off. Vasily, bring your Proson radio station. Broaden the reception frequency and let's listen to what's going on in the air. Vasily immediately took out the captured Proson radio, and while adjusting it, he praised, Proson stuff is better than ours. The battery was charged in the morning, and it has been 4 hours, and it still has power. At this time, a voice came from the radio station, which was in Proson language. Vasily translated, prepare to fight, throw the auxiliary fuel tanks. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. When he drove the early 109 in War Thunder, he never used the auxiliary fuel tank. But then I thought about it, after all, they were not in the same time and space. Fritz X had already started combat in Barbarossa 2 months ago, so there was no need to worry about these details. Someone else yelled something quickly in Prosen on the radio, and Wang Zhong heard the word Akupain. Vasily's faithful translation, enemy planes were spotted at 2 o'clock, and they were below us. At this time, there was an older Prosen man on the radio, and his voice was calmer. Vasily, rush down to entangle the enemy and cover the bombers. Get away when the enemy pursues you, don't circle and fight. Wang Zhong said, in fact, the early Type 109 can fight for a while, but the commander is right. You should not fight with Jacques at low altitude, even if it is just Jacques 1. Just drive away Jacques and let the bombers drop bombs. The others looked at each other in tacit understanding. At this time, words that Wang Zhong could understand finally came from the radio, enemy fighter jets. Xiamiao, you lead the 2nd Squadron to fight with the enemy, while I go to hunt the bombers. Kharlamov, you're going to kill the bomber again. But it doesn't matter, watch me shoot down a few more fighter jets, then I will be the most valuable ace. Then the air traffic became noisy. The two languages were mixed together, and Vasily had no time to translate. Misha. The enemy is behind you. Allah. Let's fight each other, I'm 0. Where did he go? I can't see him. Circle left, all circle left. Anyone without a left circle is an enemy aircraft. Wang Zhong frowned. He came to the observation window and looked at the fight in the air from different angles. Fighters on both sides were shot down, trailing long streaks of flame and smoke toward the ground. At this time, Wang Zhong saw 30 dive bombers approaching from the north side of the field of view. It seemed that they were making a circle from the north in order to avoid the Air Force's interception. The bombers began to dive. Then 6 divine arrows were shot from the ground. The next moment the dive bombers dispersed. But their altitude was too high, and bombers were hit before they ran out of sight of the praying hands. Half of the bombs dropped at too high a height did not hit the water, and a row of 10-meter-high water columns exploded. A second wave of divine arrows was launched, but this time most of them missed their target. Only one shot relentlessly caught up with Stuka, who had already entered a low altitude and started to escape. Then Jacques 1, who was in the air and did not join the fight, appeared. The Stuka pilots formed a dense diamond formation and used rear seat machine guns to form a fire net. Wang Zhong saw a yak rush under the enemy plane, then pull it up and prepare to raise its head to attack, thus avoiding the enemy's rear seat machine gun's range of fire. At this moment, it was out of sight. Wang Zhong cursed Suka and grabbed Vasily's radio microphone. Kharlamov, talk back. Kharlamov, who called me? Then Wang Zhong changed his perspective and found that Kharlamov's field of vision was not obtained. Because the Air Force is not under his command. Still haven't seen the results. Wang Zhong put down the microphone and did not interrupt others fighting. At this time, the staff officer who had been alerting the West Bank shouted, tank. Because the enemy plane was in the air, the artillery stopped firing. After the blocking fire net disappeared, the enemy tank troops finally entered the division's site. Wang Zhong hurried back to the observation window. The enemy tanks formed a standard offensive formation, but there were some vacancies in the formation, which were obviously blown up by the blocking fire net just now. Some of the vacancies were quite large, probably missing a tank platoon. I don't know if they were all given away, or if the tank was damaged and temporarily abandoned. Even so, the number of enemies still seems very, very high. Wang Zhong estimated that there were 200 tanks deployed in front of the entire division. The number of infantry accompanying the tanks was even more astonishing, as if all the shelling today had caused no enemy casualties. Of course, how can there be no casualties in the shelling? The only possibility is that there are too many enemies, and those killed by the shelling are nothing. Wang Zhong, let the mortars fire according to the predetermined firepower plan. As the defender, all of Wang Zhong's artillery units have prepared multiple firepower plans. As long as they fire according to the plan, they can ensure that the artillery shells fall roughly on the enemy's line and complete the blocking of the enemy. Now that there are enemy planes in the sky and heavy artillery dare not reveal their position, mortars are the best way to block firepower. After Pavlov gave the order, the first wave of artillery shells fell immediately, and dozens of small mushrooms rose up in the enemy's line. According to the firepower plan, the area that each gun is responsible for covering is defined, so the shells fall evenly on the enemy's entire front line, and all the skirmishers are knocked down at once. This does not mean that so many people were killed at once. People, if the main shells fall nearby, they will subconsciously lie down. Even the experienced Plusin veterans are like this. After all, no one dares to bet that shrapnel will not find them. At this time, the new staff officer who was also observing the West Bank said, "Why doesn't the enemy release smoke?" Wang Zhong, according to our previous experience in fighting the enemy, Commander Prasen will not release smoke when he believes that he has the advantage of direct fire. Vasily added, especially after the enemy knows that the general likes to use magic arrows for air defense, they will not let them go. The new staff officer said. Just as Wang Zhong was about to continue speaking, he found Nelly climbing onto the ammunition box again and looking out. Are girls also curious about battlefields? Vasily, the enemy tank crossed the 1,500-meter target. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy stopped and started the first round of shooting. The sound of explosions came from above everyone's heads. Pavlov looked up at the sky, opened the window. Wang Zhong, same as Penier, hit the window first, probably to suppress the divine arrow. Pavlov, our magic arrows are behind us. Isn't this just a waste of firepower? Wang Zhong, if I were the enemy commander, I would also fight. What if there is one? At this time, the enemy tanks launched their second salvo. The phone rang in the bunker. Pavlov picked up, division headquarters. Don't fire. What's the rush? Fight after you get 1,000 meters further. After saying that, he hung up the phone and said to Wang Zhong, the anti-tank artillery regiment is in a hurry for new recruits. Wang Zhong smiled and said, they will fight today. Chapter 199 The first wave of impact, 42,000 monthly votes plus more updates. The enemy fired several more volleys and then began to advance. Pavlov answered the phone and reported to Wang Zhong, in addition to attacking the windows on the second and third floors, the enemy also opened fire on the bunkers that attacked the enemy reconnaissance team this morning. Of course those bunkers are now empty. 3 machine gun groups were captured by the enemy. 1 machine gun was rescued. 10 people were killed and more than a dozen injured. Wang Zhong, it's acceptable. The enemy will pay with blood. Vasily, if the enemy stops where he is and punches all the windows, will we suffer greater losses? Wang Zhong, the No-4's short 75mm cannon is not that accurate at this distance. Didn't you notice that the main force is the No-3's short 50mm cannon? The power of the high explosive shell of that thing is just that. If the enemy keeps stopping at this distance and firing, I will let the anti-tank guns fire. Do you think the enemy can beat our newly acquired 57 gun with a short 50? The caliber is basically equivalent to the power. The short 50 gun high explosive shell has been experienced before in Haute Penier, which is a grenade. The anti-tank gun used to demolish bunkers is really overthinking. The newly acquired 57 gun can't penetrate the Tiger and Leopard at a distance of 1,500 meters, but the problem is that the enemy fired is not the Tiger and Leopard, but the early model number 3 and number 4. Who is afraid of whom? The new staff officer who had been in charge of observation shouted, the enemy has passed the 1,000-meter target. Wang Zhong hurriedly lay down on the observation window. Just then the anti-tank gun opened fire. The new 57mm shells are very fast, and the shells fly past with a flick of the brush, making it impossible to see clearly. 7 or 8 tanks in the enemy tank formation immediately stopped. One of the tanks caught fire, and the tank driver climbed out of the tank as fast as he could. Before he could get far, the tank exploded and the turret flew into the sky. Although there were still a few tanks that had no change in appearance, the tank crews still ran out and hid behind the tanks. As for the tanks that had no appearance changes and no tank crews running out, from Wang Zhong's perspective, they looked completely dead inside. One shot penetrated, and the whole car went up to the sky. Do you like my 57mm explosive ammunition, Prasen Devil? Wang Zhong knew this, but the gunner did not, so several rounds in the second wave of attacks were fired at targets like this that were completely unresponsive. At this time, the enemy also discovered the approximate location of the anti-tank gun and began to fire suddenly. Wang Zhong hurriedly looked at the situation on his side, and then discovered that the enemy was aware of the ZIS-30. After all, These vehicles were still big, and the firing position was relatively high, making it difficult to hide. But the first wave of shells all hit the bunker, and only the gunner of Wang's S-30 was injured by shrapnel. As for the location of the towed version of the 57 gun, the enemy did not notice any of them. However, the towed version of the 57 cannon fired faster because of the large number of people in the gun crew. The 12 cannons fired with crackling sounds, almost turning into firecrackers. The entire battlefield is now filled with the sound of artillery and the roar of tank engines, making it very lively. However, Wang Zhong felt strange because of the absence of machine gun fire. The main enemy infantry was blocked by mortars, and the machine guns had no target. The effect of firing and lifting was not good, and it would also attract direct fire from enemy tanks, so it was better not to fire. Now it is a pure artillery battle. The main combat strength is the artillery regiment of the 1st Guards Division based on the original anti-tank artillery battalion. It now seemed that the attack on this side of the ferry would be quickly broken up. At this time Vasily said, "The enemy tanks are approaching the bridgehead." Wang Zhong immediately looked in the direction of the bridge, and sure enough, the enemy tanks were approaching the bridgehead. Soon enough, the T-34 on the bridge opened fire. The T-34 can't hit as far as the new 57 gun, but it has no problem supporting the bridgehead at close range. Moreover, the T-34 is armored, and unlike the ZIS-30, which can run naked, it can press down to the river and rely on bunkers to shoot at the enemy at close range. Number 4, which was originally concentrating on suppressing the bridgehead, turned its guns and opened fire on T-34. Due to the sudden fire of the T-34, the enemy did not even have time to replace the armor-piercing shells, and the high-explosive shells directly hit the T-34 position. After several waves of fire, the remaining Panzer IV tanks released smoke and began to retreat. Seeing the troops attacking the bridge begin to release smoke, other troops also used traditional skills to release smoke. Suddenly the entire west bank was filled with white smoke. Wang Zhong, the machine gun fires to form a fire zone. Because the enemy is emitting smoke, and the fire power point of the machine gun here cannot be seen under the smoke, the machine gun can fire as much as it wants. The sound of machine gun fire sounded like exploding beans, interweaving into a dense fire net, stopping the enemy infantry who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush up. Suddenly, Wang Zhong saw a Panzer IV tank rushing towards the bridgehead at full speed, followed by 3 half-tracks loaded with infantry. The number 4 tank crashed directly into the bridgehead, using its body to attract the attention of all the defenders. Then 3 half-track vehicles rushed to the side of the bridgehead, and the elite Prasen grenadier on the vehicle jumped out, throwing grenades and shouting, "Kill!" Then, inside the bridgehead, combat engineers wearing combat armor appeared. "Didn't you expect that I would place combat engineers here?" For close combat, the Prasen grenadiers are equipped with submachine guns. The pistol bullets fired by the submachine guns cannot penetrate the brand new combat armor at all. The equipment that Wang Zhong equips the combat engineers are the predecessors of the Babishal with drums. When the bullets are exhausted, they can also be used as blunt weapons to hit people. Wang Zhong watched happily as the combat engineers slaughtered the Prasen soldiers in close combat. At this time Vasily suddenly shouted, "Look over there." Wang Zhong was freed from watching the show and turned back to his naked eyes to follow what Vasily was pointing. He saw naval infantry rushing across the Duva River in speedboats. What's the meaning? The naval infantry judged that the bridgehead was in danger, so they took the initiative. The naval infantry does not belong to Wang Zhong. Although it accepts his command, it is not his unit. Therefore, from Wang Zhong's bird's eye view, there was only a huge Marine Corps logo in the smoke, and no specific person could be seen. Anyway, he just looked at the sign and punched out a left hook, killing all the Prasen infantrymen who came up through the smoke, and also burned the short-barreled number 4 in the smoke that was supporting the Prasen soldiers. At this time, the Navy's inland river gunboat also came out, anchored and fired on the river, and the automatic cannon fired at the smoke. Good guy, the enemy had a clear view just now and felt that one ship alone might not be able to defeat the tank group. When the smoke rises, the automatic cannon starts to take advantage of it, right? The quality of the Navy's soldiers and their subjective initiative. While Wang Zhong was sighing, the phone rang. This time, because the phone was in Wang Zhong's hand, he picked it up directly. "I'm Rokosov. This is the bridgehead. We have repulsed the enemy. We can use machine guns and cease fire, General." "Okay." Wang Zhong put down the phone and said to Pavlov, "The machine guns have ceased fire. There is no need to create a fire net anymore." Pavlov immediately picked up the phone. After giving the order, he said, "Should we consider setting up a direct command communication system? I'm tired of calling all the time. At least some simple orders can be issued through the radio or something." "Wang Zhong, we can consider it." Popov at the observation window said, "The enemy's first wave of attacks was repulsed." Wang Zhong took a look and saw that the enemy had not completely exited the field of vision. Instead, he stopped at the edge of his field of vision and started soil work. Wang Zhong used the bird's eye view to confirm that there were no enemy planes in the sky, but he was still worried and said to Pavlov, "Call Brother Peter to make sure there are no enemies above us." Pavlov immediately executed the order. After 30 seconds, he put down the receiver and said, "Brother Peter said there are no enemy planes in the sky. Wang Zhong, let the artillery regiment fire to prevent the enemy from approaching for earthworks." Pavlov picked up the receiver again. A moment later, the sound of shells piercing the sky came again overhead. Wang Zhong clearly saw the artillery shells falling near the enemy's engineering troops from a bird's eye view. Seeing the enemy being blown away, Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. The first wave was repelled. Vasily was speechless. Why did the enemy's infantry rush up without any concern at all? Our fake landmines were completely ineffective. Wang Zhong, maybe the enemy is not as quick-thinking as you. They thought that if the artillery exploded, there would be no mines. They didn't think in that direction when they saw the fake mines exposed. Vasily frowned. I don't know whether I should praise them or laugh at their rigidity. I didn't expect that my good idea would be thwarted like this. At this time Popov interrupted Vasily's chat. How do you think the enemy will attack in the next wave? Wang Zhong, I think they will block our view with smoke, and then storm the bridgehead with the support of direct fire power. Popov, then we will defend according to the original plan. Yes, I haven't seen any unexpected situations so far. Wang Zhong returned to the city defense map and drew on the map. For a fortress like the bridgehead, the enemy can attack a fortress with up to 2 companies, and the 2 companies cannot attack together. Look, there's a company here and a company here. According to the firepower plan we prepared, the mortars can completely cover the enemy's offensive formation. Try to cripple 2 enemy companies at once. When the battle reaches night, we will change defenses at night and replace the garrison troops with fresh troops. In this way, we will continue to bleed the enemy's infantry. Pavlov, when enough blood has been released, pull back and the bridge will explode. The enemy cannot repair the bridge under our firepower. Wang Zhong, that's it? This time we have the terrain, the troops, the firepower, and the support of our brothers. We have to stay here until it rains. Popov, I actually hate the rainy season. When it rains, my legs hurt, just like gout. Wang Zhong, are you sure you don't really have gout? Of course not. I haven't eaten anything that can cause gout. I'm a priest, understand, priest. Popov gestured on the holy symbol on his body, but now I look forward to the rain coming sooner. At this time, a staff officer came in. Report, the reserve force has captured a Proson pilot and has been escorted outside the door. Wang Zhong, a pilot from what unit? A fighter jet. It's the bomber unit, the staff officer replied. Wang Zhong, let him in. Soon, a pilot wearing a flight jacket was brought in. Chapter 200 Gifts from Nature. As soon as the enemy pilot saw Wang Zhong's rank, he started talking and spitting like stars. Wang Zhong, Vasily. Vasily silenced his enemy with an old punch. Then Vasily said a Proson word, and the enemy cowered. Wang Zhong asked, what did you just say? I said that he will be transferred to the tribunal anyway, so I will let him get familiar with it in advance. Vasily said and rubbed his fists. Wang Zhong, okay. So what did he just say? I mean, he said it when he first walked in. He said that using our desecrated weapons for air defense was a war crime, Vasily replied. Popov, he said that? Then you don't need to add time to the punch you just made. This punch demonstrated the will of Saint Andrew. After all, Wang Zhong came from an environment that did not believe in God, so it took him a second to react. He said that using divine arrows for air defense is a war crime. Yes. Vasily said. Wang Zhong, why? Is it purely a religious reason? Vasily translated. Proson's pilot became excited again and started chattering a lot. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. Vasily, he said that the divine arrow attack is difficult to avoid in the air, especially when diving. This is not in line with the principle of fairness. Wang Zhong, before you attacked us, you did not declare war. It was a sneak attack. You also tore up the non-aggression treaty between us. Does this comply with the principle of fairness? After Vasily finished translating, the Proson lowered his head. Wang Zhong was surprised, he actually lowered his head. At this time, Pilot Proson spoke. Although Wang Zhong couldn't understand what he said, he could feel his guilt. Vasily, he said he was sorry for this. He also said that since he firmly believed that he was a superior race, he should not attack sneakily, but should defeat his opponent in an upright manner. Wang Zhong shook his head. No, 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 even if they attack by surprise, we will win. We will definitely win. Vasily translated this passage, and the other party immediately became excited and talked a lot. Vasily, well, let me summarize it. It probably means that Prozan has better military technology and rich combat experience, and it has already dealt us a heavy blow and wiped out millions of our troops. Wang Zhong stood up, walked to the observation window, looked outside, and found that the wind was strong today, and the smoke deployed by the enemy had dispersed, and he could clearly see the wreckage on the battlefield and the bodies of the dead Prozan soldiers. Tell him to come over. Vasily, Cam. Pilot Prozan walked over cautiously. Wang Zhong handed him his telescope. See for yourself. Look at the wreckage and corpses on the west bank. This time, without waiting for Vasily to translate, the other party understood. It was originally easy to understand, because when humans communicate, more than 60% of information is conveyed through movements and expressions. Pilot Prozan picked up his binoculars and surveyed the battlefield. His expression became more and more serious. Wang Zhong, ask him, do you need me to tell him our losses? After Vasily translated, the pilot put down the telescope and shook his head. Wang Zhong, then tell him that scenes like this will happen again and again in the future. I personally have fought against the Prozans many times, and each time I achieved a very impressive exchange ratio. Generals like me will become more and more with more troops, our army will become more and more elite. You may have a huge advantage in exchange ratio on the entire front now, but one day, the exchange ratio will fall back to 1 to 1. Anti has a vast land and brave people. You are destined not to win this war. Vasily translated all Wang Zhong's words to Pilot Prozan in a proud tone. The pilot put down the telescope and muttered, "Nay I." Wang Zhong understands that this word means no, because before time traveling, he saw a movie actor who brilliantly interpreted the use of this word. At that time, he said this, "Grandma, Grandma." Wang Zhong, he doesn't believe it? It doesn't matter. Does he believe that things will develop like this? Prozan's failure is doomed. After Vasily translated, Pilot Prozan turned to stare at Wang Zhong and muttered a string of words, among which Wang Zhong's name could be vaguely heard. Vasily, he asked you if you are that defensive warfare expert, General Rokosov, the knight on the white horse. Wang Zhong, that's me, what's wrong? After Vasily translated, the pilot took 2 steps back and looked Wang Zhong up and down. Wang Zhong asked curiously, shouldn't you have sent my photo? How come you haven't seen me? Vasily translated halfway, and the other party started talking a lot. Vasily, he said the Air Force didn't send the photos. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked the soldier escorting the pilot, where is his map bag? The pilot will bring the map anyway. It has the situation map of both the enemy and ourselves, so that he can make an emergency landing to his own side when he is shot down. District. The soldier was shocked, is there such a thing? Others were also shocked. Pavlov said, there is such a thing. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. Wang Zhong thought to himself that of course it was reasonable. I've seen movies that acted like this. Have you seen The Red Tail? Have you seen Memphis Belle? There is also an escape from the tiger's mouth. Wang Zhong, the map not only shows the situation between ourselves and the enemy, but also the location where their own people parachuted and the location where the downed enemy plane fell. Let the reserve team pull out a company and search the place where he fell. Wang Zhong paused and asked, when you caught him, did he escape? Soldier, escaped. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, that's right. He wants to run away, so it's impossible to set fire to the map. That would be too obvious and would reveal his location. He is probably hiding in a tree hole or buried in a tree. There. At this time, Popov stopped the staff officer who was about to deliver the order and said, have you forgotten the judges? A fully established regular division has a company of inquisitors, who are usually responsible for supervising the use of code books and internal counter-espionage. And, of course, interrogating prisoners. Wang Zhong, you are right. Let the Inquisitor ask you kindly, and he may lead us to find this map. Vasily was so involved in this conversation that there was no translation at all. Pilot Prozan looked back and forth at everyone. Popov, then I'll call the judge. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, let's ask first, what if he is willing to tell? Vasily, ask him where the map is hidden. Vasily asked, and the answer came immediately. He said that the bag of the map bag was torn during the skydiving, and he didn't know where it fell. Wang Zhong, really? Then tell him that we will immediately hand him over to the judge of the Eastern Holy Sect. Vasily said. The other party shook his head repeatedly. Vasily, he said it would be useless to give it to anyone. He really didn't know where it went. Wang Zhong, then tell him a story. There was once a historian who discovered a mummy. Vasily was shocked, mummy? Isn't that something from the Aji kingdom? And still has this thing. Wang Zhong, just translate and don't worry about it. The archaeologists tried all methods, but they couldn't find out when the mummy was. So they handed it over to the Inquisition. One day later, the Inquisition told the archaeologists that the mummy was 500 years ago. The archaeologist was shocked and asked the Inquisition how he knew it. The Inquisitor replied, "He did it." Vasily suppressed a smile and translated the story to the pilot. The pilot looked very scared, but still shook his head. Just then the two judges came in. Wang Zhong made a gesture of invitation to them. An hour later, a map package was placed in front of Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, where did you find it?" "Inquisitor, in the woods, hidden under a group of bacteria, it destroys all the mycelium, and no new mushrooms will grow even if it rains." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about? Isn't this a generous gift from nature?" Then he threw the map bag to Vasily. "Look what's in it, musician." Vasily opened the map bag with a depressed look on his face, took out the map and unfolded it. Everyone in the bunker leaned over to look at what was on the map. "Vasily, this process is quite rigorous. The positions of the troops are well drawn. There are two in front of us. Let me see, the Asgard Knights division is the kind of division we have encountered. There are still two divisions behind, and here is the sign of a grenadier division. Oh my god, the enemy in front of us has prepared such a thick mass of troops." Wang Zhong scolded, "Why are you panicking? No matter how many troops he has, he will have to attack them in waves." As soon as he finished speaking, the whistling of artillery shells was heard in the air. Then an explosion came from nearby. Military-level heavy artillery fire fell on the city of Shostka. During the earthquake, Vasily took out other documents from the map bag and spread them out on the table like a normal person. Wang Zhong wanted to go over and ask him what he found, but the bunker's chandelier suddenly fell and hit him on the head. He pushed away the chandelier and touched the bag that was smashed out. Saka. The earthquake lasted for almost 30 minutes before it ended. Wang Zhong stood up holding onto the wall, dusting himself off and looking outside. The second wave of enemy attacks came again. There was no smoke. Wang Zhongzhen was surprised. The smoke bomb fell on the anti-tank gun position just now. But the anti-tank guns had already been moved. Especially the ZIS-30, as soon as the enemy retreated, these things quickly moved their positions. Pavlov also came to the observation window and watched the enemy's advancing formation. It seems that the force is still being used in the direction of the ferry and the bridgehead. The enemy on the other side of the river has no intention of taking care of it at all. The ferry is to the north of the bridge, and the river is wide and deep to the south of the bridge. It seems that the enemy has no intention of crossing the river here. At this time, a new round of smoke fell, sealing off the east side of the bridge, where the original T-34 position was. Pavlov, exactly what you said. Wang Zhong smiled, "That's not true." At this time Vasily said, "I think I know the name of the enemy commander in front of us. This document shows that his name is Siegfried Jalais. Then on this map, there are his initials, in this." Vasily showed the map to Wang Zhong and pointed to a point on it. "Look, there is an initial in an empty place. Don't you think it's strange? See you tomorrow." Chapter 201 The War of Toy Tin Soldiers. Jules 914 At 1230 hours on September 20, the headquarters of the First Army of the Asgard Knights of the Prussian Army. Siegfried Giles is waiting for the battle report of the second round of attacks. But what was sent first was the reorganization report of the first round of offensive troops. A captain staff officer took the report into the division headquarters map room, which was made up of multiple armored command vehicles, and saluted Giles, "Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, the first round of offensive troops has been reorganized." Giles read. The captain immediately raised his writing board to his chest and began to recite. The 4 armored battalions that went on the attack early this morning had a total of 160 Panzer III tanks and 65 Panzer IV tanks ready for combat. Now there are 121 Panzer III tanks and 27 Panzer IV tanks. Vehicle number 4 is ready for combat. Giles didn't say anything, but the chief of staff in the room first exclaimed, "More than 70 tanks were lost in just one morning." "Captain, it is not a complete loss. According to the reports of the withdrawn vehicle crews, it is estimated that a considerable number can be repaired. There are also 15 vehicles that were successfully withdrawn, but they have mechanical problems and cannot be dispatched again." The chief of staff breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, "Fortunately, we are not as bad at logistics as the Anters. We can repair the lost tanks. The Ant tanks were abandoned on the side of the road if there was any malfunction. I don't know if their tactics were just like this, or if their morale was simply too low and the tank was broken and they ran away." Giles asked, "What about the losses of tank crews?" In addition to the crews that were withdrawn together with the tanks, 37 incomplete crews were withdrawn. Before retreating, the infantry checked the tanks without crews, but no survivors were found. Giles frowned. "Have there been so many completely lost crews before?" Even if the enemy's 76mm anti-tank gun is used, there are always some members left, right? Captain, this needs to be investigated in detail. However, the troops responded to the enemy's attack very accurately, and the gun positions are all well hidden, making them difficult to detect. I'm afraid it is not the best idea to shoot at the enemy. After the captain finished speaking, the chief of staff waved his hand, so in the second wave we used conventional smoke propulsion, which should achieve excellent results. Giles asked, "What are the losses of the infantry?" "Captain, the first wave of attacks was accompanied by a report from the infantry unit. There was a vacancy of 471, but people who ran down gradually returned to the team. The specific casualties will not be known until detailed statistics at night, or after the battlefield is occupied and the battlefield is cleaned. The process of retreating after a failed attack is destined to be very chaotic. Coupled with the enemy's artillery attacks, it is common for people to get separated and go astray during the retreat. The statistics of casualties is a very complicated science. The most direct way is to clean up the corpses at the battlefield. This is also the reason why the army maintains so many staff officers and clerks. There are not so many people that even the casualties cannot be counted." Giles sighed. There were so many casualties in the first round of attack, and there was no gain. General Whitehorse is indeed a terrible opponent. Giles' adjutant took a step forward. The enemy has such an impregnable defense, so we should avoid its sharp edge and take a detour from the flanks. We, the Asgard Knights, are His Majesty's elite bodyguards. Isn't it appropriate to compromise this place with such a forceful attack? Furthermore, I have objections to the practice of forcibly airdropping chasseurs behind the enemy's strongly fortified rivers. Airborne troops should be used in areas where our army can quickly break through. Otherwise, the airborne troops will become a lone force behind the enemy and be overwhelmed by the enemy's second or even third line troops. Eradicate. Siegfried. Giles nodded. You are right, such a strong defense should not be attacked by force. But we are fighting this battle now mainly for strategic reasons. His Majesty the Emperor asked us to crush the enemy's hero. This White Horse general is known as the Iron Wall of the Empire, so we must penetrate him from the front and crush this iron wall. As for the use of airborne troops, I guess it is more to appease Grand Duke Meyer. The Grand Duke has a complicated background and his biological father is not a Junker noble, so His Majesty hopes to use him to check and balance the old officer corps. The Chief of Staff looked very embarrassed. Is it appropriate for me to hear such words? Siegfried smiled at the Chief of Staff. For you to serve as Chief of Staff means that you have gained His Majesty's trust. He turned to the adjutant again. In short, the Asgard Knights are here to crush the White Horse General and his myth, no matter what the cost. And this is to save us from bleeding in the future. If Anti cannot be forced to surrender quickly, the war will enter a protracted war. His Majesty originally hoped to have an armistice with the United Kingdom after the Carolingian surrender, but the wartime Prime Minister is not the one we originally favored, so now the United Kingdom is still fighting. It would be bad to have another Ant. Giles looked at the map on the wall. If Ant's will to resist is not destroyed quickly, just like we did in the Carolingians, the entire Preußen may be bleeding out. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound suddenly came from the ground. Siegfried. Giles looked down and found the lower body of a toy tin soldier lying at his feet. Felice frowned. Isn't this the tin soldier your Majesty gave you? Giles knelt down, picked up the lower body of the tin soldier, then took off the keychain from his waist, and looked at the tin soldier's head hanging on the keychain. Giles, this is a gift given to me by His Majesty when we were studying in the military academy a long time ago. I have carried it with me as an amulet for many years. The Chief of Staff was shocked. Speaking of which, General Whitehorse seems to like beheading our senior generals. Could it be that the location of our headquarters has been exposed? Damn it, it's obviously not next to any existing building. Calm down. Gilfie scolded. General Whitehorse beheaded the capital twice when our commander was too close to the front line. This place is 15 kilometers away from the front line. And there are no buildings around. You are so panicked. Are you still an Imperial soldier if you are in a panic? The Chief of Staff fell silent. Giles carefully connected the tin soldier's head and body. Felice, leave it to me. This kind of tin soldier is easy to repair. At worst, it can be recast with a mold after it is completely dissolved. Giles shook his head. Now is not the time to worry about such things. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are rushing towards the enemy's solidly fortified defense line. As a senior commander, although there is nothing that can be done for them for the time being, but there was the sound of shells breaking through the sky. Wang Zhong frowned and looked at the initials on the map. At this time, the observing staff officer shouted, the enemy tank passed the 1,000-meter target. Wang Zhong cut his bird's eye view and saw that the anti-tank gun that had completed the transfer opened fire, killing enemy tanks as quickly as the first wave of impact. So he turned his attention back to the map. Vasily, cannonball. Wang Zhong, How to fight? This initial letter covers such a large area. Look at the scale of this map. How many shells do we have to waste to completely cover the range of the initial letter? Vasily, then let's hit the center point. The rest is left to probability, and the enemy's rigor. I bet that the geometric center of this initial letter will be accurately marked on the enemy's headquarters. Wang Zhong was speechless. Okay, let's fire 3 rounds, 2 volleys to save some ammunition. Popov, since we are completely betting on probability, let's play 1 round. This will make us appear more pious, and maybe we will win. Wang Zhong, okay. Call again and ask the praying hands of the divine arrow troops to pray that the shells will hit. Popov was shocked. As for it? Wang Zhong, anyway, the girls have nothing to do now. Just pray. Popov sighed, and his bear companion Pavlov thoughtfully picked up the receiver. Here. Wang Zhong turned his head to pay attention to the battle situation. Sure enough, the enemy discovered ZIS-30's bunker again, and then number 4 used a short-barreled howitzer to fire smoke grenades to cover the position. As a result, ZIS-30 withdrew from its position as soon as it was covered. There is a row of houses on the east bank, and the street behind the houses cannot be seen from the other side. It is suitable for small vehicles like ZIS-30 to maneuver, and it can change positions very quickly. However, before ZIS-30 could maneuver to a new position, the enemy began to use direct fire to cover the buildings on the east bank with smoke. Since I can't shoot you, I'll cover you completely. After blocking the firepower on the east bank, the enemy tanks rushed towards the ferry. The small boat of the naval infantry was still on the shore. Seeing the situation, the small boat came back first, while the naval infantry in black military uniforms and sea sole shirts took cover directly on the shore. Most of the breakwater on the west bank is now exposed, just enough to form a shelter for 1 person. The naval infantry lies here like dried salted fish, waiting for the enemy tanks to approach. Wang Zhong watched the battle nervously. At this time Pavlov reported, the artillery regiment has fired. Okay, got it? Wang Zhong waved his hand, let's prepare our machine gun firepower. When Heba goes up to attack the tank, we must use overshooting fire to intercept the enemy infantry. Pavlov picked up the receiver again. The headquarters of the 1st Army of the Asgardian Knights of the Prasen Army. Giles pushed Feliz away. Okay, the bombardment is over. Get up. Feliz raised his head. Is the round over? Giles straightened his red hair, picked up the hat on the ground and put it on, then picked up the toy tin soldier thrown on the ground, held it in his left hand, then opened the door of the armored command vehicle and came outside. I don't know where the enemy got the information, but this information was not accurate. More than 30 rounds of heavy artillery all missed and were evenly distributed in the woods next to the military headquarters. Of course, it was not a complete miss. The canteen of the guard camp was overturned, and a dining cart fell not far from the headquarters. The stewed potatoes on it were scattered everywhere, and the coffee jar also had a hole in it. Gudong leaked mud the color of coffee. In addition, the tank platoon attached to the military headquarters was also hit by a heavy artillery fire. 2 of the tanks parked side by side were burning, the shells probably landed right in the middle of them. Giles looked down at the toy tin soldier in his left hand. Feliz also came out and looked at the tragic situation and said angrily, it must be a spy. We need to have the Imperial Household Ministry investigate thoroughly. Chapter 202 The Stalemate Battle Situation, 43,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Wang Zhong had no idea that he had blown the soup pot of other people's military headquarters and caused a huge psychological shock to the other party. He was paying attention to the impending close combat between the Navy and the other side. When the Navy's river gunboat saw so many tanks coming up, it drove directly back to the harbor and hid. The machine gun emplacement on the east bank opened fire, tracer rounds flying directly over the heads of the enemy tanks and falling behind them. Originally, the enemy's infantry had been blocked by mortars, but now they encountered overshooting fire and were directly blocked. The naval infantry did not rush forward, but lay on the breakwater, waiting for the tanks to approach. When the enemy tanks advanced to a distance of less than 10 meters from the river, the first batch of naval infantry jumped up and got close enough to throw Molotov cocktails with a single swoop. The new type of Molotov cocktail that Wang Zhong got from the capital does not need to be ignited first. It will spontaneously ignite when the lid is opened. When the situation is critical, this thing can even be thrown directly. Anyway, the white phosphorus inside will spontaneously ignite. The light of white phosphorus was like a will-o'-the-wisp, and the balls of will-o'-the-wisp were thrown onto the enemy tanks and shattered into pieces of sea of fire. The ignited tank stopped immediately, and the tank driver was mowed down by the naval infantry's submachine gun as soon as he raised his head. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 tanks were set alight, while the tanks farther away from the river embankment stopped directly and used machine guns to try to push the naval infantry back. At this moment, an enemy tank rushed down the river embankment from the direction of the ferry, and half of its tracks were submerged in the river water. He turned the muzzle and fired along the river bank with his coaxial machine gun. Immediately, many naval infantry were knocked down, and the remaining sea infantry were all nailed to the ground. Wang Zhong picked up the anti-product radio placed next to him and called loudly, "Number 422. No 422. Vasily, let's use the captured one. I've adjusted the frequency. Here it is." Wang Zhong took the microphone, "No 422. General." The response came immediately. It was Alexander Yefimovich who was now temporarily replacing Wang Zhong. "Kill that number 4 that drove into the river." Then Wang Zhong saw tank number 422 driving all the way to the end of the approach bridge, taking aim from a high position. Alexander's gunnery skills were as good as ever, and he hit the target with his first shot. The number 4 vehicle's turret roof had flames shooting out of it, and the long flames shot out more than a meter high. All its members ran out, each with fire in his body. But the car happened to be in the water, so they were able to put out the fire by going directly into the water. However, the suppressed naval infantry did not let them go. The bullets from the submachine gun swept over them, creating rows of ripples in the water. Soon the enemy tank crew disappeared, probably sinking to the bottom with the equipment on his body. Only the spreading blood showed their fate. The enemy tank began to turn its muzzle and shoot at number 422. It's a pity that at this distance, the enemy can't penetrate the front of T-34, it's still an angled front. At this time Vasily exclaimed, "Bridgehead." Wang Zhong quickly diverted his attention, and sure enough he saw the enemy's infantry approaching the bridgehead. "Fire coverage. Blow them up and don't let them enter the bunker." As soon as Wang Zhong finished shouting, Pavlov said, "I have given the order." As soon as he finished speaking, a whistling sound came. This is the advantage of the defender. All parameters have been measured and covered. Heavy artillery shells can even land 100 meters in front of the position. The phone rang suddenly, and Pavlov picked it up, "Division headquarters." "I understand. There is no need to call for this kind of thing." Pavlov put down the receiver, saw Wang Zhong staring at him, and said, "Bridgehead, the bombing was good." "Wang Zhong, the commander of the bridgehead is." New people added this time. This time, the 1st Guards Division was basically full of personnel. Because of Wang Zhong's huge reputation, many officers were eager to transfer to the 1st Guards Division. "Wang Zhong, you're new." "That's understandable." Popov came to the observation window and looked outside. "It's strange. The enemy covered all the fire points on our side with smoke, and then the tanks rushed to the river. What are they planning to do? They can't cross the river either." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange-looking tank appeared. "It looks like the Panzer IV is wearing a tall hat." "Wang Zhong, dive tanks, those tanks are dive tanks. They plan to force their way through the ferry." Popov narrowed his eyes. "Is that the tank that the front line reported emerging from the water at the very beginning of the war? Can that thing really come out of the water?" "Wang Zhong, it is the dry season now. Although the Navy said it has dug the river channel deeper, who knows? Tell the infantry troops on the east bank to prepare for close combat. In addition, it is time to take out our secret weapon." "Pavlov, are you sure you want to use that thing?" "Wang Zhong, I'm sure, let them go. Also, give me the radio." He took the microphone from Vasily, "Number 422, get out of the way, get out of the way. Our country girl is going to meet someone. Is that thing going to show up? Okay, let's get out of the way." Wang Zhong saw the number 422 tank retreating from the approach bridge and letting the rails out. Pavlov put down the receiver, "Here he comes." The next moment, 3 flatbed trucks drove onto the railway bridge, and a KV-1 was parked on each flatbed truck. These are the only 3 KV-1s in Wang Zhong's hands. Using a locomotive to carry the vehicle avoids the shortcomings of KV's poor motor power and frequent running mechanism failures. The flatbed truck itself is very strong, has a simple structure and is difficult to break. The fragile locomotive was placed behind the flat car, and it was upside down. After the 3 flat cars were the coal loading cars, and then the upside-down locomotive. The axle of the flatbed truck is reversed. In this way, the most vulnerable train boiler is protected at the very back, even blocked by the building, and cannot be hit at all. KV fired. Wang Zhong looked at the 3 KVs with full firepower, and thought that if the KV-2 could not do this, the KV-2's poor trimming would probably cause the tank and the flatbed truck to flip over into the river together with one shot from the side. Vasily complained, "This local girl has completely blocked our view, and we can't see the situation at the ferry." Wang Zhong looked at the bird's eye view and thought proudly, "How about it, Vasily, are you at a disadvantage if you don't have a plug-in?" At this time, the Prasen People's submersible tank didn't care so much and rushed towards the ferry. The accompanying infantry released smoke for cover. The first wave of tanks entered the water. Wang Zhong couldn't see them in his own vision, and as a result, he lost his highlight. But relying on the field of vision of his troops, he could see the snorkel moving forward in the water. Wang Zhong, order heavy artillery. The phone rang, interrupting Wang Zhong's order. After answering the phone, Pavlov reported, Brother Peter, who is also an old acquaintance of ours, heard a reconnaissance plane. It was at high altitude. Wang Zhong sighed. You can no longer use heavy artillery to blow up submerged tanks. You can only count on the infantry to grind the meat. Popov, let the mortars come. Wang Zhong, no, the mortar does not have a delayed fuse and explodes when it hits the water. Leave it to the infantry. Let our young men teach the enemy a lesson and tell them that tanks without accompanying tanks are useless in front of the infantry. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the snorkel at the front disappear with a pop. Then came the second and third snorkels, and the fourth one sank halfway and stopped, then got stuck in place and couldn't move. Then the enemy tank crew emerged from the water, exhaled heavily, turned around and swam toward the west bank. More and more tankers emerged from the water. Wang Zhong was stunned. The others couldn't see what was going on in the river, they were all in a hurry. There was a sharp contrast between Wang Zhong's expressions and theirs. Vasily noticed the contrast and looked back and forth between Wang Zhong and Popov. Then Vasily fell into thought. At this time, Wang Zhong finally figured out what happened to the enemy. The navy had dug the river deeply, but now the water volume was small and could not carry away the sediment, so there was gradually silt on both sides, but the middle was still very deep. The Prasen half-drove fell into the ditch. It would be so fun if that were the case. At this time, the smoke on the east bank had dispersed a lot. When the infantry troops on the river bank saw the situation, they immediately started shooting. The enemy tank troops that were originally pressed to the west bank to prepare for fire support were now stunned by 3 kVs and had no time to deal with the exposed machine gun fire points. At this time, the smoke set up by the enemy mortar units at the beginning of the attack had completely dissipated, and the 57mm anti-tank gun, which had been blocked from view, began to fire. Enemy tanks were releasing smoke, not offensive smoke this time, but smoke to cover their retreat. Wang Zhong put down the telescope. The enemy was repulsed. Vasily, what are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Vasily, no, I just think you are handsome when you command the battle. Neely was shocked and looked at Vasily. Wang Zhong also took a step away from him. What do you mean? Vasily, state the facts. Popov, so how were the enemy's diving tanks destroyed in the end? Only then did Wang Zhong realize that Popov couldn't see. Well, he thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because the navy dug the river deeper than they can dive into. Prasen Army, the first army headquarters of the Asgard Knights. The hydrographic data is wrong. The commander of the submersible tank unit said to Giles. It stands to reason that our submersion depth is completely sufficient, but when we drove in the middle, the water directly covered the breather pipe and caused the engine to stall. Many loyal soldiers so drowned. Giles, it may be that the enemy dredged the river. The White Horse General made a lot of preparations. It's impossible that he didn't expect us to sneak across. He has considered everything and is a terrible opponent. Adjutant Felice shook his head. Using flatbed trucks and heavy tanks as armored trains is a terrible idea. It has no aesthetics at all. But it works. Giles played with the toy tin soldier at the end with one hand. All our enemies' actions are simple and effective. And it poses a huge problem for us. There is no way to block the river with smoke. Smoke bombs will lose effect quickly if they fall into the river. As long as the armored train is on the bridge, we will not be able to cross the river. Felice frowned. It's better to bypass this bridgehead. There's really no need to charge hard. Giles, contact General Walter Mendel of the 9th Army and ask him if he has opened up the situation downstream. Chapter 203 The situation on the night of September 20th, 44,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Prasen Army, 9th Army Headquarters. 3 generals with red collars and 1 colonel without red collars were playing cards. Yes, despite the gunfire outside, they were playing cards. At this time, the communications staff came in, stood at attention and saluted. Lieutenant General Siegfried Giles of the Asgard 1st Army asked about the progress of our attack. The one in the middle among the 3 generals raised his head and adjusted his monocle. Don't he know that the attack was not commanded by me? We should ask our lightning hero about the status of the attack. Promotional photo. Is this how he is promoted? The young brigadier general next to him said, it's the Blitz hero, Your Excellency General. Oh yes, Blitz hero. I just asked my infantry troops to accompany the tank attack. Communications staff officer, then this is how we reply. No, Lieutenant General Walter Mendel stood up and looked at the map. Replying directly like this seems too slight to His Majesty the Emperor's favorite. So what is the progress of the various ministries now? The staff officers responsible for updating the map turned to look at the Lieutenant General. At least there is no progress on the map. Walter Mendel came to the map, observed it carefully, and snorted, "It's exactly the same as in the morning. So we finally hit a nail? What about the promised enemy that will collapse like an avalanche?" When I went to the Army Group headquarters, Field Marshal von Pogge was writing his diary and reading it to me, saying, "The enemy is collapsing at an alarming rate and the war will be over in 3 months. Mendel turned his head, pointed at the map and said to the others, "Because 3 months are over and everyone is trying to grab credit, so I even lost the right to command my own army group." After venting, Mendel turned to the communications staff, "Tell Lieutenant General Giles that we are making no progress." No progress. After the communications staff officer took the order and left, the eldest general among the generals playing cards, Mendel's chief of staff said, "The headquarters estimates that we have eliminated 40% of the enemy's total strength. According to this estimate, as long as we continue after killing about 1 million people, and we'll have no more soldiers left to fight. And now at Fort St. Andrew in the north, there are at least 700,000 people contained there. In other words, as long as we eliminate another 300,000 people, the enemy's defense line will collapse." Mendel looked at the map. "The headquarters also estimates that there are at most 1 million people on our front, and the troops invested in the entire Typhoon operation are 1.8 million, and the battle strength is 180 to 100. The advantage is ours." But on the first day of the attack, the enemy's defense line did not move at all. "Old Chief of Staff, it shows that the enemy's fortifications are very good. But as the heavy artillery and aviation attacks continue, the fortifications will gradually be consumed, the enemy will suffer casualties, and we will be able to capture it." Mendel stared at the map for a while and said, "I hope so. I hope so." The headquarters of the First Army of the Asgardian Knights of the Prasen Army. Siegfried Gelais put down the telegram and sighed. At this time, the Chief of Staff reported to him, "The third wave of attacks has been organized. Do you want to set off?" Giles looked at his watch. "It's almost 7 o'clock, why is the formation so slow?" "Because you asked the division headquarters to move their positions," said the Chief of Staff. "No one can move and organize an attack at the same time. I think it is good to be able to complete it now, attack. Gelais map, if we start now, it may get dark in the middle of the battle. Even if we attack the city on the east coast, we will have to fight at night. No, we can't fight the enemy at night in terrain they are familiar with. That's it for today. Let the artillery fire, let's end the day with artillery fire." "Yes." The Chief of Staff turned and left. Felice stood next to Giles. "The entire southern line is unimpressed. Although there is progress on the northern line, it is not as rapid as it was at the beginning. The enemy is getting stronger." Giles said in a low voice, "Let the engineering troops start soil work." "Felice, is it soil work? Do we have to dig tunnels and detonate explosives like we did in the trench warfare era?" "Giles, just in case, we are making secondary preparations. Tomorrow we will change the attack method. The enemy has advantages in armor and fortifications. Judging from today's situation, the exchange ratio with the enemy's anti-tank guns is too bad. Felice, would you like to see the tank that came back after being shot?" Giles nodded. "Go and have a look. We won't be attacking tonight anyway, so it's okay to leave the headquarters." First Army Field Armor Maintenance Factory. When Giles appeared, the technicians and tank crews present were surprised and quickly saluted. "Don't be nervous," Giles waved his hand, "I have just commanded this army, and you are not familiar with me yet. As time goes by, you will understand that I am a child of civilians just like you. I just happen to know each other in the military school. It's just His Majesty the Emperor." He turned the topic to the tanks being repaired. "How is the condition of the tanks? Are there any tanks where the caliber of the enemy's armor-piercing projectiles can be clearly seen?" "Yes, there is a car with a bullet in the turret here." The director of the maintenance shop said immediately, "It is the car numbered 331. You see, the front of the turret was hit, and then the projectile went out from the back of the turret. The 3 in the turret everyone was dead, but the driver and the electromechanical crew came back with the tank." Giles carefully looked at the bullet holes on the front of the turret. "It doesn't look like a 45mm gun. It's not 76mm. We estimate the caliber of the shell to be between 50 and 60mm. Considering their habits, it might be 57mm. Giles turned to look at Felice. "Does the Ant Army have an anti-tank gun of this caliber according to the weapon list? Is the penetrating power so strong?" "No." Felice said firmly without even checking the equipment list. "It's a new weapon that we don't know about, I mean, a new weapon that the headquarters doesn't know about." Giles nodded and asked, "Since the holes in the front and rear of the cannonball are so neat, it means that the cannonball itself did not leave many fragments. Why are all the people in the turret dead?" Maintenance Director, "The armor inside the turret deformed and then collapsed, forming shrapnel that killed the people in the turret." You can tell when you come in and see that the entire area around the bullet hole collapsed. Giles climbed up the turret and looked around the bullet holes with the help of the maintenance director. It seems that preventing internal collapse of armor can effectively improve the survivability of tank crews. He said, this suggestion should be fed back to the Academy of Sciences. Feliz, but we definitely won't need it now. The red-haired Lieutenant General Giles nodded, yes. Now we know that the enemy has a very aggressive new anti-tank gun, and it is unwise to continue shooting against this gun. Tomorrow's attack should focus on consuming the enemy's vitality. Feliz, how to consume it? The enemy is in a solid fortification. I'm thinking. Giles clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. At 2020 hours, the headquarters bunker of the 1st Guards Division of Shastka. Wang Zhong put down the telescope. It's weird, why didn't the enemy attack? They just bombarded us for more than an hour, and then it ended. Popov, the enemy may not want to fight at night. Wang Zhong, we originally asked the troops to hurry up and eat, and planned to fight with them again in the afternoon. Now they are fine, and the food in their stomachs has not been fully digested. Pavlov said, isn't this a good thing? It can save ammunition and food. It's getting dark now. Should the bridgehead change defense? They reported that the loss is not big. Wang Zhong, change. Even if the loss is not big, you have to change so that more troops can be trained. You arrange the defense changes according to the original defense change list. I think, Tuyedong operations. Tuyedong, military timing method, this can avoid being misunderstood. Pavlov, okay. Popov smiled and said, the first day was easier than expected. Maybe we can hold on for 20 days. The remaining question is when will it rain? I hope the Mud General can come earlier this year. At 2100 hours, on the eastern outskirts of Shastka, the reserve of the 1st Guards Division and the position of the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Pishinsk Regiment. The battalion sentry suddenly saw a group of people coming from the east in a neat line in the darkness. He took out his gun and shouted, don't move. Which part are they from? The person who came immediately stopped moving, and then 2 people who looked like officers walked towards the guard post. 3rd Battalion, 51st Regiment, 11th Interior Guard Division. The sentry turned around and shouted, platoon commander. The platoon leader appeared with 2 soldiers, here we come. We came when we saw people coming. Take a look at your ID and transfer order. We didn't receive an order saying you would come. The officer of the Internal Security Division took out his ID and said, we have a special mission. It's normal for you not to know. After checking the documents, the platoon leader asked, where are the orders? We have a special mission and we can't tell you. The officer scolded, what status do you have that you dare to interfere in the affairs of the tribunal? The platoon leader was completely unmoved, our division commander is General Rokosov, and his gun was given to him by the Patriarch himself. Ever since the Major Prosen captured that day refused to be shot by Wang Zhong's pistol, there have been many legends related to that pistol in the 1st Guards Division. The officer of the Internal Guard Division was furious, are you trying to protect a traitor? There are no traitors in our division. Andrei, put up the machine guns. Call the division headquarters and say that a group of very suspicious internal security divisions are here. Suddenly, 2 people rushed out of the shadows and wiped the necks of the 2 soldiers led by the platoon leader. At first, the sentry was shocked and shot directly. After the gunfire, the entire reserve team was alerted. The soldiers of the Internal Guard Division immediately formed a battle formation and rushed to the position. The whole position was filled with gunfire. Wang Zhong was having dinner when he heard gunshots and raised his head, coming from the east. He zoomed in and saw that there was a firefight symbol on his unit's symbol to the east. But because there is no direct communication, I cannot see the specific situation. Wang Zhong was very calm, call up the guards at the airport, the artillery regiment, the anti-aircraft artillery and the Shenjian company, and put them on alert. No one is allowed to approach. Then call Eugene and ask him to find out what happened to the 3rd Battalion. Yes, who are you fighting with? Chapter 204, Moths to Flame. The report came quickly. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene said that a group of internal security troops from the Inquisition were discovered. The sentry said that they would notify the division headquarters. If they were not released, they started fighting. Pavlov put down the receiver, could it be a flood? After all, Lieutenant General Kyrenenko sent out special troops to clean up the enemy. Wang Zhong, contact Kyrenenko and ask him where the internal defense troops have been. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver, received the army group. What? Check the line quickly. After speaking, he put down the receiver and looked at Wang Zhong seriously, the call with the group army has been cut off. Things are getting more and more suspicious. Wang Zhong, send a telegram to the group army to confirm the situation. Also synchronize the situation with Kashuhi's army. The enemy may not only attack us. Pavlov immediately called back to the communications staff. Wang Zhong turned around and looked at the west bank, which was completely shrouded in night. Because it was the 20th, the moonlight was pretty good, and we could clearly see the enemy tanks on the field. The Ant Army's emergency repair capabilities are too poor, otherwise these tanks could probably be repaired a lot. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, "Let me go and see for myself whether these are enemies." "No." Popov and Pavlov protested at the same time. Then the two looked at each other. Pavlov made a gesture of invitation, and Popov said, "It's night now, the situation is very complicated, even if you go in a tank, you may still be in danger. In case someone else except what about the troops disguised as internal defense divisions, and those disguised as other people's troops?" Wang Zhong thought that as long as he was determined to be an enemy, I would be able to highlight him. This is not a person like General Skorobo who is forced to treason. If it is the enemy's special forces, his plug-in will light up the person. He tried to persuade Popov, "Look, when Araki broke out, I was also the first to charge in a tank. Popov, when Araki broke out, all of us were likely to die in the next second. It didn't make much difference where you were. It's different now. If you are at the division headquarters, you can't die. So you stay in the division ministry, don't go anywhere and let the troops handle the problem. Wang Zhong, trust me, I can handle it faster." Popov turned to look at Pavlov, which probably meant I can't explain why you're here. Pavlov directly picked up the phone, "Take the position of the division commander's wife." Wang Zhong, okay, I won't go." However, he had already heard Lucia's voice coming from the receiver. "Hello? Who is it?" "Pavlov, division headquarters, the division commander plans to go personally to see what the firefight is like in the rear. What do you think?" "Ludmila, don't let him go. Let him trust his subordinates more." "Pavlov, you are not allowed to go, so you can trust your subordinates more." "Wang Zhong, I fucking heard it. Okay, I won't go if I don't go. And the tone you just said was so disgusting." Pavlov shrugged and said to Ludmila on the other end of the phone, "Thank you, Ludmila Vasilievna. The first name plus the father's name is deliberately used here to show respect." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "Wang Zhong, the division security must also be strengthened, Gregory." The sergeant major opened the bunker door and came in, clicking his heels together. "Go to the post and investigate suspicious persons strictly." The sergeant major nodded and turned to leave. Then Wang Zhong pulled out the pistol blessed by the patriarch and slapped it on the map table. "Nelly, want tea?" Wang Zhong directly put the empty cup in Nelly's direction. Nelly held the teapot and filled it for him. Wang Zhong touched the teacup and it was so hot that he cried out, "Ouch." Half an hour later, two soldiers entered the bunker escorting an internal guard division officer covered in blood. As soon as the officer saw Wang Zhong, he shouted, "You are trying to rebel. How dare you open fire on the internal guards? We shoulder the secret mission of the Inquisition." Wang Zhong checked the angle of view and found that the man's name was red, but the name of the unit was incomprehensible. "It seems that I really need to learn Prasen language, otherwise these things will be highlighted and I will not be able to understand them." After feeling confident, Wang Zhong said, "We have sent a telegram to confirm this matter. You really have a secret mission, just let us help you complete it, Mr. Judge. Inquisitor, you have alerted the enemy. The mission has failed. You will all go to the Inquisition. Just wait and see." "Wang Zhong, if this is the case, we will just accept the trial of the tribunal. We are all devout secular believers and believe that the tribunal will give us a fair judgment. Compared with this, shouldn't we consider how to remedy it now?" At this time, several real judges entered the room, and the major leading the team nodded to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong pointed to the Inquisitor Major, "Get to know your colleagues." The prisoner turned around and saw his companion without any panic at all. "We are." The major interrupted him, "Please pray first. Brother Sufang, please." Sufang Bachawenjisu entered the room. Nelly's shoulders suddenly tensed up. Sufang smiled at Wang Zhong, "Hi. Wang Zhong, I didn't know that the poetry chanting monk also has this function. Sufang, if you pray sincerely, I can feel it. The more pious you are, the more obvious it is. But in fact, many people are not very pious when they pray. But the judge must be pious, even a little fanatical," said the major judge who called Sufang in. The prisoner's face was already flushed, and he suddenly rushed towards Wang Zhong. Nelly threw out the teapot in her hand, and the hot tea sprayed the guy in the face. The prisoner screamed like a slaughtering pig, and the momentum of the charge came to an abrupt end. Popov swooped down and knocked him to the ground like a mountain. When he smashed it, Wang Zhong clearly heard the sound of the egg hitting the edge of the cutting board. Wang Zhong stood where he was and didn't move at all, because the prisoner was far away from him. Gregory put down the submachine gun with the safety on. He was in the most suitable position just now, and when firing, he could ensure that there was no one in the line of fire who was not the target. Vasily walked around to Popov and took the knife from the prisoner's hand. Why did you keep this knife on your body? You couldn't search him well. Gregory, I didn't search it. I should have searched it again. It's mine. Pavlov also came over and took the knife from Vasily's hand. It looks like it's been poisoned. It's best to hand it over to the poison expert of the tribunal. Wang Zhong, Vasily, ask him in Plozin what kind of unit he is in and what his mission is. Vasily translated immediately. Although the prisoner was held down by the bear like Popov, he still managed to laugh out loud. You will be wiped out. Prosan will eventually win. Wang Zhong, okay, I'm tired of competing with the Prosan prisoners. Let's leave it to everyone in the tribunal. Thank you for your support of our work. The major judge smiled and stepped forward to take over from Popov and push the man to the ground. The other judge took out handcuffs and chains and tied the prisoner tightly. Then the major said to Wang Zhong, if you are sleepy, just go to sleep. I estimate that the results will be available tomorrow night. Wang Zhong, so long? The pilot was recruited in less than an hour. The major smiled and said, I smell the same kind of smell in this person. They have received anti-torture training and will not confess so easily. If they are unlucky, they may not even be recruited for a few days. They have to be sent to the rear where there are complete interrogation facilities. Just go to the tribunal stronghold. Wang Zhong nodded, leave it to you. Then the major led the prisoner away. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, confirm troop casualties. It's been confirmed. 32 people from the reserve team were killed and 15 injured. These sons of bitches are pretty cruel. Pavlov cursed. Wang Zhong was speechless. These people also died in the battle with the enemy. They should apply for pensions according to their death in battle. No, they protected the safety of the key troops of the division. They should apply for medals. You can handle it? Pavlov nodded, don't worry, my level 6 clerk will take care of it. Wang Zhong nodded, then looked at the time, it's time to shoot. Have you captured any prisoners? Can you tell me where their division and regiment headquarters are? Pavlov pointed at the map, it's marked above. But there are no officers above the rank of lieutenant captured today, so that may not be allowed. Wang Zhong, never mind, let's blow it up. An hour and a half after the bombardment ended, the major inquisitor entered the bunker. He did it. Wang Zhong was shocked. Ah. So it's already the 21st. No, the other party is not as powerful as we thought. The major inquisitor shrugged, he belongs to the Brandenburg force. He is an enemy force specially responsible for disguised infiltration. Today during the day, he and the 100th Airborne Jaeger Division they airborne together. They also have 3 detachments, one is responsible for destroying our communication lines, one is responsible for mapping our artillery positions and airports, and the other one has no idea what its mission is. Wang Zhong, what about the mission of their unit? Assassinate you. The major said seriously. Wang Zhong frowned, in order to assassinate one of my major generals, you sent out elite troops. Yes. According to the confession, Prosan seems to think that you are one of the spiritual pillars of Ant's current resistance. Killing you will quickly disintegrate Ant's will to resist. Wang Zhong laughed dumbly, how can I be so important? Even without me, His Excellency the Patriarch will lead Ant to continue to resist. Major, you don't have to say that deliberately just because you are in front of us. We also think that you are one of the spiritual pillars of the resistance. Wang Zhong shrugged, okay, I know the general situation. The major interrupted Wang Zhong, we think your security should be strengthened, so a real internal security battalion is on the way. Wang Zhong, thank you for your concern. I made it clear in advance that if the situation is critical, I will also use the internal defense battalion as a combat force to join the battle. Please do this, the Inquisitor Major said. We are adept at dealing with any enemy. Any form. Tomorrow, I have to go tomb sweeping at a different time tomorrow, so I'll see you the day after tomorrow in the afternoon of April 2nd. There will be a March summary and formal leave request later. March summary. To be honest, I really didn't expect this book to achieve this level of success. Because this book was positioned as a war road movie from the beginning, the overall focus is more on the personal experience of the protagonist Wang Zhong. So I extravagantly wasted writing about Wang Zhong sleeping in the stolen truck and the wilderness he saw when he woke up in the morning. From the beginning of writing, I thought this book had 2 major selling points. One was my ability to sensationalize, and the other was the battlefield atmosphere, or to use a more hypocritical term, it is called battlefield style. In the past, the best score for this kind of road writing was only 6,000 average subscriptions, so I was prepared for 6,000 average subscriptions. Unexpectedly, the results exploded before they were even posted. Now the average number is 30,000. This was the highest average subscription goal I set for this book from the beginning. The result was achieved instantly. There was really no preparation, not even an appointment with the heroine. I tried running it myself using AI, but the AI I trained myself was only good at drawing cyberpunk girls. Later, when I wanted to use AI to practice, the copyright department reminded me that using AI would involve copyright risks, so I had better make a reservation. So I asked around, and it turned out that the earliest available one would be in April next year. Yes, next April. I said, can I add a plug? He said that this was already the result of seeing our personal relationship become more complicated. Before April, I was working on all the commercial drafts. After finishing the commercial drafts, I would be the first one to draw them for you. I thought about it, and with this book in this explosive state, it will be finished in March next year. Throughout March, I wrote 394,000 words. When I set the rules for adding updates at the beginning of the month, my idea at the time was that I would add 2 updates a day, 60 updates a month, and I would finish adding them no matter what. In fact, you can see that at the beginning of this month, I only added an update every 2 or 3 days with a monthly ticket, and I still had time to add updates to the leader. It doesn't look like it's due for an update, it's very comfortable. As a result, now I don't know what happened, where did so many people and so many monthly tickets come from? Especially on the 31st, it was terrible. In the last few hours of the night, hundreds of votes were refreshed, and the number of outstanding updates exploded. So far, the number of due updates has reached 32. It can only be replenished in April. Because I have to make up for the arrears of updates in April, I won't get a monthly ticket to make up for the updates in April. Because I have to make up for the arrears of updates in April, I won't get a monthly ticket to make up for the updates in April. Because I have to make up for the arrears of updates in April, I won't get a monthly ticket to make up for the updates in April. Say important things 3 times. However, there will still be additional updates from the Alliance leader. This does not mean that the Alliance leader's 1000 UN is only worth 1 update. The main meaning of the Alliance leader's additional update is to express my stance. I use the additional update to express to the Alliance leader my determination to write well this time. I entered the online literature industry in 2008 and have always written articles with a game attitude. For me, writing novels is a kind of entertainment, really, as long as I am happy writing, the things that come out will be great. Saying it's great is too arbitrary, so let's put it another way, for those who are on the airwaves, it's great. If I don't write happily, what comes out will be a pile of rice fields. So I developed a writing habit with my own happiness as my first goal. As a result, many works were left unfinished. On the other hand, after so many years in the internet literary circle, there are still hits from time to time, which can also explain a lot of things. However, people still have to stabilize after all, and I am already 37 years old, so it's time to try to write something that people will still remember 20 or 30 years from now. Hopefully this one will be something like that. Finally, I am going to visit the grave at a different time on April 1st. In addition to visiting the graves of my grandparents, I also go to Guangxi with my father to visit the Martyrs Cemetery. We can go to Guangxi very quickly. Come back in the morning of April 2nd and update in the afternoon or evening. During this time, I would like to recommend some of my past works to you. I will not recommend those whose starting point cannot be found, nor those that have not been completed. I would like to recommend the Space Flight Manual, which was written by me, and it is a work that I am quite satisfied with. The most important thing is that it is finished. Even though it only has 600,000 words, it is indeed finished. All the hidden threads have been taken back and it is finished perfectly. The story also has a background similar to the Soviet Union, and the theme is myopia. From the beginning, I wanted to write a romance about myopia. The initial creative impulse was that set of far-sighted prints. The picture below can summarize the reading experience of Space Flight Manual most of the time. But this Space Flight Manual is quite provocative, and the beginning is not so attractive. You can try to read chapter 10. If you want to continue reading after reading chapter 10, I believe you will have a lot of fun. Reading experience. In addition, the book review area of this book has been abandoned, so you will see a lot of messy posts. Just ignore them and just read it. Anyway, it's just 10 public chapters, so I can't see whether I'll suffer a loss or be fooled. The testimonials chapter cannot be placed in the recommendation section, so I put it in the works related section. You click on the catalog and scroll to the top. There are works related to it. So, see you on the evening of April 2nd. Chapter 205, the end of the first day of the attack and the beginning of the second day. After that, the Inquisitor escorted the prisoner away. As soon as he left, Pavlov's 6th level clerk came in with a stack of documents. When Pavlov saw the old man, he looked depressed. Didn't I leave all the seals and everything in your care? This is in line with the rules. You can handle these things. I have many things to do, so I have to focus on them. On the military front. As a military fan, Wang Zhong is very sensitive to specific words. For example, when he hears bright vigor and all things competing, he will think of a specific scene and automatically add a map background behind the speaker. And this "I want to focus on the military" is not as famous as the previous sentence, but it also reminded Wang Zhong inexplicably of a person with very little hair, and he began to worry about Pavlov's hair volume. The old man frowned. "I'm here to report the casualties to you. Isn't this a military matter?" Wang Zhong looked at the time. It was not yet the next day, and said, "The casualties have been counted so quickly. Come, let me take a look." He reached for the document intended for Pavlov. Above are today's detailed casualty figures, carefully divided according to the units they belong to. Wang Zhong flipped through it and was shocked. How come there are more casualties in the logistics than in the frontline troops? The old man immediately replied, because many people in the logistics department have not been trained to avoid artillery fire, they just lay down on the ground when the artillery bombardment came. As a result, many people were injured and died. Today, the division field hospital received many wounded people with ruptured organs and vomiting blood. It was reported that the hospital lacked the means to treat them and could only prepare for evacuation after emergency treatment. Wang Zhong, isn't it already night? Let's take a train to evacuate. Old man, there are no trains coming into the train station yet. I guess it's because the railway line is broken. After the old man finished speaking, Pavlov pointed to the phone lines to the army group are all broken. It is estimated that the railway has also been destroyed by the enemy's infiltration troops. After Wang Zhong asked about the logistics casualties, he continued to look through the casualties of each unit, and handed it to Popov. Combat troops generally did not have many casualties, and the largest casualties actually came from the Brandenburg troops who sneaked into the position of the 3rd Battalion of the Bishinsk Regiment. While looking through the casualty list, Popov replied, "The Brandenburg troops are an Einsatzgruppe after all. Their training level is better than that of the General Plozin army. It was a surprise attack. The 3rd Battalion performed well. That's it tonight. If so, you can apply for a medal for them." Wang Zhong, "The medal is useless. Inform logistics and provide extra meals to the 3rd Battalion tomorrow morning." After speaking, he said to Popov, "This is useful. The morale is definitely high. Vasily, it would be better for you, General, to go to their camp in person and say a few words to them. If you don't want to write a speech, just come up with a tongue twister, dust flies over the fields with the sound of horse hooves or something like that." The feeling of dust flying in the fields with the sound of horse hooves in ant language is probably similar to the Mandarin saying ash will turn black due to the evaporation of chemical fertilizers. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily, "Then if I really go and tell a tongue twister tomorrow, what will happen if their morale doesn't change?" "Vasily, I'm just making an analogy. If you insist on being more serious, then I'll pick the shit." Wang Zhong, "Very good. You are already a staff officer who can take responsibility for what you say. Pavlov, if your speech is not good, give it now. You won't be able to use it later when the situation becomes tense. Now let's add food. When the situation becomes more serious, give out vodka. Finally, the general's speech will be given." At this time, Popov also finished looking through the casualty list and handed it over to Pavlov. As soon as Pavlov opened it, he exclaimed, "So few frontal casualties today? Not even the troops stationed at the bridgehead suffered much losses. It seems that our soil work has achieved some success. We have many permanent fortresses on the border and in Exakov. Why are they not functioning? Especially the fortresses in the middle of the front, and the Bug River as a barrier. Wang Zhong, don't mention this kind of thing. When we get back to the border, we will have time to investigate how the enemy broke through the fortified area." "That's right." After saying that, Pavlov let out a long yawn. "No, I have to go to sleep for a while. I suggest you, General, go to sleep too and let Popov, who has the most sleep among us, do it." "On duty." Popov nodded. "I just drank a lot of tea in the afternoon and am in good spirits. I can't fall asleep even if I want to. You guys go and rest." Wang Zhong took one last look at the pitch-black battlefield to make sure that no enemy was highlighted, and then said to Neely, "I want to sleep. The enemy may shell you at night, so I won't sleep in the dormitory. You can use the dormitory next door. The camp bed is ready. Nelly, do you need to wipe your body?" Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, I didn't sweat today. Although the autumn rain has not even fallen yet, the temperature on the battlefield is already very low, and you need to cover yourself with a quilt when sleeping at night." Wang Zhong is actually not used to this temperature. For people living south of the Yangtze River, this temperature is quite winter. But for the Ant people, it's not even late autumn, which is scary to think about. Nelly asked again, Do I need to notify the lady to come back? This lady refers to Ludmila. Wang Zhong, she has her position to stick to. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly heard the low sound of an engine in the sky. He looked outside again, actually cutting the perspective, and saw a six-plane formation of biplanes flying over from the enemy side. Brother Peter did not report it. He probably recognized the engine sound of this biplane and knew it was one of his own. These biplanes were not carrying bombs and had obviously completed their bombing mission. Wang Zhong asked Pavlov, "Where is our night bomber brigade stationed? Their range should not be too far from the front line, right? Being closer can carry less fuel, and the aircraft is lighter." Pavlov frowned. "Don't planes always depart with full fuel tanks?" Wang Zhong said, "Oh," and then he remembered that reality is not a game. In reality, in order to deal with complex situations in the air, he usually starts with full fuel. Unlike games, the aircraft only carries fuel for 10 minutes, and then hangs an auxiliary fuel tank of more than 1,000 liters. I took off and rushed to the battlefield and threw the auxiliary fuel tank. I was the most agile dog in the mountains. Before the fuel burned out within 10 minutes, either the enemy would die or I would die. If you think about it carefully, the tank in the game only carries 20 rounds of artillery shells. In reality, the tank operator is eager to stuff them with shells, which is not enough when the battle situation becomes fierce. After the sound of the engine passed, Wang Zhong said, "Then I will withdraw first." Pavlov, "Okay, I'll withdraw too. Before that, you have to sign the casualty report." The sixth-level clerk suddenly said, "Also, the tea at the division headquarters is good. Who made it?" Nelly raised her little hand. "Me." "Oh. She's the general's little maid. Can you make a pot for our clerk's side? It's in the bunker next to it." The enemy has begun to attack, and the important division headquarters will naturally have to be moved to underground offices, otherwise the troops will fall into chaos if they are blown away by others. "Nelly, it's fine if you just make tea." Wang Zhong suddenly smiled and said, "Nelly had a lot of fun watching the battle in the division headquarters bunker today, but starting tomorrow, she will be responsible for the boring job of making tea." "Nelly, I'm not happy to see it. I'm just curious about what the enemies are like. The previous breakout was at night, and I sat behind the tank again, hunching my neck all day long. I didn't see much of what the enemy looked like when they were alive, so I got curious." During the breakout, Nairi sat on the engine cover of Wang Zhong's number 422 tank, hiding behind the tank turret with her neck hunched the whole time. Nelly should have been quite cute at that time, but it was a pity that during the breakout, Wang Zhong was only focused on using the machine gun on the top of the tank turret to attack the enemy, and did not pay attention to Nelly's appearance. At this time, Pavlov finished signing, stuffed the document back to the old man, and said, "You should also take a rest." The old man smiled and said, "You don't know, right? It's good for an old guy like me to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. When you get old, you will miss the time when you can sleep for a long time." As he said that, the old man picked up Nelly's teapot and left with the teapot in his hand. "Nelly, my teapot was taken away. It was brought from the Rokosov manor in Yeberg." "Wang Zhong, it's okay, I'll just bring it back tomorrow." After saying that, he let out a long yawn. The next day, in the early morning of September 21st, Wang Zhong was awakened by the sound of gunfire early in the morning. He rolled directly to the ground, lay down in a defensive position, and cursed, "So early." With the rigid energy of the Prasin people, it is estimated that the bombardment will come at this time every morning in the future. Wang Zhong lay down for a while and then remembered that he slept in the lounge of the division headquarters bunker yesterday and was not so afraid of shelling. In other words, if the shelling has reached the bunker lounge, then my posture probably won't help much in terms of survival. It's better to pray to the god of concrete. Wang Zhong got up and put on his clothes. Yesterday, before going to bed, he slept in his pants so that he could get up quickly in case of emergency. Now he finished dressing in just 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2. Only then did Nelly open the door and come in. Judging from Nelly's condition, she didn't react when she was first bombed and fell directly to the ground. "Wang Zhong, prepare refreshing tea. I will go directly to the division headquarters." After saying that, he pushed Nelly away and went straight to the division headquarters bunker along the passage. In the bunker, the night shift staff officer and Popov were looking out from the observation port. Wang Zhong came to the observation port in 3 steps, picked up the telescope and asked at the same time, "How is it?" It was just shelling, no troops were seen gathering. "Counter battery." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Will the enemy still organize attack waves in the original place? They suffered a loss yesterday." "Popov, there's no harm in countering this. The supply train arrived at 2 o'clock last night and replenished us with a lot of heavy artillery ammunition. The person who organized the train is an experienced person who knows what consumes the most on the first day of the defensive battle. Wang Zhong couldn't help but think of Lieutenant General Chekhov's pan-like face. In the era before Wang Zhong traveled through time, pans were generally also non-stick. This Lieutenant General is really powerful. He never takes the blame and never fails to do things. In the future, I must let Lieutenant General Chekhov publish his autobiography, and then make a movie based on the autobiography, called Cannon, Seal, and Non-Stick Pen. Since Lieutenant General Non-Stick Pen has sent artillery shells, it is natural to make the Prosenians happy. Wang Zhong, tell the artillery regiment that yesterday we prepared the same set as the counter-artillery fire to shoot at Zhu Yuan and fire. Chapter 206. An old friend stumbles again. Move forward a little, to an hour before dawn. At the Amphila Division headquarters of the Asgard Knights of Prasen, Cruz, an old acquaintance of Rokosov and the acting commander of the Amphila Division, was lecturing. No, because of his bravery in the offensive operation after crossing Araki, Division Commander Cruz is already an official division seat, and his military rank has been promoted to a major general suitable for becoming a division commander, the same as White Horse General Rokosov. At this time, Cruz was making a speech to the staff officers newly added to the Amphila Division headquarters. I am familiar with General Bema, very familiar with him. He is a kind of clever person, with little tricks. But if you are not careful, you will know his way. Yesterday he bombed our deployment area, knocking our deploying attack troops off their feet, causing the attack to be delayed for more than 2 hours. I think he will repeat his old tricks today. However, the position of the bombing will change slightly. He will bet that we will spread out further behind and avoid the bombardment at a small price. The reason why troops should deploy when they are about to engage the enemy is mainly because it is very difficult to maintain the formation after deploying the attack formation. The reason why a marching formation is that it is easy to manage. The attack formation is really unmanageable. Traveling 3 kilometers in the attack formation is just fine. Traveling longer distances will cause all kinds of problems. Cruz looked triumphantly at the unfolded terrain he drew on the map, so we have to do the opposite and unfold where we were yesterday. This way the bombardment will fall behind us and we can launch the attack on time. At this time, the chief of staff who had just added said, however, I read the battle log between our division and General Rokosov. General Rokosov's artillery bombardment was at fixed points every night, and there was no change at all. Even if our army having been camping far away from the village, he also bombed the village. Will he also blow up the original location this time? Cruz frowned. Impossible. I have a basis. Last night, Commander Gilles's headquarters was bombed, but the shells hit the target very far, and in the end they only blew up the military guard camp that was having a meal. Obviously Rokosov got the intelligence of our army. It may be a military map. But think about it, how could our army's map be biased? That is our army's map. The military headquarters must be marked somewhere. It's clear as day, not a single coordinate point is wrong. This must be Rokosov's cleverness, that's why he's biased. He will continue to be clever today. The new chief of staff thought for a few seconds and nodded, that makes sense. Cruz, that's it, let's laugh at Rokosov's cleverness. An hour later, the artillery staff suddenly came in and reported, the enemy has begun shelling our deployment area. Cruz laughed, where did you hit? Was it the rear? Staff officer, no. It's, our deploying troops. Cruz's face changed, and he strode out of the division's armored command vehicle. The Prasen army now dared not live in a house when faced with General Whitehorse, and lived in the armored command vehicle in the wilderness. Looking at the falling artillery shells less than 2 kilometers away from him, Cruz almost lost his balance. Fortunately, the new chief of staff came to help him. He shouted from his soul towards the bombing zone, the troops I just added. Under heavy artillery, all living beings are equal. Veterans are not veterans. As long as the shells fall nearby, they must die. At this time, the communications staff officer came out of the communications vehicle and saluted Cruz, Your Majesty, Major General, we have just received a telegram from the Emperor's Guards Division scheduled to launch an attack on our right wing. They were also shelled, but they moved back from the assembly point. 1 kilometer, so the damage was not big, just a few shells falling on the unfolding troops. The new chief of staff looked at Cruz and very wisely did not speak. Cruz sighed, Tell the Emperor's Guard Division that our unit cannot launch the attack on time. Please also delay the attack time, otherwise they may be flanked by the enemy. The staff officer saluted and ran to the communications vehicle. At 0800 on the morning of September 21, Shostka, the headquarters bunker of the 1st Guards Machinery Infantry Division. Wang Zhong looked outside and then at his watch, even if we hit it this morning, we should attack, right? Pavlov, maybe you killed another division commander again, so we fell into command chaos. Wang Zhong shook his head, impossible. The commander of Prasen likes to come to the front line to see the situation. In Upper Penier, their battle group commander kept eye contact with me the whole time. I was lying on the water tower, and he was standing on the high ground. On the ground, between us, was a weeping Hazaliah. I didn't have AT-34 at that time. If I had, I would have rushed up and killed him. And yesterday, guess what, I saw a battalion commander. After finishing speaking, Wang Zhong realized that he had made a mistake and quickly made up for it. I mean, I saw a battalion suspected to be a battalion command tank, and then I summoned heavy artillery to cover it. In fact, Wang Zhong has already discovered his shortcomings in highlighting, and he can only highlight the range that his naked eyes can see. Now I am commanding a division, and the front is so wide that I can only expose the enemies in one sector of the front when I stay in the division headquarters bunker. In order to effectively use this plug-in, the number 422 tank must be truly regarded as a spectator tank. Wang Zhong sat on it and did nothing, just patrolled along the position, lit up an enemy commander, and killed one. Of course, there is a drawback to this. The gunner of number 422 is a tank instructor, so he can shoot more accurately than others. The gunner is also familiar with the temper of that gun. He cannot shoot with this accuracy with other guns. This shortcoming can be easily solved. After all, more than 20 of the viewing tanks ordered by Olga in the name of the royal family have been produced, and they are all in Wang Zhong's army. They can just use another vehicle. However, when Wang Zhong left the division headquarters to drive a small tank, Pavlov would lose his temper. This is what he persuaded Wang Zhong at the time. The battle line is still stable now, so there is no need for you to run around. Your role at the headquarters will be the most effective. When the defense line is full of loopholes in the future, you can just wait to run around the streets and become the fire captain. It should be said that Pavlov's words are logical and consistent with military common sense. Moreover, the Prasen troops are well organized. In Luchtov, the enemy in front was killed and the division commander was in confusion for only an hour. After that, they launched a wave of ferocious infantry attacks, which almost pierced Wang Zhong's imperial iron wall. The battalion commander who wanted to kill the enemy would not have an immediate effect. Yesterday Wang Zhong bombed the battalion commander to death, and the attacking troops did not stop at all. It seems that for the Plosen people, the battalion commander is not high enough. Killing the division commander can stop the enemy from attacking for more than an hour. But what about the enemy's division commander? The enemy's division commander in Luchtov was less than 4 kilometers away from the front line. He found it by rushing with a small tank. As the war rages on, the enemy's division commanders get further and further away from the front line. Could it be that I am afraid of being blown up? I'm thinking about how many teachers I have. While Wang Zhong was thinking, the new staff officer operating the artillery mirror asked Vasily, "Musician, why is there a layer of net on the artillery mirror?" Vasily said proudly, "Don't you understand? They don't teach it in military schools, right? Because this is General Rokosov's invention. Cover it with a net. Because of the imaging principle of the artillery mirror, we can't see the net, but we can see the enemy, because the position of the net image is not on the eyepiece." Staff officer, I understand the principle, but what's the point? Prevent reflections. The bunker is now facing the west. When the sun shines in the afternoon, it may cause reflection and exposure. Learn more, and you may be able to save your life in the future. The new staff officer looked convinced. It was obvious that his military rank was much higher than that of Vasily. The military school Vasily attended trained junior officers, while the staff officer attended Wang Zhong's alma mater. The staff officer then moved closer to the eyepiece of the artillery scope. It is true that the mesh cannot be seen, but the amount of light entering is obviously affected. I feel that in addition to reflecting light, this can also maintain a better field of vision facing the sunset in the afternoon. Vasily was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, "Yes. That's it. The general said it a long time ago." Wang Zhong wanted to talk nonsense. "Where did I say that this was not in the movie? How would I know?" But he smiled slightly, "Of course." Then he added the setting. This technique was actually summed up when the Crown Prince and I had a sniper competition with each other. Our gameplay at that time was to bring equipment and enter the field from different directions. The venue was the Royal Hunting Ground. New staff officer, at the Royal Hunting Grounds in Orel. Wang Zhong, yes. After we entered the site, we searched and moved forward, hunted to obtain daily food, and searched and moved forward silently until we found each other. If the person who shoots first hits the bullet within 2 meters of the other person, it will be considered a victory. Of course, it's difficult to determine the outcome of this kind of game, so in the end it all depends on who admits defeat. The new staff officer smiled. The Crown Prince must have won all the games. Wang Zhong smiled and said nothing. He didn't accept the answer, but suddenly realized that he had boasted. Someone later asked the Royal Hunting Ground if there was such a thing. If they said it didn't exist, wouldn't the secret be revealed? I can only hope that everyone will understand it tacitly. This is a bit like taking a green car before traveling through time. The green car is very slow and boring on the car. Everyone can only chat to relieve their boredom. Everyone talks nonsense all over the world. You say one thing and I say another. They all understand it tacitly. They know it is false but don't expose it. They just listen to it as a story. The situation on the green leather car was very similar to now. Everyone in the command post had to stay in this small space. They were so bored that they could only do things to pass the time. I can't play poker, so I can only brag a little bit. As soon as Wang Zhong finished playing, player Vasily started. Filipov and I don't have such extravagant hobbies. Our entertainment is. New staff officer, the enemy is coming. The attack has begun. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 207 Simple but Useless, Update 133. Chapter 207 Simple and Unpretentious but Useless, Updated 133. When Popov heard that the enemy was coming, he immediately came to the observation window and looked out. 5 minutes later, he put down the telescope and said to Wang Zhong, "Smoke, Sujin's barrage, tank impact, are you still doing the same thing? There weren't enough casualties yesterday, so let's try again today." Wang Zhong listened to the sound of our mortars and heavy artillery blocking the firing and shrugged, "Ask the enemy's commander." At this time, Pavlov had already finished giving the order to the artillery, so he also joined the conversation. "The enemy's tactics have not changed. We will deal with it according to yesterday's method. This saves me trouble." The order to the artillery just said peace. Just the same as yesterday. Vasily, no, there is still something different, haven't you noticed? Everyone looked at Vasily. The musician fully satisfied his desire for expression, and then said mysteriously, "There are no planes today. Yesterday we were Zhaoquan and Shenjian. It is conservatively estimated that the enemy lost 30 or 40 soldiers in one day. Pilot, he didn't come today. He didn't even come for high-altitude bombing." Everyone in the bunker looked at each other, and Wang Zhong suddenly slapped his thigh. "Aren't all the pilots idle? How could this be? Can Yak-1 carry bombs?" Wang Zhong flew the Yak-1, in the game, but he only flew the Yak-1 for air combat, so he only knew that the Yak-1 could not carry auxiliary fuel tanks and cannon pods, and had no memory of bombs and other things. Pavlov was speechless. "Just find a job for me." After speaking, he picked up the receiver. "Switchboard, pick up the destroyer group for me." "Hello, Kharlamov." "Not him. You can do it too. Can your Yak-1 carry bombs? Can it carry 2 100-kilogram bombs?" "Okay. Got it. Just hold the phone and I'll ask the general." Pavlov looked over and didn't waste time repeating what he just said. Everyone heard it anyway. Wang Zhong, having 2 100-kilograms bombs has a great impact on flight performance. Pilots are still very precious. Let's hang 2 50-kilograms bombs. Vasily was very surprised. "Isn't it enough to just hang one?" "Wang Zhong, what do you know? 2 of them are hung under the wings, one on the left and one on the right, so that they can be balanced. When they are thrown together. If one side fails and the other side fails and is not thrown away, something big will happen." "Vasily, that's it?" Pavlov saw the conversation between the two ended and asked, "So the order is for them to hang 2 50-kilograms bombs and set off?" "Set off one squadron, and the rest will be on guard duty. Tell them that hits are not required, just throw them around the enemy. The key is to come back alive. I need their reconnaissance reports. Pay special attention to places with antennas." In fact, Wang Zhong didn't think that these pilots could see the enemy's antenna. He had actual experience of how difficult it was to detect camouflaged ground targets in the air. In the game, if the enemy puts some grass in front of the tank and stops it under a tree, Wang Zhong will be blinded and unable to see. Even in the game, the details on the ground are 10,000 times richer in reality, let alone invisible. After taking the photos, it takes a long time for professionals to identify them. There is a war example on Earth. One of Sandoku's No. 4 vehicles broke its tracks and was reported by the Soviet infantry. As a result, the Soviet Union dispatched 40 IL-2s to drop bombs. As a result, the nearest bomb landed on dozens of tanks. Meters away. It wasn't that the Soviet Union's air bomb dropping skills were poor, it was that the No. 4 was on the battlefield at that time, and the surrounding situation was too complicated for the pilot to distinguish which was the target. Of course, the Soviet Union's air bomb dropping skills were indeed poor and there was not enough training time. Wang Zhong's order was conveyed intact to the destroyer group by Pavlov. The chief of staff put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, "The fighter jets are going to bomb. Isn't this a dog meddling in other people's business? It turns out Ant also has this proverb." "Wang Zhong, what's wrong with this? We have poor engine technology and insufficient power, So we can only bring 2 little sweet potatoes. Vasily, 50 kilograms is not a small sweet potato, it is a big watermelon. No, I don't know if there is such a heavy watermelon. It is more terrifying than a heavy cannon. Wang Zhong, just wait until we introduce fighter jets from the United States, and let you see what it means to not do your job properly. At this time, the only staff officer in the bunker who stayed at his post shouted, I heard the sound of machine gun fire. The bridgehead and the enemy are engaged in fire. Pavlov picked up the receiver. A moment later, the sound of heavy artillery blasting passed over everyone's heads. Wang Zhong could see through smoke, so he clearly saw 2 more companies deployed around the bridgehead. After passing through the mortars blocking fire net, the formation was already very sparse. As a result, because the bridgehead was only 1 point, the sparse formation became even more sparse. Had to squeeze together. Then it was covered by heavy artillery. Wang Zhong couldn't help but mutter, is the enemy's commander so stubborn? It's not possible to send him off like this. Our infantry can't accumulate combat experience. Popov, what are you talking about? Do you really think that we are sending new recruits across the river to gain experience? No, they are to practice courage. Combat skills will naturally improve when we retreat to the back to rest. Veterans teach. At this time, the phone rang, and Pavlov picked up the receiver, division headquarters. What's wrong? Got it? He put down the receiver and immediately picked it up again, giving the artillery a ceasefire order. Wang Zhong, the enemy has retreated. In fact, Wang Zhong saw that the enemy had retreated, but he had to pretend, after all, the division headquarters bunker, no, the entire east coast was full of smoke and he couldn't see anything. Pavlov, the enemy didn't even try to cross the river. What's going on? Just as Wang Zhong was about to answer, he saw a squadron of Yak-1s flying across the river with bombs attached. The sound of the plane's engine has actually become the only sound on the battlefield now. Wang Zhong was about to pray that they found a big fish when the phone rang. Pavlov picked up, division headquarters, tell me. Huh. Okay, I'll give it to him right away. After speaking, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong, commander of the army group. Wang Zhong took the receiver, hello, Kyrenenko, this is Rokosov, what's wrong? Lieutenant General Kyrenenko, how is the situation on your side? Kashuch was under heavy attack, and the concrete you sent him played a big role. And there is no bridge on his side, and the enemy has to wade through the water to attack. Wang Zhong, I have a bridge here, but the bridgehead is actually a chopping block I designed for the enemy. My heavy hammer has smashed the enemy into pieces. 4 enemy companies have been evaporated, 4 companies. Yesterday, the enemy dropped more than 400 corpses. Today, 1 wave of attacks will drop nearly 300 corpses. Lieutenant General Kyrenenko, are you sure you don't need reinforcements? Wang Zhong, my reserve team has not moved. In fact, the reserve team suffered casualties yesterday second only to the logistics personnel because they were attacked by the enemy's elite infiltration troops. Hearing that Wang Zhong was so confident, Lieutenant General Kyrenenko said, that's good. If you can't hold on anymore, tell me immediately that I have prepared troops to replace you. Your symbolic significance is greater than the actual combat significance now. Although I think no one has the confidence to defend as well as you, but, in short, what I mean is, you should withdraw when you need to, don't be burdened. Wang Zhong, don't worry. I will withdraw when the casualties of my troops reach 40%. Kyrenenko was silent for a while and said, okay, I understand. That's it? Then he hung up. At the army headquarters, Lieutenant General Kyrenenko put down the phone and looked at the army chief of staff and the army bishop. This Rokosov told me confidently that he would request a retreat when casualties reach 40%. The chief of staff frowned, even Ixukov's troops, inspired by the crown prince, didn't fight so resolutely, right? They collapsed when they suffered 30% casualties. Is his army an iron army? The bishop of the group army said with great certainty, Major General Rokosov said it is possible. In Araki, his troops suffered 50% casualties and even organized a breakout. Although this casualty was calculated after the breakout of Kyrenenko came to the map and looked at the entire situation, now it seems that it is possible for us to completely block the enemy's offensive in the south. The question is how long we can block the north. There is no river to defend in the north, and the only buildings are the fortification area is around the Lee Fort, which is a battlefield suitable for the enemy's armored forces. Chief of Staff, looking on the bright side, we have saved a lot of troops here, and the Western Front can transfer its troops to the north. Lieutenant General Kyrenenko nodded, I hope so. For the Prasen Army, the 1st Army headquarters of the Asgard Knights. Giles frowned, we haven't even exchanged fire with the enemy's anti-tank guns, and we have suffered such huge losses. It seems that we can't continue to rush forward like this. Change the strategy, change the combat plan to soil work, and apply to Army Group Center Engineer Corps. All the staff members looked at each other, and then the Chief of Staff spoke on behalf of everyone. Your Majesty has high hopes for us. Giles, that's why we can't continue to die like this. What's the difference between this and those stupid Carolingian generals who used their squadrons to force soldiers to die? Earthworks have higher resistance to enemy heavy artillery. Even if they are bombarded by heavy artillery, can continue to advance. This is tantamount to abolishing their trump card that is the biggest threat to us now. I have carefully read the battle records of General Whitehorse. In Aolikai, the biggest crisis for his defense line occurred when the reconnaissance plane came into the air and his heavy artillery did not dare to use it. Although our battle reports like to portray General Bema as a tank general, in fact, what he is best at is using artillery firepower. So we have to take the right medicine. At this time, Adjutant Feliz stepped forward and asked, how long will it take for the soil work to advance to the enemy? Giles, I ordered the engineering troops to assess yesterday, and the detailed assessment report should be completed today. Based on my own experience, I estimate that it may take us 15 days to advance to a distance where we can launch an attack. Feliz, but His Majesty hopes that our pincer offensive will be completed in mid-October. Fort will be captured in November. Giles, don't worry. We will launch the attack on October 5th and break through the defense line around the 10th. We can still complete the pincer offensive on the 20th. The key to His Majesty's expectation is to break through the iron wall of the Empire promoted by the enemy. The defense of General Whitehorse. Feliz, but... Giles, I will explain this to His Majesty personally. Don't worry, stop the attack and let the artillery continue to bombard the enemy's defenses. Feliz hesitated for a moment, then replied, yes. Chapter 208. Some things are better if there is a first time. At this moment, in the air, Kharlamov personally led a squadron to carry out this unprecedented bombing mission. Before that, the pilots of the destroyer group didn't even know that their Yak-1 could carry bombs. Mainly, and Air Force places special emphasis on specialization. When designing an aircraft, it only considers one mission and performs it to the extreme for the requirements of this mission. They even want to remove the rear seat machine gun of the IL-2 to reduce the weight of 200 to 300 kilograms. Under this design idea, it is no longer clear why Yak-1 can carry bombs. The pilots had no idea why there were two kinds of bombs, 100 kilograms and 50 kilograms, at an airport where mainly destroyer aircraft were stationed. The pilots even discussed excitedly, saying that it proved that a female pilot flying a Wave 2 bomber was about to come over. Otherwise, how to explain these bombs? Until today they hung bombs and went out. This was an easy and simple job, because most of the Prosins had not been attacked by air raids, and the few Prosins who had been attacked by air were still attacked by Boat 2 at night. Most of the Prosin soldiers had never seen the IL-2 daytime air raid. They were not disguised at all. Some Plozans waved when they saw the Jacques-1 flying across the sky, probably thinking that Kharlamov's squadron was a friendly force. Captain Semyon, the number 3 aircraft of the Kharlamov squadron and the leader of the second 2 aircraft formation, asked on the radio, what should we bomb? It seems like there are targets everywhere. Kharlamov, of course we have to blow up high-value things, such as giving our respected Major General another general victory. Kharlamov kept saying respected Major General. He did not mean it in a sinister way, but added an adjective in front of general to describe his admiration for Rokosov. Captain Semyon muttered, let's not talk about whether we can find a house that is full of antennas as we imagined. Even if we find such a house, we still find that there is a Prosen flagpole in front of the door, and there are hundreds of people conferring medals. Even if we find such a target, our bombs may not be able to be thrown accurately. All I received was air combat training. I did learn ground attack in aviation school, but I flew an IL-2. I haven't had a single ground attack training since I joined the army. Since the war started, I have only strafed enemy troops on the ground. Kharlamov, stop complaining, this is the same for everyone. Just try to find the target. Even if the bomb cannot be thrown accurately, we can shoot. At this time, the number 4 aircraft of the squadron said, I saw a big house on our right. It may be the manor of Mr. Boyer. I bet there must be a division headquarters inside, at least one division headquarters. Kharlamov glanced to the right and happened to see the manor in the distance, which seemed to be slowly retreating because of the distance. Then let's circle over, he said, break up the formation and operate in 2 planes. Semyon, you and I maintain visual contact. The formation change of a 4-plane formation in the air is very complicated, so pilots usually enter a 2-plane formation when entering an air battle. It is very simple to change the formation of such a formation. In addition, when changing formations, Kharlamov cannot see Semyonji, so he must be reminded to maintain visual contact with him. Make sure the 2-plane formation does not spread out. It is easy for an aircraft to lose its target in the air, whether it is an enemy or a teammate. It is normal to find that you can't see your teammates while flying. Therefore, each pilot has his own map package to ensure that when he is alone and cannot contact his teammates, he can rely on the landmarks on the map to fly back to the base. Another function of the map pack is to ensure that friendly controlled areas can be selected when making an emergency landing. After completing the formation change, Kharlamov shouted on the radio, "Semyon. Do you see me?" "I saw it, don't worry, boss, go and have a look at Boiler's Manor, it must be a division headquarters." A few minutes later, Kharlamov tilted the plane and circled the manor, cursing, "Who just told me this was a division headquarters?" There was nothing in the manor, and the series of large-caliber craters in the yard announced to the pilots the reason why there was no enemy division headquarters here. "Captain Semyon, if you think about it carefully, none of the Plosin troops we flew past can't live in houses. So what should we do?" Kharlamov sighed, "See if there are any enemy tanks. If you blow up the tank troops, you will also hit the high-value target." At this time, the pilot of the number 2 machine said, "Isn't there any obvious target? I mean, the enemy's artillery doesn't fire? It's a great achievement to blow up the artillery, right? And the artillery fire makes such a big noise, it should be very far away. Can we see it?" Targets that are too far away are generally not visible from the ground because of the curvature of the planet. But now Yak-1 flies at a low altitude of about 500 meters, so the field of view is greatly expanded. The pilot's vision was screened, and the most powerful clairvoyant in Kharlamov's destroyer group could detect twin-engine bombers 10 kilometers away. However, there are too many ground targets and even pilots generally cannot detect ground targets several kilometers away, so Kharlamov chose to fly at a low altitude of 500 meters. But if the target is an artillery position that is firing, it is not impossible to raise the height to 3,000 meters. This can also be screened, and only heavy artillery firing can be seen. So Kharlamov said, "You are right, let's climb to 3,000 meters and see if we can find the enemy who happens to be firing." After speaking, he glanced at the fuel gauge and muttered, "Fuel consumption is faster than usual." He began to bring the control stick back, climbing steadily at an elevation angle of 15 degrees, while still keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Unfortunately, there was a bulge behind the cockpit of the early Yak-1 that blocked the rear view, so we had to rely on the rear view mirror to be alert to the rear, which was obviously the most dangerous place. Suddenly, Captain Semyon shouted, "Look at the ground. The artillery is firing." Kharlamov, "Where?" 11 o'clock direction. Kharlamov simply turned the plane upside down so that the glass cockpit rushed down and he could get the best view below. He saw the artillery positions firing. "Everyone, drop bombs with me." "Captain Semyon, damn it, I feel like I can only rely on my faith to survive." "Who doesn't? Drop a bomb and pray to Saint Andrew." Kharlamov fell directly to the ground and went straight to the artillery position that was firing. The Yak-1 is not a specialized ground attack aircraft and does not have a ground sight at all. So Kharlamov directly attached the sight of the machine gun to a cannon. The sight of the Yak-1 is like this. Assume that an aircraft with a length of 10 meters and a wingspan of 10 meters is locked by the crosshair of the sight. The enemy aircraft will occupy the first aiming ring at 500 meters and occupy the 3 aiming rings. That means the distance is already about 100 meters. According to Kharlamov's experience, if the enemy planes fire when they occupy 3 rings, they have a high probability of hitting. Now Kharlamov regarded the enemy's artillery position as an enemy aircraft and set the crosshair on it. When the gun emplacement occupied the first ring, he fired a cannon shot and watched the fall. The machine gun landed 10 meters behind the enemy's gun position. When it exploded on the ground, the groom in charge of the horse next to him covered his chest and fell down. But the horse is fine. Kharlamov suddenly realized that he had no time to correct himself. He dived towards the enemy, and the distance had already been shortened the moment the cannon landed. Simply, he pulled the trigger, fired 10 rounds from the cannon and machine gun, then pressed the bomb release button, and then pulled it up. The moment he pulled it up, he saw the ammunition he fired falling to the ground. The aircraft's ammunition belts were mixed with tracer bullets, so he could know exactly where it landed. This wave of strafing basically hit the artillery positions, and several artillerymen who were concentrating on firing were knocked down before they had time to dodge. Kharlamov couldn't see the specific ones. He pulled up, and the wings of the plane blocked his view. Whether it was a Yak-1 or another plane, the view behind and below the aircraft of this era was a mess. Nothing can be seen. That's why we have to watch out for each other's blind spots. Kharlamov couldn't see where the bomb went. He could only hear the explosion behind him. Looking back, he could see the flames of the explosion, but he didn't know where it went. He could only ask via radio, "Did anyone see where I blew up?" "You can't see it. We also dropped bombs and pulled up, so we can't see the results at all." Someone answered on the radio. "Then let's circle left, all circle left, and confirm the results." Kharlamov's squadron all entered a left circle. At this time, their formation had completely dispersed, but the wingmen could barely keep up with the lead aircraft. 8 smoke flowers were clearly visible on the ground, 2 of which were glowing with fire. The entire artillery position stopped firing. But, at least it doesn't look like the artillery's losses were significant from the air. Captain Semyon suggested on the radio, let's call in artillery fire. Kharlamov, to put it lightly, do you know where we are? Heavy bombers have a dedicated navigator who will calculate a rough route based on various instruments and the aircraft's heading and other parameters. Through this route, they will know where they are and then guide the bomber back to the base. Therefore, heavy bombers can fly thousands of kilometers to attack targets. But a fighter jet like the Yak-1 only has one pilot, and he is on alert the whole time during the flight, so there is no time to draw a route on the map. Fighter pilots generally use the landmark navigation method to determine their position through obvious signs on the ground. So even if the pilot sees the target, he can only remember which landmark and direction the target is in. The Prosan Air Force's reconnaissance aircraft can guide artillery strikes because it has specialized observers who can determine the approximate location of the aircraft and then determine the coordinates of the discovered targets. The Yak-1 does not have such conditions at all, and it is actually impossible to directly guide the bombardment. Unless, they get in touch with someone who has a cheat. At this time, Kharlamov heard General Rokosov's voice coming from the earphones. Kharlamov, I heard that you have found the target. Kharlamov, report the location. Chapter 209 Airplane Radio and the God of War. 30 minutes ago, the 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry Division Headquarters bunker. In fact, Wang Zhong has been paying attention to the situation on the air using the captured Prosan radio. However, because the performance of Jacques One's specialty radio was so poor, he couldn't hear many details clearly. So while listening, he asked Pavlov, yesterday we sent people to dismantle the radio stations of the enemy tanks. How many were dismantled? Pavlov shook his head. The enemy's tanks are complex and their radios are sophisticated. Our technicians dismantled the 2 radios and destroyed them both. I told this situation to Commander Kozelsky of the River Fleet this morning, and they send the technicians on the ship to dismantle it tonight, and the naval infantry will cover it. Their technicians have gone to college, so they can do it? Wang Zhong, don't just let them tear it down. Let them see if they can save one of the 2 bad ones. Pavlov nodded, wanted to take the microphone, thought for a moment, turned around and wrote a note, then turned to hand it to the messenger, sent to the River Fleet headquarters. After the messenger ran away, Pavlov noticed that Wang Zhong was looking at him, so he explained, if it's not too important, just send a note. Maybe someone needs to use the phone for something important. Popov pointed to the comm battlefield outside the observation window, do you mean there is something important in this situation? Wang Zhong also looked outside, why didn't the enemy attack? It's been 2 hours since the last wave. How about we attack their assembly area and urge them? Nelly's eyes widened, although I shouldn't interrupt the military commander, but, why do you talk as if you are good friends with the enemy's commander? Wang Zhong, enemies use their own lives to give me promotion chips. Of course they are my good friends. At this time, the pilot's shout came over the radio, cannon, firing, big noise, far away, saw. Wang Zhong's brows knitted into knots. What kind of fuss was there with so much more noise than effective content? Can Ant produce some reliable radios? Vasily inspected the seized Prosan cargo, raised his head and said to Wang Zhong, it's not our problem, it's just that the situation over there is too bad. They are at low altitude and are affected by the curvature of the ground. Wang Zhong, it seems that artillery was discovered. The word just now was artillery, right? It also mentioned big noise. Listen again. After waiting for a few more minutes, a clearer voice came, look at the ground. Cannons are firing. Where? Vasily made an impromptu comment, they may have flown high, so. Wang Zhong patted him and said with his mouth, shut up. The conversation continued over the radio, 11 o'clock direction. Everyone, drop bombs with me. Then the communication became murky again, with the only clear word being circle left. Wang Zhong frowned, why do you always have to circle left in communication? Is it because the barrage on the port side is thinner? At this time, a pilot suggested, let's call in artillery fire. It seems that the attack is not effective. But this proposal was immediately rejected. To put it lightly, do you know where we are? Wang Zhong picked up the microphone of the radio and pressed the button, Rokosov calls Kharlamov. Rokosov calls Kharlamov. Wang Zhong released the button and waited for a reply. He didn't know why he suddenly felt tired from standing, so he ran to the table with miscellaneous items next to the observation port, pushed away the notebooks and other things on the table, sat down on it, leaned against the wall, and held the microphone. His hand rested on the observation port. Vasily, you look like the dude whistling to the girl in the coffee shop. Wang Zhong, is there a possibility that I am that kind of playboy? I just happen to be better at fighting. Vasily slapped his head, I forgot. There was no reply at this time. Wang Zhong pressed the button of the microphone again, Rokosov calls Kharlamov. Rokosov calls Kharlamov. This time the response came immediately, General, please speak. Wang Zhong maintained his posture of looking outside, and then switched to a bird's eye view. Then he discovered that there was only the unit symbol of Kharlamov's squadron and no view of it. Damn it, if I don't get promoted to general, the Air Force doesn't count as my command, right? Even if I can order them to eject and attack, they don't count as my troops, right? But it can still be remedied, after all, you can already see where the flying team is. Wang Zhong pointed to the map on the table and kicked Vasily. At the same time, he asked loudly, did you see the enemy's artillery? Yes, we conducted an attack. Not a single cannon was blown up, and we didn't see the ammunition explode. The effect was not good. We are preparing to continue strafing. Which direction is it in your direction? I mean east, west, north, south. Wang Zhong asked. The main reason is that his viewing angle is too high and he cannot see the specific direction of the aircraft's nose. He only looks at the direction of movement of the troop symbol. Because his army has multiple aircraft, it is difficult to calculate the movement direction of the entire unit as the direction of the aircraft's nose. Therefore, Wang Zhong emphasized the east, west, north, and south. At this time, Vasily moved the entire map table over, probably because he didn't know which map Wang Zhong wanted. Wang Zhong picked up the small map stacked on top. This kind of map was printed just for the commander to draw casually, and then printed an X on the map with his fingernail. Vasily pointed his pencil at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong took the pencil and drew a cross on the map. This is the position of the Kharlamov fleet. It keeps changing, but as long as Kharlamov says hurry up, there should be no problem. Kharlamov, we are northeast. The approximate distance is. Wang Zhong, no need to mention the distance. He drew a line heading northeast, and then marked a point on the line according to the map's ruler. Wang Zhong, fly higher, communication will be better when you fly higher. Fly to 3,000 meters, repeat, fly to 3,000 meters. Understood, fly to 3,000 meters. What do you want to do? I'm going to shoot it, and you can correct it? Okay, but how can you guarantee that this shot will fall within our field of vision? Kharlamov was obviously confused. Wang Zhong, no need to worry. After Wang Zhong released the button of the microphone, he said to Vasily, let the artillery fire at this point and fire a shot. At the same time, the headquarters of the First Army of the Asgard Knights of the Prasen Army. Senior officers in the black uniforms of the order gathered around a walkie-talkie. They were also listening to Rokosov's conversation with the Air Force just now. Giles' adjutant, Feliz, said, the communications personnel who discovered this conversation should be credited. Giles nodded, yes. We'll talk about this later. He's leaning in one direction. How can we determine the location of our artillery position? Everyone looked at each other. Feliz said, it might be the radar. Just now he asked the plane to fly higher, which was actually to let the radar see the plane. The other senior Prasen officers all gasped. Giles, the United Kingdom has shipped the radar and installed it in place. Where did it come from? From the Baris Plateau north, and then shipped it across the inland sea. Feliz came to the world map. In terms of time, it is possible to start from the United Kingdom's colony in Barija, walk through the Baris Plateau, and then transport it by ship across the inland sea. At this time, the communications staff came to report. The 511th Division Artillery Regiment reported that it was bombed by enemy planes and the enemy's artillery was test firing. It requested to move its position. Giles, emergency evacuation. Emergency evacuation is a more urgent order than transfer. It basically means that all artillery troops abandon their equipment and evacuate their positions. At the same time, ammunition trucks are driven by death squads and move in the opposite direction of personnel evacuation. Wang Zhong heard Kharlamov's report on the radio. The aiming coordinates moved 100 meters north. Without waiting for Wang Zhong to convey it, Pavlov, who had been holding the receiver, ordered, 100 meters to the north. Another long wait followed. It takes a surprisingly long time for a howitzer to fly more than 10 kilometers. Finally, Kharlamov reported, 200 meters to the east. Wang Zhong didn't need to explain, he just maintained the playboy sitting posture and looked at the scenery outside the observation port. Kharlamov, it is suspected of forming a crossfire, and 3 test rounds are required to verify it. When Pavlov related, Popov whispered, isn't this a proper term for the Navy? This pilot knows a lot. Wang Zhong spread his hands. When an Air Force pilot directed Army artillery to fire, he used Navy terminology. In some countries, his brains would be blown out. Vasily, the general is very familiar with airplanes. At this time, Kharlamov reported, straddle fire. It's time to fire. Pavlov, confirmed that the target area is covered, and the entire artillery regiment fires 3 rapid rounds. The sound of a volley of artillery fire soon came. Popov asked Wang Zhong, do you think this target is the division artillery or the army artillery regiment? Wang Zhong, I don't know, it doesn't matter whether it's an army or a division. If it's bombed, you'll earn it. Don't you think the firepower that just started falling on us has decreased? Vasily, indeed. At this time, Kharlamov's voice came over the radio, accurate hit, repeat, accurate hit. At this moment, a scream broke into the otherwise calm radio communication, the enemy plane is diving down from above. Wang Zhong's first reaction when he heard the sentence was the enemy plane went straight up and down suddenly. This is a symptom that occurs when you are a military fan for a long time, and various strange memes will be triggered at any time. He pressed the button of the microphone and shouted, break S. Break S all. Get into the blind spot of the enemy's belly. The 109 does not roll well when diving. The 109's roll will become worse when diving, which means that when the target is seen drilling into the blind spot under the belly of the aircraft, the diving 109 may not have time to flip the fuselage. During an air battle, the positions of both sides change drastically, and once visual contact is lost, they may not be found. Although Wang Zhong shouted, the communication was already in chaos. Spread out, spread out. Where is the enemy plane? I can't see him. I saw it, I'm escaping. I stepped on the rudder and there was no response. I'm going to make an emergency landing. I knocked one out. He's on fire. Xiamiao, behind you. Circle left. Xiamiao. Wang Zhong looked serious. He held the microphone and tried to press the button several times to speak, but in the end he did not say anything. Chapter 210 This is really scientific, supplementary update 233. Chapter 210 This is really scientific, update 233. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after the enemy's shelling completely stopped, a jeep carried Kharlamov and a pilot to the front of the 1st Guards Infantry Division. Wang Zhong, who had received the news in advance, led all members of the division to greet them at the door. Seeing 2 people getting off the jeep, Wang Zhong asked, did you sacrifice 2 people? No, Kharlamov shook his head, there is also a broken rudder. The last radio message was that he flew across the river, but we don't know where he made an emergency landing. He has contacted our troops and will come back by car. Because pilots are very valuable, each unit will send a car back to the airport when they discover the pilot. Do you know Captain Xiamiao's home address? I personally want to write him a letter of thanks. Wang Zhong added. After he finished speaking, he heard the soldiers of the guard company standing next to him exclaim, the general wrote a letter of thanks in person. I wish I could have one. Popov looked like he was awakened and turned his head to look Wang Zhong up and down. Wang Zhong pretended not to notice his expression. Kharlamov, official channels, you can do this through the church at the airport. If you want to mail it yourself, I know the address. After all, he is a veteran of the 1st Squadron, and I know him quite well. I will give the address to your maid. Wang Zhong nodded and made an invitation gesture, come in, let's just stand like this, be careful that the Pulosan people imitate us and suddenly bombard them. The group of people entered the bunker just like that. The first thing Kharlamov said when he came in was, General Rokosov, no one paid attention to your radio communications when the enemy planes came, but now that I think about it, you know a lot about air combat tactics. You also know the enemy's fighter jets. It doesn't roll well when diving. Wang Zhong hurriedly said, this is just common sense. Most aircraft's controllability will decrease when they dive above a certain speed. This is a fact, so you need to control your speed when diving, and generally close the throttle to prevent the aircraft from going too fast. Yak 1 will become sluggish if it swoops down too fast, and its wings will break easily. After all, Yak 1's wings are made of wood. However, the Yak 1 rarely dives and attacks. When Wang Zhong played War Thunder, he used the Yak 1 to dogfight with the enemy at low speed and altitude. Kharlamov stared at Wang Zhong, common sense. So, among the nobles, this kind of knowledge that only veterans can master is already common sense. Wang Zhong said firmly, yes. The reason is that one of our buddies flew a plane and took the girl for a spin in the sky, and then the girl became obsessed with him, so flying became popular. Everything was for the purpose of picking up girls, and I was Yebeo dandy number 2, do you understand? Kharlamov nodded, I don't know much about aristocrats, but pilots are indeed very popular with girls. In the past, we have asked the hospital more than once not to set it up near the airport, because if you are close, you will need to socialize. A lot of nurses will get pregnant. Wang Zhong's sympathy for Kharlamov's squadron was suddenly reduced by half. Vasily asked, "What about you, Lieutenant Colonel? I remember that your wife is a middle school teacher. Do you also make out with the nurses at the dance?" Kharlamov, "Of course not. About 6 years ago, there was a middle school next to the airport where our destroyer regiment was stationed. My wife, who was not my wife at that time, had just come to teach at the school, and we had a social gathering. The pilots and the teachers. And then I got married." Vasily, "Fortunately I didn't go to the Air Force." Wang Zhong was shocked, "Do you like men?" "No, I don't want to get married yet." "Popov, he hasn't had enough sex yet. I can tell by looking at his expression. When I was a priest in the church, more than half of the boys who came to confess were of this type." At this time, Pavlov intervened, "Let's get down to business, Lieutenant Colonel Kharlamov." The lieutenant colonel nodded, "Yes, we should talk about business. We are here to introduce what we saw while flying at low altitude." "Wang Zhong, aren't the enemies hiding?" The lieutenant colonel shook his head, "No, they have no awareness of air attacks at all. The tanks and tents are not camouflaged, and they don't even have camouflage nets. And when they see the plane, they won't spread out and lie down. They all stand still and wave to us." Wang Zhong didn't find this strange at all. People who have never encountered an air raid would indeed be very relaxed. On Earth, when Doolittle raided Tokyo, it flew over the sea. When they were young, fishermen thought the plane was theirs and waved to them. "Cheer." Popov snorted, "They will soon learn their lessons from the war." "Wang Zhong, you were flying behind enemy lines. Did you find out why they stopped?" "After this wave of attacks ended in the morning, the enemy just bombarded us and did not launch any more attacks at all. We have a guess that the enemy may have suffered unexpected losses. Or someone died causing low morale." Kharlamov, "No, the enemy soldiers we saw while flying over the ground did not seem to have suffered a defeat. They were high-spirited and looked beaming. They had no intention of avoiding the cannon. They gathered in the canteen and fired a heavy cannon. If it goes down, it can kill about 100 people. I feel like the enemy feels that victory is within sight." After Kharlamov finished speaking, his wingman added, "One more thing, all the enemies live in tents. We found many good houses, but no enemies live in them at all. Wang Zhong, they are probably scared by our shelling every night." Pavlov, "Since we know that the enemy is not living in the house, do we still bomb it tonight? We can stop tonight, or even stop for 2 days, and wait until the enemies start to move into the house before bombing." Pavlov nodded, "Okay. Then the artillery will rest tonight." After saying that, he turned around to implement the matter. Wang Zhong continued to ask Kharlamov, "Is there any other information? It is impossible for the enemy to stop attacking, but today we have been on guard all day, and there is no movement." Kharlamov shook his head, "I'm just a pilot. I can only tell you that the enemy's air defense awareness is very poor." Wang Zhong touched his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, Kharlamov swallowed his saliva and asked as if he had made a lot of determination, "General, how did you send the artillery shells to our site? If you had not sent the first one over, today's the tactics were simply impossible." Vasily also looked at Wang Zhong. Today, he saw with his own eyes that Wang Zhong directly drew a cross on the map with his fingernails. Wang Zhong had actually thought about it a long time ago and concluded that there was no way to cover it up. He could only say that this frame was really handsome. Fortunately, there is magic in this world. So he said, "I prayed to God and he told me the location." Why, the beautiful girl is allowed to pray to guide the divine arrows, but I, the beautiful boy, are not allowed to pray to guide the cannon. Besides, praying hands are divided equally between men and women, but my army happens to be filled with female praying hands. Popov's expression immediately became very subtle. Wang Zhong noticed this for the first time. After all, when you say this, you must pay attention to the attitude of the master's bishop, right? So he added, based on his understanding of the secular teachings, I think there must be a scientific principle in it. It may be that black body radiation induces quantum entanglement. In fact, this paragraph of Wang Zhong is completely nonsense. He doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics. He only watched a video of Battle at the Quantum Summit and thought it was very cool, so he memorized a few terms. It's like the fake literary young man on a certain page watched Duyans read XX masterpieces in 5-minute series and memorized a few keywords and then started bragging. What he didn't expect was that these words in the Ant language were as long as Ant's personal name. After a series of jabbering, everyone was confused. Popov, what the hell? Wang Zhong, I mean, it's the de Broglie resonance based on Planck's constant, so I know where Kharlamov and the others are. Vasily, I'm pretty sure your new sentence is not the same thing as what you just said. Wang Zhong, I randomly piled up a few cutting-edge scientific terms. Anyway, they will definitely be explained in the future. Science that is advanced to a certain level looks like magic. Popov, don't worry, the Zhongsheng sect has been wiped out, and the Patriarch has paid special attention to it. The Inquisitor will turn a blind eye to your speech. Wang Zhong, this is really scientific. Kharlamov intervened, then can we maintain radio contact with you to guide the bombardment? Wang Zhong, first of all, you have to change to a better radio. I contacted you by chance today. The weather will get worse soon, and the clouds will increase, which may further affect radio communications. Kharlamov, yes. And we are fighters after all, so it is not appropriate to do this. I think we can apply to mobilize the Ya-2 bomber. The Ya-2 bomber has a dedicated navigator, and it already knows its position. I have always felt that we the heavy bombers should be converted into reconnaissance aircraft like the enemy did. Wang Zhong, maybe we can get the United States to support us with some B-17s. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Popov coughed, did you leak the secret? Wang Zhong, huh? Oh, it's Mike, the reporter from the United States. He told me a lot about their domestic affairs. This is not a leak. They were discussing in Congress whether to assist us. This is not a leak. He is from the United States. The newspaper reports it every day. Everyone exchanged a look and decided to just take it as such. Kharlamov sighed, then I hope they get more fighter jets. I'm fed up with wooden planes. Wang Zhong thought, don't worry, you will fly the Yak-3. That thing is all metal and is known as a low-altitude perpetual motion machine. It can make fools of all aircraft that dare to fight it at low altitudes. At this time, Pavlov came back from arranging the artillery rest, and said, so, why didn't the enemy attack? Everyone looked at each other. Tomorrow morning, I will personally fly to explain to His Majesty. Giles said this, the headquarters of the Prasen army, the first army of the Asgard Knights. His adjutant looked at the telegram in his hand worriedly, this telegram is so strongly worded. If I go to tell His Majesty now, will it cause trouble? Giles, however, our elite armored forces will not play any role in the attack on Shastka. This is a fact. Even if it is mobilized to the northern front, the role will be better than wasting here. I will let it Your Majesty understands this. The other officers looked at each other. Giles added, or do you think His Majesty doesn't even have this kind of courage? The other officers immediately shook their heads. Giles, then it's decided. I will leave the front line tomorrow and you will continue the soil work. Chapter 211 The War of Giles, Update 333. Chapter 211 The War of Giles, Updated 333. Within the Prasen Empire, the Eagle's Nest is the headquarters of Emperor Reinhardt. At the supporting airport near the Eagle's Nest, a Junkers 52 3-engine passenger plane landed lightly. After the plane stopped, a jeep and a medium-sized truck carrying a squad of soldiers drove up to the plane. Giles stepped out of the plane, glanced at the empty airport, and frowned slightly. The major who greeted us at this time said, Your Majesty is waiting for you at the Eagle's Nest. Military affairs are urgent, so no one else except the security personnel has been arranged to receive you. I know. Giles walked down the gangway and got into the jeep. His adjutant, Feliz, sat directly in the passenger seat. When the major who came to greet him saw this, he stood directly on the pedal outside the door of the truck behind him, held the door, and then made a gesture, let's go. The jeep driver stepped on the accelerator, and the convoy drove out of the airport and drove along the winding mountain road toward the Eagle's Nest. Passing by ruins on the road, Giles asked curiously, what's going on in the ruins? Then he discovered that because of his adjutant's actions, the receptionist who could answer this question was in the guard car. Giles could only shut his mouth. After a while, the car drove into the tunnel halfway up the mountain, drove all the way to the deepest point, and entered the large elevator. Then with the sound of the motor, the elevator began to rise. This elevator seemed to be built to show off the mechanical and electrical achievements of the Prasen Empire. It could actually lift a jeep and a truck plus the weight of 17 adults at the same time. After the elevator stopped, the major who greeted him made a gesture, please. The elevator door opened, Giles walked into the passage of the Eagle's Nest, and walked to the Emperor's office in a familiar manner. At the door of the office, Giles was about to hand over his gun to the secretary, but the secretary said, His Majesty said you can enter the office with a gun. Giles hesitated for a moment, then took off the gun and holster, I can enter with a gun, but I don't have to enter with a gun, right? The secretary bowed, then I will keep it for you. After putting away the gun, the secretary pressed the button on the table, and the door to the office opened automatically. This fortress, as if to show off Prasen's technical prowess, is filled with machine-driven doors. Prasen Emperor Reinhardt was standing in front of the huge sand table, staring at the entire battlefield, as if he was a giant god in control of everything. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Reinhardt didn't look back and asked directly, I heard that you stopped attacking and started soil work. Yes, I find that our armored forces are not suitable for such an attack. Reinhardt, nonsense. In the Carolingian, our armored forces broke through the fortification area. At that time, the army still had many number 1 and number 2 tanks. Now the army also has a lot of number 1 and number 2 tanks. We did achieve a brilliant victory in the Carolingian, but here, I attacked for a day and gained nothing except hundreds of casualties and the loss of 70 tanks. Giles was neither arrogant nor humble, and continued, Your Majesty. I know that destroying the symbol of the enemy's will to resist is of decisive significance. War is indeed an extension of politics, but war is not politics after all. I know that you pursue the benefits of having the Asgardian knights, who symbolize your ideals, destroy the enemy's imperial iron wall, but it is an ironclad fact that armored divisions are not suitable for attacking fortified areas. In fact, our armored divisions in the Carolingian were mainly responsible for outflanking the enemy and cutting off logistical supplies. It was a bad idea to place the armored divisions in front of the enemy's fortified along the river. Facing Gilles' sonorous and powerful statement, Reinhard looked at the sky. What you said makes sense. Is Ant's iron wall that powerful? In one day, someone as famous as our ancient heroes was killed. Siegfried gave up. Giles, I am as famous as the hero because my father was named after the hero. This is not a coincidence, nor is it the coming of some divine power.